This is Chen Fan. I just received the latest report from my subordinates. Xi Jinping has begun a frantic fundraising effort, aiming for 28 billion yuan. After hearing this, my expression remained calm. I simply ordered them to continue raising funds. The more money they raise, the more severe the backlash will be. Next, I instructed someone to subtly release information implying that Ronca Group is preparing to increase its investment, thus urging Xi Jinping to further intensify his efforts. For me, Xi Jinping wasn't raising money to save a life. He was offering me profits. Just then, the phone rang. A member of the Feiyu Supercar Association reported that the Jinling-based WTK Association had issued a challenge, demanding a meeting at the racetrack that afternoon to decide the winner between the two clubs. The guild leader, Siu Junliang, a member of the Siu family of Jinling, was the protagonist of this duel. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Things were getting interesting. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. The system had issued a temporary mission, requiring me to defeat the WTK Association and become the #1 in Jinling. The reward included 9% of the Tiffany Group's shares, giving me complete ownership of the company, plus 350 experience points. A glint flashed in my eyes. Just that 9% was enough for Tiffany to be completely under Chen's control. I immediately accepted the challenge. Today, I'd start with Siu Junliang and collect the rewards while I was at it. I headed to the Flying Feather Supercar Association. The association's members had complex backgrounds and many had extremely valuable connections, especially the racing experts among them. I made a brief appearance to reassure them. At noon, the system rewarded me with another 6% ownership of Thunderfire Private Security Group, making me the 4th largest shareholder. I became a shareholder of the country's 2nd largest security group. Over 10 billion yuan worth of assets entered my account again, and my net worth soared once more. The growth brought by the Level 3 system was already terrifying. The future upgrades are unimaginable. At 12:30, I led my elite team, setting off in a grand procession towards the racetrack. Upon arriving at the scene, Siu Junliang was already waiting, surrounded by Jinling's top young masters. Siu Junliang spoke sarcastically, saying that I had offended the Siu family, yet I could still act so nonchalantly. Faced with such provocation, I did not back down and coldly replied, "The Siu family will soon be finished." Siu Junliang arrogantly replied that the Siu family hadn't yet gone all out. Otherwise, the situation would have been very different. I sneered and retorted, "Then are you going all out?" My real goal was to kill him in one blow. He changed the subject and continued, "WTK is dissatisfied with Feiyu's rapid development and is demanding that Feiyu bow down. Join WTK and you'll have to respect us from now on, or you'll face the consequences." I retorted without hesitation, "If you want to dismiss Siu Junliang, I can make an exception." These words instantly caused an uproar among the WTK members, with taunts and threats pouring out, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Siu Junliang's face darkened, and he finally proposed, "Since we can't resolve this peacefully, let's settle it on the field. The winner takes all, and there can only be one #1 in Jinling." I nodded in agreement. Just then, Siu Junliang suddenly suggested escalating the stakes. "Just awarding a first place is too boring. Let's play it hard." The loser had to crawl a lap around the track, admitting he was a loser as he crawled. The competition began to feel humiliating, and Siu Junliang's true purpose was revealed. Unable to beat me commercially, he resorted to dirty tricks. The members of Feiyu looked grim. Everyone understood that losing would ruin their reputation, far worse than simply losing the match. "What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, bow down to me right now and say you're a coward. I might spare you." Siu Junliang's provocative voice rang in their ears, brimming with confidence. Behind him, members of the WTK Supercar Association also chimed in with sarcastic remarks, as if pressuring me to respond. Why wouldn't I dare? Come on. I nodded, my gaze calm and unhurried, a slight smirk playing on my lips. Words are meaningless. Let's put it in writing. With that, I took the document from the table and signed my name. Xi Junliang was well prepared. The bet was written in detail in the written agreement. If one party lost and reneged on the bet, they would have to compensate the winner with 10 billion in assets. Chairman, please think it over. Chairman, The WTK Supercar Association has many experts, and some of them even rank among the top in the national competition. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association began to worry, and many advised me not to sign the document and not to gamble with Siu Junliang. It's all right, I waved my hand. I want to see just how good the WTK Supercar Association's racing skills really are, or whether mine are stronger. My driving skills have been enhanced by the system. I'm confident I can easily crush the top drivers in the country. I know Siu Junliang didn't expect me to sign, but this time, I absolutely cannot back down. Chen Fan, you won't regret this, will you? I never regret anything. Siu Junliang smiled slyly and signed the agreement. 2 copies, one for each of them, and the betting game officially began. Jin Yuza couldn't help but shout sarcastically, "Chen Fan, you're finished." He seemed to already see the wonderful scene of me crawling on the track, admitting that I was a piece of trash. But he didn't expect that the real protagonist of this competition wasn't me, as he thought, but a completely different situation. The competition was a best-of-3 series, with each side sending out 3 drivers. The WTK Supercar Association sent Siu Junliang and 2 drivers who had won top prizes in national competitions. Besides myself, the Feiyu Supercar Association also selected 2 other competitors. In the first race, the Feiyu Supercar Association sent Li Guangmao, their best-performing competitor, who had previously won 2nd place in a national competition. When Li Guangmao won the race, the members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association cheered, the atmosphere electric. However, Siu Junliang wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smiled. He was celebrating, and no one understood why he was smiling. Chen Fan, winning 1 round is nothing. You're bound to lose the next 2. Siu Junliang declared confidently. It turned out he had employed a Tianji's horse racing strategy, sending out their association's weakest player and pitting Li Guangmao, the top player from the Feiyu Supercar Association, against them, thus eliminating our strongest opponent. This greatly boosted the morale of the WTK Supercar Association, while the atmosphere within the Feiyu Supercar Association became tense. But I'm not worried, because I've already planned the order of appearance. I know the WTK Association's weaknesses, and they know far less about us than I do about them. The real, number 1 expert isn't Li Guangmao, but myself. I've already won 1 game, just 1 more. I silently calculated in my mind. In the 2nd game, I could easily give it my all, even hand it to them. After the 2nd game started, the WTK Supercar Association's driver won easily. Their celebrations echoed throughout the arena, but I remained calm. "I'm sorry, President, I let you down." The player in the 2nd round bowed his head and apologized to me. "No, you did very well. Leave the rest to me." I patted the person next to me on the shoulder, my gaze fixed on the final race on the track. The WTK Supercar Association members were beaming with joy, while I grew increasingly calm. The score was tied 1-1, making the decisive race crucial. "Chen Fan, you're destined to fail today," Siu Junliang said sarcastically. I calmly walked towards the track, and he added, "Give up now, and you'll be fine after just half a lap. You're too long-winded. If you want to race, then let's go. If you can't, then admit defeat," I sneered. Siu Junliang's face darkened. He put on his helmet and climbed into the race car, and I followed suit. The members of Feiyu and WTK shouted encouragement to each other, creating a tense atmosphere until the starting whistle blew, and all eyes were focused on the track. The instant I started, I overtook Siu Junliang. The WTK members tried to remain calm, insisting it was an accident, but the distance between me and Siu Junliang kept widening on the track. Siu Junliang was unwilling to give up, drifting and accelerating while turning, but he still couldn't catch up. In the end, I won the championship with an absolute advantage. The members of the Flying Feather Association cheered and shouted, "Number 1 in Jinling," while the members of WTK were all dejected. Jin Yuza stood frozen in place, and Siu Junliang's face was flushed. Seeing that everyone's attention was on me, Siu Junliang tried to slip away quietly, but I stopped him. "Young Master Siu, if you lose, you have to climb a lap of the track and shout that you're trash. Have you forgotten?" Siu Junliang made an excuse to go to the toilet, and I casually reminded him, "Either fulfill the bet, or give me 10 billion. He couldn't come up with 10 billion, so he could only reluctantly prepare to crawl, and Jin Yuza was forced to go with him. Just then, a dozen reporters and anchors rushed in and began frantically filming the 2 of them. Siu Junliang's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that his carefully laid-back plan would backfire and completely destroy him. I signaled to my men to bring out the payment to keep all the reporters there. Forced into a corner, Siu Junliang crawled along, shouting, "I'm useless." Most of the WTK members lowered their heads in shame, some even secretly resolving to leave the association. Meanwhile, the Feiyu members seized the opportunity to promote their association to the reporters, declaring Feiyu to be Nanjing's premier supercar association. A system notification sounded. Accept Siu Junliang's challenge. Defeat WDK. Become the #1 in Jinling. Mission complete. Congratulations on receiving 9% of Tiffany Group shares. Contract delivered to the hotel study. 350 experience points. I was overjoyed. Tiffany was now completely mine. Siu Junliang and Jean Yuza finished climbing the track, covered their faces, and hurriedly got into their car and fled. I stood in the crowd and announced, the Flying Feather Association is no longer limited to Jinling. We welcome supercar enthusiasts from all over the country to join us. Our goal is to be #1 in the country. The members responded enthusiastically. After arranging the association's affairs, I drove to Zhujiangtang to inspect the 2 newly renovated villas. The villas were twice the size, reaching the standard of top-tier luxury homes, and I hadn't spent a penny. I only needed to treat the formaldehyde before moving in. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping finally raised 27 billion yuan and prepared to sign a contract with Chairman Zhao. He even mocked me smugly, saying, Chen Fan, in the end, I still benefited. An hour later, Xi Jinping met with Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao looked at the contract with a puzzled expression. Mr. Su, this profit-sharing ratio is 7% higher than what we negotiated with Ronca Group. Are you sure? Xi Jinping nodded firmly and signaled his subordinates to prepare to make the payment. He deliberately put on a show to convince Xi Jinping. Chairman Zhao, my investment is twice that of Ronca Group, and my strength is far greater. I think increasing the profit-sharing ratio is perfectly reasonable, Xi Jinping said proudly. Tell me, in Jinling, besides the Su family, who else can come up with such a large investment at once? Chairman Zhao had no choice but to reluctantly agree and sign the contract. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands, the contract was signed, and Xi Jinping was secretly pleased with himself. He immediately contacted the finance department to arrange the transfer. Not long after, Chairman Zhao received confirmation that the 27 billion yuan had arrived in his account. President Su, I have some business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You're welcome to visit the company anytime, Chairman Zhao said humbly. Of course, you're welcome anytime, Xi Jinping smiled smugly. The contract in front of him made him feel very successful, and he thought that this deal would bring huge returns. He even secretly tampered with the contract, making the profit-sharing percentage much higher than originally promised. At the same time, Chen Fan received a message from Chairman Zhao, informing him that the 27 billion had been secured. So fast, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, a surge of joy filling his heart. This money would bring him considerable gains, and most importantly, it almost entirely came from the Su family, which truly made him happy. Don't rush things now. Wait 2 or 3 more days. Then you can declare the company bankrupt and start going through all the procedures, Chen Fan calmly instructed. You've done a great job. Your payment will be deposited into your account soon. Chairman Zhao had gone from being an actor to his tool, but Chen Fan knew clearly that things were far from over. Thank you, boss, Chairman Zhao replied respectfully. Next, Chen Fan ordered his men to target the Su family's key business, the Su's Jiai Group, with the goal of destroying it. Yi Xian would be responsible for completely dismantling the Su's Jiai Group in a short period, thus crippling the Su family's industrial chain. Meanwhile, in the Su family compound in Jinling, Xi Jinping brought the signed contract to his father, wanting to show off his big deal. Looking at the contract, Old Master Su nodded in satisfaction. Jinping, you've made quite a bit of progress lately. Old Master Su praised his son. Now that the investment is settled, let's get moving and get rid of that little bastard Chen Fan. Old Master Su quickly urged his son. Let this clown know who the Su family can't afford to offend. Yes, father. Xi Jinping nodded, feeling smug. He decided to deal with Chen Fan immediately. However, just as they were discussing how to handle Chen Fan, a butler rushed in. Master, something terrible has happened. Please take a look at this. The butler handed a phone to Old Master Su. The screen showed a video of Siu Junliang being humiliated. Grandpa Su picked up the phone and saw that it was playing a video of Siu Junliang crawling on the ground, shouting that he was a good-for-nothing. Where did you see this video? Grandpa Su asked, his eyes flashing with anger. I saw it on the local trending topics. I guess a lot of people have seen it by now. The butler reported the truth. Old Master Su's face darkened. He was so angry he could barely breathe, his heart filled with fury. He had originally thought that if the video had been released earlier, he might have been able to control the situation, but now that it was trending, controlling the situation was virtually impossible. He was initially overjoyed that his second son had secured a major business deal, but after watching the video, he was so enraged that he nearly fainted on the spot. At the same moment, Xi Jinping received an urgent phone call informing him that Su's Jiai Group was under fierce attack. The situation was critical, and it faced the imminent threat of complete collapse. Chen Fan, is it Chen Fan who did this? Xi Jinping frowned and guessed. Besides him, Who else would dare to oppose our Siu family? What's wrong? Old Master Siu asked quickly when he saw his son's solemn expression. Father, I guess it's Chen Fan who's targeting Su's GI group. Siu Junliang said in a low voice, his heart filled with unease. He never expected that Chen Fan would act first, completely disrupting all their plans. What exactly is the situation? Old Master Siu asked sternly, clearly dissatisfied with his son's vague answer. Father, the Siu family's GI group is also on the verge of collapse. Siu Junliang finally revealed the whole truth. Upon hearing this news, Old Master Siu flew into a rage. His vision suddenly blurred, and he fainted from shock. Father, Master! Siu Junliang hurriedly arranged for people to rush Old Master Siu to a nursing home. A surge of rage welled up within him, and he roared through gritted teeth. Chen Fan, I'll make you pay a heavy price. He then immediately contacted his last trump card, Wei Konghao, the first vice president of Ronka Group, preparing for a furious counterattack. Chapter 397 The young master of Shanghai visits, wants to curb Chen Fan's arrogance. Wei Konghao received Siu Junliang's instructions immediately. Don't worry, Mr. Siu. I will immediately collect all the information on Ronka Group and send it to you as soon as it's ready. Wei Konghao quickly assured him, his tone firm and respectful. With this internal information I've compiled, you'll be much more effective and efficient in dealing with Ronka Group. Get this done as soon as possible, Siu Junliang coldly ordered. Yes, sir. After responding, Wei Konghao quietly set off and returned to Ronka Group. The moment Wei Konghao stepped into Ronka Group, the people lying in wait there immediately reported the news to Chen Fan. Chen Fan had already planted spies within the group, keeping a close eye on Wei Konghao's every move. No action by him could escape his control. Don't stop him, just let him collect and mess around as he pleases. Chen Fan had already altered a large number of the company's core secrets and replaced key business data in advance, deliberately setting up a series of traps, just waiting for Siu Junliang to step into them, so as to completely drag down Su's GI group. This was also the core reason why Chen Fan had deliberately protected Chairman Zhao, allowing him to continue playing the role of a cooperative businessman and stabilizing the situation, all to lure Siu Junliang into lowering his guard and willingly jumping into the carefully laid trap. As night fell, Chen Fan had just finished dinner when there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Fan was filled with surprise. He got up and opened the door, only to see Zhang Benz, a wealthy man from Jinling, standing outside with a distinguished-looking young man he didn't recognize. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Fan invited the two of them inside. Mr. Chen, this is young Master Yang Hanyuan from a top family in Shanghai. After entering the room and taking their seats, Zhang Benz immediately introduced the young man beside him. Then, he turned to Yang Hanyuan and solemnly introduced Chen Fan. Young Master Yang, this Mr. Chen is a local billionaire in Jinling with assets worth hundreds of billions. He is extremely wealthy. If you are interested in investing, the two of us would be the best partners. Mr. Chen looks to be only around 20 years old. He's so young, yet he's already a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Yang Hanyuan said in a calm tone, his expression indifferent. It was not hard to see that a net worth of hundreds of billions was nothing to this young master from Shanghai, and seemed extremely ordinary. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Seeing this, Zhang Benz quickly pulled Chen Fan aside and quietly explained the reason in a low voice. This young master from Shanghai came to Nanjing on orders from his family to develop investment projects. After learning the news, Zhang Benz took the initiative to come to him to seek cooperation opportunities. However, given his limited strength, he couldn't possibly curry favor with a powerful family in Shanghai on his own. After much deliberation, he thought of the formidable Chen Fan, hoping to join forces and seize this rare opportunity to make money. After hearing the brief explanation, Chen Fan instantly understood the whole story. However, this aloof young master from Shanghai didn't make a good first impression on Chen Fan. He exuded the innate sense of superiority of a scion of a powerful family, and his attitude towards others was arrogant and distant. Mr. Chen, I have been ordered to come to Jinling to find a reliable partner. Yang Hanyuan looked directly at Chen Fan and slowly spoke, demanding that his partners be powerful and well-connected. In his eyes, Chen Fan was too young and didn't fit his perception of seasoned local business partners, so he already harbored some distrust. After all, those who truly possess substantial strength and deep local connections are mostly experienced middle-aged people or seasoned elders. The young Chen Fan is hardly convincing. Young Master Yang, please rest assured, in terms of strength and connections, Boss Chun is absolutely impeccable. Zhang Benz hurriedly spoke up to corroborate the story, proactively revealing crucial information. Even the top underground boss in Jinling was a close confidant of Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Yang Hanyuan, who had been indifferent, subtly shifted his expression and couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with more curiosity. Is that really true? Yang Hanyuan looked at Chen Fan, his tone clearly probing and scrutinizing. He's not really a subordinate, just a very good friend, Chen Fan replied casually. This simple answer only fueled Yang Hanyuan's dissatisfaction. Chen Fan calmly sat down and took the initiative to ask a question, breaking the tense atmosphere. Young Master Yang has come all the way to Junliang. What business projects are you planning to get involved in? Please tell us in detail so that we can judge whether there is a suitable opportunity for cooperation and achieve a win-win situation. Chen Fan never deliberately indulged Yang Hanyuan's arrogant and condescending attitude. Cooperation should be based on equality and mutual benefit. Even if he could not be in a high position, he should never be inferior to others. Otherwise, the subsequent cooperation would inevitably be fraught with contradictions and hidden dangers, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Chen Fan's neither humble nor arrogant attitude thoroughly angered Yang Hanyuan. Ordinary people would try to curry favor with him and vie to curry favor, but Chen Fan was indifferent and insisted on being his equal, completely ignoring his prestigious status as a top young master in Shanghai. In the deeply entrenched Yang family of Shanghai, a net worth of hundreds of billions is hardly considered top-tier power. They can easily muster the resources to rival them, so naturally, he looks down on the mere local tycoons of Nanjing. Yang Hanyuan's eyes were cold as he stared intently at Chen Fan, his tone tinged with contempt. I've heard from Mr. Zhang that Mr. Chen has a business empire spanning multiple industries and is involved in a wide range of fields. Is this true or not? I'm not involved in many industries. It's just a few categories like jewelry, automobiles, luxury goods, hotels, antiques, and famous watches, Chen Fan replied calmly and modestly. Upon hearing this string of industry names, Yang Hanyuan's lips twitched violently, his heart filled with shock and disdain. This was by no means a small number. Upon closer inspection, it exceeded 10 sectors, an absurdly large industrial layout that defied all logic. Even the Yang family of Shanghai, with its rich heritage and expansion across multiple cities, has only ventured into 7 or 8 core industries after years of dedicated planning. He simply couldn't believe that Chen Fan, at such a young age, would have an industrial scale and layout that far surpassed that of the top families. Yang Hanyuan immediately concluded that Chen Fan had been exaggerating and boasting throughout, spouting empty words and lies, and his impression of him instantly plummeted. He turned and gave Zhang Benz a cold glance, full of resentment. The other party had deliberately exaggerated his abilities and introduced him to a collaborator who only knew how to talk big. Young Master Yang, everything Boss Chen said is true. Without the slightest exaggeration, Zhang Benz hurriedly spoke up to defend Chen Fan, trying his best to prove him wrong, afraid of missing this cooperation opportunity. But the preconceived prejudice had already formed, and Yang Hanyuan simply wouldn't listen to any explanation, his heart filled with disdain. Yang Hanyuan was determined to publicly humiliate Chen Fan, a mere local tycoon from Junliang, for daring to put on airs and boast in front of him. He vowed to crush Chen Fan's arrogance and make him realize the vast difference between them. Thud! A crisp sound rang out suddenly. Yang Hanyuan raised his hand and slammed a black card with a distinctive texture onto the table. Could this be JP Morgan Chase's Palladium card? Zhang Ben's voice trembled instantly as he recognized the card, his face filled with shock. The JP Morgan Palladium card, ranked 9th among the world's top 10 black cards, has only a few thousand issued globally. It carries immense prestige and status, serving as an exclusive symbol of the elite and wealthy, something ordinary people can never have the chance to experience in their lifetime. Its value is self-evident. To everyone's surprise, this young master from Shanghai actually possessed a rare Palladium card, clearly demonstrating his family's wealth and influence. Zhang Benz was filled with admiration, his respect for this young master from the Yang family, who had traveled from afar, growing even stronger. Indeed, Mr. Zhang is quite knowledgeable. Yang Hanyuan looked smug and nodded arrogantly. He had easily intimidated Zhang Benz with his rare black card, which boosted his confidence. He then turned his gaze to Chen Fan, eagerly anticipating seeing the other man shocked and frightened, thus completely crushing Chen Fan's arrogance. But under the expectant gaze of everyone, Chen Fan's expression and demeanor showed none of the panic and shock that Yang Hanyuan had anticipated. He remained calm and indifferent throughout, his reaction extremely cold, completely different from the scene in his mind, a huge discrepancy. Chen Fan glanced at the JP Morgan Chase Palladium card, one of only a few thousand in the world, that he had placed on the table, then looked away, completely unconcerned. He seemed to look down on the card entirely. Yang Hanyuan immediately felt insulted. His JP Morgan Chase Palladium card was considered quite prestigious, not only in Nanjing but even in Shanghai, since it wasn't his own card but his father's. He himself was not qualified to possess such a special black card. He had just taken it out to show off and, incidentally, to deflate Chen Fan's arrogance. But Chen Fan actually looked down on his black card. Mr. Chen doesn't seem to think much of my JP Morgan Palladium card, Yang Hanyuan said, dissatisfied. It's not that I don't think much of it. It's just rather ordinary, Chen Fan replied modestly. Ordinary. Hearing Chen Fan's words, not only Yang Hanyuan, but even Zhang Bunge's expression stiffened. The JP Morgan Palladium card is considered a prestigious black card even globally, ranking among the top 10 black cards in the world. Although ranked near the bottom, it's still not something an ordinary wealthy person can possess. Yet, for Mr. Chen, the JP Morgan Chase Palladium card, one of the world's top 10 black cards, was considered quite ordinary. My God, is Mr. Chen's taste really that high? My JP Morgan Chase Palladium card is very ordinary. Yang Hanyuan's face turned ashen. This was almost the most outrageous thing he had heard in the past decade, bar none. He simply couldn't imagine how anyone could think that a prestigious JP Morgan Chase Palladium card was so ordinary. Yang Hanyuan gave an ugly smile and asked Chen Fan, since Mr. Chen said that my JP Morgan Chase Palladium card is very ordinary, then Mr. Chen must have a black card that is even more impressive than my JP Morgan Chase Palladium card, right? Since that's the case, then please, Mr. Chen, show it to this country bumpkin so he can broaden his horizons? Yang Hanyuan said sarcastically. A black card more prestigious than the JP Morgan Chase Palladium card is extremely rare. It's either a globally limited edition or an invitation-only card. Very, very difficult to obtain. Young Master Yang. Mr. Chen didn't mean that. Zhang Benzai tried to ease the tension. He didn't quite believe Chen Fan possessed a card more prestigious than the JP Morgan Chase Palladium card, and wanted to change the subject to avoid embarrassing Chen Fan. Before Zhang Benz could finish speaking, Yang Hanyuan stopped him. I think Boss Chen will grant me this small wish, Yang Hanyuan said, making a small gesture. Boss Chen is so powerful, surely he doesn't have a black card like this? Since you're begging like this, all right then. Chen Fan nodded. I do have a special black card that's not so ordinary. With that, Chen Fan took out a card holder from the drawer next to him, then casually took out a special black card and placed it on the table. What kind of black card is this? Zhang Benz had never seen this kind of black card before. Is this the legendary MasterCard black card from the first royal bank of the oil-producing country? Yang Hanyuan looked at it carefully for a long time before asking in a low voice. Even he wasn't sure. These black cards are even rarer. There might not be many people in the entire Great Xia who possess them. Yang Hanyuan had only heard of them, but had never actually seen one. What? This is the MasterCard black card from the royal bank of the oil-producing country, which ranks among the top 10 black cards in the world. Zhang Benz exclaimed in surprise. Even Yang Hanyuan had never seen it, let alone him. However, he had heard of the prestigious MasterCard black card from the royal bank of the oil-producing country. This black card was easily among the top 5, no, even the top 3, of the world's top 10 black cards. Mr. Chen actually has such an awesome black card, impressive. Zhang Benz thought to himself. As for Yang Hanyuan, his face flushed red. He only wanted to provoke Chen Fan and help him save face. He never expected that Chen Fan would actually have a special black card even more impressive than his own JP Morgan Chase Palladium card. Yang Hanyuan's toes curled up in embarrassment. He wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground. Boss Chen is amazing, Zhang Benz said, his admiration for Chen Fan growing even stronger. Young Master Yang, now you know how capable our Boss Chen is, right? What about our future cooperation? Zhang Benz asked, getting to the point. Mr. Chen is indeed very capable, but he's not suitable to be my partner. Yang Hanyuan refused outright. This kid was really humiliating himself. How could he possibly cooperate with Chen Fan? Absolutely not. Not only is Mr. Chen unsuitable, but you, President Zhang, are also unsuitable. Yang Hanyuan replied with utter arrogance. I think we should choose one of the top families in Jinling. After all, no matter how strong you two are, you can't compare to those top families. Yang Hanyuan adopted the air of a young master from a powerful family, as if to say that if you're not from a wealthy family, even if you have the most powerful black card, it's useless. You're still not qualified to discuss cooperation with him. After saying this defiantly, Yang Hanyuan got up, intending to leave. Just as Yang Hanyuan stood up and took a step, the hotel door was suddenly opened from the outside using a keypad. Immediately afterwards, someone who shocked Yang Hanyuan walked in. Brother-in-law, I have something I want to ask. Xia Mingming walked in. Besides Chen Fan, only Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mingming knew the password to this suite. They had come here last time to retrieve something for Chen Fan. Seeing that Chen Fan had guests, Xia Mingming didn't continue speaking. But it was Xia Mingming's half-sentence that sent shockwaves through Yang Hanyuan's body. Clearly, being a fellow Shanghainese, Yang Hanyuan recognized Xia Mingming as the young heiress of the Xia family, one of Shanghai's top wealthy families. What had this young heiress just called Chen Fan brother-in-law? Is Chen Fan the son-in-law of the Xiao family? My God! Upon learning of Chen Fan's identity, Yang Hanyuan was utterly astonished. To him, being the son-in-law of the Xiao family was far more impressive than any other identity. As a fellow resident of Shanghai, Yang Hanyuan knew all too well the power of the Xiao family. Hello, Miss Xia. Yang Hanyuan abandoned his previous arrogance and greeted Xia Mengmeng with utmost obsequiousness. Huh, who are you? How do you know me? Xia Mengmeng looked Yang Hanyuan over carefully, but didn't recognize him. Miss Xia, I am from the Yang family of Shanghai. I had the honor of seeing you once at a gathering from afar. It's normal that you don't recognize me, Yang Hanyuan replied with a smile. Oh, you're from the Yang family, a second-tier wealthy family in Shanghai. Xia Mengmeng suddenly realized. The Yang family, to which Yang Hanyuan belongs, can only be considered a second-tier wealthy family in Shanghai, far inferior to the Xia family in terms of power. Then, Yang Hanyuan couldn't help but speak up. Miss Xia, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it. Chapter 399 The Arrogant Young Master of Shanghai. Xia Mengmeng's worries. What do you want to ask? Xia Mengmeng asked. May I ask which daughter of the Xia family Mr. Chen is married to or boyfriend? Maybe I know her. Yang Hanyuan asked tentatively. He really wanted to know who Chen Fan's wife or girlfriend was. The Xia family is large, with some collateral branches and a largely neglected direct line. If Chen Fan were the husband of a woman from one of the collateral branches, it would be quite ordinary. Which young lady? I've already called her brother-in-law, so of course she's my own sister. Xia Mengmeng shook her head, wondering what this guy was thinking. What? He's Xia Ruoshui's boyfriend. Upon hearing this news, Yang Hanyuan almost jumped up in shock. He hadn't dared to even think about Xia Ruoshui, who was known as the city's most beautiful girl. Let alone Yang Hanyuan. Most people in Shanghai thought that only a top young master from Beijing or the son of a reclusive tycoon could be worthy of Xia Ruoshui. And now they're being told that this Mr. Chen is actually Xia Ruoshui's boyfriend. What a joke. This Chen Fan is just from Jinling. No, he's not even from Jinling. According to Zhang Ben's, Chen Fan seems to come from a small family in some small place. Such an ordinary person could actually become Xia Ruoshui's husband? My God, unbelievable. This news will definitely cause a stir in Shanghai. Mr. Chen and Miss Xia Ruoshui are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Instantly, Yang Hanyuan's attitude towards Chen Fan underwent a complete 180-degree change, and he began to fawn over Chen Fan. It's important to understand that Xia Ruoshui's father is the recognized second-generation heir of the Xia family, and Xia Ruoshui's status in the Xia family will be terrifying in the future. Yang Hanyuan, on the other hand, is just from a second-tier wealthy family in Shanghai, so naturally he has to curry favor with Xia Ruoshui's boyfriend. Seeing Yang Hanyuan's sudden change from arrogance to obsequiousness, Zhang Ben's was even more shocked. He hadn't expected Boss Chun to have such a powerful background, that even a young master from Shanghai like Yang Hanyuan had to curry favor with him. Don't be fooled by Yang Hanyuan's supposed background as a second-tier wealthy family in Shanghai. The Yang family's total assets, even if not several hundred billion, were at least 400 or 500 billion, far exceeding the wealth of the tycoons in Nanjing. Normally, when dealing with a young master from Shanghai like Yang Hanyuan, these wealthy individuals, and even some heads of powerful families, would fawn over him. But now, it's Yang Hanyuan's turn to fawn over Boss Chun. Boss Chun is impressive. Boss Chun, I'm willing to become your partner. Yang Hanyuan quickly said, Sorry, I don't want to be your partner. You can leave. Chen Fan waved his hand. After what had just happened, Chen Fan didn't have a good impression of Yang Hanyuan and directly told him to leave. Moreover, Xia Mengmeng had suddenly come to see him at this time, so she probably had something important to discuss. Chen Fan didn't want to get entangled with Yang Hanyuan and waste time, so he told him to leave directly. Mr. Chen, please, let's discuss it some more. Yang Hanyuan tried again. Now it wasn't Chen Fan begging him, but him begging Chen Fan. There's no room for negotiation. You can leave now, but don't make me call security. Chen Fan waved his hand. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Yang Hanyuan was filled with regret. Had he known Chen Fan was the son-in-law of the prestigious Xia family and Xia Ruoshui's boyfriend, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly like a rich young master from Shanghai. Now it's all too late. Mr. Chen, I was blind just now, please don't mind. Before leaving, afraid that Chen Fan would be angry and blame him later, Yang Hanyuan apologized to Chen Fan in an extremely humble manner. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry Zhang Ben's began. He genuinely meant well, thinking they could make money together, which was why he specifically brought Yang Hanyuan to see Chen Fan. But this Yang Hanyuan was truly looking down on him. I understand. Chen Fan nodded. Zhang Ben's had helped him a lot before, and this time it was also out of kindness, but that Yang Hanyuan was too arrogant. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen. I'll be going now. Zhang Ben's tactfully left, making room for Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng. Ming, why did you suddenly come to see me? Now that there was no one else around, Chen Fan looked at Xiao Mingming. Normally, Xiao Mingming wouldn't come so late at night unless there was a specific reason. Brother-in-law, have you met my cousin Xiao Maoyuan? Xiao Mingming asked. Xiao Maoyuan? Yes. I ran into him a few days ago when I went to the Yao family with Ruo Shui to collect the 10 billion yuan debt. What happened? Chen Fan answered affirmatively. Sure enough. My cousin has been talking about you a lot in the family lately, and most of the family knows about you now. Brother-in-law, you've become the hottest topic in our Xiao family now. Then, Xiao Mingming said with a worried look, some guys who want to compete with my sister for the third-generation successor think that you must be very powerful to win over my sister, and they'll probably take action later. And I reckon this news will spread throughout Shanghai soon. At that point, some of my sister's most formidable suitors in Shanghai will probably resent you even more, and they'll likely start making moves. My brother-in-law's situation isn't looking good right now, especially someone. Xiao Mingming became even more worried when she mentioned this person. Who is it? Chen Fan asked, very curious. Chapter 400. The outrageously powerful aristocratic families of the capital, and Siu Junliang's mysterious male god. Tao Jiaju, the heir of the Dingyuan group. Xiao Mingming answered. Although this guy isn't the most outstanding or the most capable among those who are pursuing my sister, he is the one with the most volatile temper and the most impulsive. He's been pursuing my sister for a long time. If he finds out that you and my sister are together, he'll probably go crazy. Although Dingyuan group is not as powerful as the Xiao family, it is much stronger than the second-tier wealthy family, Yang. Tao Jiaju has a group of shady friends. I think he might gather a bunch of people to cause trouble for my brother-in-law in Junliang, so I came here specifically to tell you. Xiao Mingming explained. That guy was too impulsive and believed that might makes right. Xiao Mingming was worried that the madman would cause trouble for her brother-in-law and might even get into a fight with him. After Xiao Mingming finished speaking, Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Come and cause me trouble? Go ahead. Fighting is fine, whether it's a group brawl or a one-on-one fight. I'll take it on to the end. In a brawl, he had over 100 elite bodyguards from the Lei Hua private security group, as well as by Luo Xin, the top underground boss in Junliang whom he had personally promoted. If it's a one-on-one fight, that's even simpler. Chen Fan's strength has recently increased significantly. If Tao Jiaju dares to fight one-on-one, he will pay a heavy price for his actions. While Chen Fan and Xiao Mingming were chatting, a manor in Junliang was filled with 7 or 8 luxury cars, all of which had Shanghai license plates. In the manor's living room, a tall, burly young man sat there angrily. This person was none other than Tao Jiaju, the young master of Shanghai and the heir to the Dingyuan group. Tao Jiaju arrived in Shanghai much faster than Xiao Mingming had guessed. Have you found out where that kid named Chen Fan lives, and what his background is? Tao Jiaju asked the younger brother next to him. Brother Ju, so far we've only found out that the kid is staying at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Junliang. We haven't found out anything else yet. He answered softly and timidly. They came from Shanghai with Tao Jiaju and weren't very familiar with Nanjing, so they weren't quick to gather information. You piece of trash. Tao Jiaju launched into a tirade of curses. I think we should find a local from Nanjing to help us. A companion of Tao Jiaju suggested something. Tao Jiaju nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Just then, one of the henchmen who was guarding outside rushed in anxiously. Brother Ju, there's a young man outside who claims to be a direct descendant of the Siu family, a top-tier wealthy family in Junliang, and wants to pay you a visit. The younger brother introduced him to Tao Jiaju. The Siu family, one of the most prestigious families in Junliang. Tao Jiaju muttered something under his breath. They were just looking for a local in Nanjing to find out what was going on, but now a wealthy local family has come knocking on their door. This is convenient. Soon, a man with fair skin and a somewhat cold expression walked in. Hello, Mr. Tao. Upon arriving, the cold-looking man greeted Tao Jiaju with utmost respect. Who are you? Tao Jiaju inquired. Young Master Tao, my name is Su Jihui, and I am a direct descendant of the Siu family, a top-tier wealthy family in Junliang. The gloomy young man introduced himself. In addition, Su Jihui is also Siu Junliang's older brother, her biological brother. Su Jihui was furious about his sister's premarital pregnancy. The first person he wanted to take revenge on was not Chen Fan, but the man who got his sister pregnant. That is, the male god her sister talks about. When Su Jihui learned the other party's identity and that the so-called male god came from an outrageously powerful family in Beijing, Su Jihui immediately backed down. Even if you gave him 100, no, 1,000, courages, he wouldn't dare do anything to a young master from a prominent family in the capital. That would be tantamount to courting death. Upon learning this news, Su Jihui also wanted to use it to arrange for that young master from a prominent family to marry his sister, so that the Siu family could also gain a powerful patron and advance further. However, they were told that the young master from that prestigious family had a fiancée with an even more impressive and powerful background, and that compared to her, the Siu family was nothing. Su Jihui was helpless. When he heard that his sister had been refused by a man named Chen Fan, he vented all his anger on Chen Fan. He couldn't afford to offend the young masters of powerful families in the capital, but could he really afford to offend Chen Fan, who came from a small town? Su Jihui bullies the weak and fears the strong, so he can only pick on Chen Fan, this easy target. In the eyes of the Siu family, Chen Fan was nothing more than a bug, someone they could crush at will. But it was their momentary negligence that allowed Chen Fan to suddenly grow into a behemoth, now almost able to challenge the Siu family. This evening, Su Jihui heard from a friend that Tao Jiaju had come to Nanjing to cause trouble for Chen Fan, so Su Jihui volunteered to help. He wanted to use this rich young man from Shanghai to kill someone with a borrowed knife. With the help of the formidable power of the Dingyuan group behind Tao Jiaju, they will teach Chen Fan a lesson. Young Master Tao, I know quite a bit about Chen Fan. This guy comes from Jiangzhou, a second or third-tier city in Zhonghai province. Su Jihui then told Tao Jiaju what he knew. After confirming that Chen Fan didn't have an exceptionally impressive background, Tao Jiaju looked down on Chen Fan even more. I really don't know what Goddess Xiao was thinking to find such a useless boyfriend. Tao Jiaju muttered to himself, unwilling to give up. This time, I'll definitely beat Chen Fan until he cries for his parents and makes him obediently break up with Goddess Xiao. Tao Jiaju gritted his teeth and said that this was his ultimate purpose in coming to Jinling. He's willing to pay any price to make Chen Fan and Goddess Xiao break up. Tell me about the places Chen Fan frequents. Tao Jiaju gave the order. Soon, the two men conspired together to deal with Chen Fan. On the other side, Chen Fan was just about to see Xiao Mengmeng off when he suddenly received a call from Xiao Ruoshui. Ruoshui, how are you doing with the Xiao family? After answering the phone, Chen Fan asked. Everything is fine. Grandpa thinks highly of me and is currently helping me choose a more important position. I'll come back to you as soon as I've dealt with things in my Xiao family. Xiao Ruoshui replied gently. By the way, I called to tell you that I heard by chance that Tao Jiaju, that impulsive brute, went to Nanjing. I think he will most likely come looking for trouble for you. Xiao Ruoshui reminded Chen Fan. If that guy really dares to do that, call me and I'll give him a piece of my mind. No need, I can do it myself. Chen Fan spoke. How can a boyfriend like him save face if he has to ask his girlfriend to help him deal with a love rival? Besides, why bother Ruoshui with something he can handle himself? Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Fight. Temporary mission issued. Deal with Tao Jiaju, the heir of the Dingyuan group, severely punish his arrogance, and send him back to Shanghai. Mission reward. 6% stake in the Rolls-Royce group. Task reward. 361 experience points. The system has issued a new task. Originally, even without the system's mission, Chen Fan had planned to do just that. Teach that guy a lesson and then send him back to Shanghai. Now the system has even sent a mission, so wouldn't I get 6% of the Rolls-Royce Group's shares and 361 experience points for free? How awesome would that be? This is simply the icing on the cake. Ruoshui, you don't need to worry about things in Jinling. I'll take care of everything. You just need to handle your affairs at the Xiao family. Chen Fan gave instructions. Okay, be sure to contact me if anything happens. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Just as Chen Fan was about to hang up the phone, Xiao Ruoshui suddenly added. Oh, right, there's one more important thing. Chapter 401, a longer-term strategy. If you're a man, don't hide. What is it? I heard from my grandfather that one of our Xiao family's overseas businesses has run into some problems, and my father needs to go overseas again, probably for about 3 months this time. Xiao Ruoshui said. She meant that the bet Chen Fan made with his father could be postponed, and the time frame didn't need to be so tight. Don't worry, Ruoshui, we've already entered the final stage of the operation. Chen Fan stated that once the Siu family's Jai group goes bankrupt and their overseas businesses are completely destroyed, that will be the time for Chen Fan to take full action against the Siu family. Currently, the Siu family's secret overseas business is in dire straits, and Siu Junliang, the head of the Siu family billion group, has fallen into his own trap. The Siu family's 2 companies will be finished in the next few days. Ruoshui, with this promotion, you should be taking on a position at a company in Shanghai, right? Chen Fan guessed. The president of Haining Group is already considered one of the more prestigious positions in the Xia family's subsidiaries. If there were an even more important position than the president of Haining Group, it would most likely be one of the Xia family's key industries in Shanghai or overseas industries. Xia Ruoshui is not qualified enough and is too young. Old Master Xia would not allow Xia Ruoshui to take charge on her own in a faraway overseas place, so she can only stay in Shanghai. Yes, most likely in Shanghai. Xia Ruoshui nodded. Ruoshui, When you have some free time in Shanghai, could you help me find a grade A office building for sale in the city center? I'm planning to buy one. Chen Fan spoke. Chen Fan's plan to establish a large asset management company is about to be finalized. He's about to start making longer-term plans. Chen Fan considered that Shanghai was the most suitable city to establish the company, as it met his requirements in terms of strength and location. Chen Fan's plan is to bring down the Siu family, then go to Shanghai, buy a grade A office building. Renting an office is too troublesome, so it's easier to buy one directly. Then, he will establish this large asset management company to further his business empire and develop his career. Incidentally, this will also help Ruoshui compete for the position of the third-generation heir of the Siu family, fulfilling her bet with her future father-in-law, a win-win situation. Okay, I'll take care of this. Xiao Ruoshui agreed. After talking with Xiao Ruoshui, Chen Fan personally drove Xiao Mengmeng home, since it was getting late. After sending Xiao Mengmeng back, Chen Fan returned to the hotel. The next morning, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived at the Feiyu Supercar Association. The leader of this group was none other than Tao Jiaju, the heir of the Dingyuan group. Is your guild leader, Chen Fan, here? Tao Jiaju immediately asked in an arrogant manner. Sir, our president is not here at the moment. One of the association members had no idea who Tao Jiaju was and could only give a helpless answer. Not here. Then tell Chen Fan to get over here right now, and tell him his grandpa's here. As he spoke, Tao Jiaju sat down on the sofa next to him with an air of dominance, as if he wouldn't leave until Chen Fan arrived. Soon, a large crowd gathered there. A high-ranking member of the Flying Feather Supercar Association quickly contacted Chen Fan. A rich young master? Chen Fan instantly guessed that the guy might be Tao Jiaju. I'll be right there. To complete the task assigned by the system last night, Chen Fan set off for the Flying Feather Supercar Association. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan and Tao Jiaju met. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Tao Jiaju scanned Chen Fan from head to toe with an aggressive gaze. That's all there is to it. Why would Goddess Xiao be interested in you? Tao Jiaju offered his critique and comments on Chen Fan. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tao Jiaju, and I'm from Shanghai. As soon as Tao Jiaju finished speaking, his underling immediately added with immense pride. Our brother Ju is the heir apparent of the Shanghai Dingyuan Group, the future successor of the Dingyuan Group. The heir of the Dingyuan Group? Wow, does this guy have such a powerful background? The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association were extremely surprised. This time I'll try to be polite first, then I'll use force. If you honestly break up with Goddess Xia, I can let you off this time and not hurt you. Tao Jiaju suddenly stood up and threatened Chen Fan. If you don't, then don't blame me for taking action against you. You'll be left with a black eye and a swollen face, and that'll be your own fault. Tao Jiaju is being extremely aggressive. You're being way too domineering. Exactly, so what? Does the Dingyuan Group from Shanghai make them so great? Members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association spoke up to defend Chen Fan. Let's see who dares to utter a single complaint. Anyone who dares to utter another word will face retaliation from the Dingyuan Group. Tao Jiaju suddenly turned his head and reprimanded everyone. Retaliation from the Dingyuan Group. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association immediately shut up. They couldn't be tough in the face of absolute strength. Even if these people were all together, let alone individually, they would be no match for the Dingyuan Group. You are indeed exceptionally arrogant. I'll give you two choices. Either get out of Nanjing immediately and never appear in my sight again. Secondly, I'll trample you underfoot and send you to the hospital for a year or two. What the hell did you say? Tao Jiaju was enraged. He was actually threatened by a guy from a small town. This was intolerable. At this moment, he no longer cared about the principle of courtesy before force. Ashion, Tao Jiaju shouted loudly. Then, standing next to him, a burly man with broad shoulders and a height of nearly 2 meters stepped forward, glaring at Chen Fan as if ready to attack. Today, I'll show you what happens when you have a sharp tongue. Kid, do you dare to fight my little brother? If you're a man, don't hide. Tao Jiaju yelled at Chen Fan. I don't need to personally deal with him. Chen Fan spoke calmly. Come out. At Chen Fan's command, a man appeared outside, much to the astonishment of everyone present. Chapter 402 Chen Fan's condition. Use the enemy's methods to deal with the enemy. This is a man around 30 years old, very thin, and less than 1.7 meters tall. Standing there, he formed a stark contrast to Xiong, Tao Jiaju's henchman, who was 2 meters tall and weighed over 200 kilograms. Xiong is probably worth 2.5 of Chen Fan's men. When Tao Jiaju saw Chen Fan call out for his men, he thought Chen Fan had brought some kind of expert, but it turned out to be just this. This little guy probably couldn't even withstand one slap from me. Xiong looked at Chen Fan's men with utter contempt. Not to mention Tao Jiaju's side. Even the Feiyu Supercar Association doesn't have a high opinion of Chen Fan's subordinate. The gap between him and Xiong is too big, ridiculously big. Boss. The thin man didn't speak, but instead greeted Chen Fan respectfully. On his way here, Chen Fan summoned some of the bodyguards from his Lei Hua private security group who were with by Luoshan. This thin man was a squad leader-like figure among the bodyguards. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Dealing with a thug was definitely no problem for this squad leader. The group arrived at a spacious open space outside, and Xiong and the thin man stepped forward. Xiong, take care of this guy within 1 minute. Xiong, don't let Brother Ju down. Go, Xiong. Tao Jiaju's companions shouted loudly. Tao Jiaju stood there smiling. The outcome of this competition was obvious. Even disregarding the difference in size, in terms of skill alone, this thin man would be no match for Xiong. Xiong is one of his top henchmen, a true martial arts expert. How could he possibly lose? Chen Fan found this short, scrawny guy from who knows where. It's ridiculous. On a residential building not far from the Feiyu Supercar Association, Siu Junliang's older brother, Su Jihui, who had voluntarily sided with Tao Jiaju, was watching what was happening in front of the Feiyu Supercar Association with a professional pair of binoculars. I refuse to believe that the heir of the prestigious Dingyuan group can't deal with a nobody like you, Chen Fan. Su Jihui muttered to himself with confidence. The real show is about to begin. In front of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, Xiong said disdainfully to the thin man. Make your move, I'll let you have a chance. The thin man had sharp eyes. The moment Xiong spoke, he suddenly struck out and kicked Xiong hard in the chest. With a thud, the burly Xiong was kicked to the ground by the thin man. Everyone present was stunned to see Xiong lying on the ground. Damn it, little guy, you've really angered me. Xiong struggled to his feet. After getting up, Xiong swung his fist, which was the size of a sandbag, and punched the thin man hard in the face. Faced with Xiong's attack, the thin man not only did not dodge, but instead took the initiative to meet him. Just as Xiong's fist was about to strike, the thin man used softness to overcome hardness, lightly meeting the blow with his palm. Then, relying on his nimble physique, he slightly crouched down, leaned against Xiong, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Xiong's arm. Thump! Xiong fell flat on his face this time. Xiong crashed badly this time, and his screams echoed throughout the entire Flying Feather Supercar Association. Xiong was unwilling to give up and got up again. After exchanging a few more blows, Xiong was knocked to the ground, with no chance to fight back. From the moment the thin man made his move to the moment he completely defeated Xiong, it only took a mere 30 or 40 seconds. This result was unexpected by everyone present. Chen Fan's seemingly weak subordinate is actually incredibly strong. Xiong was defeated, and defeated miserably, without any chance to fight back. Tao Jiaju's companions were filled with disappointment. They had lost face big time. Xiong is so much bigger than that guy, and this is all he got. As for Tao Jiaju, he was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly ahead. Tao Jiaju was well aware of Xiong's strength. He really didn't expect that Xiong would be defeated by this skinny man he looked down on. As for Su Jihui, who was on a residential building in the distance, he was even more astonished. Are Chen Fan's men really that capable? They took care of Xiong in no time. Su Jihui had a bad feeling. After finishing the fight, the thin man didn't say a word. He calmly walked behind Chen Fan, put his hands behind his back, and stood guard for Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I must say, I envy you for having such subordinates. Tao Jiaju spoke. No, there are many things about me that you envy. This is just the beginning. Chen Fan gave a calm reply. No, Chen Fan, you're being too arrogant. You only beat one of my men, what's the big deal? Tao Jiaju was enraged by Chen Fan's words. Brother, would you like to work for me? No matter what price Chen Fan offers, I'm willing to pay double that to be my bodyguard. How about it? Tao Jiaju suddenly extended an olive branch to the thin man, wanting to poach Chen Fan's people right in front of Chen Fan. Standing behind Chen Fan, the thin man had a cold expression and did not respond at all. 1 time isn't enough, then 2 times, 3 times. Tao Jiaju even raised the price to 5 times higher than Chen Fan's, but the thin man still stood there without saying a word. He has a long-term agreement with Thunderfire Private Security Group, and as a retired Special Forces soldier, he certainly wouldn't do something like betraying them for money. Tao Jiaju was furious when his plan to poach Chen Fan's men failed. Why go through all that trouble? So, Chen Fan, do you dare to fight me personally? If you're a man, you should settle things with your fists. Everything else is just empty talk. Tao Jiaju ripped off his jacket, revealing his muscular physique, and provocatively said, If I win, you'll become my underling and work like a slave for me from now on. What if you lose? Chen Fan countered with a question. I lost. How could I possibly lose? Tao Jiaju was extremely confident. Tao Jiaju was different from those playboys who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. He loved fighting since he was a child, and had even studied boxing, fighting, sanda, and other martial arts in a professional and systematic way. He was very skilled, and even surpassed Xiong. As for Chen Fan's situation, Tao Jiaju heard about it from Su Jihui. Chen Fan was just an ordinary person who had never learned anything about sanda, Chinese kickboxing. Dealing with ordinary people like that is a piece of cake, isn't it? Once a fight breaks out, he can manipulate Chen Fan at will. How about this? If I lose, I'll be your lackey, serve you like a slave. How about that? Tao Jiaju suggested. You're not worthy to be my underling. Chen Fan coldly replied. If you lose, get out of Nanjing immediately and leave Shanghai forever. Don't taint my and Ruoshui's eyes. Getting out of Nanjing is nothing, but leaving Shanghai forever is too hard for Tao Jiaju to accept. What's wrong? Didn't you say that men should settle things with their fists? What? Are you chickening out now? Chen Fan used Tao Jiaju's tactics to turn the tables on him. Chapter 403. Not far from becoming the largest shareholder of Rolls-Royce, a special reward. Who chickened out? I agreed. Tao Jiaju couldn't stand it, and agreed immediately. Although losing would mean leaving Shanghai, which would be too high a price to pay, he believed he had at least a 99% chance of winning. With such a high chance of winning, why not compete? Are you even a man if you don't compete? Come. Tao Jiaju stepped forward, walked to the open space, and beckoned to Chen Fan. Brother Ju is awesome. That's our Brother Ju. He's got guts. Let's see how Brother Ju beats this kid up in a bit. He dares to steal Goddess Xiao from Brother Ju. He deserves to be beaten. Tao Jiaju's companions shouted encouragement to him. As for Su Jihui, who was hiding in a residential building in the distance, his expression was somewhat complicated. Tao Jiaju is such a reckless brute. All he knows is how to fight and throw punches. As the heir of the prestigious Dingyuan group, why didn't he use the group's resources to teach Chen Fan a lesson? Instead, he chose to resort to violence. Su Jihui looked down on this behavior. Although he despised Tao Jiaju for being a reckless brute, Su Jihui still believed that Tao Jiaju would win. Last night, he inquired about Tao Jiaju's specific situation and learned that Tao Jiaju was highly skilled and was almost the most capable fighter in their circle, without exception. Tao Jiaju personally took action and beat Chen Fan up. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Chen Fan is ready to be Tao Jiaju's dog. The president will win. We believe in the president's abilities. The Flying Feather Supercar Association also cheered for Chen Fan. Boss, this guy is not to be underestimated. He's probably been training for many years. Maybe I should take over. The thin man standing behind Chen Fan whispered a reminder to him. It's all right, I can do it myself. Chen Fan waved his hand and also came to the center position. Don't cry if I beat you up later. Tao Jiaju sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly and unexpectedly attacked Chen Fan. No martial ethics? How could you launch a sneak attack? The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association loudly rebuked Tao Jiaju for his unsportsmanlike behavior. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Tao Jiaju's fist was about to hit Chen Fan's face. At that very moment, Chen Fan also made a move, throwing a punch at the opponent. Having only recently amplified his power, Chen Fan wanted to test the effects. Thump! The two men's fists collided. Chen Fan only swayed slightly before returning to normal. However, Tao Jiaju kept backing away, retreating 4 or 5 meters, until he lost his balance and fell on his backside. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. The amplification effect this time was quite good. Oh, this? Looking ahead, Tao Jiaju's companions' smiles froze. They never expected that just exchanging a punch would cause Brother Ju to fall to the ground. Tao Jiaju's face was also filled with disbelief. He couldn't even beat Chen Fan in terms of strength. What a joke. Tao Jiaju quickly stood up and attacked again, kicking Chen Fan in the chest. Chen Fan dodged Tao Jiaju's kick with a quick movement, and at the same time, he crouched slightly and swept his leg across Tao Jiaju's standing foot. Thump! Tao Jiaju was knocked to the ground once again. After being knocked down by Chen Fan twice in a row, Tao Jiaju was badly hurt and felt dizzy. Before Tao Jiaju could even get up, Chen Fan was already in front of him and threw another punch. Tao Jiaju tried to resist, but in the face of absolute power, no matter how much he resisted, it was all in vain. In the end, Tao Jiaju was trampled underfoot by Chen Fan. The outcome of this competition is already decided. The members of the Flying Feather Supercar Association were overjoyed, shouting repeatedly, feeling incredibly proud to have such a capable president as Chen Fan. As for Tao Jiaju's companions and underlings, they were all dumbfounded. They dared not, and did not want to, believe what was happening. Brother Ju lost, and lost so badly. The fight just now was entirely Chen Fan's domain, and Brother Ju was the one who got thrashed. How could this happen? Clang. On a distant residential building, Su Jihui's binoculars fell to the ground. Su Jihui looked as if he had lost his parents, and his face turned pale. Damn, how is Chen Fan so strong? Even Tao Jiaju is no match for him. Damn it, damn it. Su Jihui was furious. The outcome was exactly the opposite of what he had predicted. I lost. Tao Jiaju, trampled under Chen Fan's feet, sighed deeply, his heart filled with despair, and he completely admitted defeat. At this moment, Tao Jiaju had a bruised and swollen face, and it seemed that one of his ribs was broken. He was also experiencing waves of pain in his abdomen. Tao Jiaju was completely convinced that Chen Fan's skills far surpassed his own, and his defeat was not unjust. You're better than me. I accept that Goddess Xia chose you. I will leave Nanjing immediately, return to Shanghai to pack my things, and never appear in Shanghai again. Tao Jiaju guarantees this. As Tao Jiaju conceded defeat, the system's voice came through. Fight. Deal with Tao Jiaju, the heir of the Dingyuan group, and severely punish his arrogance. Send him back. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring a 6% stake in the Rolls-Royce Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 361 experience points. Mission accomplished. Rolls-Royce Group's 6% stake acquired. Chen Fan now owns 22% of the Rolls-Royce Group's shares. He is just 2.1% away from becoming the second largest shareholder of Rolls-Royce, and he is not far from becoming the largest shareholder of Rolls-Royce. Chen Fan is in a very good mood right now. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak to Tao Jiaju, the system's reward for today arrived ahead of schedule. And today's reward is incredibly special. Chapter 404 79 Days of Severing Ties. Reward, Gubei No. 1, the most luxurious residential complex in Shanghai. Fight. On the 79th day of severing ties, the reward is a luxury apartment in Shanghai's most exclusive building, Building 4 of Gubei No. 1. Oh, Chen Fan was quite surprised when he saw today's reward. It's worth noting that Gubei No. 1 is one of the most prestigious luxury residences in Shanghai, with prices even higher than the renowned Thompson Riviera. Currently, the average price of Gubei No. 1 is about 280,000 yuan per square meter, while Thompson Riviera is only about 250,000 to 260,000 yuan per square meter. More importantly, Gubei No. 1 only has 8 buildings, and the system has now directly rewarded itself with 4, which is almost half of Gubei No. 1. In an instant, half of the renowned luxury residential complex, Gubei No. 1, in Shanghai, already belonged to Chen Fan. This feels really good. Now, he'll have enough places to live when he goes to Shanghai. Even if Chen Fan lives in one house every day, it will probably take him a year or 2 to live in all of them. In just a short time, Chen Fan not only acquired 6% of Rolls-Royce's shares, but also obtained half of Shanghai's most exclusive luxury residential community. Chen Fan reaped a great harvest. After reviewing the system, Chen Fan finally removed his foot from Tao Jiaju's chest. I admit defeat and will leave Shanghai voluntarily. But I advise you, it's best not to go to Shanghai in this lifetime. Otherwise, those suitors of Goddess Xia in Shanghai will definitely not let you go. Tao Jiaju looked at Chen Fan. Among the suitors of the Goddess Xia, I am just an ordinary one. He was telling the truth this time, without lying at all. Among Goddess Xia's suitors in Shanghai, there are quite a few who are more impressive than him. He admired strength and fists, and Chen Fan was skilled enough to easily defeat him. But those people are different. They are more adept at using their background and status. Compared to those top young masters in Shanghai, or the second generation of certain big shots, Chen Fan doesn't have much of an advantage. I'm sorry, I'll be going to Shanghai in a few days. Chen Fan calmly replied that he shouldn't listen to this enemy. I can only wish you success. Tao Jiaju said something meaningful to Chen Fan, then turned and left with his men. Seeing Tao Jiaju leave from afar, Su Jihui was furious. This brute, so what if he beat you? Why can't you use your power and your Dingyuan group to pressure Chen Fan? Su Jihui muttered angrily. As expected, relying on others won't work. To deal with Chen Fan, one can only rely on oneself. Su Jihui made up his mind to deal with Chen Fan on his own. Meanwhile, with the matter settled, Chen Fan left the Flying Feather Supercar Association. At noon, Chen Fan and Xiao Mengmeng had lunch together. At the dinner table, Xiao Mengmeng wanted to tell Chen Fan about the difficult Tao Jiaju. No need, the matter has been resolved. Before Xiao Mengmeng could finish speaking, Chen Fan interrupted. Oh, solved? What's solved? Xiao Mengmeng didn't quite understand. Tao Jiaju. Chen Fan answered. What? You've already solved Tao Jiaju's troubles, brother-in-law? Xiao Mengmeng's mouth was wide open, her face full of surprise. When did this happen? It was this morning. From now on, you won't see him again, not even in Shanghai, let alone in Nanjing. Chen Fan answered. This morning? Xiao Mengmeng was incredibly shocked. Her brother-in-law was amazing. As a native of Shanghai, Xiao Mingming had naturally heard how difficult Tao Jiaju was to deal with. When it came to my brother-in-law, he solved such a big problem for Tao Jiaju in just one morning. My brother-in-law is amazing. Xiao Mingming was unaware that Chen Fan had only spent a few minutes truly dealing with Tao Jiaju. Otherwise, she would have been even more shocked. In the afternoon, Chen Fan began to accelerate his attack on Su's Jai group based on false intelligence. Meanwhile, within the Su family's Jai group, Siu Junliang, starting this morning, began to take drastic measures against the Ronca group based on secret intelligence and information provided to him by Wei Konghao, a traitor from the Ronca group. It should be working soon. Siu Junliang speculated in his office. It will definitely be effective. The information provided by Wei Konghao is very important. Mr. Su, please rest assured. That's right. How could a small Ronca group be a match for us? Besides, we have allies. In the office, several senior executives from Su's Jai group spoke up, feeling that victory was in sight. Even the second-in-command of Lion Ronc group has defected to them, so how could they possibly lose? That's true. Our Su's Jai group will absolutely not become a second Su's capital group, Siu Junliang said through gritted teeth. The collapse of Su Family Capital Group, a vital industry for the Su family, by Chen Fan is a great disgrace to the Su family. He will absolutely not repeat the same mistake. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Siu Junliang spoke. Then, Wei Konghao, the notorious traitor of Ronca Group, walked in with a fawning smile. Mr. Su, I took a huge risk to steal these top-secret intelligence documents for the sake of our Su's Jai group. As soon as he entered, Wei Konghao tried to take credit. When the time comes, I'll bring down Ronca Group and Chen Fan. Boss Su, you can't forget what I did. Wei Konghao's goal is to become a high-ranking executive in one of the Su family's important businesses, thereby gaining access to the powerful Su family and soaring to great heights. After all, no matter how powerful Chen Fan is, without a background, he is definitely no match for the Su family, who have stood in Jinling for so many years. Don't worry, if you can bring down Ronca Group and leave Chen Fan heavily in debt, I will arrange a suitable position for you. At that time, Siu Junliang nodded, and even began to smile and discuss with Wei Konghao what the situation would be like after things succeeded. The old man must be very happy that I solved this problem with Chen Fan myself. At that time, he might just designate himself as the next heir of the Su family. After all, he had accomplished something that many members of the Su family had failed to do, resolving the problem of Chen Fan. The more Siu Junliang thought about it, the more smug he became, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. Before Siu Junliang and his group could even gloat for a few seconds, a mid-level manager from Su's Jai group suddenly ran in. Boss, Tianhua Group has suddenly announced the suspension of our cooperation. What? Why are you stopping your cooperation with us? Siu Junliang looked puzzled. Why all of a sudden? Tianhua Group and they had always had a good working relationship, so why did this suddenly happen? It doesn't matter. It's just a mere Tianhua Group. If they don't cooperate with us, there are plenty of other companies that will. Siu Junliang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. The most important thing is to soon bring down Ronca Group and trample Chen Fan underfoot. Boss, we took action against Ronca Group based on the data you provided. But not only did we not gain anything, we also suffered heavy losses. Boss, we've wasted our time. A few minutes later, 3 or 4 more pieces of bad news arrived. Upon hearing this, Siu Junliang's smile froze completely, and he could no longer laugh. That's not right. Siu Junliang was somewhat dazed. The development of events had exceeded his expectations. Before Siu Junliang could even process all the bad news, another bolt from the blue struck. Chapter 405 The Collapse of Siu Junliang. The Su family is about to fall from the ranks of top affluent families in Jinling. Boss, just now we received news that Anji New Energy Company, in which you invested more than 20 billion yuan, has suddenly declared bankruptcy. One of Siu Junliang's trusted confidants rushed in to report, looking extremely flustered. What did you say? Which company went bankrupt? Siu Junliang's eyes widened, and he quickly retorted. Anji New Energy Company. The trusted aide answered in a low voice. He knew what the company's bankruptcy meant for the boss. Anji New Energy Company went bankrupt? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Siu Junliang didn't believe it at all. Seeing this, the confidant had no choice but to produce the video he had personally filmed at Anji New Energy Company. Actually, the news came an hour ago. As Siu Junliang's confidant, he couldn't believe that the company his boss valued so much could go bankrupt without any warning. Therefore, Siu Junliang's confidant personally drove to the headquarters of Anji New Energy Company to verify the information. Sure enough, when he arrived at the scene, he found it deserted, with nothing left. After watching the video filmed by his confidant, Siu Junliang had no choice but to believe it. The next moment, Siu Junliang's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he lost his composure. No! The first few pieces of bad news he heard, though serious, were not fatal, and Siu Junliang could grit his teeth and bear them. But now, knowing that Anji New Energy Company, which he valued so much, has gone bankrupt, Siu Junliang really couldn't hold back anymore. He invested a total of over 20 billion yuan, and that was over 20 billion yuan in working capital, not in any kind of industry. Now that Anji New Energy Company has suddenly declared bankruptcy, it's practically the death knell for Siu Junliang. Wasn't his 27 billion yuan just wasted? Siu Junliang was unwilling to give up, so he quickly took out his phone and called the chairman of Anji New Energy Company. Soon, a voice came through the phone, but it wasn't the chairman of Anji New Energy Company. It was a mechanical reply. The number you dialed is not in service. Is the number invalid? The mobile phone number of the chairman of Anji New Energy Company is no longer in service? Siu Junliang's vision went black, and he almost fell over. It's important to know that part of the 27 billion yuan investment was borrowed by Siu Junliang. Now that Anji New Energy Company has suddenly declared bankruptcy, what is he supposed to do? He owes money to someone now. Siu Junliang turned to look at Wei Konghao, grabbed Wei Konghao's collar abruptly, and questioned him sharply. What did you say? Didn't you say Anji New Energy Company was so powerful and stable? How could it suddenly go bankrupt? Siu Junliang angrily questioned. Mr. Siu, I don't know either. Wei Konghao replied with a wronged expression that he really didn't know what was going on. I heard about this from Chen Fan, and I immediately reported it to you. Reminded by Wei Konghao, and considering all the information he had just received, Siu Junliang suddenly realized what was going on. Damn it, you were exposed a long time ago. The information you gave me was all fake, completely fake. Siu Junliang roared. Thump. Enraged, Siu Junliang attacked Wei Konghao, punching and kicking him repeatedly. Before long, Wei Konghao was beaten down by Siu Junliang. Siu Junliang was in his prime, while Wei Konghao was old and naturally no match for him. Moreover, Wei Konghao was afraid of Siu Junliang's background and dared not fight back. In the end, Wei Konghao was beaten to the point of near death by Siu Junliang. If it weren't for the intervention of others, Wei Konghao might have been killed by Siu Junliang. Although Wei Konghao was lucky to survive, he is already old and suffered such a serious injury, so he will probably have to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Wei Konghao was taken to the hospital, while Siu Junliang slumped on the ground, his eyes glazed over. It's over, everything is over. Chen Fan, Chen Fan. Siu Junliang roared on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. He actually let a kid he once regarded as an ant be manipulated at will. For Siu Junliang, who values his reputation, this was an utter disgrace, more painful than death. Just when Siu Junliang thought that Anji New Energy Company's bankruptcy was the worst news, new developments came. President, the company's stock market is experiencing turmoil. There are investors targeting us, and it's not just one company. Mr. Siu, the president of Jinling Bank, which has been cooperating with us and providing us with loans for the past few years, has suddenly announced that he will no longer provide us with loans. Hearing the latest devastating news, Siu Junliang became completely numb. At this rate, it will be the Siu family Jai Group that goes bankrupt. Just moments ago, Siu Junliang was confident that no matter what happened, his Siu's Jai Group would never become the second Siu family business to be ruined by Chen Fan. But now, Siu Junliang suddenly realized that he had spoken too soon. Once the Siu family's Jai Group is destroyed, it will come at a huge cost to the Siu family of Jinling. The Siu family will fall out of the ranks of Nanjing's top wealthy families. After decades of hard work, the Siu family has become one of the top wealthy families in Nanjing. Now, all their past efforts are about to be reduced to ashes. Left with no other option, Siu Junliang turned to Huitong Group, the Siu family's secret business, for help in hopes of salvaging the situation. In the chairman's office of Ronca Group, Chen Fan listened to the report. Chen Fan had informants watching outside Siu's Jai Group. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh, especially when he heard that Wei Konghao was being taken to the hospital on the verge of death. So what? I'll make you a traitor. This is what happens to traitors. Wei Konghao deserves it. Wouldn't it have been better for him to just stay and be the number 2 person in Ronca Group? The Siu family Jai Group is already on the verge of collapse. Chen Fan needs to step in and try to completely eliminate this important industry of the Siu family today, or at the latest tomorrow. Just as Chen Fan was making his plans, a very important phone call came in. Chapter 406: The exact whereabouts of Chen Fan's parents. Can't non-residents enter? This phone call surprised Chen Fan immensely. The person making this call was none other than the top tracking expert that Chen Fan had previously recruited from the Nine Heavens Security Group. Chen Fan had sent these people to find the whereabouts of his missing parents. Could it be that my parents have received some news? Filled with curiosity, Chen Fan answered the phone. The moment the call connected, Chen Fan heard some incredibly exciting news. Boss, there's been a major breakthrough. Chen Fan immediately perked up and quickly asked, "What breakthrough? Tell me quickly." Chen Fan asked impatiently. The parents have been missing for a year without any trace, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. The tracking experts that Chen Fan sent to investigate the parents' whereabouts only obtained a few video clips, but nothing concrete. "Boss, we found the exact whereabouts of your parents. Although it was more than half a year ago." The answer came from a bodyguard from Zhou Security Group, but it confirmed that our previous investigation direction was correct. "What is their exact whereabouts?" "Where?" Chen Fan asked with a serious expression. "Boss, about 6 months ago, your parents visited an old scholar and professor in a high-end residential area in Nanjing. They stayed for more than an hour before leaving. I don't know what they were doing there." The answer came from a bodyguard from Zhou Security Group. This senior alumnus has served as a professor at several prestigious universities in China, including top institutions such as Peking University and Zhejiang University. "You visited an old professor?" Chen Fan muttered to himself, which made him even more puzzled. What are the parents going to do when they visit an old professor? According to our investigation, that old professor is still living in that neighborhood. "Boss, would you like to come and investigate in person, or should we do it?" People from Zhou Security Group inquired. He had barely finished speaking when a mechanical voice rang in Chen Fan's ear. "Bite. Temporary mission issued. Visit the old professor in person and inquire about your parents' situation. Task reward, 12% stake in Zhongtian Entertainment Company. Task reward, 349 experience points." Once this task is completed, Chen Fan will have 70% of Zhongtian Entertainment shares. He only needs the final 30% to take over the entire company. "I'll do it myself," Chen Fan answered without hesitation. Even without this system task, Chen Fan would definitely have investigated it personally. After so much time, Chen Fan finally had a definite location for his parents. So how could he not take action himself? "Send me the location of your neighborhood, and I'll come right away." Chen Fan gave the order. "Yes, boss." The bodyguard from Zhou Security Group agreed, and after hanging up the phone, Chen Fan immediately received the location of the residential area. Chen Fan went downstairs, got into his limited edition supercar, and headed straight for the old professor's house. When Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of the residential area, the bodyguards from the Zhou Security Group were already waiting outside. Chen Fan parked the car and led his people toward the residential area. Wait a moment. Before Chen Fan and his group could even go inside, they were suddenly stopped by a security guard. "Are you residents of our community?" I asked the security guard. "No." Chen Fan shook his head. "Do you know anyone in your group? If so, you can ask them to come out and meet you." The security guard asked again. "No." Chen Fan shook his head. He had only heard of the old professor. The professor certainly didn't know him. "If not, then I'm sorry, you can't go in. This is a high-end gated community, and outsiders are not allowed to enter." The security guard introduced it with immense pride. This wasn't because he was deliberately targeting Chen Fan, but rather because it was the rule of the upscale gated community. Only residents could freely enter and exit the community, and even food delivery was not allowed in. There would be dedicated property staff to deliver the food. Just as this security guard stopped Chen Fan and his group, another security guard next to them also stopped another visitor who wanted to go in to visit a friend. "You mean becoming a homeowner here means you can come and go as you please, right?" Chen Fan inquired. "Right." The security guard nodded. "That's easy. I'll just buy a house here, won't I?" As Chen Fan spoke, he casually sent out a text message. Simple. Chen Fan's casual remark, however, struck the security guard like a thunderclap in a clear sky. "Are you kidding me? Although this isn't a villa district, the house prices are about the same as in villa districts. A house here costs at least tens of millions. A house worth tens of millions. Is it something you can just buy on a whim?" Moreover, he only wanted to get in. Just to get into the community, he would buy a house worth tens of millions. Would anyone be so extravagant as to be so inhumane? 3, 2, 1. Amid the security guard's astonished gazes, Chen Fan sent the message and then began counting down from 3. Ding dong. As soon as Chen Fan finished saying the word 1, he received a reply. "I've bought the house. I'm now a homeowner in your community. I can come and go as I please." Chen Fan looked at the security personnel. "Have you bought it?" "Sir, are you sure?" Only a few seconds have passed. The security personnel did not believe Chen Fan's words at all. The security guards nearby, as well as 2 residents who were about to enter the community, were also stunned, and they couldn't help but look at Chen Fan. Buy a house worth tens of millions in just a few seconds? Not to mention the security guards, even the 2 homeowners didn't believe it. However, before the security personnel could finish speaking, Chen Fan's phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am your 24-hour property manager at Ziyun Mansion." A soft female voice came from the other side. As a high-end residential community, each homeowner has their own dedicated property manager. "I need to enter the residential area. Please tell the security guard." Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll take care of it. After saying that, Chen Fan handed his phone directly to the security guard. The security guard took the call looking completely bewildered. After listening to what the property manager on the other end said, the security guard was utterly dumbfounded. You really bought one of the apartments? The security personnel were speaking with a slight tremor in their voices. Now he looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of awe and admiration. Just how wealthy is this person? Just to get in, he casually bought a house in the community worth tens of millions of yuan. More importantly, it only took a few seconds. Real? This guy isn't lying. The security guards and residents nearby were also dumbfounded. Can I go in now? Chen Fan countered with a question. To find out where their parents are, spending tens of millions of dollars is nothing. Moreover, the reward for this mission is as high as tens of billions, which is nothing compared to tens of millions. Yes, please come in. Please come in. The security guard immediately opened the tightly closed door with utmost respect, then bowed and humbly invited Chen Fan inside. Seeing this, Chen Fan led several people from the Zhouxiao security group and strode into the residential area. Please wait a moment. But before Chen Fan and his group had taken more than a few steps, a hurried voice suddenly came from behind them. Chapter 407 The Old Professor Who Knows the Secret. Chen Fan's money-making ability comes into play. Chen Fan turned his head and saw a man in his 30s wearing thick glasses jogging over. This guy was one of the residents of the two residential areas outside earlier. Chen Fan glanced at him, realized he didn't recognize him, and turned to leave. Please wait a moment. I have something very, very important that I would like to discuss with you. The bespectacled man quickly ran up to Chen Fan and said sincerely, What is it? Chen Fan asked casually. Hello, sir. I'm also a resident of this community, so we're neighbors. I have a very good investment project here. I wonder if you'd be interested in learning more. The man with glasses spoke. His current research project lacks investors. He learned about Chen Fan's immense wealth while he was outside, so he chased after him without hesitation. Investment projects? What investment projects? Chen Fan was a little curious. I research artificial intelligence, and I've currently developed an AI application related to autonomous driving. The bespectacled man quickly introduced himself to Chen Fan. Fearing that Chen Fan might not understand, the bespectacled man deliberately explained some of the highly technical terms in layman's terms. AI? Intelligent driving? Chen Fan became slightly interested. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, artificial intelligence is a crucial direction for future development, and intelligent driving is also a highly promising industry. Intelligent driving has been almost fully developed, but large-scale testing and subsequent formal market launch require a large amount of funding, so I need a financially strong investor. The bespectacled man explained to Chen Fan again. Because I spend so much time in the lab, I have a poor network and don't know many wealthy people. Furthermore, if we really want to officially launch this product into the market, it will likely require a huge investment of 11 figures, so I don't have suitable investors at the moment. An 11-figure sum. That's an investment of tens of billions. That's no small sum. No wonder no one's investing. Would you be interested, sir? If you're interested, shall we find a place to discuss this in more detail? Seeing that Chen Fan did not refuse outright, the bespectacled man asked again. He was quite certain that Chen Fan's financial resources were absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he would have been scared away long ago upon hearing that the investment was worth tens of billions. The gentleman in front of me remained remarkably calm after listening, which spoke volumes. I have more important things to do now, maybe next time. Chen Fan's most important task right now is to visit that old professor and inquire about his parents' situation. He doesn't have time to discuss it in detail for the time being. With that, Chen Fan led his men forward. Sir, we can talk after you finish your business. The bespectacled man shouted. I'll be waiting for you right here. The bespectacled man stood aside, watching Chen Fan walk deeper into the residential area. A few minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. Chen Fan knocked on the old professor's door. Soon, an elderly woman with white hair and simple clothes opened the door. Hello, is Professor Lu here? Chen Fan asked politely. Old Lu is here, please come in. Seeing that Chen Fan had come to see her husband, the old woman invited him in. Upon entering the room, Chen Fan saw a sprightly old man around 80 years old, who was wearing reading glasses and studying something. Old Lu, this young man is here to see you. The old woman called out to her husband. Oh, Professor Lu looked up at Chen Fan. Young man, you are. Professor Lu thought for a moment and realized that he did not know Chen Fan, so he asked, Hello, Professor Lu. My name is Chen Fan, and I come from Jiangzhou. Chen Fan stepped forward, stood in front of Professor Lu, and gave a meaningful reply. Is your surname Chen? From Jiangzhou. You're from the wealthy Chen family of Jiangzhou? Professor Lu's expression turned serious, and he cautiously asked again. I used to be from the Chen family in Jiangzhou, but I have now severed ties with the Chen family. Chen Fan answered. Noticing Professor Lu's behavior after hearing about his background, Chen Fan became even more certain that he definitely knew something. Looking at Chen Fan, Professor Lu couldn't help but fall into memories. Young man, I don't know why you've come to see me, but I'm not feeling well right now and need to rest. Please leave. Professor Lu subtly asked him to leave, clearly wanting to avoid something. Professor Lu seems to be worried about building a Hope Primary School. Chen Fan did not respond to Professor Lu, but changed the subject. Chen Fan glanced at the table and saw the document that Professor Lu had been studying when he came in. It was a handwritten letter from a remote mountain area. Why? A scholar is utterly useless. Upon hearing this, Professor Lu let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness. This letter was written by one of his former students, who came from a very poor and remote mountainous area. After graduation, this student gave up a job in a big city with $1 million annual salary and returned to the poor mountainous area to teach. Unfortunately, that region was too poor, the schools were outdated, and the teaching facilities were terrible. So one of his students wanted to build a real Hope Primary School in the area. Knowing about the student's idea, Professor Lu naturally supported it wholeheartedly. It was a good thing. Unfortunately, he didn't have much savings at all. He had donated most of his savings, and even the place he lives now was provided to him free of charge by another student. Professor Lu, I am willing to fund the construction of this Hope Primary School and also build a library. Chen Fan spoke. Real? Young man, are you kidding me? Building a Hope Primary School and a library would require at least several million, or even tens of millions of yuan. Professor Lu's eyes widened. Chen Fan did not answer, but instead took out his checkbook, wrote a check for 10 million, and slowly placed it on the table. Professor Lu, this is my sincere wish. I hope to have a talk with you. By doing this, he could not only find out about his parents from Professor Lu, but also show his love and care, a win-win situation. I thank you on behalf of the children in those remote mountain areas. Looking at the check, Professor Lu spoke excitedly. In order to build this Hope Primary School, he was willing to talk to Chen Fan about things he didn't want to say. Professor Lu then asked a crucial question. Chapter 408 Chen Fan has no blood relation to the Chen family? The exact whereabouts of his parents. What is your relationship with Chen Antai? Professor Lu inquired. About 6 months ago, Chen Antai had contacted him. Chen Antai is my father. Chen Fan answered. What? You're Chen Antai's son. Professor Lu looked at Chen Fan with great surprise. Time really flies. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Professor Lu was deeply moved. After learning that Chen Fan was Chen Antai's son, Professor Lu's gaze softened and became much more affectionate when he looked at Chen Fan. Professor Lu, my parents have been missing for a year. What did they want when they came to see you before? Chen Fan asked the question directly. Professor Lu thought for a moment, then slowly recounted the events of that year to Chen Fan. About 40 years ago, when I was an associate professor at Jiangzhou University, I was very close to Chen Shanhai, the current head of your Chen family. We were old friends. Although I later saw through Chen Shanhai's character, we stopped having any contact. Back then, I often visited the Chen family. Chen Shanhai even asked me to be your father and a private tutor for several other children. Of all the students, I have the best relationship with your father. Hearing this, Chen Fan roughly understood Professor Lu's identity. It turns out he used to be my father's teacher. What did my father want when he came to see you 6 months ago? Chen Fan spoke again. Your father came to me to ask about his childhood. He said he couldn't remember things from when he was very young, so he came to ask me specifically. Professor Lu answered. Ask about your childhood? Professor Lu's answer greatly puzzled Chen Fan. It doesn't make sense for my father to come all the way to Nanjing just to ask about my childhood. When I met Chen Shanhai, your father was already 3 or 4 years old. I don't know anything about what happened before that. Professor Lu continued. Just as Chen Fan was becoming even more confused, Professor Lu suddenly revealed some shocking news. Since you are Chen Antai's son, I will not hide it from you. Your father seems to suspect that he is not related to the Chen family by blood and is not Chen Shanhai's biological son. Professor Lu hesitated for a moment, then uttered a startling statement. What? Chen Fan suddenly stood up, looking astonished. This was something he never expected. However, upon closer examination, it is not impossible. Neither she nor her father held a very high position in the Chen family. If they really have no blood relation to the Chen family, then it makes sense for the Chen family to target them. However, your father is not sure either. He told me that the blood relationship test he did in Jiangzhou showed that they were related, but the blood relationship test he did in another province showed that they were not related. Professor Lu did not hide anything from Chen Fan and told him everything he knew. This? Chen Fan was somewhat bewildered. How can these things be different? So your father wasn't sure either, so he came to visit me specifically to ask about my childhood and see if there were any clues. Professor Lu answered. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it either, and I can't answer your father's question. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. This answer caught him somewhat off guard. Is he actually related to the Chen family by blood? Professor Liu, do you know where my parents went after they left? Chen Fan asked another crucial question. Where did you go? Professor Liu fell into deep thought. He was getting old and his memory wasn't very good. I remember now, before your father left, he seemed to have said that he wanted to go to Shanghai to find the nanny who took care of him back then. Professor Liu answered. Chen Fan's father was raised by a nanny since he was a child. Since he couldn't get any clear clues from Professor Liu, he went to find the nanny. You went to Shanghai? Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. Finally, he had some good news and knew the exact whereabouts of his parents. However, Chen Fan then encountered a new problem. Why haven't my parents contacted me or come back to see me after so much time has passed? That shouldn't be the case. Now all of this seems shrouded in mystery again. That's all I know. Professor Liu spoke the truth. Having obtained what he wanted to know, Chen Fan got up, intending to leave. Professor Liu also stood up, expressed his deepest gratitude to Chen Fan for his donation, and personally saw Chen Fan out. As Chen Fan went downstairs, the system's voice rang in his ears. Bite. Personally visit that old professor to inquire about my parents' situation. Temporary task complete. Congratulations on acquiring 12% of the shares in Zhongtian Entertainment Company. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel room. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 349 experience points. Mission accomplished. 349 experience points and shares in Zhongtian Entertainment Company worth billions in your hands. In an instant, Chen Fan's stake in Zhongtian Entertainment Company reached an astonishing 70%. Although this donation and the purchase of a house cost Chen Fan tens of millions, he easily made billions in return, an astonishingly high rate of return. Once outside, Chen Fan ordered the tracking experts from the Nine Heavens Security Group to immediately go to Shanghai to investigate. Later, I will also send people from Thunderfire Private Security Group to help you. Chen Fan added. Yes, boss, we'll set off now. Having received Chen Fan's orders, the group quickly left for Shanghai. Afterwards, Chen Fan sent a message to a senior executive of Lei Hua Private Security Group, asking him to find some tracking experts from the company to go to Shanghai to investigate. After doing all this, Chen Fan called Ruo Shui. It's important to know that the Xia family is a top-tier wealthy family in Shanghai, deeply rooted in the city and in absolute local power. Perhaps it would be easier to investigate by leveraging the Xia family's connections. What? Are your aunt and uncle in Shanghai? After hearing this, Xia Ruo was also extremely surprised. Xia Ruo knew a little about Chen Fan's parents' situation, and now that she knew they might be in Shanghai, she took it even more seriously. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you find your uncle and aunt. Xia Ruo guarantees this. These are her future in-laws, so Xia Ruo will naturally do her best to help. Thank you, Ruo. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruo immediately used her family's connections to find someone to help with the investigation. Putting away his phone, Chen Fan pondered. Once he had completely resolved the Siu family's matter, Chen Fan would also head to Shanghai. When the time comes, with everyone working together, we'll definitely be able to find the parents as soon as possible. After arranging everything, Chen Fan walked out of the residential area. Outside the residential compound, the bespectacled man stopped Chen Fan again. Chapter 409, A Terrifying Return of 10 Trillion, a mysterious middle-aged man. Sir, I've reserved a table at the tea house next door. Let's go over and chat. It won't take you more than a few minutes. The bespectacled man spoke again. Okay, that works too. Chen Fan nodded. The two then went to a private room in a tea house not far away. Sir, these are the materials I just retrieved from my home. Please take a look. As he spoke, the bespectacled man handed the documents he had brought back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan picked up the documents and looked at them carefully. But soon, Chen Fan realized with dismay that the materials were too technical. He had never studied anything related to artificial intelligence and couldn't understand them at all. However, Chen Fan is indeed very interested in artificial intelligence, which is, after all, the future trend and a great opportunity. To verify the authenticity of this data, Chen Fan needed to consult a professional. However, because Chen Fan had set a trap for Siu Junliang, Chen Fan is now extremely sensitive to matters related to investment. Having just met this bespectacled man, Chen Fan wouldn't immediately agree to anything, no matter how eloquently he spoke. Chen Fan will send people to investigate further. For now, he is only getting a basic understanding. Chen Fan is still quite curious about the artificial intelligence industry. Chen Fan glanced at the documents symbolically and then placed them on the table. Your data isn't much. Chen Fan said. Sir, we are currently just a studio, so our experimental data is limited. If we can get large-scale investment, we will have more and more detailed data. The bespectacled man quickly explained. Moreover, the initial investment is estimated to be only a few hundred million, at most $1 billion, not too much. Large-scale investment will be needed for the formal implementation later, at which point it will probably be. Only 1 billion was invested at the beginning? Indeed, not many. Chen Fan nodded. Sir, with the rapid development of technology, artificial intelligence is bound to be the future trend. The automotive industry is developing so fast now, with all kinds of car companies emerging one after another, which already shows how big the market is. The bespectacled man continued to introduce to Chen Fan. The automotive industry is already extremely competitive, whether it's gasoline-powered cars or new energy vehicles. It's too late for us to invest in automotive research and development now. However, the field of AI-powered driving is vast, and although there are companies working on it, they are not very large. As long as we have sufficient funding and attract more talent, we can be the first to fully develop AI-powered driving technology and, incidentally, develop cars that don't need drivers and are driven entirely by AI. That would be a world-changing invention. You know, every time a world-changing invention appears, such as a computer, a mobile phone, or a car, it creates one or even several world-class conglomerates and giants. Our company has the potential to become the number one, no, even the world's number one, industry leader in the future. By then, our market capitalization won't just be a few hundred billion, but trillions or even 10 trillion. The more he talked, the more excited, even agitated, the bespectacled man became. Standing nearby, Chen Fan couldn't help but think to himself, it's such a waste that this guy doesn't do public speaking or become a lecturer. In contrast, Chen Fan was much calmer. To be fair, what this guy said was an exaggeration, but there is some truth to it. Of course, the difficulties involved are even more numerous and outrageous. Let alone being number one in the world. Even being number one in Great Xia is not an easy thing. But there is no easy thing in the world. The bespectacled man regained some composure. Sir, you must believe me. The bespectacled man grabbed Chen Fan, looking extremely sincere and hoping that Chen Fan would believe him. We'll talk about it later. Chen Fan spoke. No matter what the other party says, Chen Fan will not invest now. No problem. Investing is no small matter, sir. You can take these documents back and study them. Contact me again after you've finished. The bespectacled man handed his documents to Chen Fan. Good. It was almost time, so Chen Fan picked up the documents and got up to leave. The two parties exchanged contact information. The bespectacled man personally saw Chen Fan off with great enthusiasm. After leaving, Chen Fan quickly used his connections to find an expert in artificial intelligence and handed over the data to the expert for research. The expert promised to give Chen Fan a reply by tomorrow at the latest. Later, Chen Fan also sent people to investigate the situation of the bespectacled man. Time passed slowly, and late that night, the bespectacled man was preparing to rest at home when suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. The bespectacled man opened the door in surprise, only to find a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s standing in front of him. May I ask who you are? The bespectacled man asked, puzzled. You're Su Mingyi, right? You talked to this person this afternoon. The middle-aged man opposite him took out a photo of Chen Fan and asked a question. The bespectacled man glanced at the photo and nodded. Yes, is there anything I can help you with? The bespectacled man was very puzzled. What exactly was this guy trying to do? I have a highly profitable plan here that I'd like to discuss with you. The middle-aged man explained. Su Mingyi wasn't interested at first, but his eyes lit up immediately when the middle-aged man said the next sentence. Once this plan is completed, you can immediately earn 3 billion. Make 3 billion right away? You're not kidding, are you? Su Mingyi didn't quite believe what the middle-aged man said. I never joke. The middle-aged man gave a serious reply. As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out a bank card. There are 3 billion in there. Seeing the middle-aged man demonstrate his strength, Su Mingyi became even more excited. Please come in. Please come in quickly. Su Mingyi invited the other party in. What exactly did you talk about with this guy this afternoon? The middle-aged man asked. Su Mingyi hesitated, unsure whether he should answer. Snap. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man placed the bank card containing 3 billion yuan directly on the coffee table. Upon seeing this, Su Mingyi swallowed hard. I talked to him this afternoon. Su Mingyi recounted everything that had happened that afternoon, including his AI-powered driving project, without holding anything back. Very well. Do you want this 3 billion? After listening, the middle-aged man asked a question. Yes, of course I want to. Su Mingyi nodded. Then tell me the truth. Is your project real or fake? Chapter 4 10-Day 80 of Severing Ties. Reward, 1 premium investment card. Of course it's true, but the success rate. Su Mingyi answered. Everything he told Chen Fan this afternoon was true, and all the documents he gave Chen Fan were genuine. However, there were certain things he didn't tell Chen Fan. If things go smoothly, just as he told Chen Fan, he will have the opportunity to become a world-class giant in the future. But if things don't go smoothly, all of Chen Fan's investments will be wasted. The AI-powered driving system designed by their studio is only a little over halfway developed. The remaining development will be extremely difficult, with a success rate of less than 1%, no, even less than 1 in 1,000. Assuming he can live in a neighborhood where a single apartment costs tens of millions, so he naturally has some net worth. He could easily come up with several hundred million. But why didn't he invest in the research himself? It was because he was afraid that if the research failed, all his money would be wasted. Because of his lack of self-confidence, he wanted to shift the risk onto someone else, which is why he wanted Chen Fan to invest. If the investment is successful, that would be great, and they would split the profits 50-50ths. But if the investment fails, Chen Fan would bear all the losses. He would only have put in some effort, and his assets would not be affected. Faced with the temptation of 3 billion, Su Mingyi also told the middle-aged man about it. If the success rate is only 1 in 1,000, then that's even better. What I want you to do is complete failure, so that even this 1 in 1,000 chance doesn't happen. The middle-aged man spoke. You need to act to swindle more investment from Chen Fan. At the very least, you'll swindle 2 or 300 billion. As long as you do as I say, you can get these 3 billion for free without paying a single penny. It's possible to scam a few billion, but hundreds of billions? Impossible. Su Mingyi shook his head. Don't worry, we won't let you go it alone. We'll help you. We come from a powerful force and have terrifying power. We'll assist you in secret. The middle-aged man explained. On one hand, there's an investment with a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000. On the other hand, there's the direct potential to receive 3 billion. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then agreed without hesitation. With this 3 billion, he would be financially free. Rather than taking countless risks to pursue that elusive 1 in 1,000 chance of success, it's better to have money in hand directly. All right, then do it this way. Arranged by a middle-aged man. Su Mingyi wrote it all down. Subsequently, the two parties exchanged contact information. More than half an hour later, the middle-aged man left Su Mingyi's house. Once outside, the middle-aged man made a mysterious phone call. How did things go? An aged voice came from the other end of the phone. This person was none other than the patriarch of the Siu family in Junliang, Old Master Siu. This afternoon, upon learning of Siu Junliang's situation, especially the fact that his son had been framed by Chen Fan and swindled out of more than 20 billion yuan, Old Master Siu was furious. Although he was still feeling unwell and needed to rest, he was so angry that he couldn't care less about his health and had to take action himself. This time, he's going to teach that little bastard Chen Fan a lesson he won't forget. Because he was unwell and didn't take action himself, this little beast has caused the Siu family so much loss. Old Master Siu couldn't swallow this insult. He wanted Chen Fan to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price. To prevent leaks, he didn't tell anyone in the Siu family about this operation and even had someone from outside the family help him. The middle-aged man in front of them had no prior connection with the Siu family. Master Siu, I have already seen that guy. The middle-aged man answered. What did Su Mingyi say? Old Master Siu inquired. To be honest, Grandpa Siu is also quite interested in artificial intelligence. If it were truly possible, he wouldn't mind snatching the investment from Chen Fan and investing in Su Mingyi himself, since the returns would be terrifying if successful. That guy said the success rate is less than 1 in 1,000. The middle-aged man answered. What? Less than 1 in 1,000? Old Master Siu had lost all interest. If the success rate is 50% or even 10%, it's still worthwhile. But if it's less than 1/100th, isn't it obviously a losing proposition? So, even without us, that little bastard would most likely still lose money, just by a small amount. Old Master Siu sneered. Since that's the case, let's push things along and make him lose even more money, until he's so angry he vomits blood. Although his move couldn't completely destroy that little bastard Chen Fan, it would certainly cause him heavy losses. Old Master Siu began to instruct the middle-aged man on what to do next. A massive net targeting Chen Fan is slowly being drawn. Time passed slowly, and the next morning, Chen Fan received a reply from the artificial intelligence expert. Those documents are indeed correct. They are all true. However, this artificial intelligence expert reminded Chen Fan that artificial intelligence research and development is still fraught with difficulties and the success rate is not high. Because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and had only seen some information, even he wasn't sure about the possibility of the intelligent driving that Su Mingyi mentioned. I see. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Research and development in this area is certainly not easy. It requires a long-term investment. If you fail, everything goes down the drain. If you succeed, your net worth skyrockets and your future is limitless. Of course, Chen Fan was not tempted by this unattainable and terrifying profit and remained calm. Chen Fan still needed to think about whether or not to invest in Su Mingyi. In the morning, the system's voice came through. Bite. Day 80 of severing ties. Reward, premium investment card. Today's reward arrived early, and it's a special feature card that's appearing for the first time. What is a premium investment card? Filled with confusion, Chen Fan opened the detailed introduction on the back of the premium investment card. Advanced investment card. This card provides a detailed analysis of the host's investment, yielding data such as success rate. It also offers more accurate investment steps and strategies, as well as methods to improve the success rate. Seeing how amazing this premium investment card was, Chen Fan's heart couldn't help but race. This premium investment card is absolutely amazing, and it arrived at the perfect time. Chapter 4:11 A Special Midterm Mission, Terrifying Returns. Without hesitation, Chen Fan clicked into the system, found the Advanced Investment Card, and used it. Premium Investment Card in operation. Compared to the previous times, the system took a bit longer this time, a full 20 or 30 seconds. Advanced Investment Card Analysis complete. Investment Project, Artificial Intelligence, Intelligent Driving, Success Rate. 1 in 2000, Success Rate can be improved. Investment Amount, ranging from 20 billion to 50 billion. Return on Investment, ranging from 100 billion to 1 trillion. Methods to increase returns. Step 1. Chen Fan was somewhat overwhelmed by the massive amount of data in the system. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan began to study the first line of data, starting with the success rate. A 1 in 2000 success rate. Chen Fan's expression was somewhat stiff. Fortunately, I was cautious enough and didn't let the terrifying potential profits cloud my judgment, so I immediately chose to invest. Although billions or tens of billions are just small change for Chen Fan now, with this success rate, no matter how much he invests, it will all be in vain. Although Su Mingyi mentioned that the research and development would involve considerable risks and a probability of failure, he never said that the probability of failure was as high as 1 in 2,999. Is there a big difference between this and certain failure? Instantly, Chen Fan's impression of Su Mingyi became extremely negative. Even if that guy's estimate wasn't as accurate as the system's, as the developer, he should still have some idea of the approximate success rate. But from beginning to end, this guy didn't say a single word to me. He was just trying to trick me into investing money, putting all the risk of investment failure on my side, while he didn't have to bear any responsibility. If the system's advanced investment card hadn't offered a way to increase the success rate, Chen Fan would have immediately given up on the idea of investing. He has a lot of money, but he can't just throw it away. However, with the system around, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. The investment amount ranges from 20 billion to 50 billion. This data is roughly in line with Chen Fan's expectations. The success rate is also terrifying. As long as you succeed, the worst return is hundreds of billions, and the highest return can even be trillions. Of course, these incredible profits won't come easily. The first step is to successfully develop the technology. After successful research and development, a new AI car brand will be established, combining the developed intelligent driving technology with automobiles to create a new AI car company. The next step is easy to handle. Currently, Chen Fan is the third largest shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group. In the future, he will acquire all of Rolls-Royce and have his own factories. How to operate them will be a matter of just a word from Chen Fan. The most important thing is to find ways to increase the success rate. Chen Fan studied the method provided by the system carefully for a full half hour. Because he didn't understand it, Chen Fan looked up information while reading the system. It was only then that Chen Fan roughly understood the extremely detailed method provided by the system. Following the system's steps will significantly increase the success rate. After reading it, Chen Fan fell into deep thought, and finally, he made a decision. As the saying goes, the bold get rich, while the timid starve. Now that the system has provided a solution with this advanced investment card, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. The worst-case scenario is that he loses tens of billions, which is just a few days' worth of system rewards for Chen Fan. But once you succeed, the returns can be hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Isn't life all about striving? With the system around, Chen Fan felt confident enough to take a gamble. However, one thing is certain. Chen Fan wants to have 100% control over the company and will not seek any partners. After all, he was responsible for the subsequent investments and increasing the success rate. If it succeeded, Chen Fan naturally wanted to pocket all the profits. That was a terrifying sum of money. More importantly, Chen Fan had a very bad impression of Su Mingyi and did not want to become his partner. After thinking it over, Chen Fan concluded that the best solution was to buy Su Mingyi's research and development achievements and studio, then remove Su Mingyi from the picture and kick him out of the game. I'm looking for trustworthy talent and artificial intelligence to work for me, so they can do their own research and development. In this way, Chen Fan could keep everything firmly in his grasp. Just as Chen Fan was pondering, the system's voice came. Bite. Midterm mission announced. Acquire AI-powered driving technology from Su Mingyi, and find new talent in the field of artificial intelligence. Mission duration, 100 hours. Task reward, 10% of Rolls-Royce Group shares, becoming the president and largest shareholder of Rolls-Royce Group. Task reward, 375 experience points. The system has issued a midterm task, requiring you to complete everything within 100 hours. Once completed, Chen Fan will receive 10% of the Rolls-Royce Group shares, and will become the president and largest shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group. The rewards for this task are quite generous. Just as Chen Fan was making his plans, Su Mingyi called and invited Chen Fan to visit his studio so they could have a detailed discussion. No problem. Chen Fan agreed and decided to go and take a look first. After receiving an affirmative answer, Su Mingyi smiled. Chen Fan's quick agreement meant he was interested in investing and was about to take the bait. Thinking it over, Su Mingyi called the middle-aged man and reported the good news. Very good. This afternoon you should take the opportunity to persuade Chen Fan to invest more money. The middle-aged man gave orders to Su Mingyi. Not long after, Grandpa Su, who was at the sanatorium, also learned of the good news. That little bastard Chen Fan is still too young. He thinks he can fight against our Su family? How laughable. Just wait. This time I'm going to take back all of the more than 20 billion that the second brother lost, and I'll make you lose even more. Old Master Su muttered to himself in his room. Just then, Old Master Su's nanny came over and brought him some fruit, and happened to hear Old Master Su muttering to himself. When the nanny arrived, Old Master Su merely glanced at her and paid her no attention. She was just a nanny. After delivering the fruit, the nanny obediently left. 2 minutes later, the nanny found an extremely secluded place and called a man whose contact was labeled boss. Chapter 412 Old Master Su's treacherous scheme is exposed, and talented people come knocking. The phone rang for only a few seconds before the man on the other end answered. A familiar voice came from behind. This mysterious boss is none other than Su Junliang, a direct descendant of the Su family who was previously subdued by Chen Fan. The nanny was someone Su Junliang had specifically arranged to be by Old Master Su's side in order to gather information. The nanny told Su Junliang everything she had just heard. You've done a great job. Your salary will be increased by 100,000 this month. Keep it up. Contact me immediately if you have any news. Su Junliang praised the other party and even gave him 100,000 yuan as a reward. The nanny was overjoyed to receive 100,000 yuan for free and repeatedly promised to work hard. After hanging up the phone, Su Junliang quickly contacted Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was on his way to Su Mingyi's studio. After receiving the call, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Mr. Chen, judging from what the old man said, he has probably already taken action against you. I don't know the specifics either, but I can only remind you to be careful about investment matters. Su Junliang added. The nanny didn't hear the whole thing. She could only make a general judgment. Regarding investments? Instantly, Chen Fan thought of Su Mingyi. Su Mingyi's AI-powered driving best matches what Su Junliang said. However, whether it was Su Mingyi or not, Chen Fan would have to test the other party when they arrived at Su Mingyi's place. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. Su Mingyi and his studio staff welcomed Chen Fan at the entrance. Chen Fan was led into the studio by them and listened to Su Mingyi's explanation. During their conversation, Chen Fan subtly inserted several probing questions into the conversation. Although Chen Fan was not familiar with artificial intelligence, he had dealt with all sorts of cunning old foxes, and his abilities in this area were incomparable to Su Mingyi's. Through these questions, Chen Fan was completely certain that Su Mingyi was up to no good and was most likely colluding with Old Master Su. Now, Chen Fan was even more determined in his decision. The old man from the Su family personally stepped forward, so Chen Fan had to go at him. What Chen Fan needs to do now is not just to buy the studio from Su Mingyi, but also to turn the tables and strike that old man from the Su family. Chen Fan needed to come up with a foolproof plan. During the observation, Su Mingyi, unaware that he had been discovered, continued to deceive Chen Fan. In order to use this plan to his advantage later, Chen Fan deliberately showed a satisfied expression and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Chen, to speed up the process and increase the success rate, we need more investment. Su Mingyi looked troubled. Increasing investment is not a problem. Chen Fan channeled his inner movie star. Really? Even tens of billions or more is acceptable? Su Mingyi asked tentatively. Although the middle-aged man's minimum goal was to swindle Chen Fan out of more than 20 billion yuan in investment, he didn't dare to say that much at first. He wanted to proceed step by step. 10 billion or more is nothing. As long as I'm satisfied, investing tens of billions is no problem. Chen Fan spoke with an air of wealth and arrogance. Chen Fan didn't elaborate on the specifics of the investment plan, only giving verbal instructions. President Chen is truly a man of exceptional talent and immense wealth. Su Mingyi complimented Chen Fan. Chen Fan waved his hand, stayed for a while, and then left. Having achieved a partial victory, Su Mingyi once again took credit for the middle-aged man's work. A few minutes later, Grandpa Su received this good news. On the other hand, after leaving Su Mingyi, Chen Fan immediately arranged for several people from Lei Huo private security group, who were with by Luotian, to monitor Su Mingyi's movements at all times. In the afternoon, Chen Fan received some good news. President, we have found the AI-powered driving talent you needed. A senior member of the Flying Feather Supercar Association reported to Chen Fan. The Feiyu Supercar Association has now become the #1 in Jinling, with a significant increase in members and a rapidly expanding network of contacts. This talent was recommended to Chen Fan by a new member who had just joined the Flying Feather Supercar Association. This person is Zhu Pingnan, the deputy chief designer of Yaojin Technology Company. He was originally a top technical expert and key talent at Yaojin Technology Company. He had devoted a lot of effort to the company, and the boss of Yaojin Technology Company had promised Zhu Pingnan that he would give him the position of chief designer. In the end, this position became the brother-in-law of the owner of Yaojin Technology Company. Ever since this imperial brother-in-law became the chief designer, he has been deliberately targeting and making things difficult for Zhu Pingnan, which makes Zhu Pingnan very unhappy. Zhu Pingnan already harbored resentment when the position was given to someone with connections. Now, because of his outstanding workability, he is being targeted, and Zhu Pingnan has begun to consider leaving Yaojin Technology Company. However, Yaojin Technology Company is one of the top companies in Nanjing, and its boss is a well-known wealthy man in Nanjing. Zhu Pingnan was afraid that if he resigned, the other party would retaliate against him, so he never dared to resign. Sure, make the arrangements for me. I want to meet this Zhu Pingnan. Chen Fan gave the order. The system's midterm task is divided into 2 parts, one of which is to find talent in artificial intelligence to work for it. Now that a suitable candidate has been found, Yi Xian naturally wants to meet him. No problem, Chairman. An hour later, the 2 parties agreed to meet at a coffee shop downstairs from Yaojin Technology Company. Zhu Pingnan, a new member of the Flying Feather Supercar Association, personally brought Chen Fan here. Not long after, Zhu Pingnan arrived. They had only been chatting for a short while when a man came in to buy coffee. When the man saw Zhu Pingnan, his expression turned cold. Zhu Pingnan, what are you doing out here during work hours instead of staying at the company? The man quickly came over and scolded Zhu Pingnan. This man was none other than Xue Chongran, the brother-in-law of the owner of Yaojin Technology Company. I've already taken the afternoon off. This is my private time. Where I am is none of your business. Zhu Pingnan refuted this. Being constantly targeted by Xue Chongran at the company, and then being controlled by Xue Chongran outside, Zhu Pingnan couldn't take it anymore. How dare you talk to me like that? You're just a lowly wage earner. How dare you talk to me like that? Believe me or not, when I get back, I'll have my brother-in-law dock your pay. Xue Chongran made a threat. Go ahead and deduct it, whatever. Zhu Pingnan is even considering resigning. Whether he deducts the money or not is up to him. What kind of attitude is that? Seeing Zhu Pingnan's nonchalant attitude, and glancing at Chen Fan opposite him, Xue Chongran suddenly made a guess. Kid, you're not from another company trying to poach Zhu Pingnan, are you? Xue Chongran looked at Chen Fan warily. A man like Zhu Pingnan must not be let go. Congratulations on guessing correctly, but there's no reward. Chen Fan and Xue Chongran faced off. Xue Chongran looked at Chen Fan with a mocking smile. Kid, you've got guts. Daring to poach people from our Yaojin Technology Company. Chapter 413, I am comparable to a wealthy family by myself. Do you think you have hundreds of billions in assets? What? Can't we poach people from your Yaojin Technology Company? Chen Fan retorted. Oh. Seeing Chen Fan's behavior, Xue Chongran became even more displeased with him. In Jinling, apart from those few powerful families, no one dares to oppose our Yaojin Technology Company. What? Are you one of those powerful families in Jinling? Xue Chongran was cautious towards Chen Fan. No. Chen Fan spoke. But I alone am comparable to a wealthy family. At first, when Chen Fan denied it, Xue Chongran looked disdainful. But when he heard Chen Fan's next sentence, Xue Chongran was stunned. After a few seconds, Xue Chongran let out a crisp laugh. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my fortune? There's a limit to how much you can brag. You think you're worth a fortune on your own? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have hundreds of billions in assets? Xue Chongran laughed mockingly. Upon hearing Xue Chongran's question, Chen Fan nodded slightly. Excuse me, but I actually have assets worth hundreds of billions. Chen Fan answered slowly. As soon as Chen Fan said this, all eyes in the entire coffee shop instantly turned to him. This guy has assets worth hundreds of billions. My God, that's incredible. Zhu Pingnan's eyes widened. He only knew that Chen Fan was the owner of the top-ranked Flying Feather Supercar Association in Jinling and was quite powerful. But he really didn't expect Chen Fan to be this powerful. As for Xue Chongran, he was completely dumbfounded. Assets worth hundreds of billions? Does this young man, who looks to be around 20 years old, have assets worth hundreds of billions? Xue Changren shook his head, feeling that Chen Fan's words were becoming increasingly outrageous. He had assets worth hundreds of billions. Was he even qualified? He doesn't believe someone so young could have hundreds of billions, let alone billions. Mr. Chen, are you telling the truth? Zhu Pingnan asked cautiously. Nature. Chen Fan nodded. So, the conditions you just told me are all true. Chen Fan has just discussed some conditions and plans with Zhu Pingnan. It's true. Chen Fan answered affirmatively. Mr. Chen, I'm willing to resign from Yaojin Technology and work for you. Zhu Pingnan made up his mind to go south. Zhu Pingnan had finally had enough of the boss's brother-in-law's rudeness at the company. Previously, because he was afraid that if he left Yaojin Technology Company, the boss of Yaojin Technology Company, Zheng Shiho, would target him. He, an ordinary person, had no ability to resist at all. But now, he is working for a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, and he is not afraid of Zheng Shiho's revenge. Zhu Pingnan, what did you say? I advise you to think it over carefully. If you leave Yaojin Technology Company, my brother-in-law will be angry. My brother-in-law's wrath is something neither you nor this kid can withstand. Xue Changren threatened him sternly. To be honest, he was a little panicked. He knew that his position as chief designer was due to connections, and that the company had to rely on Zhu Pingnan for many of its technical problems. If Zhu Pingnan resigns, he simply cannot keep the company afloat on his own. Normally, he only dared to bully Zhu Pingnan because he thought Zhu Pingnan was honest and had a weak personality, and because he relied on his brother-in-law's power. He truly hadn't expected Zhu Pingnan to dare to rebel now. Threatened by Xue Changren, the honest Zhu Pingnan hesitated. Then Chen Fan spoke again with domineering confidence. Just do what you think is right, and let's see who dares to stop you. If anything happens, I'll back you up. Chen Fan hadn't expected to persuade Zhu Pingnan to join his camp so easily, even before he had offered more favorable terms. Thanks to the contrast with his peers, and thanks to Xue Changren. Inspired by Chen Fan's words, Zhu Pingnan was immediately full of energy. Thank you, boss. Zhu Pingnan spoke first, and then he directly changed his address to call Chen Fan boss. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go back to the company and resign right now. Zhu Pingnan suddenly stood up. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at your company. If you need anything, just come find me. Chen Fan is quite good. He has acquired such a talented person so soon. With half of the midterm mission completed, Chen Fan is naturally extremely concerned. Zhu Pingnan walked outside, preparing to return to Yaojin Technology Company to resign. Kid, you're really something. You just wait. After threatening Chen Fan, Xue Changren hurriedly chased after him. The situation had spiraled out of his control, and there was nothing he could do. President, I don't think Zheng Shiho will let Zhu Pingnan leave so easily. Should we make some preparations? Next to Chen Fan, the new member of the Flying Feather Supercar Association who recommended Zhu Pingnan asked a question. Need not. Let's meet force with force and see what Zheng Shiho can do. Chen Fan waved his hand. On the other side, Xue Changren, who was jogging, caught up with Zhu Pingnan. Xue Changren no longer dared to threaten Zhu Pingnan. Old Zhu, I was wrong before. I was blind. Please give your brother some face and let this matter go. How about you stay at the company? Xue Changren's attitude towards Zhu Pingnan underwent a complete change, becoming extremely polite. Zhu Pingnan didn't want to pay any attention to the other party. If it weren't for Boss Chen being there, would this guy have suddenly changed his attitude towards him? Old Zhu, I was wrong. Just ignore me and let it go. Please don't quit. Xue Changren humbly apologized to Zhu Pingnan, trying to persuade him to stay. Unfortunately, Zhu Pingnan was determined to leave and completely ignored Xue Changren. Fine, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences, huh? You just wait and see. Xue Changren said something fierce to Zhu Pingnan, then turned and left for the chairman's office of Yaojin Technology Company. A few minutes later, Xue Changren met with his brother-in-law Zheng Shiho and reported the news that Zhu Pingnan was leaving his job. What? Even Zheng Shiho, who had been completely calm just moments before, could no longer sit still. Why did he resign? Zheng Shiho inquired. Why? It's because Zhu Pingnan is an ingrate. Now that someone else is offering better terms, he's gone to join them. I saw through his ulterior motives a long time ago. Xue Changren answered. Zheng Shiho glanced at his brother-in-law with a questioning look. He knew his brother-in-law's character well. He was henpecked, and his wife was a Voldemort. Although he didn't like Xue Changren either, Zheng Shiho couldn't do anything to his brother-in-law. As for his brother-in-law, who was usually aloof and arrogant, he had heard a little about what Zhu Pingnan was doing, but he just turned a blind eye to it. Now that things have come to this point, he has no choice but to step in. Walk. Afterwards, Zheng Shiho got up and took Xue Changren to chase after Zhu Pingnan. When they arrived at Zhu Pingnan's office, they found that Zhu Pingnan had already given a pre-written resignation letter to the personnel department, and then packed his things and left. Quick, after them. Finally, Zheng Shiho, along with his brother-in-law, caught up with Zhu Pingnan, who had met Chen Fan, about 200 meters away from the Yaojin Technology Company building. Upon discovering that Zhu Pingnan was preparing to leave with Chen Fan, Zheng Shiho shouted at him. Slow. Chapter 414. Backed by a powerful family in Jinling, the head of the powerful family who is extremely respectful to Chen Fan. Zheng Shiho, along with his brother-in-law, rushed in front of Chen Fan and Zhu Pingnan. Zhu Pingnan, I've treated you well. Why did you betray me? Zheng Shiho, standing on a moral high ground, angrily denounced Zhu Pingnan. Have you treated me well? Zhu Pingnan was so angry at such shameless words that he laughed. You've treated me well, yet you gave the chief designer you promised me to your brother-in-law? Zhu Pingnan countered with a question. Zheng Shiho was speechless for a moment, then brazenly continued to answer. This is only temporary. I'll just let him take on this role for now. I'll arrange a higher position for you later. Temporary? It's been almost 2 years already. Isn't this temporary a bit too long? Zhu Pingnan continued to question. You say I betrayed you, but do you know how you, my brother-in-law, bullied and ostracized me before? Do you dare say you know absolutely nothing about this? Now, even the thick-skinned Zheng Shiho couldn't give a straight answer. Zheng Shiho glared angrily at his good-for-nothing brother-in-law, as if to say, I'll settle accounts with you after this is resolved. Since it was no longer feasible to approach Zhu Pingnan, Zheng Shiho turned his attention to Chen Fan. So you're the one trying to poach my people? Zheng Shiho inquired. Which company are you from? I have too many companies. The one you are most familiar with is probably Ronca Group. Chen Fan answered. As both are large enterprises in Nanjing, Zheng Shiho must have known about Ronca Group. Ronca Group? I thought you were some big company, but it turns out to be just Ronca Group. Zheng Shiho didn't take it seriously. Our president is not only the owner of Ronca Group, but also the owner of Koenigsegg and the president of our Jinling No. 1 Feiyu Supercar Association. Beside him, the new member of the association added that he had only been with the association for a short time and only knew Chen Fan's identities for the time being. Is it the owner of Koenigsegg and the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association? Zheng Shiho's expression turned serious. Koenigsegg's market value is only a few billion, not worth mentioning. However, the fact that the Flying Feather Supercar Association ranks first in Jinling suggests that its president must have a significant background. Young man, you may not take me, the boss of Yaojin Technology Company, seriously, but Yaojin Technology Company is backed by a powerful family in Jinling. If you don't want to offend the powerful families of Nanjing, I advise you not to poach Zhu Pingnan. Zheng Shiho revealed his backer, a major shareholder of Yaojin Technology Company. Oh, a powerful family in Jinling? What powerful family? Chen Fan asked indifferently. Seeing Chen Fan's nonchalant attitude, Zheng Shiho became even more convinced that Chen Fan's background must be extraordinary. Since he couldn't handle the kid himself, Zheng Shiho had no choice but to take out his phone. To tell you the truth, the powerful family behind me in Nanjing is the Zhang family. If you continue to take Zhu Pingnan away, then I'll have to call the Zhang family head. Zheng Shiho waved his phone, threatening Chen Fan. Casual. Chen Fan shrugged. The Zhang family in Jinling is only considered an ordinary wealthy family, not even a top-tier one, so Chen Fan doesn't care. You chose this yourself. Without hesitation, Zheng Shiho dialed the number of his powerful backer. A dozen seconds later, the other end of the line answered the phone. Patriarch Zhang, I've encountered a bit of trouble. After the call connected, Zheng Shiho reported to the Zhang family head, hoping that the Zhang family head could step in and warn Chen Fan. What? How can they possibly poach the company's core technical personnel? The head of the Zhang family immediately objected, as he was the major shareholder of Yaojin Technology Company, and the company's revenue was closely related to him. If a key member of the company is poached, the company's profits will definitely plummet, and his income will also decrease significantly. Naturally, the head of the Zhang family will not allow such a thing to happen. Give the phone to that guy, I'll talk to him myself. The Zhang family patriarch gave a stern order. I want to see who dares to oppose us, who dares to disregard the Zhang family. As the head of a prestigious family in Jinling, he had a sense of superiority and looked down on everyone. Yes? Zheng Shiho revealed a triumphant smile. With the Zhang family patriarch personally showing up, wouldn't that scare this kid half to death? Let's see if he's still so arrogant then. The real show is about to begin. After being reprimanded by the Zhang family head, this kid will definitely be very respectful and let Zhu Pingnan go back, never daring to oppose Yaojin Technology Company again. Give. Zheng Shiho handed the phone to Chen Fan. I am Zhang Guiyuan, the head of the Zhang family. The Zhang family patriarch arrogantly introduced himself right away. Who are you? Who gave you the audacity to poach our company's employees? The head of the Zhang family asked the question while smoking a cigarette. I am Chen Fan. I don't need anyone to give me the guts to poach people. Chen Fan responded with equal indifference. Upon hearing Chen Fan's answer, the Zhang family patriarch's expression changed drastically, and he accidentally burned himself with the cigarette in his hand. Wait a minute, what's your name? Fearing he might have misheard, the Zhang family patriarch cautiously asked again. My name is Chen Fan, what's up? Chen Fan countered with a question. Chen Fan, this guy across from me is really named Chen Fan. Hello, Mr. Chen. After confirming Chen Fan's name, the Zhang family patriarch's attitude towards Chen Fan changed drastically, and he even began to greet him in a fawning manner. Chen Fan was puzzled by the sudden change in the Zhang family patriarch. I don't know you, do I? Chen Fan countered with a question. Mr. Chen doesn't know me, but I do know Mr. Chen. The Zhang family patriarch's voice even carried a hint of flattery. I only remembered Mr. Chen's name because Brother Yao mentioned him. The head of the Zhang family explained. As heads of the same powerful families in Jinling, the Zhang family head naturally knew Yao Guangji, the Yao family head, and the two had a good relationship. Chen Fan instantly understood that this guy probably learned his identity from Yao Guangji, which was why he was acting this way. Chen Fan asked directly. You didn't value Zhu Pingnan, but now that Zhu Pingnan wants to come with me, do you have any objections? Chapter 4:15 Zhu Pingnan's important suggestion saved Chen Fan a large sum of money. No, of course I have no objections. The head of the Zhang family immediately replied with a smile. It's clearly not worth offending such a big shot for the sake of a mere company technician. Although he owns shares in Yaojin Technology Company, he will suffer losses when Zhu Pingnan leaves, but relatively speaking, it is nothing. Chen Fan nodded and tossed the phone to Zheng Xiho. Zheng Xiho took it with a puzzled look. Chen Fan's expression and tone were not quite what he had guessed. Master Zhang, you've convinced. Zheng Xiho asked. Persuade me? Persuade me, my foot. Do you know you almost caused a huge disaster? Before Zheng Xiho could finish speaking, the furious voice of the Zhang family patriarch rang out first. Zheng Xiho was stunned. He just wanted to keep a core member of the company, so how did he cause trouble? Shouldn't it be Chen Fan who caused trouble? What do you mean, Patriarch Zhang? What do I mean? Do you know who this Mr. Chen is? He's the president of the Tiffany Group, the owner of Patek Philippe. The Zhang family patriarch revealed several of Chen Fan's impressive identities that he knew. Upon first hearing the first identity, Zheng Xiho's expression was only slightly shocked, but the more he listened, the wider his eyes became. Each of these identities is extraordinary, and the sheer number of them combined is terrifying. In an instant, Zheng Xiho understood what the Zhang family had meant. Hurry up and let Boss Chen take Zhu Pingnan away. The head of the Zhang family gave the instructions. Definitely, definitely. Zheng Xiho answered in a trembling voice. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to say a single word in rebuttal. You two, just wait and see. My brother-in-law is talking to the head of the Zhang family right now. It's time for you to cry soon. Dare to oppose Yaojin Technology Company. Dare to go against my brother-in-law. You're courting death. At this moment, Shui Chongran, Zheng Xiho's brother-in-law, was facing away from Zheng Xiho and could not see his shocked expression, but he continued to spout nonsense in front of Chen Fan. Snap! No sooner had Shui Chongran finished speaking than a large slap came flying at him. The one who made the move was neither Chen Fan nor Zhu Pingnan, but Zheng Xiho. You bastard! How dare you speak to Boss Chen like that? Zheng Xiho launched into a tirade against his brother-in-law. You piece of trash, garbage, you bastard who deserves to die. Brother-in-law, Shui Chongran spoke up, sounding aggrieved. Shut the hell up. Would this have happened if it weren't for you? As he spoke, Shui Chongran slapped his brother-in-law several more times, swelling his face up. Mr. Chen, you can take Zhu Pingnan with you. Then, Zheng Xiho approached Chen Fan and humbly spoke. I have no doubt whatsoever. Beside him, Zhu Pingnan stared in disbelief at Zheng Xiho's drastically changed attitude. His new boss's influence was far greater than he had imagined, by a considerable margin. At first, he thought Chen Fan was probably similar to Zheng Xiho. In fact, he didn't really believe that Chen Fan had hundreds of billions. After all, Chen Fan was too young. But after what just happened, Zhu Pingnan realized he was wrong. What Chen Fan said was probably true. He really was a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Zhu Pingnan felt a sense of pride. Working for such a wealthy man might allow his career to advance even further. Thank you for your help, boss. Zhu Pingnan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Chen Fan and bowed to him. If it weren't for his boss backing him up, he probably wouldn't have dared to resign and would have continued to suffer the rudeness and bullying from his boss's brother-in-law. The real issue was Su Mingyi's question about AI-powered driving. Chen Fan didn't have time to get entangled with Zheng Xiho and the others here. Walk. Chen Fan left with Zhu Pingnan. After Chen Fan and the others left, Zheng Xiho, unable to vent his anger, began to give his brother-in-law a physical education. The brother-in-law, who had always been pampered by his sister, couldn't hold back any longer, and the two started fighting. In the end, both were injured and sent to the hospital. On the other side, Chen Fan brought Zhu Pingnan to his Ronka group and first completed his onboarding procedures. Afterward, Chen Fan took him to the chairman's office and showed this professional the materials that Su Mingyi had given him. Zhu Pingnan studied the materials carefully. Time passed slowly, and Zhu Pingnan studied it for a full half-hour before he finally finished reading it. What are your thoughts on this AI-powered driving project? Chen Fan inquired. Boss, this project has a very promising future, especially since it can be integrated with the automotive industry, where we'll have a lot of potential and could potentially create a world-class conglomerate in the future. Zhu Pingnan spoke the truth. However, its success rate is very, very low, probably less than 1 in 1,000, and even if there is a chance, it requires large-scale investment, and the road ahead is fraught with difficulties. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with Zhu Pingnan's answer. He also took this opportunity to test Zhu Pingnan's character and abilities. As expected, Zhu Pingnan did not disappoint him and told the truth. It's not easy to build a world-class conglomerate. There must be countless difficulties along the way. Chen Fan spoke up and explained his plans to him. Chen Fan wanted to see what Zhu Pingnan, a professional, would say. Zhu Pingnan studied these documents again. After much deliberation, Zhu Pingnan finally gave Chen Fan a brilliant idea. Boss, actually, the first part of this research and development is the most worthwhile and cost-effective to buy. Zhu Pingnan explained. The latter part, although the most secret and the most important, has a very low success rate following their line of thinking, and there are many loopholes. Buying it wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, I suggest that you spend a small amount of money to buy the first part of the other party's program and data, and we can replan and restudy based on this first part. Buy only the first part. Chen Fan fell into thought. If that were the case, it would be even better, as it would save Chen Fan a lot of money. I'll buy the first part. Can you continue your research based on this part? Chen Fan asked seriously. As long as we have sufficient funding, we can recruit a number of technical staff as soon as possible, no problem. Zhu Pingnan assured Chen Fan. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Now things are simple. If Chen Fan were to buy all the programs and Su Mingyi's entire studio, Old Master Su would definitely try to sabotage the process. Chen Fan would likely have to suffer a huge financial loss, at least tens of billions, or even more. If we only buy the first part of the program and leave the most important part unburied, perhaps spending 1 or 2 billion would be enough. Of course, if Chen Fan directly said he wanted to buy the first part of the research program, Su Mingyi and the old man from the Su family would definitely stop him. Chen Fan would have to find a solution. Chen Fan closed his eyes and fell into thought. Just a few minutes later, Chen Fan suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Chapter 416. Having successfully obtained the key parts of the program, the midterm mission is complete. That evening, Chen Fan invited Su Mingyi out for dinner. Of course, Chen Fan used the pretext of discussing future investments to call Su Mingyi out. That evening, Chen Fan, Su Mingyi, and several other members of their studio dined at Chen Fan's own restaurant. Mr. Chen, what are your thoughts? We really don't need to invest too much initially, 7 or 8 billion will suffice. Su Mingyi felt that he had to take things one step at a time and not let Chen Fan invest too much right away, so he gave a figure that was neither too high nor too low. No problem, it's just 7 or 8 billion. Chen Fan nodded with unparalleled arrogance. Mr. Chen, are you telling the truth or not? Su Mingyi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected things to go so easily. As expected, Chen Fan was too young and inexperienced, and was easily outmaneuvered by him. Su Mingyi felt a surge of pride, and became somewhat arrogant. 7 or 8 billion dollars isn't the problem is. Chen Fan spoke with some hesitation. Mr. Chen, please feel free to ask me any questions. Su Mingyi quickly inquired. It's not my problem, it's on my company's side. Chen Fan continues to channel his inner movie star, conning people. He's becoming more and more professional. Mr. Chen, please speak. Su Mingyi became even more curious. That's right. Although I don't think there's a problem, some of the higher-ups in my company still have some doubts, since you provided too little information. Chen Fan explained. They want more detailed information, but this is your studio's confidential information, so we definitely can't give it to us directly. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Su Mingyi and his partners nodded in agreement. Indeed, they certainly couldn't divulge these core documents and data. But they kept pestering me, advising me not to invest until I could get more accurate information. Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. They've called again, it's such a headache. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly and hung up the phone. Now, even Su Mingyi and the others didn't know what to do. Oh right. How about this? You sell me the first part, those relatively less important documents, data, and programs. Chen Fan suddenly realized something, and seemed to have come up with a compromise. These materials are not the most crucial part for you. If you sell them to me, you won't have to worry about any subsequent problems. Chen Fan got down to business. I'll buy it, you can make a profit, and I can also show this more detailed data to the company's senior management to shut them up. Once they see the specific data, they won't say anything more. It's a win-win situation. Upon hearing Chen Fan's suggestion, the people present fell into deep thought. To be honest, Su Mingyi was somewhat reluctant. After all, the previous part of the program and data was also quite important. Mr. Chen, how much are you planning to offer? Beside him, one of Su Mingyi's companions couldn't help but ask. 15 billion, I guess. Chen Fan answered. 1.5 billion. Upon hearing this number, not only Su Mingyi's companions, but even Su Mingyi himself had tears in his eyes. All their research and development, totaling only a few hundred million, has now been completed. And now, with just a nod of approval, it can be sold for 1.5 billion. After deducting costs, if they split the profits among themselves, each of them could get several hundred million. Faced with the temptation of hundreds of millions, Su Mingyi's companions couldn't resist. Let's agree to Mr. Chen's request. Yes, Mr. Chen's idea is excellent. We only sell the first part to Mr. Chen, but not the rest. The core remains in our hands. Chen Fan is so generous, we can't refuse. Let's sell. Su Mingyi's companions tried to persuade him. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'm willing to sell you the first part of the program and data. Finally, Su Mingyi couldn't resist the temptation of profit and agreed to Chen Fan's offer. After all, he was only selling the first part, not the most crucial data, to Chen Fan, so his agreement with the middle-aged man wouldn't be broken. Besides, didn't Chen Fan just say that he would invest 7 or 8 billion yuan later? This information is just to shut up the higher-ups. He could still follow the middle-aged man's instructions to swindle more money from Chen Fan. How wonderful it would be to receive a reward of 3 billion, and also earn a few hundred million more through hard work. Chen Fan had someone draft a document on the spot, and both parties signed it. Fearing that delay might lead to complications, Chen Fan arranged for Zhu Pingnan, along with some of Ronca Group's trusted confidants, and Su Mingyi, to go to their studio that same day for a thorough handover. Zhu Pingnan nodded to Chen Fan, indicating that everything was okay and they had gotten their hands on it. Chen Fan then handed over the 1.5 billion check to the other party. Su Mingyi and the others were overjoyed to receive 1.5 billion. Mr. Chen, what about the 8 billion investment? Before Chen Fan left, Su Mingyi specifically asked. Don't worry, once I've dealt with those senior executives with these documents, I'll invest immediately. It won't take too long. Chen Fan continued to deceive him, trying to keep him calm until he realized something was wrong, but by then it was too late. Chen Fan, Zhu Pingnan, and the rest of the Ronca Group left. On the way back to the company, a mechanical voice came from inside. Bite. By acquiring the AI-powered driving technology from Su Mingyi and finding new talent in the field of AI, the midterm mission is complete. Congratulations on acquiring 10% of the Rolls-Royce Group shares, making you the president and largest shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 375 experience points. Chen Fan completed the midterm mission in a short time, acquiring a terrifyingly valuable 10% stake in the Rolls-Royce Group. In an instant, Chen Fan became the president and largest shareholder of Rolls-Royce, gaining yet another impressive title. 20 minutes later, the group returned to Ronca Group. Chen Fan has already arranged a special office for Zhu Pingnan within the Ronca Group and has drafted a recruitment notice. Technical personnel can be recruited tomorrow morning. Back at the company, Zhu Pingnan hesitated for a moment, then asked Chen Fan a crucial question. Chapter 417 Chen Fan's True Ambition. The Chen family reappears. Mr. Chen, how much money do you plan to invest in AI-powered driving? Zhu Pingnan looked at Chen Fan. How much? Probably 2 or 300 billion. Chen Fan answered casually. Of course, if things develop very well later, it's not impossible to invest 50 billion or even 100 billion. The system's previous predictions were only approximate ranges, not this accurate. If we can truly develop this industry thoroughly, investing tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars is not a problem. After all, if it succeeds, it will become a world-class conglomerate with a market value exceeding 1 trillion or even several trillion. It's worth noting that Tesla, currently the world's most successful automaker, has a market capitalization of $7 to $8 trillion. If we can develop this industry to its peak and become number one in the world, I dare not say we can become the next Tesla, but even achieving half or a third of Tesla's scale would be an astronomical figure. With the system's assistance, Chen Fan's businesses grew larger and larger, and his net worth became increasingly impressive. Chen Fan's goals were no longer limited to things like bringing down the Su family or surpassing the Xiao family. Chen Fan's goal is to build the world's #1 business empire, a world-class conglomerate, and become a man standing at the pinnacle of the world. When Zhu Pingnan first heard Chen Fan mention 2 or 300 billion, he was already quite shocked. When Chen Fan said that investing 50 billion or even 100 billion was not a problem, Zhu Pingnan was completely stunned. This was a number he never dared to even imagine. Zhu Pingnan understood Chen Fan's intention. The boss truly intended to challenge for the world's #1 spot. The boss has the courage and ambition, and more importantly, the ability. The more Zhu Pingnan thought about it, the more excited he became. Leaving Yaojin Technology Company was a wise choice. Following Boss Chen, he would have more opportunities to showcase his abilities. Tomorrow, Ronca Group will begin recruiting technical talent. You and Ronca Group's senior management will be responsible for selecting people and building your own team. Chen Fan gave the order. I found you an office space within the Ronca Group. For now, you'll be considered a department within the Ronca Group. Once you've assembled your team, I'll separate you out and establish a new company. To avoid alerting the target, the AI-powered driving project is currently being kept hidden within the Ronca Group. Okay, boss. Zhu Pingnan nodded. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. If you do well in the future, your compensation will continue to increase. Chen Fan patted Zhu Pingnan on the shoulder to encourage him. As Chen Fan interacted with more people, his skills in managing people became increasingly sophisticated. Please rest assured, boss, I will definitely not let you down. Zhu Pingnan guaranteed. Afterwards, he went to organize the information and data he had just obtained. Chen Fan stayed at Ronca Group for a while longer before returning to his own hotel. On the way, Chen Fan was making plans. He figured that the old man from the Siu family was probably plotting against him, trying to take advantage of his investment in artificial intelligence driving. They would definitely overlook the Siu family's Jiai Group and their secret business, Huitong Group. Under his management, Siu's Jiai Group was already on the verge of collapse. It was only with the help of Huitong Group that Siu's Jiai Group was not completely bankrupted. However, if Huitong Group, our lifeline, collapses, Siu's Jiai Group will also collapse. If these two companies collapse, the Siu family will be like a shaky building teetering on the brink of collapse amidst a storm. With just a slight push from Chen Fan, the Siu family would be nothing but history. Chen Fan is planning to take action against Huitong Group. Time flies, a new day begins. That morning, Siu Junliang, along with some senior executives from Siu's Jiai Group, arrived at the headquarters of Huitong Group to seek help. They had previously spoken with the person in charge of Huitong Group on the phone, and today they came to discuss the specifics. Downstairs at Huitong Group, a mid-level manager was waiting for Siu Junliang and his team. And this middle-level leader was none other than Chen Fan, the most valued grandson of Chen Shanhai, from the Chen family of Jiangzhou. Previously, Chen Fan's direct descendants had all been brought to Junliang by the Siu family. In order to annoy and deal with Chen Fan, Old Master Siu arranged positions for several important members of the Chen family in the Siu family's businesses. Chen Fan held the highest position among them, which made him very proud. He felt that he had the support of the Siu family and was about to take off. Chen Fan, an outsider, was unaware of the Siu family secrets, let alone that the Siu family had been brought to the brink of collapse by Chen Fan. Chen Fan's current thinking is still based on what he was a month or two ago. Chen Fan felt that it didn't matter what happened to Chen Fan, that little brat, who could stir up trouble and control everything in Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou is just a small, insignificant place. Compared to the prestigious Siu family of Junliang, Chen Fan is nothing but an ant. He was only 26 or 27 years old, yet he was already a mid-level manager in the behemoth that was Huitong Group. In the future, as long as he demonstrates his abilities, he will have the opportunity to climb even higher and may even become the president of Huitong Group. Currently, Xie Zixuan, the chairman of Huitong Group, is a trusted confidant who was promoted by Old Master Siu and is not a direct descendant of the Siu family. His future achievements and prospects are bright, far surpassing those of Chen Fan. Chen Fan, just wait until I trample you under my feet and make you beg for mercy. Chen Fan began to fantasize. Just then, Siu Junliang led his men in. Upon seeing the arrival of a direct descendant of the Siu family, Chen Fan immediately smiled obsequiously, adopting a servile and fawning demeanor, and went to greet him. Hello, Mr. Siu. Mr. Xie asked me to wait for you here. Chen Fan came over to say hello. Huh, why do you look so familiar? Siu Junliang was about to walk inside, but after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Mr. Siu, my name is Chen Fan, and I am from the Chen family of Jiangzhou. When we first came to Junliang, we had the honor of meeting you at the Siu family's house. Chen Fan answered. Chen Fan, are you related to that trash Chen Fan? Siu Junliang angrily rebuked. Siu Junliang had grown to the point of extreme resentment and disgust towards Chen Fan. President Siu, that ungrateful bastard Chen Fan has severed ties with our Chen family. We are now his mortal enemies. Chen Fan was so frightened that he quickly tried to explain. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Siu Junliang's anger subsided somewhat. President Siu, how can you lower yourself to Chen Fan's level? He's such an ant. You could crush him with a flick of your finger. Chen Fan's original intention was to curry favor with Siu Junliang, but Siu Junliang's response after hearing what he said left Chen Fan dumbfounded. Chapter 4:18 Severing Ties, Day 81. Reward with Chanel Group Shares. He's still trying to crush Chen Fan. Chen Fan almost crushed me to death. Damn it. What bad luck. Siu Junliang cursed angrily, then turned and led his men toward the elevator. Chen Fan was completely bewildered. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. What did President Siu just say? He felt like he was about to be strangled to death by Chen Fan. Are you kidding me? Has the world gone this crazy? Siu Junliang is a direct descendant of the Siu family in Jinling, and he is even capable of competing for the position of the next head of the Siu family. Such a powerful figure is now being told that Chen Fan is about to crush him. At that moment, Chen Fan felt as if the sky was about to collapse. No, that's not what Mr. Siu meant, is it? Chen Fan muttered to himself, his speech becoming incoherent. Shaking his head, Chen Fan immediately chased after him. Unfortunately, by the time Chen Fan arrived, Siu Junliang and the others had already boarded the elevator, and Chen Fan couldn't catch up. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the chairman's office of Huitong Group. At this moment, Siu Junliang and his group had already met with Xie Zixuan, chairman of Huitong Group. In such an important situation, Chen Fan couldn't ask any questions, so he could only stand obediently to the side, hoping to hear the details from their conversation. Old Xie, we didn't talk enough last time. Your Huitong Group is so powerful now, contributing a little more shouldn't be a problem. Siu Junliang pleaded. Old Xie Zixuan was about to defend himself when Siu Junliang interrupted him. Old Xie, it's not that I'm trying to rip you off or ask for an exorbitant price. It's just that bastard Chen Fan has gone too far. Our Siu Jiai Group is really on the verge of collapse. We're on the verge of bankruptcy. Siu Junliang spoke the truth. If you don't give us more help, we're really going to go bankrupt. Siu Junliang's words didn't affect Xie Zixuan much, but they struck Chen Fan, who had just entered, like a bolt from the blue. What? Chen Fan's intervention is about to bring down the Siu Jiai Group. Chen Fan was stunned and speechless, unable to calm down for a long time. Siu Jiai Group is a large enterprise that is no less powerful than their Huitong Group. The result is that this huge company, this behemoth, is now on the verge of being brought down by Chen Fan. Just now, Chen Fan was fantasizing that he might become the chairman of Huitong Group in the future, with a brighter future than Chen Fan. Reality, however, told him that he had been overthinking things. No need to wait for the future. Chen Fan is already more powerful than the chairman of their Huitong Group. Chen Fan really couldn't understand why Chen Fan was so powerful. Just when Chen Fan thought this was the most shocking news, Siu Junliang inadvertently revealed another important piece of information. Old Xie, you don't want to see my Siu Jiai Group follow in the footsteps of Siu's Capital Group and be bankrupted by Chen Fan again, do you? Please give me more. I'm begging you. Siu Junliang spoke. Has Siu's Capital Group been bankrupted by Chen Fan? Although Chen Fan didn't know much about this company, it must be extraordinary to have such a name, especially one that's named after the Siu family. But now, Chen Fan has bankrupted this company. Chen Fan's face was covered in sweat, and he was utterly terrified. Chen Fan only severed ties with the Chen family 2 months ago, and he's already grown to this extent. Could it be that Chen Fan might actually win the confrontation with the Siu family and crush them under his feet? But as soon as he had this bold guess, Chen Fan immediately shook his head, trying to comfort himself. No, I'm just overthinking it. No matter how powerful Chen Fan is, he can't possibly be a match for the Siu family, a top-tier wealthy family that has stood in Jinling for many years. Yes, I must be overthinking it. Just as Chen Fan was filled with anxiety, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Bite. On the 81st day after severing ties, he was rewarded with 4% of the shares of the world's top luxury goods company, Chanel, becoming the 6th largest shareholder and board member of the Chanel Group. The system rewarded me with shares of the Chanel Group today? Chen Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Chanel, one of the world's top luxury brands, is mainly engaged in clothing, cosmetics, bags, and other industries. It has been established for more than 100 years, and its brand value is even higher than that of Tiffany. In the world's 500 most valuable brands ranking, Tiffany is ranked in the middle, around 200th, while Chanel is ranked 34th. In addition, Chanel is ranked 22nd on Interbrand's list of the world's top 100 brands, ranked number 8 in the list of the world's 50 most valuable apparel brands. Currently, the Chanel Group's market capitalization has reached a staggering $400 billion. Don't be fooled by the fact that the system only rewarded Chen Fan with 4% of Chanel Group's shares this time. Their total value is a staggering 16 billion. In addition to acquiring this 4% stake in the Chanel Group, Chen Fan also became a director of the Chanel Group and its sixth largest shareholder. The shares in Chanel Group are currently the most impressive company shares Chen Fan has acquired. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with today's reward. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan suddenly received a phone call from a completely unfamiliar number. Chen Fan picked up the phone out of curiosity. Excuse me, is this Chen Fan or Chen Dongshi? The person on the other end of the phone spoke broken Daxia language, clearly a foreigner who wasn't very fluent in Daxia. I am Chen Fan, and you are? Chen Fan was very curious. Hello, Director Chen. Our company, President of Chanel Group Asia Pacific, Emily Rebecca. The foreign woman opposite introduced herself. Oh, Chen Fan responded politely. Hello, Ms. Emily Rebecca. Excuse me, where does Mr. Chen live in the building? Emily Rebecca asked curiously. Am I currently in Junliang? In Junliang. Suddenly, Emily Rebecca seemed to realize something. Chapter 419 Weiya International Group Cocktail Party, awarding shares of Lei Hua Private Security Group. Mr. Chen, may I ask if you are you attending the cocktail party organized tonight by Mr. Xinjia, the owner of Weiya International Group? Emily Rebecca spoke. A cocktail party hosted by the owner of Weiya International Group? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. A dozen seconds later, Chen Fan remembered that he had indeed seen an invitation from Weiya International Group in the chairman's office of Ronca Group, but he received far too many such invitations and was usually too lazy to go. Mr. Chen, I also received an invitation from Xinjia. I will be flying from Shanghai to Nanjing this afternoon to attend the reception. If you attend, we can meet and chat. If you don't attend, I can visit you. Emily Rebecca used all her knowledge to speak this long passage in Bactrian, though she still stumbled over it. The headquarters of the Chanel Group in the Asia-Pacific region is in Shanghai. Chen Fan hesitated. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Bite. Temporary task issued. Attend the Weiya International Group cocktail party tonight and meet Emily Rebecca, President of Chanel Group Asia Pacific. Mission reward, 7% ownership of Thunderfire Private Security Group. Task reward, 359 experience points. A new task has been assigned to the system. I'll participate. Chen Fan made a decision immediately. With a system mission in hand, and the reward being ownership of the Thunderfire Private Security Group, Chen Fan naturally had to go. Moreover, if he didn't participate, Emily Rebecca would still come to visit him. His villa wasn't finished yet, so if she came, wouldn't he have to come to the hotel? Judging from her voice, Emily Rebecca seemed to be in her early 20s. It was inappropriate for Chen Fan to ask her to come to the hotel to meet him so soon after they had just met. So Chen Fan decided to attend the party tonight, but he didn't know what to eat. Okay, Mr. Chen, see you at Weiya International Group tonight. Emily Rebecca's reply was fragmented. After this incident, Emily Rebecca vowed to find a teacher as soon as possible to properly learn the language of Great Xiao. Otherwise, communication would be too difficult. Good. Chen Fan nodded. It was a deal. Time flies. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan drove to the venue of the Weiya International Group's cocktail party, which was also the manor of Weiya International's boss, Xinjia. At this moment, the area in front of Xinjia's manor is filled with luxury cars of all kinds. Many young men stood outside the manor, commenting on the luxury cars. This group of young men was divided into two groups. One group was led by a tall boy, while the other group was led by a man wearing glasses. There were more people on the taller boy's side and fewer on the boys with glasses side. Old Dai, I heard you joined some Flying Feather Supercar Association. What's the point of joining such a crappy association? The tall man asked with disdain. What's the use of being called the best in Jinling? Huang Anzhou, watch your words. You can talk a lot of things, but don't make snide remarks about our Flying Feather Supercar Association. The bespectacled man, Dai Yanbin, immediately stood up to refute him. He had only been a member of the Flying Feather Supercars Association for a short time, but he liked the association very much. And I heard that your guild leader is a guy from a small town who hasn't been in Jinling for long. Are you really willing to be a lackey for a country bumpkin? Huang Anzhou sneered, completely looking down on Chen Fan, a person from a small place. Huang Anzhou, you really can't say anything nice. How could you possibly know how awesome our chairman Chen is? Dai Yanbin sneered. What's so great about that? You're really good at bragging. Let me tell you, what kind of car does your guild leader drive? It can't be worse than my Koenigsegg CCXR, which costs 40 or 50 million, can it? Huang Anzhou asked arrogantly. How can that Chairman Chen be compared to young Master Huang? Young Master Huang's Koenigsegg CCXR is definitely one of the top supercars in Nanjing. How could Chairman Chen from that small town possibly be better than young Master Huang's supercar? Exactly. That guy isn't even qualified to carry your shoes. After Huang Anzhou finished speaking, the people next to him immediately echoed his words. Many of them had just met Huang Anzhou at the party, and in order to curry favor with Huang Anzhou, they deliberately belittled Chen Fan. Hearing these flattering words, Huang Anzhou became completely arrogant. Let me tell you, my Koenigsegg CCXR. Huang Anzhou still wanted to show off. Before he could finish speaking, a supercar, as black as lightning, sped towards them from afar. Instantly, the black supercar attracted everyone's attention at the scene. To their astonishment, the black supercar executed a beautiful drift and came to a perfect stop not far away. Holy crap, is that a Koenigsegg 1:1? My god, we have supercars of this caliber in Nanjing. This is the first time I've ever seen a supercar worth over 100 million. It's amazing. Everyone stared blankly, stunned by Chen Fan's supercar. Then, a young man walked out with an incredibly dashing air. President. Dai Yanbin spoke with delight, then proudly introduced the following to the others present. This is Chen Fan, Chairman Chen, from our Flying Feather Supercar Association. What? Is he the president of the Flying Feather Supercar Association? No wonder he can become the president. It turns out he has a world-class supercar like the Koenigsegg 1:1. Everyone sighed with admiration and expressed their envy of Chen Fan. As for Huang Anzhou and the young men who had just been trying to curry favor with him, they were all dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at Chen Fan's Koenigsegg 1:1, speechless with astonishment. How so? Isn't this guy from a small town? How come he owns a supercar of this caliber? By the way, Huang Anzhou, there's something else you don't know? While Huang Anzhou was still in shock, Dai Yanbin told him another incredibly shocking piece of news. Chapter 420 The Mysterious Guest Who Was Specially Invited. Ronca Group's arch-rival. Our president is still the owner of Koenigsegg. Your Koenigsegg CCXR was made by our boss's company. Dai Yanbin said with a smile. What? He's still the owner of Koenigsegg. Upon learning Chen Fan's identity, Huang Anzhou gasped in shock, completely stunned. For these young masters, the owner of Koenigsegg is far more powerful than any billionaire or a member of a wealthy family. If even Huang Anzhou is like this, then let alone those young masters who were trying to curry favor with him earlier. These young masters had made a few sarcastic remarks about Chen Fan to curry favor with Huang Anzhou, but when they saw that Chen Fan was driving a top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions and was also the owner of Koenigsegg, they were surprised. The group felt utterly ashamed and wished they could disappear into the ground. It was too embarrassing. After giving the group a mocking look, Dai Yanbin quickly stepped forward to greet Chen Fan. Hello, President. Dai Yanbin, right? Chen Fan spoke. These past few days, Chen Fan has been frequently visiting the Flying Feather Supercar Association. Dai Yanbin stands out among the newcomers in the association, and Chen Fan has taken a liking to him. Yes, Chairman. Dai Yanbin nodded. I never expected that the president, who is so busy, would still remember me. I am truly honored. Dai Yanbin said with a smile. Subsequently, Dai Yanbin introduced several of his friends to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded and strode into the Weiya International Group's cocktail party with Dai Yanbin and the others. Only Huang Anzhou and the others remained, bewildered in the wind. Huang Anzhou was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Out of curiosity, he went online to look up information about Koenigsegg. When he learned that Koenigsegg's market value was only a few billion, he immediately felt relieved. TCH, he's just the owner of Koenigsegg. What's the big deal? Huang Anzhou sneered. While the Koenigsegg owner's status was indeed impressive to him, it was utterly insignificant compared to his father's. Huang Anzhou strode into the party to find his father. On the other hand, after entering the party venue, Chen Fan looked around but didn't see Emily Rebecca from the Chanel group, so he sent her a WeChat message. This afternoon, the two exchanged contact information. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen. I'll be there shortly. Emily Rebecca replied that her typing was noticeably smoother. Since Emily Rebecca would have to wait a while, Chen Fan chatted with Dai Yanbin and the others. Before long, several middle-aged men came over with wine glasses. This must be Mr. Chen, the boss of Ronca Group, right? After they came over, one of the bald middle-aged men asked, Who are you? I am Wang Tianlong, the owner of Tianlong Investment Company. The middle-aged man's reply was tinged with meaning. Tianlong Investment Company? Chen Fan understood. It turns out this guy is the boss of Tianlong Investment Company, their mortal enemy. At this moment, the bald middle-aged man next to Wang Tianlong is Huang Anzhou's father. I heard that Ronca Group has offended the Siu family. I really don't know what Mr. Chen is thinking. Is he really that desperate? Having offended a top-tier wealthy family, Ronca Group will probably be finished soon. Wang Tianlong made sarcastic remarks. I don't know when Ronca Group will go bankrupt, but I do know that Ronca Group's bankruptcy will definitely happen after the Siu family and your Tianlong Investment Company go bankrupt. Chen Fan immediately retorted. You Wang Tianlong was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. Mr. Wang, why bother arguing with someone like that? They might be bankrupted by the Siu family tomorrow and become homeless. Huang Anzhou's father spoke. That's right. We don't need to lower ourselves to their level. You, Mr. Wang, are a distinguished guest personally invited by Mr. He. Another boss chimed in. At this reception hosted by Weiya International Group, a small group of distinguished guests were personally invited by He Xinjia, the owner of Weiya International Group. Recently, Tianlong Investment Company made a fortune from investing in a certain project, and its strength has grown rapidly, so He Xinjia has to pay attention to it. Mr. He has a good eye. Wang Tianlong answered smugly. Just then, a commotion arose, and the host of the party, He Xinjia, appeared. After coming out, He Xinjia greeted the guests present. Noticing that Wang Tianlong and the others were there, He Xinjia came over specifically. Hello, Mr. He. Mr. He looks younger again. What you're saying, has Mr. He ever been old? Mr. He has always been so spirited and energetic. Noticing He Xinjia approaching, the group rushed over and showered him with praise. Even Wang Tianlong was no exception. He Xinjia's Weiya International Group is one of the leading enterprises in Nanjing and a business tycoon. In many places, He Xinjia's status is even on par with the heads of Nanjing's top wealthy families. He Xinjia was very approachable and greeted everyone, including Chen Fan. However, because Tianlong Investment Company is currently enjoying great success, He Xinjia pays more attention to Wang Tianlong than to others, and they talk about him more. As for ordinary guests like Chen Fan, they were just SOSO. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a very important guest tonight. He Xinjia spoke mysteriously. A VIP guest. What kind of person could He Xinjia call a heavyweight guest? He's definitely not simple. His status and position are at least similar to He Xinjia's, or even more powerful. Is it old Master Su from the Su family? Wang Tianlong glanced at Chen Fan and asked deliberately. He Xinjia shook his head. The head of the Gao family, a top-tier wealthy clan? Others speculated. No, he is not the head of any family, nor is he even from Jinling. He comes from Shanghai. He Xinjia answered. Not a family head, nor someone from Jinling, but from Shanghai. Then who is it? Everyone was extremely curious. That VIP guest will arrive in a few minutes, and you'll find out then. That's a big shot that even I have to curry favor with. He Xinjia kept everyone in suspense. A big shot that even He Xinjia has to curry favor with? Several people took it even more seriously. Mr. He, when that important person arrives later, you'll have to introduce him to us. Wang Tianlong spoke excitedly. Huang Anzhou's father, along with several other guests, echoed his sentiments. He Xinjia nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. At the scene, only Chen Fan remained calmly seated, standing out from the others. He Xinjia noticed this and couldn't help but look at Chen Fan. Chapter 4:21 Now, please welcome Mr. Chen, the director of our Chanel group, to the stage. There was no way around it. Chen Fan stood there calmly, like a crane among chickens, making it hard for him not to attract He Xinjia's attention. Actually, He Xinjia had already taken notice of Chen Fan when he first saw how young he was. Normally, he would have taken the initiative to chat with Chen Fan more, but there were too many guests present today, many of whom were people of status and position, so he simply didn't have time. In comparison, he had no choice but to temporarily give up on Chen Fan. But now, Chen Fan is so calm after hearing that he is going to invite a big shot from Shanghai. This makes He Xinjia think that Chen Fan is probably not simple. This Mr. Chen is quite different from others. He Xinjia spoke. Is Mr. Chen not interested in the important person I specially invited from Shanghai? Not interested. Chen Fan answered without hesitation. Who is the important person He Xinjia invited, and what is their relationship with him? Moreover, Chen Fan probably already guessed it. Chen Fan, you're being incredibly rude. Exactly. Mr. He went to great lengths to introduce us to an important person and expand our network. How could you do this? You're incredibly arrogant. Quickly apologize to Boss He. Upon seeing this, Wang Tianlong and the others immediately reprimanded Chen Fan, feeling that Chen Fan was being too pretentious, and that compared to him, they seemed so fickle. It's all right. He Xinjia waved his hand. Compared to Wang Tianlong and others fawning, Chen Fan's composure attracted He Xinjia's attention, who had seen all kinds of big scenes. There are only two possibilities for why Chen Fan acted this way. One possibility is that he's really awesome and doesn't care about any big shots from Shanghai, or he simply doesn't care. The second possibility is that Chen Fan did this on purpose to stand out from others and deliberately attract attention. He Xinjia couldn't be sure which one Chen Fan was. Mr. He, you're too kind. You're being so polite to someone who's causing trouble like this. I suggest we kick this guy out right away, so that when that important person comes, we don't know what he's up to. Wang Tianlong strongly suggested that, as his old rival, he naturally wanted to exclude Chen Fan. I agree. Great idea. Several of the executives around Wang Tianlong echoed his sentiments. No need for that. Just as Xinjia was about to speak, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Amidst the attention of countless guests, a stunningly beautiful foreign woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, long legs, and a tall, slender figure walked in, surrounded by several friends. They're here, the big shot is here. Xinjia spoke. Having said that, he quickly went over and greeted the foreign woman with a hint of ingratiation. Hello, Miss Rebecca. Hello, Mr. He. The foreign woman answered in Bactrian, which was not very fluent. Seeing the boss of the prestigious Weiya International Group fawning over this foreign woman, the guests were extremely curious. Who was this foreign woman? At the scene, only Chen Fan guessed the foreign woman's identity. As for the reason, it's quite simple. Chen Fan guessed it from her broken Xiao language. Quiet down, everyone. Xinjia invited the foreign woman to the high platform and spoke with utmost seriousness. In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to the foreign woman. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Emily Rebecca, the president of Chanel Group in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, Miss Rebecca has made a special trip from Shanghai to attend Mr. He's party. I am truly honored. Xinjia spoke with immense pride. What? She's the president of Chanel Group's Asia-Pacific region? What? That's an impressive identity. She's a really important person. At such a young age, holding such an important position, Miss Rebecca's background must be quite extraordinary. Upon hearing Xinjia's introduction, the scene immediately erupted in commotion, with countless people stunned by Emily Rebecca's identity. Wang Tianlong and the others, in particular, had their eyes shining. They never expected that boss he would introduce such an important figure to them. The Chanel Group has a market value of up to 400 billion, and Emily Rebecca, as the president of the Chanel Group in the Asia-Pacific region, is someone they need to look up to. Now, they have the opportunity to meet such an amazing person. Wang Tianlong and the others were extremely excited. Tonight, Miss Emily Rebecca is our most distinguished guest at the party. Please allow Miss Emily Rebecca to say a few words to everyone. Xinjia began ingratiatingly. However, Emily Rebecca's next words left Xinjia completely bewildered. Mr. He, I need to correct you. I am not the most distinguished guest tonight. Emily Rebecca spoke. Oh. Emily Rebecca's words left Xinjia and the others present extremely puzzled. Miss Rebecca, is there any guest here with a higher status than you? Xinjia couldn't help but speak up. As the organizer of this party, and with guests of even higher status, how could he not know? Of course. Emily Rebecca nodded. Tonight, we, the Chanel Group's shareholders and directors, are also here. Emily Rebecca took a deep breath and said a long string of words. The main reason she came today was to visit and get to know the company's new shareholder, since they were both in Daxia. Emily Rebecca's words immediately caused a stir in the room. Chanel's shareholders have arrived. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Is it true or false? The shareholders of the Chanel Group are indeed much more powerful than Rebecca, the president of the Asia-Pacific region. Who is it? Who are the shareholders of the Chanel Group? Is that you, Mr. Sun? The people present looked at each other, all very curious about who the Chanel Group shareholder Emily Rebecca was referring to was. Even Xinjia was no exception. Next, please welcome our group's director Chen to the stage. Just then, Emily Rebecca spoke with utmost seriousness. Chapter 422 adds an ally to the fight against the Siu family. Emily Rebecca's mysterious background. Director Chen? Who is Director Chen? Upon hearing Emily Rebecca's words, more people at the scene began searching for the figure of Director Chen. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Chen Fan, who had been sitting, slowly stood up and walked towards the high platform in front of him. He wanted to keep a low profile, but Emily Rebecca insisted on introducing herself, making it difficult for him to remain discreet. Chen Fan, what are you doing over there? They've invited Chen, the head of the Chanel Group. Noticing Chen Fan get up, Wang Tianlong instinctively made a sarcastic remark, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something. Was the Chanel Group Asia-Pacific president referring to Director Chen? Chen Fan also has the surname Chen. Could Chen Fan be a shareholder of the Chanel Group? Wang Tianlong's face turned pale instantly, and a chill ran down his spine. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Fan ascended the high platform. Oh, it's you. On stage, Xinjia spoke with deep emotion. It seems that of my two guesses, the first one was correct. This outstanding young man is indeed extraordinary. On behalf of the Chanel Group, I would like to extend my greetings to everyone and wish you all a pleasant evening. Chen Fan said a few polite words. President Chen is so approachable. Hello, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. After Chen Fan finished speaking, countless flattering voices came from below the stage. Mr. Chen, I was truly blind just now. Please forgive me. Xinjia also stepped forward and apologized to Chen Fan. Xinjia and Chen Fan shook hands. Chen Fan and Emily Rebecca also got to know each other. I didn't expect Miss Rebecca to be so young. Chen Fan remarked that he had previously estimated Emily Rebecca to be around 28 or 29 years old, and if her voice sounded young, she might even be over 30. But judging from the current situation, Emily Rebecca is no more than 23 or 24 years old. At such a young age, Emily Rebecca has already secured such an important position as the president of the Chanel Group's Asia-Pacific region. Her background must be incredibly impressive. Director Chen, you're joking. You're the one who's truly young. Emily Rebecca replied with a smile that her manners were impeccable, clearly indicating that she came from a prominent family and had been taught aristocratic etiquette since childhood. Emily Rebecca spoke from the heart. She wasn't just flattering Chen Fan, who was only around 20 years old, even younger than her. She was given this position because of her family background, but this Director Chen, who is even younger than her, is already a shareholder of the Chanel Group. Director Chen's background must be quite impressive. Emily Rebecca was very curious. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Bite. Attend the cocktail party hosted by Weiya International Group tonight, and meet Emily Rebecca, president of Chanel Group Asia Pacific. Temporary task complete. Congratulations on acquiring a 7% stake in Thunderfire Private Security Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 359 experience points. Having completed the temporary mission, Chen Fan easily obtained 7% of the shares in Lei Hua Private Security Group, as well as 359 experience points. Chen Fan is not far from gaining control of the Lei Hua Private Security Group. From below the stage, Chen Fan, Emily Rebecca, and Xinjia chatted and laughed. Wang Tianlong, Huang Anzhou's father, and their several wealthy companions all looked as if they had swallowed a dead rat, their expressions extremely unpleasant. Oh no, this is terrible. Who would have thought that Chen Fan had such a powerful identity? Wang Tianlong and Huang Anzhou's father's legs were weak. They had just been arguing with such an important figure. They were really asking for trouble. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. They were about to step forward to apologize to Chen Fan when they were chased away by the bodyguards arranged by Xinjia. Xinjia had witnessed these people being disrespectful to Chen Fan. In order to curry favor with Chen Fan, Xinjia quickly abandoned Wang Tianlong and the others and kicked them out. Being kicked out in front of so many people, Wang Tianlong and his group lost all face. They were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would never have dared to oppose Chen Fan in the first place. On stage, during a conversation, Chen Fan inadvertently learned that Xinjia's Weiya International Group and Su's secret business, Huitong Group, were actually engaged in the same industry. These two companies are mortal enemies. Weiya International Group is far stronger than Huitong Group, but Xinjia has never dared to do anything because of the Su family. Immediately, Chen Fan had a plan in mind. Mr. He, I have a big business opportunity for you. I wonder if you dare to take it. Chen Fan spoke. A big deal? What big deal? Please tell me. Xinjia inquired. I'm sure Mr. He is also very unhappy with Huitong Group. How about we join forces to deal with Huitong Group? Chen Fan suggested. If Weiya International Group, which has the same business as Huitong Group, were to intervene, along with Huitong Group itself, Huitong Group wouldn't last 3 days. No, not even 2. Target Huitong Group. Xinjia fell into deep thought. To be honest, Xinjia was genuinely tempted. In the past, he had thought about dealing with Huitong Group more than once, but he was worried that the Su family would settle scores with him later and fight him to the death, so he never took action. Now that a shareholder of the prestigious Chanel Group has invited me to join forces, that's giving me face. Moreover, with President Chen around, he wasn't worried about any retaliation from the Su family. President Chen would naturally take action. No problem, Mr. Chen. Xinjia agreed. He did this to curry favor with Chen Fan, a big shot, and it would also greatly help his career development. It was a win-win situation, so why not? It's a deal. Chen Fan nodded. I never expected to make an ally at this party. What an unexpected bonus. Now, the collapse of Huitong Group has entered its final countdown, and the countdown is being counted in hours. Subsequently, both parties communicated the details and agreed to jointly attack Huitong Group the next morning, leaving it vulnerable to attacks from both sides and unable to defend itself. Chen Fan made a phone call to make arrangements on his side, while Xinjia also contacted his people to prepare. After Chen Fan finished his call, Emily Rebecca suddenly walked over, seemingly wanting to say something. Chapter 4:23 Special Circumstances within the Chanel Group lead to action against the Huitong Group. Director Chen, what are your thoughts on the company's internal situation? Emily Rebecca asked meaningfully. What's the situation inside the company? I have no opinion. Chen Fan shook his head. He had just acquired shares in the Chanel Group, and it hadn't even been a day since then. He had no idea what the internal situation of the Chanel Group was like, so naturally he had no opinion. I understand. Director Chen, you've just joined our company. You're probably not very familiar with it, so in that case, let me introduce myself to you. Emily Rebecca suddenly realized what was going on, and then slowly explained it to Chen Fan. Here's the thing. Currently, the president of the Chanel Group is preparing to retire due to his advanced age. Within the company, the strong contenders for the next president are Winifred Rebecca and Osborne McAdam, both currently serving as vice presidents of the Chanel Group. Wait, Winifred Rebecca? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. She shared the same last name as Emily Rebecca. Your relationship must be more than just casual. Director Chen guessed correctly. Winifred Rebecca is my aunt. Emily Rebecca didn't hide anything. She told the truth. In an instant, Chen Fan understood what Emily Rebecca meant. Director Chen, you are currently the company's sixth largest shareholder. You wield considerable influence within the company. If possible, you could vote for my aunt without considering the consequences. Emily Rebecca asked politely, as she wanted to bring Chen Fan into their camp. I can consider it. Chen Fan nodded. Although Chen Fan is currently treating Emily Rebecca better, but they've only just met, so it's hard to say who they'll vote for in the future. What's more, who knows, maybe there won't even be a vote later on, and perhaps I'll be the new president of the Chanel Group? Don't worry, Director Chen. I will show my sincerity. Emily Rebecca spoke in a very mysterious way. I've prepared a special gift for you. You'll find out tomorrow. She understood that simply stating it outright wouldn't work. If you want to bring someone to your side, you definitely have to take action and make sacrifices. As for how she will do it, Emily Rebecca is keeping it a secret for now, but she will definitely give Chen Fan a surprise. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't ask any further questions. The mission is complete, and I've also met Emily Rebecca. I've arranged to meet Xinjia tomorrow morning to take down the Su family's Huitong group together. Chen Fan will be leaving early to make some arrangements. After saying goodbye to Emily Rebecca and Xinjia, Chen Fan walked outside. Back at the hotel, Chen Fan made some more arrangements. Once Huitong Group was finished, his men would immediately send Su's Jiai Group to its doom, so that the two companies could go down together and Huitong Group wouldn't be left alone. Time passed slowly, and the next morning, as agreed, Chen Fan's side, together with Xinjia's Weiya International Group, took action against Huitong Group. Within Huitong Group, Xu Jinping and Huitong Group President Siu Junliang were engaged in the most crucial negotiations. Chen Fan stood to the side, pouring tea for them. Old Xia, don't worry. That bastard Chen Fan is focused on dealing with my Su's Jiai Group. He has no energy left to deal with you. Your Huitong Group is as stable as a rock. Xu Jinping reassured Siu Junliang with great confidence. Think about it. My Su's Jiai Group has already firmly restrained Chen Fan. How could he possibly have the energy and strength to deal with you together? Yes, boss, Chen Fan can't possibly have the ability to take on two people at once. You've helped President Su's Jiai Group. When our two companies join forces, Chen Fan will definitely lose. Chen Fan was also speaking up for them. What he most wanted to see was Chen Fan going bankrupt, wandering the streets, starving and freezing, unable to find enough to eat. Now that Chen Fan and Su's Jiai Group are in competition, he naturally has to help Su's Jiai Group. Look, Lao Xia, your people are saying the same thing. Xu Jinping immediately gave Chen Fan a grateful look. By the way, this young man and Chen Fan used to be relatives. He knows Chen Fan very well. If he thinks this way, what are you still worried about? Okay, I agree. Siu Junliang gritted his teeth and agreed to give Huitong Group another third of its funding to help Su's Jiai Group recover. That's right. Xu Jinping smiled broadly. With the funds from Huitong Group, his Su's Jiai Group could recover. Old Xia, it's only because Chen Fan took advantage of my inattention and attacked me, catching me off guard, that this happened. Once my Su's Jiai Group recovers, I'll see how I deal with that little bastard Chen Fan. Xu Jinping got excited and started to show off. Before Xu Jinping could even gloat for a few seconds, a senior executive from Huitong Group suddenly rushed in. Boss, there's a problem. The company was suddenly attacked. The senior management of Huitong Group gave a tense report. What did you say? Siu Junliang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly stood up. Xu Jinping and Chen Fan stood frozen in place. They just said that Chen Fan couldn't possibly fight two against one, and that while dealing with Su's Jiai Group, he would also target Huitong Group. As a result, Chen Fan's attack really came in less than a few minutes. Given the current situation, with Huitong Group suddenly attacked, who was responsible? Need I say more? It's all right, Lao Xia. Chen Fan was probably just testing the waters. Xu Jinping is still being stubborn. Who does he think he is, trying to take on both of our companies at once? Dream on. Chen Fan can't cause any trouble. Your Huitong Group is now strong and well-equipped, and has great strength. Xu Jinping assured Siu Junliang. Siu Junliang fell into deep thought. Given the current strength of their Huitong Group, The possibility of Chen Fan bringing them down was not high. After all, Su's Jai Group was there to restrain Chen Fan. Just as Siu Junliang said, this was probably just Chen Fan testing the waters. Just as Xie Zixuan had this idea, another bolt from the blue arrived. Chapter 424 Huitong Group and Su's Jai Group go bankrupt at the same time, and the Su family falls into the abyss. Boss, Weiya International Group has made a move against us. Another piece of bad news has arrived. What did you say? We've also targeted us. Xie Zixuan couldn't hold back any longer. As a competitor in the same industry, Xie Zixuan knew very well how strong Weiya International Group was. Moreover, attacks from the same kind are the most deadly and ruthless. After all, everyone is aware of the weaknesses in their industry. How could this be? Is it true? Xie Zixuan found it hard to believe. He had long understood that Huitong Group had been acting very aggressively in recent years, and Weiya International Group had long wanted to take action against them. But because they had the support of the Su family of Junliang, Weiya International Group dared not do anything. Why is Weiya International Group suddenly making a move now? It doesn't make sense. Absolutely true, boss. The employee gave an affirmative answer. Siu Junliang realized the seriousness of the situation. Weiya International Group was incredibly powerful. Old Xie, do you think that Weiya International Group's sudden attack on you means they might have already allied with Chen Fan? Siu Junliang made a bold guess. It's not a question of whether or not. It's definitely true. Xie Zixuan gritted his teeth. Without joining forces with Chen Fan, Weiya International Group would never dare to take action against their Huitong Group. After all, it's been several years. With Chen Fan dealing with the Su family, Xinjia felt confident and had few concerns. Xie Zixuan was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. What should he do? What should he do? After a moment of stunned silence, Xie Zixuan quickly made arrangements and began the defense. Xie Zixuan worked for more than 2 hours, but the harder he tried, the worse the results became, and the more losses his Huitong Group suffered. At this rate, the situation is not optimistic. Even if Weiya International Group and Chen Fan join forces, they won't be able to bring down Huitong Group within a few days. Siu Junliang, who had been staying there the whole time, spoke again. Old Xie, you have at least a few days. If all else fails, we can ask the old man for help. Siu Junliang spoke. This is a last resort. Once he does this, Siu Junliang will almost certainly lose the chance to compete for the next head of the Su family. This is why Siu Junliang has never asked the family for help. The old man planned it himself and carried it out, but he couldn't even handle Chen Fan. He's too useless. Hold on for another 2 or 3 days, things should be fine. If the situation is still not good the day after tomorrow, we'll go to the family to seek help. Siu Junliang comforted Xie Zixuan. Boss, the company has gone bankrupt. Before Siu Junliang could finish speaking, the devastating news arrived. Huitong Group is finished. Bankrupt. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the office was stunned. Xie Zixuan, in particular, was deathly pale, looking as if he had eaten a dead rat. He was extremely unsightly. Siu Junliang, you're a jinx. Are you cursing me? Xie Zixuan completely broke down and started cursing at Siu Junliang. Previously, Siu Junliang said that Chen Fan was not capable of fighting 2 against 1, and that while dealing with Su's Jai Group, he would also target their Huitong Group. The next second, Chen Fan made his move, and he even joined forces with Weiya International Group. Just now, Siu Junliang said that their Huitong Group could hold out for a few more days without any problem. But what happened? Their Huitong Group only lasted 1 morning before going bankrupt. What else could Siu Junliang be but a jinx? Why? Even if Chen Fan and Weiya International Group take action, your company shouldn't go bankrupt so soon. Siu Junliang really couldn't understand it. It was a large overseas capital that ambushed us, causing us to suffer heavy losses in a short period of time. The senior executives of Huitong Group sighed deeply, utterly despairing. It's over, everything is over. Xie Zixuan slumped onto the sofa, muttering to himself in a daze. They wanted to provide aid to Su's Jai Group, but it turns out they're the ones who need it. Thank goodness, my Su's Jai Group is still around. Siu Junliang felt a little relieved. The first to fall was not his Su's Jai Group, but Huitong Group. Moreover, if Chen Fan were to take drastic measures against Huitong Group, his Su's Jai Group might escape unscathed. It's possible, very likely. Siu Junliang was trying to comfort himself when suddenly his phone rang. Siu Junliang took it out and saw that it was a call from the vice president of their Su's Jai Group. What's wrong? Siu Junliang answered the phone casually. Boss, the company has gone bankrupt. On the other end of the phone came news that devastated Siu Junliang. Our company went bankrupt too. When Siu Junliang heard the news, he almost jumped up. Bankrupt? His Su's Jai Group has also gone bankrupt. He had just finished feeling relieved, and less than half a minute had passed. At this moment, Siu Junliang himself felt that he had jinxed the situation. Upon hearing the news that Siu Junliang Group had also gone bankrupt, Chen Fan was terrified. Is Chen Fan still the same Chen Fan he knows? It's only been a little over 2 months. He ruined 2 of the Siu family's important businesses. No, wait, this seems to be their 3rd business. In just over 2 months, has Chen Fan grown into a behemoth surpassing the Siu family of Junliang? Chen Fan suffered a minor blow. Siu Junliang also suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. With the bankruptcy of Huitong Group and Siu Junliang Group, the Siu family is already 1 foot off a cliff. Meanwhile, Chen Fan also received news of Huitong Group's bankruptcy. Chen Fan was also somewhat puzzled. According to what he and Xinjia had discussed, it would take at most 2 days, and at least 1.5 days, to completely bring down Huitong Group. But now, only half a day has passed. How could Huitong Group have collapsed so quickly? Just as Chen Fan was wondering what was going on, a message arrived that made him instantly understand. Chapter 4, 82 days after severing ties, becoming the 4th largest shareholder of the Chanel Group. Director Chen, how is my gift? Emily Rebecca sent Chen Fan a message. Earlier at the party, Chen Fan and Xinjia were chatting about how to deal with Huitong Group together, and Emily Rebecca, who was standing next to them, naturally heard everything. At that time, she was thinking that if she wanted to win Chen Fan over to their camp and get him to vote for her aunt, she would definitely have to give something in return. Otherwise, why would he get involved in their conflict? So Emily Rebecca wanted to use her family connections to help Chen Fan deal with the situation and to quickly establish a relationship with Huitong Group. As for the mysterious overseas capital that ultimately hastened the demise of the Huitong Group, it was one of the industries controlled by the Emily Rebecca family. The mysterious gift she mentioned to Chen Fan earlier was this. Upon seeing Emily Rebecca's message, Chen Fan understood everything. To be fair, Emily Rebecca's gift was indeed quite good, saving him a lot of time and also shortening the time it would take for the Siu family to perish. Just as Chen Fan was about to reply to the message. Bite. On the 82nd day after severing ties, he was awarded 4% of the Chanel Group shares, becoming the 4th largest shareholder of the Chanel Group. The system reward arrived early today, and it's a valuable set of Chanel Group shares. In an instant, Chen Fan's shareholding in the Chanel Group increased to 8%, making him the 4th largest shareholder of the Chanel Group and significantly elevating his status and position within the company. At the same time, his net worth has increased again. Looking at the system's rewards for today, Chen Fan felt a little emotional. Perhaps before Emily Rebecca's aunt and another vice president of the Chanel Group finished their struggle, the position of president of the Chanel Group would already be in his hands. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Rebecca. If there is a vote later, I will vote for your aunt. Chen Fan replied to Emily Rebecca. However, Chen Fan's reply was missing one sentence. It's highly likely that there won't be any more voting. However, Chen Fan remembered Emily Rebecca's kind offer to help him. He would take special care of Emily Rebecca and her faction if he took over the Chanel Group in the future. At that point, it won't be that I join Emily Rebecca's side, but rather that Emily Rebecca and the others join my side. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Emily Rebecca, Chen Fan began to plan the final attack on the Siu family and its eventual annihilation. He wanted to analyze the remaining assets of the Siu family, make a plan, and completely wipe the Siu family of Junliang out of history within a few days. While Chen Fan was busy, the Siu family in Junliang. The news of the bankruptcy of both Siu Junliang Group and Huitong Group has already spread. Old Master Siu had only been back at the Siu family compound for a day after recovering from his illness when he heard this news, and he was so anxious that he almost had to be sent to the hospital again. Having lost 2 important businesses at once, the Siu family is practically half buried in the ground. At this moment, Siu Junliang and Xie Zixuan knelt down before Old Master Siu to beg for forgiveness. Father, it's my fault. I couldn't stop Chen Fan. I'm sorry, Master. It's my fault for being incompetent. Please punish me. Siu Junliang and Xie Zixuan bowed to Old Master Siu and apologized. Punishment. Would punishing you bring Siu Junliang Group and Huitong Group back to life? Old Master Siu angrily rebuked the 2 of them. He was furious. Since you've encountered such a huge problem, why didn't you ask your family for help sooner? Old Master Siu questioned. If these 2 guys had asked their families for help sooner, they might have had a chance to save their businesses. Father, the first thing I did when I encountered trouble was to ask Huitong Group for help. At that time, Huitong Group was still at its peak, and there was no crisis at all. Siu Junliang defended himself. Old Xie agreed to help me, but who would have thought that the huge Huitong Group would collapse in just half a day? It's all that damned Xinjia's fault. How dare he join forces with Chen Fan? We can't let Weiya International Group get away with this. Xie Zixuan echoed. Is it that we can't bypass Weiya International Group now? Do you think we have the resources and energy to take down Weiya International Group right now? Old Master Siu asked in return. The Chen family is already struggling to protect themselves, and they also have to deal with Chen Fan. How could they possibly take action against Weiya International Group? That would be suicide. How did that bastard Chen Fan become so powerful that he bankrupted both of our businesses in one fell swoop? Siu Junliang couldn't understand it. Yes. Grandpa Siu was taken aback. Logically speaking, shouldn't Chen Fan have been completely absorbed in his scheme these past few days, focusing all his energy on artificial intelligence driving? Why would he suddenly take action against Huitong Group and Su's Jai Group? Wrong? Hopefully, the scheme I devised specifically for Chen Fan won't go wrong. Thinking it over, Grandpa Siu didn't care about revealing anything anymore and directly called the middle-aged man to inquire about the specific situation. Assuming he said everything is going smoothly, Chen Fan has agreed to invest 8 billion, and the money will be paid soon. The middle-aged man was also completely bewildered. He asked Su Mingyi about the specific situation almost every day, and Su Mingyi's answer each time was that things were progressing well, and Chen Fan was about to fall for it. Go and investigate this in detail now. I think there's something wrong with Su Mingyi. He might be hiding something from you. Old Master Su gave the order. Okay, boss. The middle-aged man immediately went to Su Mingyi's studio. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man arrived at the gate of Su Mingyi's studio and heard a heated argument inside. Why should you get an extra 5%? That's right. Logically speaking, I should be the one who gets the bigger share of the money. I made the biggest contribution to AI-powered driving. You call yourself the oldest? Don't you even look at what you've done? How many times you've failed? Su Mingyi's studio only has a few members, but now when they argue, it's as if there are dozens of them. Clearly, this is a dispute over the unequal distribution of spoils. The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. He hadn't given Su Mingyi any money yet, so what were they going to do about dividing it up now? Thump. The middle-aged man kicked open the door to Su Mingyi's studio. Huh? What brings you here? Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Su Mingyi visibly panicked. Tell me, what exactly are you hiding from me? The middle-aged man stepped forward, grabbed Su Mingyi by the collar, and scolded him loudly. If you dare to lie to me, believe me, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. I have powerful figures in Nanjing behind me. Faced with the middle-aged man's threat, Su Mingyi trembled and had no choice but to reveal that Chen Fan had bought the previous part of their research for 1.5 billion yuan. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? The middle-aged man got even angrier and kicked Su Mingyi several times. I don't think it's a big deal, that's why I didn't tell you. It's just that we bought the first part, which is completely useless. The second part is the most important. Su Mingyi continued to argue. By the first part of the research, the middle-aged man couldn't say for sure, so he could only call and contact Grandpa Siu. After hearing this, based on his experience, Old Master Siu had a bad feeling. Have him contact Chen Fan now and arrange to meet him to discuss the investment. Let's see how Chen Fan responds. Old Master Siu gave the order, wanting to test Chen Fan. Okay, boss. The middle-aged man agreed, and then forced Su Mingyi to make the call. Left with no other option, Su Mingyi dialed Chen Fan's mobile number. A few seconds later, a sound came that Su Mingyi and the middle-aged man did not expect. Chapter 426. The Su family head, enraged to the point of vomiting blood, and Chen Fan's gift to the Su family. The number you dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. A mechanical voice came through. Su Mingyi and the middle-aged man were dumbfounded. This answer was something they hadn't expected. What do you mean by, the number you dialed cannot be reached? Su Mingyi didn't understand. You idiot, Chen Fan blocked you. The middle-aged man started swearing. What? You blocked me? How could that be? No way. Su Mingyi still didn't believe it, so he hung up and dialed several more times. But the answer he heard in the end was always that the call could not be connected temporarily. Su Mingyi's face turned somewhat pale. He only bought the first part of my purchase. He didn't buy the most important part. Su Mingyi couldn't understand it. The middle-aged man immediately reported to Grandpa Siu. Grandpa Siu immediately understood everything. He had been tricked by Chen Fan. Chen Fan either saw through Su Mingyi or guessed that he was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Sir, a courier from the local express delivery company just came by and gave me a package, which seems to be addressed to you. Just then, the Su family's butler walked in. A package? What package? Grandpa Siu was somewhat puzzled. Let's open it and take a look. The housekeeper immediately opened the package, inside which was a painting. The butler opened the painting, which depicted a lifelike praying mantis. Puff! Upon seeing the painting, Old Master Siu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He understood everything. Father! Master of the family. The Siu family members rushed forward to help Old Master Siu. It took Grandpa Siu quite a while to recover. Father, it's just a painting, what's wrong with you? Siu Junliang asked, puzzled. At first, even when he learned that Huitong Group and Su's Jai Group had both gone bankrupt, his father was not like this. But now, seeing an ordinary ink painting, He was so angry that he vomited blood. Siu Junliang couldn't understand it. Do you know who sent this painting? Old Master Su asked weakly. Who? It's that little bastard Chen Fan. He was mocking me for being the mantis. I originally wanted to outmaneuver Chen Fan, but I ended up being outmaneuvered by him. He said he was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We were the mantises, and he was the oriole. Old Master Su said fiercely. Already furious from the losses, Old Master Su was now being mocked so blatantly by Chen Fan that he was overcome with rage and vomited blood. That little bastard Chen Fan deserves to die. Siu Junliang was equally furious. Grandpa Su sat there without saying a word. Previously, the Su family held an absolute advantage in dealing with Chen Fan, being the aggressor. But now, the roles have reversed. Chen Fan is the aggressor, and the Su family can only passively defend. The Su family's power is no longer comparable to Chen Fan's. Grandpa Su was thinking about his final counterattack. No matter what, he would not admit defeat. He was determined to turn the tide. So what if we both go down together? How could a mere 20-year-old brat bring down such a powerful family that had stood strong in Nanjing for so many years? After pondering for several tens of minutes, a massive plan took shape in Old Master Su's mind. At noon, Bai Luotian suddenly invited Chen Fan to lunch. Chen Fan and Bai Luotian met at a top-tier restaurant in Jinling. At the dinner table, Bai Luotian told Chen Fan about her new idea. Now that she has completely conquered Jinling and is strong enough, Bai Luotian wants to take it a step further and march toward Shanghai. In fact, Bai Luotian had already tested this out before, sending people to Shanghai, but because the situation in Jinling became critical, she withdrew her people. Now that she has a strong and well-equipped army, and with President Chen backing her up, Bai Luotian has replanned her entry into Shanghai. What she's worried about now is what to do if Chen Fan doesn't agree. To Bai Luotian's surprise, Chen Fan immediately agreed after she finished speaking. Going to Shanghai is a great idea. I support you. You don't need to worry about the money. The Su family will be finished in a few days. After dealing with the Su family, Chen Fan will head to Shanghai. He still has a lot to do in Shanghai, such as fulfilling his bet with Xia's father, helping Ruoshui become the third head of the Xia family, and establishing a large asset management company, etc. At that time, we will definitely encounter all sorts of troubles and problems. If we had had a big shot from Shanghai to help us back then, things would have been much easier. Bai Luotian's move to Shanghai is entirely in Chen Fan's interest. The faster Bai Luotian develops, the greater Chen Fan's profits will naturally be. Thank you for your support, Mr. Chen. Bai Luotian was overjoyed, never expecting Boss Chen to be so supportive. Now that's settled, Bai Luotian has made up her mind completely. Upon returning, she immediately packed her things and headed to Shanghai. Her goal was to establish herself in Shanghai and become a big shot there. Okay, see you in Shanghai in a while. Chen Fan spoke. It's a deal. Bai Luotian nodded. After the meal, the two parted ways. Chen Fan went to his Ronca group to check on Zhu Pingnan's situation. On Chen Fan's way to Ronca group, at the Gao family, another top-tier wealthy family in Jinling, the head of the Gao family was personally entertaining a mysterious young man, and even took the initiative to pour wine for this mysterious young man. If an outsider saw this scene, they would be absolutely stunned. As the dignified head of the Gao family, he was one of the most important figures in Jinling. Usually, others would pour wine for him, but now the dignified head of the Gao family had actually condescended to pour wine for others. It was unbelievable. Just who is this mysterious young man? Chapter 427. A mysterious person is looking for Chen Fan's father, the president of the Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce. Master Gao, I want to ask you about someone. The mysterious young man suddenly spoke. Who? The head of the Gao family inquired. Young Master Han, please speak freely. Patriarch Gao, do you know a man named Chen Antai? The mysterious young man answered. Chen Antai is the name of Chen Fan's father. Chen Antai, never heard of him. Is he from Nanjing? The head of the Gao family thought for a moment, and then asked. No, but I heard that he came to Jinling some time ago, and he was probably around 50 years old. The head of the Gao family recalled the events again, then shook his head. Let alone the powerful families in Jinling. Even among the slightly more powerful families, none of them have the surname Chen. The head of the Gao family answered. I see, that's a pity. The mysterious young man spoke regretfully. While the two were discussing, Chen Fan had already arrived at Ronca Group and met Zhu Pingnan. In the past 2 days, Zhu Pingnan has almost found the technical personnel and formed a team, ready to officially start working. How's the research going? Chen Fan inquired. Don't worry, boss. I'll try to achieve some progress within half a month. Zhu Pingnan reported to Chen Fan. Okay, you can study it first. After a while, pack your things and I will arrange for you to go to Shanghai. My AI driving company will be established in Shanghai. Chen Fan gave the order. He was heading to Shanghai. Naturally, Chen Fan would also move this AI driving project, which had the potential for tremendous future profits, to Shanghai to keep it close to him. Moreover, there will be more talent and more opportunities in Shanghai. Going to Shanghai, no problem. Zhu Pingnan nodded. Afterwards, Chen Fan and Zhu Pingnan discussed some issues related to the project in detail. Just as Chen Fan's work was in full swing, old Master Su's car had already stopped in front of a luxurious manor in Jinling. The owner of this manor is none other than Zhong Diyu, the renowned president of the Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce. The Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce is one of the 5 major chambers of commerce in Jinling. It is a powerful organization, and members who want to join must have a net worth of at least 8 billion. Currently, the Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce has dozens of members. As the president of the Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce, Zhong Diyu is one of the top figures in Jinling and has great influence. Old Master Su wanted to take revenge on Chen Fan, but he also knew that after the collapse of Huitong Group and Su's Jiai Group, the Su family was no longer able to fight against Chen Fan on its own. In order to retaliate against Chen Fan, Old Master Su plans to find a few powerful allies first. And Zhong Diyu, the president of the Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce, is one of the allies that Old Master Su values most. The Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce is incredibly powerful. If they can get Zhong Diyu's support, the Su family will likely be able to turn the tide and win. Old Master Su came to visit in person and soon met Zhong Diyu. At this moment, Zhong Diyu was only wearing casual clothes and was particularly surprised by the arrival of Grandpa Su. Master Su, please forgive my lack of hospitality. Zhong Diyu clasped his hands in a fist salute to Grandpa Su. President Zhong, you're too kind. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, Old Master Su explained the purpose of his visit. Let's form an alliance between the Jinling Mingding Chamber of Commerce and the Su family to deal with a kid named Chen Fan. Zhong Diyu shrugged, indicating that he was not interested. His relationship with the Su family was just ordinary before, and he didn't have any personal connection with Old Master Su. Now he suddenly wants to join forces with him to deal with someone he doesn't know at all. Why should he agree? President Zhong probably doesn't know, but that little bastard Chen Fan has already joined forces with Weiya International Group. Mr. Su added with profound meaning. What? Chen Fan and Xinjia have teamed up. Zhong Diyu became slightly interested. In Nanjing, it was common knowledge that he and Xinjia were mortal enemies. For Zhong Diyu, it was not good news that his enemy had joined forces with that Chen Fan. President Zhong, Xinjia, and Chen Fan have joined forces and may come after you in the future. So I suggest that the two of us join forces and take the lead in dealing with them. Grandpa Su is still trying to fool Zhong Diyu. Let me think about it some more. Zhong Diyu shook his head. Even if Chen Fan joined forces with his enemies, it wouldn't be enough to make him make up his mind. That little bastard Chen Fan is already very strong. If we can take him down, it will be a great benefit to us. I remember that Chairman Zhong is also in the investment business, which overlaps with Chen Fan's Ronka Group. Grandpa Su refused to give up. Seeing that he had talked until his throat was dry and Zhong Diyu still disagreed, Old Master Su had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Grandpa Su got up, went to Zhong Diyu's side, and muttered a few words in a low voice. After hearing this, Zhong Diyu's expression changed drastically. I've agreed to join forces with your Su family. After hesitating for a few minutes, Zhong Diyu's tone suddenly changed. That old bastard Su actually used his secret to threaten him. Happy. Grandpa Su smiled. It's a deal. But don't worry, Chairman Zhong, our Su family has other allies, and we will definitely win against Chen Fan. Grandpa Su guarantees it. With Zhong Diyu's support, Grandpa Su's smile never stopped. In that case, I won't bother you any longer. I still have to visit other friends. Grandpa Su got up, preparing to contact other allies. In order to launch a counterattack, Old Master Su needs to find more than just Zhong Diyu as an ally. Zhong Diyu personally saw Grandpa Su off. After Old Master Su's car had driven away, Zhong Diyu spat out a mouthful of spit with utter disgust. That old bastard. He's fucking disgusting. Boss, since you despise the Su family patriarch so much, why didn't you just refuse to join forces with him earlier? Beside him, Zhong Diyu's confidant asked curiously. Why? Zhong Diyu smiled mysteriously. Does that old bastard from the Su family think he can threaten and control me just because he has a secret about me? Zhong Diyu sneered. The thing he hates most is being threatened. I did this only to lower the guard of the old man from the Su family. I have other plans. Zhong Diyu looked confident and assured. That old bastard Su dares to threaten me and wants me to willingly form an alliance with him? Dream on. Immediately afterwards, Zhong Diyu issued an order that greatly surprised his confidants. Chapter 428. Su family's allies surrender to Chen Fan, and Old Master Su gets slapped again. Go investigate Chen Fan now, and find a secluded place to meet him. I want to talk to him. Arranged by Zhong Diyu. Didn't that old geezer from the Siu family want him to form an alliance with him? He outwardly agreed, but in reality, he turned around and allied with Chen Fan to deal with the Siu family together. Yes, boss. Zhong Diyu's men immediately took action. Half an hour later, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Zhong Diyu's confidant, inviting Chen Fan to a relatively secluded upscale tea house in Junliang. We don't seem to know each other. Why did your guild leader invite me? Chen Fan asked cautiously. Our president would like Mr. Chen to discuss matters concerning the Siu family. We hope you will do us the honor of attending. Zhong Diyu's confidant answered. At that moment, the system's voice came through. Bite. Temporary task issued. Accept the invitation and go see what Zhong Diyu wants to do. Mission reward. 8% stake in the Rolls-Royce Group. Task reward. 347 experience points. A new task has been assigned to the system. Currently, Chen Fan owns 32% of the Rolls-Royce Group shares, making him the new largest shareholder, but not too far behind the second largest shareholder. Chen Fan had just taken over the Rolls-Royce Group and didn't have many confidants or supporters within the company. Moreover, the company headquarters was located overseas, making it difficult for Chen Fan to control the Rolls-Royce Group, and things could easily go wrong. Therefore, Chen Fan needs to own more than 50% of the shares to completely take control of the Rolls-Royce Group. Then, whatever happens in the future will not matter. If the 8% stake awarded as a reward for this mission is added, Chen Fan will have a total of 40% of the Rolls-Royce Group's shares. Chen Fan was just over 10% away from completely controlling the Rolls-Royce Group. This task absolutely must be completed. Okay, I agree. After Chen Fan clearly understood the requirements and rewards of the mission, he agreed without hesitation. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan arrived at the upscale tea house and met a middle-aged man in a private room who was none other than Zhong Diyu. Is Mr. Chen really that young? Upon seeing Chen Fan for the first time, Zhong Diyu couldn't help but blurt out. In his mind, since there was a conflict with the Siu family, Chen Fan, even if he wasn't an old man, should be around the same age as him, in his 40s or 50s. But looking at him now, Chen Fan is only about 20 years old, too young. Why did Chairman Zhong suddenly contact me? Chen Fan inquired. It's like this, about an hour ago, that old geezer from the Siu family suddenly came to visit me, wanting to join forces with me to deal with you. Zhong Diyu spoke the truth. Join forces. Chen Fan gleaned a lot of useful information from Old Master Siu's actions. Firstly, the Siu family is no longer viable. They are not strong enough to deal with us on their own, which is why they sought allies. Secondly, it's because Old Master Siu hasn't completely given up and still wants to confront me head-on. But it doesn't matter. No matter what allies the Siu family finds, they can't escape their impending demise. Since that old man from the Siu family wants to join forces with Chairman Zhong, then why does Chairman Zhong want to see me? Chen Fan countered that this was what he cared about most. I really dislike that old geezer from the Siu family. Rather than joining forces with the Siu family, I'd much rather join forces with President Chen. Zhong Diyu answered. However, there's something I'd like to ask Mr. Chen first. What? Chen Fan understood the other party's general meaning and sat down directly. I heard that Mr. Chen has joined forces with Weiya International Group. Is that true? Zhong Diyu cared a lot about this. He didn't want to be on the same side as his mortal enemy. Yes, but we've separated now. Chen Fan nodded. Previously, he and Xinjia had worked together to deal with Huitong Group because they shared common interests. But now that Huitong Group has gone bankrupt, their alliance has naturally dissolved. After all, the two had only known each other for a short time, and Xinjia had no reason to help Chen Fan bring down the Siu family. That's good. Zhong Diyu nodded. If Mr. Chen doesn't mind, I'm willing to form an alliance with you to deal with the Siu family. Zhong Diyu said sincerely. To deal with the Siu family, I don't need anything else, just a USB drive in that old geezer's hands. A USB drive? This was something Chen Fan hadn't expected. Yes, I only need a USB drive, nothing else. Zhong Diyu nodded. This USB drive contained one of his secrets, which somehow ended up being collected by the Siu family patriarch. Previously, that old bastard from the Siu family used this USB drive to force Zhong Diyu to join forces with the Siu family. The old man from the Siu family even assured him that as long as Chen Fan was brought down, he would immediately destroy the USB drive. Hearing the old man from the Siu family make such a guarantee, Zhong Diyu sneered inwardly. This kind of rhetoric might fool young people, but do you think you can fool him? This time the other party destroyed the USB drive, but who knows if that old bastard Siu will pull out a backup after a while. I'll be blackmailed by that old bastard Siu for the rest of my life. This is something Zhong Diyu absolutely cannot tolerate. Instead of begging that old man from the Siu family to die, it would be better to join forces with Chen Fan and take the USB drive back by ourselves. No problem, you can have this USB drive. Chen Fan nodded. This USB drive is meaningless to Chen Fan, so why not give it to Zhong Diyu? The old man from the Siu family voluntarily sent a a powerful ally to his own camp. What a kind person he is. Bite. Accept the invitation and go see what Zhong Diyu wants to do. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring an 8% stake in the Rolls-Royce Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel study room. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 347 experience points. The system announced that the task was complete. Chen Fan received 8% of the Rolls-Royce Group shares and 347 experience points. Chen Fan is only a little over 10% away from completely taking control of the Rolls-Royce Group, which should only take 1 or 2 more missions. Easy peasy. Chen Fan and Zhong Diyu signed an agreement. Just as Chen Fan and Zhong Diyu reached an agreement, Old Master Su was completely unaware and was still gloating over how easily he had allied with Zhong Diyu. After leaving Zhong Diyu, Old Master Su visited several more old friends and eventually gained the support of 2 or 3 families or important figures. With several powerful allies suddenly appearing, Old Master Su couldn't help but smile. Chen Fan, the outcome is still uncertain. Don't think you can wipe out the Su family just because you've won 1 or 2 games. That's just wishful thinking. The first step of finding allies has succeeded, and now Grandpa Su is about to begin the second step of his final counterattack plan. Chapter 429. A special guest from Shanghai wants to acquire Chen Fan's company. Meanwhile, Chen Fan also began preparing to launch a fatal blow against the Su family. The Su family of Junliang is about to become history. Time passed slowly, and the next morning, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Ronca Group. The people from Ronca Group told Chen Fan that there were guests from Shanghai who were waiting for him. Guests from Shanghai? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. In Shanghai, apart from Xiao Ruoshui and a small group of the Xiao family, he didn't know anyone else. Could it be someone from the Xiao family? That shouldn't be the case. If it were someone from the Xiao family, why would they go to his own Ronca Group? They would definitely come to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel where he's staying to see him. At this point, the system issued a new task. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Head to Ronca Group, meet with the people of Shanghai, and see what they're here for. Mission reward, 11% stake in the Rolls-Royce Group. Task reward, 367 experience points. Huh. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed. Yesterday, he said that he only needed a little over 10% of the Rolls-Royce Group's shares to completely control the Rolls-Royce Group. Unexpectedly, today, the system task directly rewarded me with 11% of the Rolls-Royce Group's shares. If the mission is completed, Chen Fan's stake in the Rolls-Royce Group will instantly soar to 51%, giving him absolute control of the Rolls-Royce Group. This mission came at the perfect time. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Fan answered. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Ronca Group. At that moment, a senior executive from Ronca Group was waiting downstairs. Boss, there are about 7 or 8 people from Shanghai. The leader is a middle-aged man in his 50s and a young man in his mid-20s. The senior executives of Ronca Group reported to Chen Fan. I overheard them talking, and it seemed like they wanted to discuss some business with you. Talking business? Chen Fan was even more puzzled. A few minutes later, Chen Fan met the small group of people from Shanghai. Mr. Chen, let me introduce myself. We are from Luo Mao Group in Shanghai. I am Gu Jie, the vice president of Luo Mao Group. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the middle-aged man in his 50s introduced himself first. As Gu Jie greeted Chen Fan, the young man in his 20s was curiously looking Chen Fan, his boss who was even younger than himself, up and down. We came to see Mr. Chen to discuss his Gubei No. 1 project. Gu Jie got straight to the point. Gubei No. 1. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Gubei No. 1 is a luxury residential community in Shanghai that was previously rewarded by the system, even more impressive than Thompson Riviera. At that time, the system directly awarded Chen Fan half of Gubei No. 1, which is 4 buildings. Please speak. Chen Fan sat down. Mr. Chen, we'd like to buy the 4 buildings in Gubei No. 1 that you own. We're wondering if you'd be willing to make the offer. Gu Jie inquired. Buy the 4 buildings I own. Chen Fan became slightly interested. We can talk. Chen Fan nodded. He had more and more businesses, some of which weren't very useful. If this guy offered a good price, he wouldn't mind selling them to him. More importantly, the real estate industry currently has a very poor outlook. As far as I know, there are about 40 apartments in one building in Gubei No. 1. Because the sizes are different, the prices are also different. The total value of the building should be between 2 and 3 billion. Gu Jie clearly conducted an investigation. Because Gubei No. 1 consists of large, single-level apartments, there are not many units. The entire complex has only about 300 units. Let's take the middle ground, 2.5 billion. We're willing to pay 10 billion to buy the 4 buildings owned by Mr. Chen. What do you say? Gu Jie inquired. 10 billion. Chen Fan slowly shook his head. What Gu Jie said is pretty much true. The 4 buildings in Gubei No. 1 owned by Chen Fan are now worth a little over 10 billion, less than 1 billion. If Chen Fan is short of money and actively sells, this price is acceptable. The problem is, Chen Fan isn't short of money right now, and it's this Luo Mao group that's taking the initiative to buy his 4 buildings. Why would Chen Fan sell them without paying a premium? It would be too much trouble. If Mr. Chen doesn't agree, then how much does Mr. Chen want? Gu Jie inquired. I want 15 billion. Chen Fan answered. Actually, Chen Fan's initial offer was 13 billion, which was more reasonable. He said 15 billion to leave room for negotiation and to make the other party feel like he had gotten a good deal. If they directly ask for 13 billion, then there's nothing to talk about. You're asking for an exorbitant amount. Before Gu Jie could say anything, the young man next to him couldn't hold back any longer. We, a top company in Shanghai, are already being very generous by coming to acquire your properties. Don't go too far. Young master. Gu Jie gave the young man a look. It turns out that this young man is Yu Guangrui, the son of the owner of Luo Mao Group. Initially, the task of coming to Jinling to discuss business with Chen Fan was assigned to Gu Jie. However, before leaving, the boss of Luo Mao Group, in order to train his son, specially forced Yu Guangrui into the business negotiation team and told his son to learn from Gu Jie. Mr. Chen, the young man is immature, please be understanding. Gu Jie gave Chen Fan an apologetic look. Uncle Gu, his asking for 15 billion is too much. Yu Guangrui was unwilling to accept this. How about this, since we are the ones who took the initiative to acquire Gubei No. 1 from you, we will offer a little more, 11 billion. Gu Jie gave Chen Fan more money. In business, you have to negotiate step by step. There's no such thing as setting a fixed price. This young master is too impatient. Yu Guangrui sat there unhappily after being stopped by Gu Jie. After a few minutes of discussion, the two sides finally reached a temporary agreement on 13.2 billion. Chen Fan easily earned over 2 billion yuan more. Mr. Chen, would it be convenient for us to add each other on WeChat? Gu Jie inquired. Can. Chen Fan nodded. Afterwards, the two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Yu Guangrui, who was standing next to them, casually glanced at Gu Jie's phone. Upon seeing Chen Fan's WeChat name, Yu Guangrui's expression instantly changed. Chapter 430, I don't have any powerful family behind me, just a few small businesses. Chen Fan. You're Chen Fan? Yu Guangrui screamed. Because the people I usually add are all kinds of wealthy people and CEOs, and these people use their real names in their WeChat accounts for convenience. For the sake of business, Chen Fan changed his WeChat name to his real name. Because he was forced into the team by his father, Yu Guangrui was very negative the whole way and didn't ask any questions about the details of the matter, spending the entire time playing on his phone. When Gu Jie met Chen Fan earlier, he always addressed him politely as Boss Chen. Yu Guangrui had never known Chen Fan's real name before, and now that he did, he was extremely shocked. What's wrong? Gu Jie looked at the young master with surprise. You're the rumored boyfriend of Goddess Xia, who's all the rage in Shanghai right now. Yu Guangrui asked Chen Fan cautiously. Let me correct you. I am not Ruo Shui's rumored boyfriend, but her real boyfriend. Chen Fan added. What? Are Boss Chen and Xia Ruo Shui from the Xia family in Shanghai a couple? Gu Jie was also shocked. Xia Ruo Shui is known as the most beautiful girl in Shanghai. Not to mention the young and handsome men in Shanghai. There are even young masters from Beijing who pursue her. However, Xia Ruo Shui has never been involved in any scandals. This Mr. Chen in front of me is actually Xia Ruo Shui's boyfriend. Wow, that's amazing. Gu Jie greatly admired and envied Chen Fan. Uncle Gu, we're not buying those buildings. Yu Guangrui suddenly said firmly. Oh. Gu Jie was even more bewildered. How could this young master be so unpredictable? He had finally managed to negotiate the project, but suddenly he didn't want to buy it. Why? Gu Jie inquired. Uncle Gu, although I am not a suitor of Goddess Xiao, my boss is. As her underling, how could I possibly do business with my boss's rival? Yu Guangrui's firm answer. Not only that, I'm also going to teach this kid a lesson for the boss. Ignoring Gu Jie's advice, Yu Guangrui stood up, glared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. I just don't understand. What makes you worthy of Goddess Xia? Goddess Xia is the daughter of the prestigious Xia family. And what about you? Which powerful family do you have backing? Yu Guangrui countered with a question. I don't have a large family behind me, just a few small businesses. Chen Fan answered slowly. A small business? Yu Guangrui sneered. You think your small business is worthy of Goddess Xia? You have no self-awareness at all. Which of your small businesses are you referring to? Are any of them worth a relatively high market value? Yu Guangrui asked provocatively. Let alone one Ronca group. Even 5 of them wouldn't be enough. My small businesses include the Chanel Group, Rolls-Royce Group, Intercontinental Hotels Group, Tiffany Company, Patek Philippe. Chen Fan casually mentioned a few industries. Oh. Upon hearing Chen Fan's long list of businesses, Yu Guangrui and Gu Jie were both stunned. There must be something wrong with their ears. Is this a small industry? These are all internationally renowned companies, each one more impressive than the last. The Chanel Group and Rolls-Royce Group, in particular, are terrifying. Is it true that Chen Fan is the owner of these businesses? You're exaggerating way too much. If you have even one of these industries, I'll admit defeat. Yu Guangrui sneered. Squeak. However, before Guangrui could finish speaking, Chen Fan's office door was suddenly pushed open. A senior executive from Ronca Group walked in with a stunningly beautiful foreign woman. This foreign woman was none other than Emily Rebecca, president of the Chanel Group in the Asia-Pacific region. Upon seeing Emily Rebecca, Yu Guangrui froze, seemingly recognizing her. Director Chen, I'm leaving Nanjing, returning to Shanghai. I came specifically to say goodbye. Emily Rebecca spoke haltingly. I'm sorry, my Chinese writing style is still not very good. Emily Rebecca spoke apologetically. She practiced all night last night, but unfortunately it didn't work. Miss Rebecca has only been learning the language of Great Xia for less than a year, and her pronunciation is already quite good. Chen Fan nodded. I'll be going to Shanghai in a few days, and we'll meet again then. Oh, Director Chen is going to Shanghai. In Shanghai, does Director Chen have the time to teach me the Chinese language? Emily Rebecca asked expectantly. Can. Chen Fan agreed, since the other party had helped him, and he couldn't very well refuse. That's great. Emily Rebecca was very excited. After chatting with Chen Fan for a few minutes, Emily Rebecca turned and said goodbye, returning to Shanghai with her entourage. Even after Emily Rebecca left, Yu Guangrui remained in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. He heard Emily Rebecca call Chen Fan something just now. Director Chen. This proves that Chen Fan really is a member of the Chanel Group. After all, a high-ranking executive at the prestigious Chanel Group wouldn't lie just to deceive themselves. Could it be that the small industries Chen Fan mentioned earlier were all real? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. If all of this is true, that would be terrifying, considering Chen Fan is so young. Yu Guangrui was extremely shocked. I have no intention of doing business with you now, so please leave. Chen Fan directly told Guangrui and his group to leave. Bite. Head to Ronca Group, meet the people from Shanghai, and see what they're here for. Temporary mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring an 11% stake in the Rolls-Royce Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check your mail. Congratulations on receiving 367 experience points. The system announced that Chen Fan had completed his mission and successfully acquired 11% of the Rolls-Royce Group's shares. Adding to his previous holdings, Chen Fan now possesses exactly 51% of the Rolls-Royce Group, giving him complete control of the company. Chen Fan was overjoyed. He had thought it would take at least some time to achieve this, but he had accomplished it so quickly. The system's rewards are fantastic. Just as Chen Fan was feeling sentimental, the system's reward for the day arrived. Chapter 431, the 83rd day of severing ties. Reward, Shanghai Global Financial Center. Bite. On the 83rd day of severing ties, you are awarded 50% ownership of the Shanghai World Financial Center. Please keep your phone accessible. Staff will contact you within 48 hours. What? Even Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the system's rewards for today. The Shanghai World Financial Center is one of the famous three-piece set of Shanghai. Located in the heart of Shanghai, it is a must-visit attraction for tourists from other places. The Shanghai World Financial Center covers an area of 140,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 380,000 square meters and a height of nearly 500 meters. As a Grade A office building, the Shanghai World Financial Center has 104 floors, 3 of which are underground. Because of its large size and location in the heart of Shanghai, the Shanghai World Financial Center has a total value exceeding 30 billion yuan. The system has now awarded Chen Fan a 50% ownership stake in the Shanghai Global Financial Center, conservatively estimated to be worth over 15 billion. If the system rewards him again, the Shanghai World Financial Center, one of the 3 essential pieces of Shanghai, will belong to Chen Fan alone. Chen Fan was extremely satisfied. Beside them, Yu Guangrui and Gu Jie had just recovered. At this moment, they looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of shock. At such a young age, Chen Fan actually owned shares in so many powerful companies, especially Chanel and Rolls-Royce, both of which are internationally renowned conglomerates. That's incredible. Cough cough, young master. Gu Jie was the first to react, and quickly gave Yu Guangrui a wink. If they didn't know about Chen Fan's many powerful identities, it wouldn't matter how much the young master provoked Chen Fan. The Luo Mao Group wouldn't care. But things are different now. With so many renowned and large-scale industries, Chen Fan's status and position are estimated to be no less than, and perhaps even greater than, that of the chairman of their Luo Mao Group. This made Gu Jie restless, and he wanted Yu Guangrui to apologize to Chen Fan. Their 2 families don't have any major conflicts of interest, so there's no need for them to offend such an important figure. Gurgle, gurgle. Yu Guangrui swallowed several times, equally shocked. Yu Guangrui nodded. Young Master Chen, I was too arrogant just now. Yu Guangrui's attitude towards Chen Fan underwent a complete 180-degree change, and he spoke in an extremely ingratiating manner. I apologize to you. Also, I suddenly remembered that the boss I mentioned is actually a real scoundrel. He doesn't even look in the mirror to see who he is before he tries to pursue Goddess Xia. Only a dashing and talented tycoon like you, young Master Chen, is worthy of Goddess Xia. Yu Guangrui frantically tried to please Chen Fan, using every word of praise he could think of. Chen Fan, still studying the system's rewards, completely ignored Yu Guangrui. Yu Guangrui thought Chen Fan felt his apology wasn't sincere enough, so he stood up, gritted his teeth, and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Young Master Chen, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my boss. What? You'll acknowledge me as your boss? I don't have a lackey like you. Chen Fan flatly refused Yu Guangrui. He wouldn't take in a traitor like Yu Guangrui, who could betray his boss at any time, no matter his identity or powerful background. Mr. Chen, our young master is too young. Please don't take it personally. How about this? We'll acquire those 4 buildings in Gubei number 1 for 15 billion, just as you initially said. Gujia also helped out. Although it would cost an extra 2 billion, Gujia believed that even if the boss knew, he would definitely agree with him. I've already said I'm not planning to buy those 4 buildings. You can leave now. Chen Fan waved his hand. If these guys don't leave, Chen Fan will call security to kick them out. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Gujia understood that continuing to pester them would backfire, so he decided to leave first. Let's ask the chairman for his opinion first. Subsequently, Gujia, along with Yu Guangrui and several staff members from their company, left Chen Fan's Ronka group. It was getting late, and Chen Fan was getting hungry. At noon, Chen Fan and Zhu Pingnan had a simple meal at the company and chatted about the follow-up matters. In the afternoon, Chen Fan suddenly received a message from Xiao Mingming. Xiao Mingming had booked a table at a top restaurant in Jinling for the evening. She seemed to have something she wanted to tell Chen Fan, and she was being very secretive. Brother-in-law, see you at 7 p.m. tonight. Xiao Mingming specifically reminded Chen Fan. Good. Chen Fan noted it down. After Chen Fan brought down Huitong Group and Su's Jai Group, both the Su family and Chen Fan's side fell into an eerie silence. This does not mean that the two sides have reached a truce. Instead, both sides are preparing intensively for the final, fatal blow. This is the calm before the storm. Soon, a battle for survival is about to begin. That evening, Chen Fan drove to the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Xiao Mingming. At this moment, inside the restaurant, Su Chengwang, the eldest son of the Su family and Siu Junliang's father, was anxiously waiting with his son Su Jihui and several other members of the Su family. Father, are you telling the truth? Su Jihui couldn't help but ask. That's natural. Su Chengwang nodded. That's great. That bastard Chen Fan actually bankrupted our Huitong group and Su's Jai group. I'll make him pay 100-fold. Su Jihui said through gritted teeth. Su Jihui's feelings were very complicated as his second uncle Su Jinping's business was ruined by Chen Fan. The good news is that my second uncle, Su Jinping, was defeated by Chen Fan, which also caused the bankruptcy of an important business of the Su family. My second uncle is now completely out of the running for the future head of the Su family. In this case, his father would become the best candidate for the next head of the Su family, with a chance of success of over 90%. If my father becomes the head of the Su family, wouldn't I be the third-generation heir of the Su family? This is certainly something to be happy about. However, due to the bankruptcy of Huitong Group and Su's Jai Group, the Su family has already lost more than half of its assets. Even if he becomes the head of the Su family in the future, it seems that it will be just SOSO. Therefore, Su Jihui resented Chen Fan even more. Now that his father says there's a chance to turn the tide and crush Chen Fan, how could Su Jihui not care? By the way, father, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Su Jihui suddenly walked up to his father's ear and whispered something. What's wrong? Su Chengwang asked curiously. About my sister Jun Yaoshi. Chapter 432. The next heir of the Su family, using the Luo Mao group to deal with Chen Fan. Before Su Jihui could finish speaking, Su Chengwang gave him a fierce look, signaling his son to shut up. I'll talk to you about Juanyao's matter later. It's not appropriate to discuss it now. Su Chengwang answered. Our most important task now is to wait for Gujia and Yu Guangrui to arrive. This afternoon, Su Chengwang unexpectedly met the vice president and the heir of Luo Mao Group in Nanjing. The Su family is already in dire straits. If Chen Fan makes another move, they will most likely not be able to hold on. Su Chengwang and Gujia, the vice president of Luo Mao Group, were old acquaintances, so he wanted to use Luo Mao Group to strike at Chen Fan. Therefore, this afternoon he specially invited Gujie and Yu Guangrui, the heir of Luo Mao Group, to a banquet. Su Chongwang felt that as long as he could get these two people under control, his Su family would be saved. You have no idea how terrifying the Luo Mao Group is. Although the Luo Mao Group is not the top group in Shanghai, its total assets are as high as hundreds of billions. In Nanjing, it's an absolute behemoth. Su Chongwang became more and more excited as he spoke. As long as we can find a way to persuade Gujie and Yu Guangrui, then this matter will be settled. Isn't Chen Fan supposed to be all that great? He's no match for an absolute behemoth. He could almost see victory in sight, and the scene of Chen Fan being brought down by the Su family. Jihui, do you know why I specifically asked you to come here? Su Chongwang looked at his son, Su Jihui. Upon hearing this question, Su Jihui was first taken aback, then suddenly realized what was going on. I understand, father. You want me to curry favor with Yu Guangrui and get his support. Su Chongwang nodded in satisfaction. His son was indeed clever. You are all young people, so you have more in common, which makes things easier for you. Su Chongwang gave instructions. You must do everything you can to get along with Yu Guangrui and then persuade him. As for Gujie, I already have a plan, and it will be easy to resolve. Su Jihui nodded affirmatively. Father, don't worry, leave this to me. I can't speak for myself in other areas, but I'm quite adept at building relationships with others. Su Chongwang smiled. At this moment, both Su Chongwang and his son felt that their savior had arrived, and that their Su family was about to reverse their decline and surpass Chen Fan. Just as Su Chongwang and his son were talking, Yu Guangrui and Gujie arrived. Welcome, Mr. Yu, and welcome, Vice President Gu. Su Chongwang immediately led his men to greet them obsequiously. Gujie nodded slightly, while Yu Guangrui remained incredibly arrogant. Originally, they planned to return to Shanghai this afternoon, but Gujie unexpectedly ran into Su Chongwang, an old friend. Su Chongwang warmly invited him to dinner that night. Gujie thought that Su Chongwang, as a member of a local wealthy family in Jinling, must be very familiar with Jinling and would most likely know Boss Chen. So Gujie wanted to take advantage of this dinner to find out what Boss Chen liked, so that he could apologize to Boss Chen later. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both sides spoke very politely, as they each had their own agendas. This led Su Chongwang to mistakenly believe that Gujie and his group were easy to talk to, and that things would be settled tonight. Please? Su Chongwang made a gesture of invitation. Yu Guangrui and Gujie walked towards the restaurant immediately. Su Chongwang was just about to follow when Chen Fan walked into the restaurant. Chen Fan, what brings him here? Su Jihui was the first to notice Chen Fan, and immediately reminded his father. What? Chen Fan is here. Su Chongwang stopped abruptly and looked back sharply. Sure enough, they spotted Chen Fan, who had just walked in. Feeling that he had Luo Mao Group as a backer, Su Chongwang became somewhat complacent. Having just encountered their Su family's enemy for the first time, how could Su Chongwang possibly let Chen Fan leave so easily? Su Chongwang strode over with his son, Su Jihui. Chen Fan, you've ruined two of our Su family's important businesses. Are you feeling smug and arrogant now? Su Chongwang immediately launched into an aggressive and angry rebuke. Are we here today to celebrate how you ruined two of the Su family's businesses? No, I'm here to celebrate the early bankruptcy of your Su family and its complete demise. Chen Fan retorted without hesitation. Chen Fan's words infuriated the Su family father and son. Chen Fan, don't think you can control the Su family just because you've won a few games. Let me tell you, that's wishful thinking. Su Jihui chose Chen Fan. Our Su family will always be better than yours. Don't think you're the only one with help. The Su family has helpers too. Su Chongwang showed off in front of Chen Fan. We have already spoken with the vice president of the Luo Mao Group in Shanghai. The Luo Mao Group will support us in dealing with you. Su Chongwang deliberately tried to scare Chen Fan. Does Luo Mao Group support you? Chen Fan looked incredulous. You are the ones who are truly delusional. What's wrong? Why don't you go inside? Gujie's voice suddenly came from inside. He and the young master walked inside without looking back. After walking for half a minute, they turned around and saw that Su Chongwang and the others had not followed, so they went back to find them. Vice President Meng is here. Vice President Meng, this kid actually dared to question your decision. Su Chongwang was a bully who used the tiger's power to intimidate others. Tell me, whose side does your Luo Mao Group support? When Gujie first saw Chen Fan, he was a little confused. Now, after hearing what Su Chongwang said, he was even more puzzled. What do you mean, support whom? Gujie inquired. Our Su family and this kid are enemies. So whose side are you on? Su Chongwang asked with certainty, and gave Gujie a look. He and Gujie are old friends, and as an old friend, Gujie should give him face. Therefore, Siu Junliang was full of confidence. However, the next second, Gujie's answer left Siu Junliang and the others completely dumbfounded. Chapter 433. Old Master Xia's 80th birthday, a moment that will decide Xia Ruoshui's fate. Nonsense, of course I support Boss Chen. Who are you? Gujie immediately made his stance clear and angrily rebuked Siu Junliang. In an instant, Siu Junliang, Su Jihui, and the other members of the Su family were stunned. Especially the Su family members. Gujie was not personally invited by Siu Junliang, and the two were old friends with a good relationship. Why did Gujie betray Siu Junliang at this crucial moment? Even if they hadn't discussed it beforehand, it's acceptable for them to casually say something to support an old friend. Siu Junliang stood there dumbfounded, looking at Gujie in a daze. Vice President Gu. Before Siu Junliang could finish speaking, Gujie righteously rebuked him. What are you, Su family? How dare you oppose our boss Chen? It's laughable. At this moment, Gujie was extremely grateful. Fortunately, he noticed that Siu Junliang and the others hadn't followed, so he came back to check. Otherwise, there would have been a real problem. Initially, he hoped to learn some information about Boss Chen from the Siu family in Jinling, and even fantasized about using the Siu family's network of connections in Jinling to try to befriend Boss Chen again. He only realized now that, after all this time, the Siu family and Boss Chen were enemies. This is a big deal. They had just had a minor disagreement with Boss Chen. If they were to turn around and have dinner with Boss Chen's enemy, and word got out, Boss Chen would surely resent the Luo Mao group. I must have been blind to agree to have dinner with you. Gujie immediately distanced himself from the Siu family and defended himself. You can eat your own dinner tonight. Dare to go against me, young Master Chen? There's only one outcome, bankruptcy. Yu Guangrui also came over and expressed his opinion. Even the heir of the prestigious Luo Mao group has severed ties with them, leaving the Siu family completely dumbfounded. Siu Junliang and his son Su Jihui wore expressions of utter disgust, as if they had swallowed a dead rat. The father and son were just feeling smug, thinking that by getting on the good side of the Luo Mao group in Shanghai, their Su family had a chance to surpass Chen Fan and turn the tide. Then, when I turned around, this happened. In the eyes of the Luo Mao group, Chen Fan is far more important than the Su family. Instantly, Siu Junliang and his son Su Jihui felt their spirits plummet to rock bottom, almost to the point of despair. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Hello, Mr. Chen. Yu Guangrui and Gujie greeted Chen Fan respectively. Understanding what the two meant, Chen Fan nodded slightly. These two still had some self-awareness. Mr. Chen, are you here for dinner too? How about we treat you tonight? Gujie took the initiative to invite him. No need, I have plans tonight. Chen Fan shook his head, completely ignoring the Su family members, and nonchalantly headed towards the private room inside. A dozen minutes later, Xia Mingming arrived at the private room. Brother-in-law, I'm going back to Shanghai. As soon as she entered, Xia Mingming spoke mysteriously. Back in Shanghai, Chen Fan was a little surprised. Judging from Xia Mingming's expression, something must have happened in Shanghai. Mom hasn't been feeling well lately, so I'm going back to keep her company and see if I can help my sister in any way. Xia Mingming did not hide anything from Chen Fan. What? Is your aunt not feeling well? Chen Fan inquired with concern. This future mother-in-law was very kind to Chen Fan, so Chen Fan naturally took her seriously. Brother-in-law, don't worry, Mom is fine. The most troublesome one right now is my sister. In just over a month, it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday. According to news from the family, my grandfather may announce his retirement on his 80th birthday and pass the position of head of the family to my father. Xia Mingming explained to Chen Fan with some anxiety. But some people in the family don't want my father to successfully take over the Su family. For example, my third uncle, Xia Jingrong, was competing with my father for the position of the next head of the Xia family, but he was defeated by my father. My third uncle has been holding a grudge all these years, especially since his son Xia Yuanji has been performing better and better in the family in recent years and has become the best candidate for the third-generation successor of the Xia family. So my third uncle became even more agitated. There are rumors that my third uncle will make trouble for my father at the old man's 80th birthday party, hoping to use this opportunity to confirm Xia Yuanji's status as the third-generation successor. Once that's confirmed, my sister will be in danger. This is what Xia Mingming is truly worried about. Is it Grandpa Xia's 80th birthday? Chen Fan muttered something under his breath. There's still over a month left, don't worry. That Xia Yuanji will never become the third head of the Xia family. I'm telling you. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance. He had made a bet with Xia's father to help Ruoshui become the third-generation heir of the Xia family. How could he let this Xia Yuanji steal the spot? With more than a month to go, Chen Fan was confident he could accomplish this. I believe your brother-in-law. Xia Mingming nodded. After dinner, Chen Fan took Xia Mingming home. A new day has begun. In the morning, Chen Fan arranged for a private plane to take Xiao Mingming back to Shanghai. On his way back, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from the headquarters of the Intercontinental Hotels Group. Mr. Chen, Ms. Josephine Smollett, president of Cartier's Asia-Pacific region, has arrived in Nanjing with orders from their headquarters and wishes to see you. It seems she has something important to discuss. An employee from the Intercontinental Hotels Group headquarters explained to Chen Fan. Cartier, a world-renowned top jewelry brand, is on par with Chen Fan's Tiffany, but the company is stronger. Moreover, Cartier is backed by one of the world's top 3 luxury goods giants. The Asia-Pacific president of Cartier is looking for me? Chen Fan muttered something under his breath. I have no connection with Cartier, and we're not familiar with each other at all. What does he want from me? The other party must have come because of his status as the president of Intercontinental Hotels Group. Before Chen Fan could answer, the system's voice rang in his mind. Byte. Temporary task issued. Meet with the president of Cartier Asia Pacific to find out what they want. Mission reward. 12% stake in Thunderfire Private Security Group. Task reward. 356 experience points. The system sent him a task, and now Chen Fan had even less reason to refuse. Okay, have her meet me at Ronca Group in Jinling in an hour. Chen Fan gave the order. Yes, boss. The people at the Intercontinental Hotels Group headquarters agreed, and then contacted Cartier, and the two sides eventually reached an agreement. An hour later, Chen Fan arrived at Ronca Group. Before Chen Fan could even go inside, he saw a plump foreign woman walking over, surrounded by several attendants. Instantly, Chen Fan guessed the other person's identity. Chapter 434. The purpose of Cartier Group's senior management's visit. Do they see Chen Fan as a competitor? If nothing unexpected happens, this middle-aged foreign woman should be Josephine Smollett, the Asia-Pacific president of the Cartier Group. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Josephine Smollett spoke first. Are you an employee of Ronca Group? Josephine Smollett said in English. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. The boss should be considered an employee in some ways. Not knowing the other party's intentions, Chen Fan did not reveal his identity. Hello. Having received an affirmative answer, Josephine Smollett greeted Chen Fan with the only Bactrian word she knew. Your boss must also be the president of the Intercontinental Hotels Group, right? Josephine Smollett asked again in English. Right. Chen Fan nodded. What kind of person is your boss? Josephine Smollett asked. In an instant, Chen Fan understood why she had suddenly started chatting with him. She wanted to find out more about him. Our boss is definitely a great person. He is absolutely the best and most handsome boss in the world, without a doubt. Chen Fan answered meticulously and seriously. Is that so? Josephine Smollett became even more curious. Are you familiar with jewelry brands like Bulgari and Cartier? Josephine Smollett asked again. Chen Fan nodded. Which jewelry brand do you think is better, Bulgari or Cartier? Josephine Smollett began to speak. Of course it's Tiffany. Chen Fan blurted out that his own business was definitely the best. Tiffany? Chen Fan's answer displeased Josephine Smollett. Isn't it Cartier or Bulgari? Josephine Smollett countered with a question. Both domestically and internationally, Cartier and Bulgari have higher brand recognition and sales volume than Tiffany. No. Chen Fan shook his head. What's so great about Tiffany? It just has a Tiffany blue color, that's all. It's far inferior to Cartier, which is a top-tier jewelry brand under the Richemont Group. Josephine Smollett began to tell Chen Fan about the power of Cartier and how she belittled Tiffany, saying it was just SOSO. Chen Fan's impression of this guy began to worsen. Wrong. Suddenly, an employee behind Josephine Smollett exclaimed. Aren't you the owner of Tiffany's? I think I've seen you before at the Tiffany jewelry exhibition. I'm the owner of Tiffany. When he was recognized, Chen Fan nodded naturally. What? You're the owner of Tiffany's? Josephine Smollett immediately took a few steps back, filled with wariness towards Chen Fan. So you're here to see the owner of the Intercontinental Hotels Group too, to steal our business? Josephine Smollett looked at Chen Fan with hostility. Your Tiffany group has already clashed with Bulgari. You wouldn't want to offend our Cartier company as well, would you? Josephine Smollett threatened Chen Fan. Are you even qualified to steal your business? Chen Fan naturally doesn't hold back when it comes to those who threaten him. Are we qualified? We might be a little weaker than Bulgari, but we can easily crush your Tiffany group. Josephine Smollett's answer was one of immense pride. If I were you, I would go back now and not even think about competing with the Cartier group. To tell you the truth, the owner of Intercontinental Hotels Group has already spoken with me, and he will be cooperating with our Cartier group. In an attempt to scare Chen Fan, Josephine Smollett began to lie directly. Have you finished talking with the owner of Intercontinental Hotels Group? Chen Fan was amused by Josephine Smollett. How could he not know that himself? With a cold laugh, Chen Fan strode inside. That's natural. Our Cartier Group and Intercontinental Hotels Group have joined forces, so your Tiffany Group can just stay out of the way. If you compete with Cartier, Tiffany will suffer a terrible fate. After thinking for a few seconds, Josephine Smollett shouted at Chen Fan. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had already boarded the elevator and did not hear Josephine Smollett's words. Boss, that guy's gone in. We need to hurry. Yes, it would be bad if Tiffany Company snatched it away. Let's go in too. The Cartier Group suggested this. Good. After saying that, Josephine Smollett, along with several employees, quickly entered the Ronca Group. After asking the receptionist where the chairman's office was, Josephine Smollett and her group boarded the elevator. A few minutes later, Josephine Smollett and others arrived at the chairman's office, but no one was there. The assistant could only serve tea and asked Josephine Smollett and the others to wait a moment, saying that their boss would be there shortly. Where is that Tiffany person? Josephine Smollett looked around but couldn't find Chen Fan. That guy was probably scared away. The conflict between Tiffany and Bulgari is escalating. With such a strong competitor as Bulgari, Tiffany is definitely not having an easy time. Agreed. That guy must have figured it out. He didn't dare offend Cartier, so he quietly slipped away. An analysis by several Cartier employees. That makes sense. Josephine Smollett nodded. How ridiculous. He was challenging me just now, but look at him now. He's scared and slunk away. He's just a paper tiger. He has no real strength, and all he can do is talk. Tiffany Company is incredibly unlucky to have a boss like that. It's destined for decline. Josephine Smollett muttered smugly, her disdain for Chen Fan, the owner of Tiffany's, reaching its peak. Suddenly, the chairman's assistant from earlier strode in. Our boss will be here soon. Upon entering, the assistant reminded Josephine Smollett and the others in English. Josephine Smollett and the others immediately straightened their clothes and quickly stood up. Then, a figure they never expected walked in. Chapter 435 Cartier's True Purpose, a far-fetched alliance to snipe Bulgari. Amidst the astonished gazes of Josephine Smollett and the others, Chen Fan slowly walked in. The owner of Tiffany Company? What are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Get out of here. Josephine Smollett and the others spoke up, wanting Chen Fan to leave quickly. After all, the owner of the Intercontinental Hotels Group was about to arrive, and if Chen Fan stayed, wouldn't they have another competitor? Chen Fan completely ignored these people and went straight to the boss's chair, which symbolized the position of chairman of Ronca Group, and slowly sat down. You're asking me what I'm doing here. That's the question I should be asking you. What are you here for? Chen Fan calmly countered with a question. Ask us. Josephine Smollett and the others did not understand for a moment. After a full half-minute of stunned silence, Josephine Smollett suddenly realized what was happening. You wouldn't happen to be the owner of the Intercontinental Hotels Group, would you? Josephine Smollett asked, her voice trembling. Yes. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He's also the owner of the Intercontinental Hotels Group. As soon as Chen Fan said this, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The Cartier Group staff were stunned, staring blankly at Chen Fan. It turns out this guy is not only the president of Tiffany Company, but also the owner of Intercontinental Hotels Group. My God, how can he be so amazing? Josephine Smollett, in particular, was stunned and remained unsettled for a long time. Josephine Smollett took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, then forced a smile that looked more like a grimace as she greeted Chen Fan. That Mr. Chen, it was all a misunderstanding. Previously, as a competitor, she could completely ignore or even look down on Chen Fan. After all, Tiffany Company was just SOSO. But now, everything is different. Speak, what exactly do you want from me? I have limited time. Chen Fan asked coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the system's task hadn't been completed yet, Chen Fan probably wouldn't have let them into the company. He would have kicked these arrogant guys out long ago. Judging from Chen Fan's tone, Josephine Smollett felt that things might be difficult to handle, but since things had come to this point, she had no choice but to speak up. If she doesn't tell, she won't be able to explain herself to the company when she gets back. Mr. Chen, you should know that among our luxury jewelry brands in Great Xia, Bulgari is the most successful and has the highest brand recognition. Josephine Smollett analyzed for Chen Fan. Whether it's our Cartier company or Mr. Chen's Tiffany Company, their brand awareness and influence are slightly less than Bulgari's. Chen Fan nodded. What Josephine Smollett said was indeed true. The reason Bulgari is now more well-known than us is largely due to its extensive advertising. Take the Bulgari hotels in Shanghai, for example. They've been marketed to an unbelievable level, practically becoming synonymous with the city's most luxurious hotels, a must-visit destination for countless wealthy individuals and online celebrities when they travel to Shanghai. Josephine Smollett continued to introduce herself to Chen Fan. Although the term internet celebrity has a bad reputation, it has to be said that internet celebrities still have a great influence. Bulgari Hotels is a prime example of Bulgari's successful marketing. Therefore, our Cartier company wanted to learn from this and build a Cartier hotel in Shanghai to compete with Bulgari hotels. Josephine Smollett revealed her true purpose. Because we have never had any experience in building hotels, we wanted to collaborate with Mr. Chen's Intercontinental Hotels Group to create a Cartier Intercontinental Hotel. With the Cartier name and the Intercontinental Hotels Group's reputation combined, we definitely have the strength to compete with Bulgari hotels. In an instant, Chen Fan understood Josephine Smollett's idea. And this guy probably didn't finish his sentence. Besides lacking experience, Cartier probably also knew that they, as a single company, could not compete with the established Bulgari hotel. Therefore, we partnered with Intercontinental Hotels Group. Just as Chen Fan was pondering, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Bite. Meeted with the president of Cartier Asia Pacific to see what they wanted to discuss. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 12% of the shares in Thunderfire Private Security Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your hotel study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 356 experience points. The mission was completed, and Chen Fan successfully obtained 356 experience points and a 12% stake in Leiho Private Security Group. Our Intercontinental Hotels Group has no intention of cooperating with Cartier. You may leave. Chen Fan immediately ordered them to leave. Once the mission is complete, Josephine Smollett and her team will have no further purpose. Moreover, if Chen Fan really wanted to build such a hotel, why didn't he use his own Tiffany group? In this way, all the profits and benefits will go to Chen Fan alone. Building a hotel costs a few billion or even close to 10 billion yuan, which is already the absolute maximum. Mr. Chen, let's discuss this again. Upon hearing Chen Fan tell them to leave, Josephine Smollett quickly stood up, wanting to offer some further explanation. Assistant, see the guest out. Chen Fan called his assistant over. Ultimately, Josephine Smollett and the others were kicked out by Chen Fan's assistant amidst their utter resentment. When Josephine Smollett arrived at the Ronca Group building, her expression was gloomy. Without the slightest hesitation, Josephine Smollett immediately dialed the number of Alan Hernandez, the president of their Cartier company. Josephine Smollett dared not hide anything and told Alan Hernandez everything that had just happened. After hearing the report, Alan Hernandez was also extremely surprised. The owner of Tiffany's and the owner of Intercontinental Hotels Group are actually the same person? In an instant, Alan Hernandez fell into deep thought. Several minutes passed before Alan Hernandez made a new decision. Chapter 436, the 84th day of severing ties, taking over the landmark building in Shanghai. You all stay in Junliang Daxia. I'll fly to Daxia right now and meet this boss Chen in person. Alan Hernandez gave the order. During this time, he happened to be attending an event in South Korea, which is very close to Great Xia and only a few hours away. The Cartier company had discussed the plan to build a Cartier hotel in Shanghai for a long time and had made corresponding plans, putting in a lot of effort and energy. They couldn't just give up. Even if Chen Fan is still the owner of the Tiffany Group, it doesn't matter. He has ways to get Chen Fan to agree to him. Although Cartier is not as powerful as Intercontinental Hotels Group, don't forget that behind them is Richemont Group, one of the world's top 3 luxury goods companies. Well-known world-renowned luxury brands such as Vacheron Constantin, Jaeger LeCoultre, Van Cleef Arpels, and Montblanc are all under the Richemont Group. He refused to believe that, with the prestigious reputation of their Richemont Group, Chen Fan would dare to disrespect them. Yes, boss, we'll be waiting for you in Junliang. Josephine Smollett responded. After making the decision, Alan Hernandez, the owner of the Cartier Group, immediately went to the airport with his assistants and others. Meanwhile, at Ronca Group, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Although he disliked the Cartier representative, her proposal was indeed worth considering. In China, Bulgari is so successful, even surpassing Tiffany and Cartier, because of its excellent advertising and marketing. If a Tiffany hotel were built in Shanghai that surpasses the Bulgari hotel, it would absolutely overshadow the Bulgari Group. More importantly, both Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group are under Chen Fan's control. Building a hotel that can compete with Bulgari would be a piece of cake for Chen Fan. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Once I get to Shanghai, I can start making plans. Bite. On the 84th day of severing ties, you are awarded 50% ownership of the Shanghai World Financial Center. Please keep your phone accessible. Staff will contact you as soon as possible. The system's voice announced, today's reward has arrived. Today, the system directly awarded Chen Fan the remaining 50% ownership of the Shanghai World Financial Center. Now, the Shanghai World Financial Center, valued at 30 billion yuan, completely belongs to Chen Fan alone. Before Chen Fan even arrived in Shanghai, he had already acquired an entire landmark building there. That's an absolutely massive investment. Now I have a location for the asset management company I'm about to establish in Shanghai. Chen Fan was in a very good mood. In the afternoon, more good news arrived. The Huntington Group, the Siu family's secret overseas business, is already on the verge of collapse. It is estimated that in just 2 or 3 days at most, the Huntington Group will follow in the footsteps of the Siu family's Jiayi Group and go bankrupt completely. If the Huntington Group collapses, the Siu family will have no way out. Very good, very good. Chen Fan muttered to himself. With the Huntington Group's bankruptcy, the Siu family is truly on the verge of collapse, and his one-hit kill plan is about to succeed. As evening approached, Chen Fan was about to leave the hotel to have dinner outside. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chen Fan opened the door in surprise and saw a foreign man wearing gold-rimmed sunglasses and a suit, looking like a gentleman, standing in front of Chen Fan's door, accompanied by Josephine Smollett and a few others. This seemingly gentlemanly foreign man is none other than Alan Hernandez, the president of Cartier. This time, they came with the president. Josephine Smollett and the others, who had been humiliated by Chen Fan that morning, were particularly proud, no, even smug. It's important to know that, in addition to being a representative of Cartier, the boss also holds an important position within the Richemont Group. Even if Chen Fan is the boss of Intercontinental Hotels Group and Tiffany Group, so what? He's still far inferior to their prestigious Richemont Group. Chen Fan should apologize to them soon. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Alan Hernandez, the vice president of Richemont Group and president of Cartier. Alan Hernandez began by introducing himself in a serious manner. In particular, his position as the vice president of Richemont Group was specifically mentioned, as a reminder to Chen Fan that Cartier had a behemoth standing behind them. Oh, the vice president of Richemont Group and the president of Cartier? Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, his expression remaining unchanged. In Chen Fan's eyes, Alan Hernandez's status was nothing at all. Mr. Chen, there was a misunderstanding about what happened this morning. I think we can have a good talk about it. Alan Hernandez suggested. I'm not interested in chatting. Chen Fan shook his head, directly rejecting Alan Hernandez. Mr. Chen, although you are the owner of the Tiffany Group, Tiffany is still far behind Bulgari. Even if you build a Tiffany hotel, it probably won't be able to compete with the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai. Why not cooperate with our Cartier company to build a Cartier hotel? Gain some experience first, and then do your own thing later? Alan Hernandez said meaningfully. If you cooperate with us, it will definitely satisfy our Richemont Group executives and win our favor. Alan Hernandez's meaning was clear. He wanted to intimidate Chen Fan by using the Richemont Group behind them. Mr. Chen, you should also know that our Richemont Group ranks among the top 3 internationally, with a market value of 5 or 600 billion. Alan Hernandez reminded Chen Fan. Is a market capitalization of 500 to 600 billion really that high? Chen Fan said casually. His personal net worth is not far from that figure. It's quite polite that a world-class luxury goods company, ranked among the top 3, only has this market value. Chen Fan's words struck Alan Hernandez like a thunderclap. On his way here, he had imagined many scenarios in Chen Fan's answers, but Chen Fan's words now shocked Alan Hernandez. Is 500 to 600 billion a lot? This is ridiculously high, okay? This little Chen Fan actually thinks 5 or 600 billion is nothing special. Who does he think he is? He's just the owner of Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group. How much money could he possibly have? How dare they disregard the prestigious Richemont Group? Chapter 437 Chen Fan makes a true decision, declaring war on the Bulgari Group. Alan Hernandez felt that Chen Fan was exceptionally arrogant. As for Josephine Smollett and the others, they sneered, thinking that Chen Fan was incredibly arrogant and dared to spout such nonsense. And he did it right in front of their boss, the vice president of Richemont Group. Chen Fan can expect to get a lecture from his boss. Mr. Chen, this is a bit outrageous. Alan Hernandez spoke, but before he could finish, Chen Fan had already turned around, closed the door, and casually put the room key into his pocket. Click. Just as Chen Fan pulled his hand back, he accidentally knocked a card out of his pocket. The card fell not far from Alan Hernandez, who instinctively picked it up for him. At first, Alan Hernandez didn't take it seriously at all. Just as Alan Hernandez reached out to return the card to Chen Fan, he suddenly noticed the words on the card. Instantly, Alan Hernandez's expression froze. Shareholder of the Chanel Group, largest shareholder and president of the Rolls-Royce Group, president of the Intercontinental Hotels Group, president of the Tiffany Co. Because the business card had Chinese text at the top and English text at the bottom, Alan Hernandez naturally recognized what was written on it. A shareholder of the Chanel Group and the largest shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group. Looking at the words on Chen Fan's business card, Alan Hernandez muttered to himself, completely stunned. The identities listed on the back of the business card are rather ordinary, but the identities listed on the front, shareholder of the Chanel Group and shareholder of the Rolls-Royce Group, are quite impressive. It turns out that this Mr. Chen in front of us is not only the owner of Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group, but also a major shareholder of companies such as Chanel Group and Rolls-Royce Group. The combined market capitalization of these companies has already surpassed that of Richemont Group, and by a significant margin. Alan Hernandez finally understood why Chen Fan had said that 500 or 600 billion was a lot. Given Chen Fan's many identities, 5 or 600 billion is indeed quite ordinary. President. When they saw Alan Hernandez standing there, staring at the contents of the card without moving, Josephine Smollett and the others were extremely curious about what was written on the card. So they all stepped forward and peered over. When they saw what was on the card, they were equally stunned, even more so than Alan Hernandez. Mr. Chen this. Staring intently at the business card in his hand, Alan Hernandez couldn't believe it was real for a moment. Oh, this is the business card that the designer just designed for me. Chen Fan took the business card while answering casually. This is just a sample, it hasn't been mass-produced yet. This afternoon, Chen Fan received a sample of the business card while he was out and about, and casually put it in his pocket. He got so busy that he forgot about it. Mr. Chen, is the identity document on this document genuine? Alan Hernandez hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked a question. Do you think this kind of identity can be easily impersonated? Chen Fan calmly countered with a question. Chen Fan's business card lists internationally renowned companies. With just a little investigation, it's easy to find out who the major shareholders of these companies are. How could that be faked? Alan Hernandez understood what Chen Fan meant. Gurgle, gurgle. Alan Hernandez swallowed hard, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. This Mr. Chen is so young, yet he already has so many impressive titles. It's understandable that people don't take the Richemont Group seriously. If we give Mr. Chen some more time, and he integrates all the luxury brands he owns, he might be able to establish a luxury group that surpasses his Richemont Group. No, let alone surpassing Richemont. Even surpassing Louis Vuitton, currently the world's #1 luxury goods company with a market value of over 1 trillion, doesn't seem to be a problem. This Mr. Chen is amazing. In an instant, Alan Hernandez admitted defeat and dared not show off in front of Chen Fan, nor boast about his status as the vice president of Richemont Group. If even the boss, Alan Hernandez, is like this, then Josephine Smollett and the others are even more so. The group stood there, not daring to utter a single word. They initially hoped that the boss would come and help them vent their anger, teach Chen Fan a lesson. But Josephine Smollett and the others also backed down, and when they looked at Chen Fan again, their eyes were full of awe. Mr. Chen, I may have been a bit too harsh just now, please don't take it to heart. I take back what I just said. Even without our Cartier company, your Tiffany Group and Intercontinental Hotels Group, in cooperation, can absolutely easily surpass the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai. In the future, if you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. Cartier will do its best. If you have any conflict with Bulgari, Cartier will stand firmly on your side. Alan Hernandez quickly tried to curry favor with Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded perfunctorily. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After saying that, Chen Fan strode outside. Inside the elevator, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Perhaps building a Tiffany's hotel in Shanghai is really important. Look, even the top executives of the Richemont Group, the president of Cartier, personally traveled from abroad to Shanghai to build the Cartier Hotel. This shows how much Cartier values this matter. This might really be an opportunity to completely overtake Bulgari and become the #1 luxury brand. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Subsequently, Chen Fan sent out several messages and dispatched people to inquire about the situation of the Bulgari Hotel Group in Shanghai. During dinner, Chen Fan received a reply, along with some documents. He read the document carefully, and instantly, Chen Fan became determined to build a Tiffany hotel in Shanghai. This hotel was not built to make money, but to declare war on Bulgari, completely overtake Bulgari, and quickly increase its brand awareness. Now that the decision has been made, a thorny problem is facing Chen Fan. Chapter 438 Xiao Ruoshui's help. The target is a large plot of land in a prime location in Shanghai. The question is, where exactly in Shanghai is this Tiffany hotel located? This place definitely needs to be in a more prosperous area, but now, the more prosperous areas of Shanghai are probably all covered with various high-rise buildings. If you want to build a new hotel, you need a large plot of land. Land in prime locations is hard to come by, especially in Shanghai, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Just as Chen Fan was pondering, the system's voice came through. Byte. Temporary task issued. Choose the perfect construction site for your Tiffany Hotel in Shanghai. Task duration, within 48 hours. Task reward, 71 amplification points. Task reward, 359 experience points. The system's voice announced a new task, which further solidified Chen Fan's resolve to find a suitable place. Subsequently, Chen Fan posted on his WeChat Moments, asking if he could find a suitable place in Shanghai through his network of contacts. That evening, Chen Fan received several messages, providing him with information on several locations in Shanghai. Chen Fan checked everything, but unfortunately, none of them completely met his requirements. In this kind of thing, it's better to have nothing than something bad. We must find the best location. It's better not to build at all than to settle for something less than to settle for something less. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, as soon as Chen Fan got up, he saw several more messages. Just when Chen Fan was about to give up hope, a message from Siu Junliang caught his eye. Last night, Siu Junliang saw the post on her WeChat Moments and used her connections to personally help Chen Fan find a place. After searching for a while, she finally found a perfect place this morning. More importantly, the land had already been bought by Shanghai-based Wanji Real Estate Company, but Wanji Real Estate Company had recently encountered a big problem in its business and needed money. So Wanji Real Estate Company decided to sell the land. Siu Junliang also learned that the Gao family, a wealthy family in Jinling, seemed very interested in this land and had already invited the owner of Wanji Real Estate Company to Jinling. After careful consideration, Chen Fan found that the place Ruoshui had helped him to find met all his requirements in every aspect. Moreover, the owner of this Wanji Real Estate Company is in Nanjing, which makes it even more convenient. Chen Fan immediately sent people to investigate. Chen Fan eventually learned that the Gao family of Jinling and the owner of Wanji Real Estate Company were not actually familiar with each other. The connection was entirely facilitated by the Yao family. This noon, Zhang Wanji, the owner of Wanji Real Estate Company, will meet with the head of the Gao family at the Yao family residence. The Yao family? Chen Fan muttered to himself. He didn't know the head of the Gao family, but he was quite familiar with the head of the Yao family. The head of the Yao family had obtained a batch of gold with his help before. Thinking it over, Chen Fan contacted Yao Guangji, the head of the Yao family, and briefly explained the situation. Oh, Mr. Chen is also interested in old Zhang's piece of land in Shanghai. Oh dear, why didn't you say so earlier, Mr. Chen? If that were the case, I would have introduced Mr. Chen to Lao Zhang first. That piece of land definitely belongs to Mr. Chen. Yao Guangji looked regretful. The Gao family patriarch has already contacted old Zhang several times by phone, and the two sides are almost at an agreement. The chances of Boss Chen acquiring this land are not very high. Yao Guangji spoke tactfully, but to put it bluntly, the chances of Chen Fan acquiring this land were less than 1%. If all goes well, the head of the Gao family will sign a contract with Wanji Real Estate Company at noon today. It doesn't matter. As long as I can meet the owner of Wanji Real Estate before they sign the contract, I have a way to change their mind. Chen Fan spoke. Yao Guangji fell into deep thought. It's getting late. In about half an hour, old Zhang and the head of the Gao family will be arriving at the Yao family's place. If they wanted Mr. Chen to meet Zhang Wanji before the two parties signed the contract, they had to immediately have Mr. Chen come to the Yao family's compound. But if that's the case, then Boss Chun and the head of the Gao family will definitely run into each other. At that time, he estimated that he would offend the head of the Gao family. Yao Guangji hesitated for a few seconds between offending the head of the Gao family and offending Chen Fan, but in the end, he made his choice. No problem, Mr. Chen. Zhang Wanji, the owner of Wanji Real Estate Company, will be coming to our Yao family soon. Mr. Chen, please come over now. Yao Guangji answered. Although the Gao family is powerful, Boss Chen's identity is equally extraordinary. More importantly, Boss Chen is only in his early 20s, incredibly young, and his future is limitless. As a result, the Gao family has maintained the status quo. Yao Guangji naturally chose Chen Fan. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the Yao family's house first. A short while later, Zhang Wanji, the owner of Wanji Real Estate Company, arrived. Old Zhang, let me introduce you. This Mr. Chen is the owner of Patek Philippe. Yao Guangji introduced them to each other. What? The Patek Philippe boss? Zhang Wanji was extremely surprised to learn Chen Fan's identity. Let me put it this way, Lao Zhang. The owner of Patek Philippe is just the least noticeable one among Mr. Chen's many identities. Do you understand? Yao Guangji hinted at this to his old friend, but he couldn't say more specifically. What? The owner of Patek Philippe is just one of Mr. Chen's most insignificant identities. My goodness. Zhang Wanji was deeply shocked. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. Zhang Wanji shook hands with Chen Fan with great enthusiasm, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Hey Lao Zhang, Mr. Chen is going to build a hotel in Shanghai. Don't you happen to have a piece of land there? Yao Guangji spoke again. A piece of land. Zhang Wanji was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly realized what was going on. Now Zhang Wanji was in an awkward situation. The land had already been set in stone by Gao Qingying. the head of the Gao family, and the two sides had already discussed it verbally. And now, they've suddenly encountered this mysterious Mr. Chen. What? Is Patriarch Yao plotting against me behind my back while I was away? Before Zhang Wanji could express his opinion, a very dissatisfied voice came from behind. Immediately afterwards, Gao Qingying, the head of the Gao family, strode in. It's not that the Yao family wants to get back at you, it's that you've gained a competitor. Didn't you not sign a contract with Wanji Real Estate? Chen Fan spoke slowly. That's true. Gao Qingying nodded. However, Chairman Zhang has already discussed it with me. He wants to sell that land to me. We will sign the contract soon. You are not qualified to be my competitor. Gao Qingying looked at Chen Fan arrogantly. Before Gao Qingying could finish speaking, Chen Fan suddenly uttered something that shocked everyone present. Chapter 439, I don't mind taking care of the Gao family, while I'm bringing down the Siu family. No matter how much the Gao family patriarch offers, I'll offer double. Chen Fan spoke with unparalleled arrogance, wielding his money power. Oh. Zhang Wanji's eyes widened immediately. He knew that this piece of land had great potential for future appreciation, and his company was forced to sell it because they urgently needed money. Now that Chen Fan is willing to pay double the price, Zhang Wanji's resolve wavers. In business, whether or not promises are made doesn't seem to matter that much anymore. Noticing the subtle change in Zhang Wanji's expression, Gao Qingying, the patriarch of the Gao family, immediately became restless and spoke up. Kid, don't even dream about it. Our chairman Zhang is a man of his word, and his promises are worth 1,000 pieces of gold. We've already discussed it before. Even if you offer double, or even 10 times, Chairman Zhang won't agree to it. Gao Qingying praised Zhang Wanji highly, making Zhang Wanji too embarrassed to back out. After all, Wanji Real Estate is considered a medium to large company in Shanghai, and Zhang Wanji is a well-known and wealthy man in Shanghai. If he suddenly goes back on his word like this, it will be difficult for him to continue to work in Shanghai in the future. Sure enough, after being flattered by Gao Qingying, Zhang Wanji felt a little embarrassed to agree to Chen Fan's request. Patriarch Yao, is this your way of treating guests? Gao Qingying deliberately changed the subject, trying to draw everyone's attention elsewhere. Boss Chen also happens to need a piece of land in Shanghai. Anyway, the Gao family head hasn't signed a contract with old Zhang yet, so let's all compete, and the highest bidder win. Yao Guangji spoke. He was prepared to offend Gao Qingying, so he didn't care. I'll pay 3 times. Just as Gao Qingying was about to launch another attack, Chen Fan suddenly spoke up and looked at Zhang Wanji again. How could Chen Fan possibly miss Gao Qingying's little scheme? So Chen Fan immediately doubled the bet again. What? 3 times? Zhang Wanji's mouth dropped open. He was extremely excited. If it were twice the price, he would hesitate because of his status and face, but 3 times the price would be different. Compared to 3 times the price, face and status would all go to hell. Is what Boss Chen said true? Zhang Wanji asked cautiously, in case Chen Fan was joking, or was simply being spiteful with Gao Qingying. Then it would be useless. Of course I'm serious. As he spoke, Chen Fan took his black card out of his pocket. If Chairman Zhang agrees, we can sign the contract now, and I can immediately transfer all the funds into Chairman Zhang's company account. Chen Fan once again mobilized his financial resources, specifically emphasizing that it was all of his funds. Beside him, Gao Qingying tried to stop him, but before he could speak, Zhang Wanji excitedly said, It's a deal, Mr. Chen. I'm willing to sell that piece of land to you. Zhang Wanji agreed to Chen Fan's request and completely ignored Gao Qingying. As he spoke, he took the contract he had prepared earlier out of his bag. He came today to sign a contract with Gao Qingying, so he prepared the contract in advance. It's just that they've changed their partner. Make a deal. Chen Fan nodded. Chairman Zhang, you can't do this. We had an agreement. Gao Qingying quickly spoke up. There's nothing I can do, Patriarch Gao. What can I do when Boss Chen is so generous? If you can offer 3 times the price, or even higher, I can give you priority in selling that piece of land. Moreover, we only made a verbal agreement before, there was no contract. Zhang Wanji's incredibly realistic answer. 3 times. Gao Qingying's lips twitched. He could offer double the price at the highest possible price, but triple would be absolutely out of the question. The Gao family simply couldn't come up with that much liquid capital all at once. Meanwhile, under Yao Guangji's arrangement, Chen Fan and Zhang Wanji were preparing to sign the contract. Hey Chen, do you really intend to go against the Gao family of Junliang? Gao Qingying coldly threatened Chen Fan. Since he couldn't do it openly, he had to resort to underhanded tactics, using his power to intimidate people. So what if it is? Chen Fan also spoke domineeringly. If your Gao family wants to become the second Siu family, then you can give it a try. I wouldn't mind taking care of your Gao family, while I'm bringing down the Siu family. Provoked by Chen Fan's words, Gao Qingying became even angrier and began to hurl profanities. Kid, you're too arrogant, you. But before she could finish speaking, Gao Qingying suddenly recalled what Chen Fan had just said. What do you mean by becoming the second Siu family? Gao Qingying was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Then her expression suddenly changed. During this period, 3 large companies of the Siu family went bankrupt in succession, and the Siu family lost more than half of its assets. Its strength has declined sharply, and it can no longer be regarded as a top wealthy family in Jinling. Rumor has it that the person who framed the Siu family was a boss surnamed Chen. You're the guy who made the Siu family wish they were dead? Gao Qingying asked in astonishment. Exactly. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Gao Qingying gasped, utterly horrified. The power of the Siu family in Jinling is similar to that of the Gao family. If this boss Chen can easily make the Siu family wish they were dead, then it doesn't seem difficult for him to bring down the Gao family either. If he really angered this terrifying boss Chen, and boss Chen dealt with the Siu family while also targeting the Gao family, then things would be troublesome. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen. I was so presumptuous just now. I deserve to die. In an instant, Gao Qingying's attitude towards Chen Fan changed completely, and she apologized to Chen Fan repeatedly. Finally, before Chen Fan could speak, Gao Qingying made an excuse and slunk away quickly. Beside him, Chen Fan was checking the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, Chen Fan signed it. Zhang Wanji also excitedly signed the document. The contract has been signed and the agreement has been reached. Chen Fan immediately transferred the purchase funds to Gao Qingying. From this moment on, that piece of land in Shanghai belongs to Chen Fan. The address of Chen Fan's Tiffany Hotel in Shanghai has been found. Byte. Choose the perfect location for your Tiffany's Hotel in Shanghai. Temporary mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 71 amplification points. Congratulations on receiving 359 experience points. The system's voice came immediately, informing Chen Fan that he had completed the task and easily gained 71 boost points and 359 experience points. Just as Chen Fan was browsing the system's reward for the day arrived. Chapter 440. The final attack on the Siu family is launched, and the number 1 wealthy family in Suzhou makes a move. Byte. 85 days after severing ties, rewarded with a high-level bankruptcy card, can cause losses between 15 billion and 25 billion after use. A mechanical voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Another high-level bankruptcy card. Chen Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Some time ago, he obtained a advanced bankruptcy card from the system, but he hadn't used it and kept it in the system's inventory, intending to use it to send the Siu family on their way at the most critical moment. Unexpectedly, the system has now issued another advanced bankruptcy card. With these 2 advanced bankruptcy cards, Chen Fan could inflict losses of 30 to 50 billion yuan on the Siu family in one fell swoop. The minimum is at least 30 billion, which is no small amount. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Mr. Chen, Chairman Zhang, I've arranged for the banquet to be prepared. How about we share a drink? Yao Guangji extended an invitation. Can. Zhang Wanji had just received the money and was in a very good mood. All right. Chen Fan nodded. He had just completed a system task and received over 70 boost points, as well as a advanced bankruptcy card. He was very pleased with his reward. During the meal, Chen Fan inquired about some basic information about Shanghai from Zhang Wanji. After all, he's about to go to Shanghai. In the afternoon, Chen Fan returned to the hotel. On the way, Chen Fan made a decision. The second advanced bankruptcy card was an opportunity. He wouldn't wait any longer. It was time to launch a final attack on the Siu family. If we take action now and completely bankrupt the Siu family, or even leave them heavily in debt, it will probably take some time, maybe 2 or 3 days. By then, it will be exactly the 88th day since he severed ties with the Chen family. On that 88th day, he will say goodbye to the Siu family completely, making them a thing of the past. After making the decision, Chen Fan immediately sent out the message. He ordered his side to officially begin operations. Meanwhile, the Siu family was still making anxious preparations. Everyone in the Siu family was on edge, knowing that the moment of life and death had arrived. The entire Siu family was preparing for a life-or-death struggle with Chen Fan. Old Master Siu was also very worried, even though his plan was progressing fairly well and the Siu family had gained a few more allies. But for some reason, Grandpa Siu still felt uneasy, as if something bad was going to happen. Just as Grandpa Siu was reflecting on whether he had made a mistake in one of his steps. Suddenly, the Siu family's butler rushed in to report. Master, Miss Yunrong has returned. What? Yunrong is back? Upon hearing this news, Mr. Siu's eyes lit up immediately. Siu Junliang, the youngest daughter of old Master Siu, married into the Chu family, the most powerful family in Suzhou, 20 years ago for the purpose of a family alliance. The Chu family, the most powerful family in Suzhou, is far more powerful than the Siu family. After Huitong Group and Su's Jiai Group went bankrupt, Old Master Su personally sought help from the head of the Chu family in Suzhou, who was his in-law. In the end, he only received a perfunctory response. Now that his youngest daughter has returned, Grandpa Su feels like he's grasped at a lifeline. As long as the Chu family is willing to help them, they will definitely be able to surpass Chen Fan and even have Chen Fan under their control. Some of the Su family's direct descendants were also very excited when they heard the news. Father, I'm back. 2 minutes later, Su Yunrong walked in with a smile. Yunrong, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? Little sister, it's been years since I last saw you. You've become even more beautiful. Little sister, you've come back just in time. Our Su family is in trouble. You can't abandon us. As soon as Su Yunrong entered, the direct descendants of the Su family started chattering away. Everyone, please be quiet. I've come back this time to help the Su family get through this difficult time. Su Yunrong spoke with a strong voice. Upon hearing Su Yunrong's words, the Su family members all breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Even Grandpa Su calmed down. Knowing that our Su family is facing a huge crisis, my father-in-law, the head of the Chu family, the most powerful family in Suzhou, specially sent me to bring some working capital to alleviate the pressure on our Su family. Su Yunrong looked confident and prepared. Then, Su Yunrong mentioned a rather alarming number. This time, I brought back a full 50 billion yuan in working capital. 500 billion, and that's all in liquid assets. That's incredibly important for the Su family right now. Very good. We still need you, little sister. Our Su family is saved. The Su family members were once again engrossed in discussion, each one smiling broadly. Furthermore, this is just the beginning. The Chu family of Suzhou will provide other assistance to our Su family later. Su Yunrong reassured everyone once again. The 50 billion is just the beginning, there's more to come. Everyone seemed to see the Su family returning to its peak. That Chen Fan dares to oppose our Su family. He will definitely not have a good end. I will let him know what the consequences are for offending our Su family. Su Yunrong spoke in a gloomy tone. With my little sister's move, Chen Fan is bound to lose. Chen Fan's bankruptcy is not far off. That's right. Our little sister is backed by the prestigious Chu family, the most powerful family in Suzhou. How could Chen Fan possibly be a match for the Chu family? Just when the Su family thought victory was in sight, bad news came. Chen Fan suddenly took action and attacked the Su family first. They didn't expect Chen Fan to act again so quickly, and the Su family suffered considerable losses. Upon hearing this news, the Su family members, who had been making a fuss, turned pale. Don't panic, everyone. Father, I'll give you this 50 billion first. You can decide how to use it. Su Yunrong handed a bank card containing 50 billion yuan to Old Master Su. The Su family will prevail. After taking the bank card, Mr. Su stood up and spoke firmly, hoping to reassure everyone. Victory is certain. Chen Fan is doomed to lose. The Su family members regained their fighting spirit. Subsequently, Mr. Su used the 50 billion yuan in liquid funds to begin various defenses and even counterattacks. Just as the Su family was busy with various matters, Su Niankai, a direct descendant of the Su family whom Chen Fan had bribed, called Chen Fan to report on the Chu family in Suzhou. Did the Chu family, the wealthiest family in Suzhou, help us? Chen Fan muttered to himself, not surprised at all. Previously, the Su family's information clearly stated that the Chu family, the most powerful family in Suzhou, and the Su family were related by marriage, and Chen Fan had made some preparations accordingly. Don't be fooled by the Chu family's current vows to help the Su family. If a real life-or-death situation were to arise, the Chu family would probably run faster than rabbits. Mr. Chen, what do we do now? Su Niankai inquired. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously and told Su Niankai about the special countermeasures he had prepared in advance. Chapter 441 Severing Ties, Day 86. Reward, 1 top-tier bankruptcy card. You're doing this. Chen Fan made the arrangements. Time flies, and the next morning, Chen Fan once again carefully studied the current situation of the Su family, hoping to shorten the time needed to resolve the issue. With the bankruptcy of Huitong Group and Su's Jiai Group, the Su family's businesses, apart from those small businesses, consisted of only 2 larger companies. These are Su's Tianxin Group and Su's Yongshuang Company. Among them, Su's Tianxin Group is stronger, about the same as Huitong Group, while Su's Yongshuang Company is slightly weaker and can only be considered a medium to large company. As for the Su family's small businesses, Chen Fan didn't care at all. He could probably take them all down in less than half an hour with a flick of his finger. The problem was these 2 medium and large companies. In fact, without the Su family's support of 50 billion yuan, Chen Fan would probably have brought down the Su family's last 2 important businesses by today, or at the latest by tomorrow afternoon, and tomorrow would have been the day the Su family went bankrupt. However, since the Su family provided the Su family with 50 billion in aid, Chen Fan will need to spend a little time on it. Unfortunately, we only have 2 advanced bankruptcy cards on hand right now. If we could get another one, the Siu family would be finished today. Chen Fan spoke regretfully. Before Chen Fan could finish speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Bite. Day 86 of severing ties. Reward. 1 top-tier bankruptcy card. Once used, it can cause losses between 50 billion and 80 billion. Upon seeing today's system reward, Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, even Chen Fan's breathing became somewhat rapid. Top-tier bankruptcy card. Chen Fan was overjoyed. With this top-tier bankruptcy card, the 50 billion yuan in working capital that the Siu family provided to the Siu family can be completely resolved. And this is the worst-case scenario. If the outcome is even better, it could cause losses of up to 80 billion. If Chen Fan uses those 2 advanced bankruptcy cards, again, the Siu family will definitely go bankrupt. Yesterday, Chen Fan conservatively estimated that it would take 88 days after severing ties before he could completely crush the Siu family. But with this top-tier bankruptcy card, rewarded by the system today, there's no need to wait any longer. Today is the day the Siu family is completely wiped out of Junliang. On the 86th day of severing ties, Chen Fan will say bye-bye to the Siu family. Thinking it over, Chen Fan immediately made the arrangements. After arranging everything, Chen Fan meticulously opened the system's inventory and found the top-tier bankruptcy card he had just obtained. Chen Fan clicked Use. Bite. Please enter the name of the company you wish to regulate. The system popped up a reminder. Siu's Tianxin Group. Without hesitation, Chen Fan entered the Siu family's largest company. Chen Fan prayed silently, hoping that this top-tier bankruptcy card would be of maximum use. Top-tier bankruptcy credit card now open. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A good 10 seconds later, the system sent another message. Bite. Top-tier bankruptcy card causes 80 billion yuan loss to Siu's Tianxin Group. Siu's Tianxin Group goes bankrupt. An 80 billion loss. Chen Fan was overjoyed. I didn't expect this top-tier bankruptcy card to actually perform at its best. It's really great. The majority of the 50 billion yuan that the Siu family provided to the Siu family was invested by the Siu family into the Siu Tianxin Group, which is currently the Siu family's biggest hope. But with the bankruptcy of the Siu family's Tianxin Group, the only remaining possibility of the Siu family turning things around has been completely eliminated. After bringing down the Siu's Tianxin Group, Chen Fan didn't rest. Instead, he found the 2 advanced bankruptcy cards. Bite. Please enter the name of the company you want to bring down. The mechanical voice rang in Chen Fan's ears again. Siu's Yongxuan Company. Chen Fan entered the name of the last medium to large enterprise of the Siu family again. Advanced bankruptcy card activation in progress. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The advanced bankruptcy card was activated, and only 7 or 8 seconds later, the system's response arrived. Bite. The advanced bankruptcy card caused Siu's Yongxuan Company a loss of 23.8 billion yuan. A loss of 23.8 billion is acceptable. Chen Fan was also very satisfied with the result. Although it did not reach the top of 25 billion, it was still very good. Chen Fan estimates that Siu's Yongxuan Company can only withstand a maximum loss of 18 to 20 billion yuan before going bankrupt. In that case, it's time to use the last advanced bankruptcy card. Chen Fan entered the name of Siu's Yongxuan Company on the 2nd advanced bankruptcy card. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bite. The advanced bankruptcy card caused Siu's Yongxuan Company a loss of 24.9 billion yuan. Siu's Yongxuan Company goes bankrupt. The system announced that Siu's Yongxuan Company, following closely behind Siu's Tianxin Group, had also gone bankrupt. In an instant, Chen Fan took care of the Siu family's last 2 major companies within minutes. The rest are just some of the Siu family's small fry. Chen Fan has already issued orders for his men to take action against these small, insignificant businesses of the Siu family. It is estimated that in another half hour at most, all of the Siu family's businesses will be wiped out. The Siu family will be completely and utterly bankrupt. Meanwhile, at the Siu family's residence, with the Chu family, the most prestigious family in Suzhou, making a move, the Siu family members were overjoyed, feeling that their chance to turn the tide and win had arrived. After all, the Chu family's strength is undeniable, and they are not afraid of Chen Fan at all. Yunrong, how much more help will the Chu family provide us in the future? In the council hall of the Siu family compound, Old Master Siu asked his youngest daughter a question with curiosity. Although the 50 billion yuan investment from the Chu family solved their immediate problem, it wasn't enough to surpass Chen Fan. Father, rest assured, my father-in-law will come to Junliang in person tomorrow to talk to you. If it is successful, the Chu family will probably be able to provide you with another 80 billion to 100 billion in aid. Su Yunrong spoke. The Chu family wasn't stupid either. The reason they went to such lengths to save the Siu family was naturally because they wanted to expand their sphere of influence into Jinling. From 80 billion to 100 billion. My God, so much aid. With this aid, our Siu family will be able to recover and fight back against Chen Fan. The Siu family was even more excited. For them, an investment of 80 billion to 100 billion was already a huge amount. Even Grandpa Siu had a long-lost smile on his face. That's good. We'll just wait for Patriarch Chu to arrive tomorrow, and for the follow-up working capital to support our Siu family to arrive. Then we'll immediately launch an attack on that little bastard Chen Fan's company and let him experience what bankruptcy feels like. Old Master Siu said through gritted teeth, his resentment towards Chen Fan reaching its peak. Father is right. We've decided we can't let that little bastard Chen Fan get away with it. We'll make him wish he were dead. With the Chu family's help, Chen Fan's fate is sealed. After Chen Fan goes bankrupt, I will definitely humiliate him severely and let him know how terrible the consequences of offending our Siu family are. Upon hearing Old Master Siu's words, the Siu family members all began to curse Chen Fan, as if they had already won the battle against him. However, before the Siu family could even revel in their triumph for a few seconds, a bolt from the blue arrived with devastating news. Chapter 442: The Siu family of Jinling goes bankrupt. Part 1. It's terrible, Master. Our Siu's Yongshuang company has gone bankrupt. The head of Siu's Yongshuang company came to report. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the Siu family members instantly froze, and they could no longer laugh. What did you say? Our Siu's Yongshuang company has gone bankrupt. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's right. Father just transferred 15 billion yuan of working capital to Siu's Yongshuang company. With Siu's Yongshuang company having ample funds, how could it possibly go bankrupt? The Siu family members didn't believe what this guy was saying, thinking he was talking nonsense. Master, Siu's Yongshuang company has really gone bankrupt. Although the company received 15 billion in working capital from you, which replenished its strength, just now, it suddenly lost more than 40 billion, close to 50 billion. The company simply couldn't withstand the pressure and went bankrupt. Now, Siu's Yongshuang company still has debts of 6.8 billion. The head of Siu's Yongshuang company gave a report. What? Not only did they go bankrupt, but they also have debts of 6 or 7 billion. Mr. Siu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. The Siu family members looked at each other, somewhat convinced. Siu's Yongshuang company is now one of only 2 large companies owned by the Siu family. If Siu's Yongshuang company goes bankrupt, then the Siu family will only have Siu's Tianxing group as their last lifeline. It's all right, Father. Although Siu's Yongshuang company went bankrupt, we still have Siu's Tianxing group. As long as the Siu Tianxing group exists, our Siu family will remain as solid as a rock. Don't forget, the Siu Tianxing group was already very strong, and you have added another 35 billion yuan in working capital to it. Even if Chen Fan takes action, he cannot bring it down in a short time. That little bastard Chen Fan, he doesn't have that much strength yet. As long as we wait until tomorrow, when the head of the Chu family arrives, our Siu family will be saved. Siu Junliang stepped forward to comfort his father. Hearing Siu Junliang say this, Old Master Siu's mood calmed down a little. Father, we only need to hold on for one more day. Tomorrow will be the day Chen Fan cries. Siu Junliang wanted to comfort his father and show off in front of him, but before he could finish speaking, an explosive piece of news came. Something terrible has happened, Patriarch. The Siu's Tianxing group was just attacked by a mysterious overseas consortium, suffering a loss of 80 billion in one fell swoop. Siu's Tianxing group has gone bankrupt and has debts of 13.5 billion. People from Siu's Tianxing group also rushed over to report. Upon hearing this news, Old Master Siu's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The Siu family members rushed over to help him up and put him back in his seat. Is heaven going to destroy my Siu family? Grandpa Siu roared in frustration. Siu's Tianxing group has also gone bankrupt. How could it be so fast? That doesn't make sense. How did that little bastard manage to do that? The Siu family members were all in mourning, chattering incessantly as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Just when the Siu family was in despair, Siu Junliang took the opportunity to slip away quietly. The 50 billion I brought with me, just like that, gone. Siu Junliang was also stunned. 500 billion is no small sum. In just one night, a total of 50 billion yuan went down the drain. Junliang, quick, ask Patriarch Chu for help. Grandpa Siu quickly spoke up. Yes, and the Chu family too. The Chu family is the most powerful family in Suzhou. If the Chu family intervenes, we can still be saved. Little sister, please, I beg you, quickly ask the Chu family for help. The Siu family members also spoke up one after another. All right. Siu Junliang gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. So, in front of Old Master Siu and the others, Siu Junliang took out her phone, turned on speakerphone, and called her father-in-law, who is now the head of the Chu family in Suzhou. Father, our Su family is in dire straits. Could you please provide additional financial support? Su Yunrong got straight to the point right away. What? The situation is critical. Didn't I just ask you to send 50 billion? The head of the Chu family was utterly perplexed. Father, those 50 billion have been completely lost. Su Yunrong answered shyly. Say it again. What's wrong with the 50 billion? The head of the Chu family couldn't believe his ears. That's a full 50 billion, not 5 million or 50 million. Father, those 50 billion have been completely lost. Su Yunrong had no choice but to repeat herself. 500 billion, lost in less than a day. Is your entire Su family a bunch of good-for-nothings? The Su family is dumber than pigs. They're a complete bunch. The head of the Chu family finally lost his temper and started cursing at the Su family. Because the call was on speakerphone, the Su family members clearly heard the Chu family head's curses. They all lowered their heads, not daring to refute, and could only obediently accept it. Father, please allocate some more working capital. Su Yunrong said shamelessly. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Chapter 443 The Su family of Junliang goes bankrupt, Part 2. Father, please save the Su family. Su Yunrong pleaded. Patriarch Chu, if you can save our Su family at this crucial moment, our Su family will be willing to follow your Chu family's lead and obey your every command from now on. Old Master Su also quickly spoke up. The Su family members stared nervously at their phones, awaiting their fateful decision. Hearing Old Master Su's assurance, the head of the Chu family was somewhat inclined to side with the Su family and wanted to help again. After all, they had already invested 50 billion. If they just let it go and abandoned the Su family, then all 50 billion would be wasted. The Su family would be finished, and they wouldn't get a single penny back. If we continue to help the Su family, they still have a chance to turn the tide, and their 50 billion yuan might still come back. In that case, then I will. The head of the Chu family relented and decided to continue providing assistance to the Su family. But before he could finish speaking, a direct descendant of the Chu family suddenly rushed in. Master, I have received some information. The direct descendant of the Chu family said with a serious expression. Very important news? He added this specifically. What news? This aroused the Chu family patriarch's intense curiosity. Patriarch, it's like this. I heard that the Su family's mortal enemy, Chen Fan. The direct descendants of the Chu family whispered a few words in the ear of the Chu family patriarch. Are you sure? The Chu family patriarch's expression changed drastically, and he asked cautiously. Patriarch, it's absolutely true. I was afraid it might be fake, so I went to investigate. The Chu family's direct descendants gave an unwavering answer. The head of the Chu family swallowed hard. Fortunately, the fifth brother returned in time and told him the news. Otherwise, if he continues to help the Su family, he will only be wasting more money and letting more money go down the drain. Faced with an enemy like Chen Fan, how can the Su family possibly cope? From this moment forward, our Chu family will no longer support the Su family. The head of the Chu family immediately expressed his stance. Upon hearing this, wails of anguish filled the Su family compound. No longer supporting us. Why, Patriarch Chu? Our two families are related by marriage. You can't just sit idly by. The Su family was in utter despair. If they couldn't even rely on the Chu family, who could they rely on? As for old Master Su, his face was deathly pale. He wanted to try to negotiate with the head of the Chu family, but to his surprise, the head of the Chu family immediately hung up the phone, clearly indicating that he wanted to sever ties with the Su family. It's over, everything is over. Grandpa Su muttered to himself, lost in thought. Master, there's a problem with our family's resort. Patriarch, the family's chain hotels in Junliang and nearby have gone bankrupt. Subsequently, a series of bad news came, and the Su family's small businesses also failed one after another. Hearing this news, the Su family members were deeply distressed, and some even burst into tears. As direct descendants of a prestigious top-tier wealthy family in Junliang, they were used to a life of luxury and ease. They couldn't imagine what kind of impoverished life they would lead if their family went bankrupt. The more they thought about it, the more afraid and terrified they became. Just over 10 minutes later, all of the Su family's small businesses went bankrupt. The Su family members wailed in despair. Go and call the Chen family over. Old Master Su gave the order. Now that things have come to this, Old Master Su wants to make peace with Chen Fan. In other words, he'd be begging for mercy. Half an hour later, Chen Shanhai, the head of the Chen family, Chen Faming, Chen Yuzhen, and other direct descendants of the Chun family who had been arranged by the Su family to go to Junliang all arrived in front of the Su family compound. What do you think Grandpa Su invited us here for? Chen Yuzhen asked curiously. The Su family must have already tormented that little beast Chen Fan to the point of wishing he were dead. and now they're deliberately showing us Chen Fan his miserable state. Chen Shanhai gave a confident and resolute answer. It should be. Father is right. Who does Chen Fan think he is, going against the prestigious Siu family? There's only one outcome. That little bastard Chen Fan has cut ties with us, but he'll probably be begging to come back soon. The other members of the Chen family echoed this sentiment. At the scene, only Chen Faming remained silent, as he felt that something was amiss. As they spoke, the Chen family members entered the Siu family compound and arrived at the Siu family's council hall. Upon entering and seeing the state of the Siu family, Chen Shanhai and the others immediately realized that things were not quite as they had imagined. Master Siu, may I ask what brings you here? Chen Shanhai asked with utmost respect. What is your relationship with Chen Fan like now? Old Master Siu inquired. How about it? We are sworn enemies with Chen Fan. With Chen Fan, there would be no us. That little beast has severed ties with us. We are now enemies. Members of the Chen family spoke up one after another, expressing that they had a deep-seated hatred for Chen Fan. Hearing these reports, Old Master Siu's face twitched slightly. He had originally hoped to ease his relationship with Chen Fan through the Chen family, and then ask Chen Fan for peace, or even beg for mercy, so that Chen Fan would spare them this time. But now it seems he was overthinking it. Master Siu, where is that little beast Chen Fan? Chen Yuzhen asked curiously. I guess he'll be here soon. Someone from the Siu family said self-deprecatingly. As the victor, Chen Fan will definitely come to our Siu family. They'll be here soon. Perfect timing. Let's see how we teach Chen Fan, this stray dog, this bankrupt man, a lesson in a bit. Chen Yuzhen was eager to try. The other members of the Chen family nodded in agreement. A stray dog. Bankrupt. The Siu family members sneered. Sitting at the front, Old Master Siu looked at the Chen family members, a strange smile appearing on his face. Patriarch Chen, I'm afraid I need to trouble you with something. Old Master Siu spoke. Oh, what is it? Please tell me. I will definitely agree. Chen Shanhai nodded without hesitation. The matter is very simple. It is just to borrow your head. Old Master Siu said with a profound meaning. What did you say, Patriarch Siu? What do you mean by borrowing our heads? The Chen family members immediately tensed up. You all have a terrible relationship with Chen Fan, right? Like, we're mortal enemies? When Chen Fan arrives, I'll make an example of you and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Grandpa Siu explained. Since it was unlikely that he could use the Chen family and Chen Fan to make peace, he decided to try another method. Since Chen Fan and the Chen family are at odds, he will teach the Chen family a lesson and torture them in front of Chen Fan in a moment, in order to please Chen Fan and get a chance to beg for mercy. When Old Master Siu said this, the Chen family members were dumbfounded. They still didn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, and having received Old Master Siu's approval, Siu Junliang stepped forward. Let me tell you the truth. Chen Fan has already bankrupted our Siu family. We're going to use you as leverage to beg for peace with Chen Fan. Siu Junliang's words left the Chen family speechless. Chapter 444 The King Returns. Chen Fan appears, the Siu family's last struggle. The Siu family was bankrupted by Chen Fan. Mr. Siu, you're not joking, are you? The Siu family is one of the top wealthy families in Junliang. How could we possibly be bankrupted by a mere kid like Chen Fan? No, it's absolutely not true. The Siu family members all shook their heads. No one wanted to believe it was true. It was a complete upheaval of their worldview. Do you think we're joking? Siu Junliang snorted coldly. The Chen family looked at the Siu family again, and, upon discovering that some members of the Siu family clearly showed signs of crying, they finally believed it. How could this happen? That's unreasonable. Has Chen Fan developed to this extent? Can he bring down the Siu family? The Chen family members muttered to themselves, still not fully recovered. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps sounded. Squeak. The Siu family gate was pushed open, and a group of well-trained bodyguards in black quickly rushed into the Siu family compound and then stood on both sides. The Siu and Chen families instinctively turned their heads to look over. A few seconds later, under the watchful eyes of everyone from both the Chen and Siu families, Chen Fan slowly walked into the Siu family's residence. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the Chen family members displayed strange expressions. The way things have turned out is something none of them expected. As for the Siu family members who previously looked down on Chen Fan, they now looked at him with even more fear and awe. Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Old Master Siu was the first to stand up, forcing a smile. It's all that bastard Chen Shanhai's fault. He was the one who suggested that you take over. I never thought of it that way before. Grandpa Siu shifted all the blame onto Chen Shanhai. Our Siu family and you, Mr. Chen, originally had no enmity. It was all caused by Chen Shanhai and the Chen family. Old Master Siu defended himself. That's right, Mr. Chen, please don't hold it against the Siu family. Mr. Chen, you should be resenting the Chen family. If it weren't for the Chen family, we might still be friends. The Siu family members also spoke up one after another. Some members of the Siu family even physically assaulted and kicked members of the Chen family. The words and actions of the Siu family members, besides being ingratiating to Chen Fan, also revealed some genuine feelings. They believed that if it weren't for the Chen family, their Siu family wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The Chen family members, especially Chen Shanhai, felt regretful as they watched Chen Fan being constantly flattered and fawned over by the Siu family members. If they hadn't done that back then, and hadn't severed ties with Chen Fan, perhaps they would be the ones surpassing the Siu family and standing at the pinnacle now. Who could have imagined that in less than 3 months, Chen Fan would grow to the point where he could trample the Siu family underfoot, making the dignified head of the Siu family of Junliang, a powerful figure whose every stomp in Junliang could cause the ground to tremble, beg for mercy. If they hadn't severed ties with Chen Fan, they could have easily become the most powerful family in Jiangzhou, or even the most powerful family in Junliang. At this moment, everyone in the Chen family was filled with deep regret. The Chen family members also rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan, your aunt was wrong. Please, come back to our Chen family. We were blind before. We were wrong. Let's restore our relationship. Xiao Fan, come back. We're family. The members of the Chen family knelt before Chen Fan, pleading with him to return to the family. Many of them even cried and recounted past events, hoping to reform Chen Fan with kinship. Xiao Fan, Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa was blind. At this moment, even old Master Chen, who always valued his reputation highly, hurriedly came over and apologized to Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, please forgive us. As long as you come back, you will be the next head of our Chen family. Old Master Chen is now filled with deep regret. Initially, he thought Chen Fan was too ordinary and mediocre, and that he was destined to achieve nothing in the future, so he chose to sacrifice him from among the younger generation of the Chen family. But looking at it now, his judgment was terrible, terribly terrible. They actually chose the most outstanding and promising young member of the Chen family. Looking at the Chen family members kneeling before him, begging for mercy, Chen Fan sneered. Indeed, strength speaks for itself. It's too late to regret it now. I have no connection with the Chen family and will never go back. Chen Fan spoke coldly. It's too late to talk to yourself about family now. What about back then? They were incredibly arrogant back then, completely disregarding themselves. In their eyes, they were probably not even as good as a blade of grass. This kind of belated family affection is worthless. Rejected by Chen Fan, the Chen family members were devastated. Chen Yuzhen and the others tried to cling to Chen Fan and beg him, but with a single glance from Chen Fan, his Thunderfire private security group bodyguards immediately stepped forward and blocked the Chen family members from entering. Today, Chen Fan is here to settle accounts with the Siu family. The Chen family can go to the side. Chen Fan looked at the head of the Siu family. Mr. Chen, is it possible for you to make peace on this matter? Old Master Siu asked tentatively. Make peace? Chen Fan was amused. Do you think there's still any possibility of reconciliation? Chen Fan countered with a question. Then our Siu family is willing to surrender, as long as you spare our lives. Old Master Siu spoke again. The rest of the Siu family also begged Chen Fan for mercy. There is absolutely no way we'll let you off the hook. Chen Fan flatly refused. If it were him who went bankrupt today, who knows how the Siu family would humiliate him? How could Chen Fan let the Siu family off the hook? Today, the Siu family faces only one fate. Complete expulsion from Junliang. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance. When Chen Fan flatly refused, Old Master Siu was furious. Chen Fan, as the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Don't push me too far, or I'll fight you to the death and make you lose over 100 billion. Since the peace talks failed, Old Master Siu made a meaningful threat to Chen Fan. He has another powerful trump card up his sleeve. Chapter 445 The Siu Family's Trump Card. Chen Fan easily crushes it. I have a trump card up my sleeve. Old Master Siu said with a profound meaning. Don't think that just because you've taken away all of the Siu family's businesses in China, the Siu family will be completely finished. The Siu family has stood strong in Nanjing for decades, and its foundation is far beyond your imagination. Does the father have any other trump cards up his sleeve to save his life? Hearing what Old Master Siu said, the Siu family members were immediately invigorated, and the previous gloom vanished. They felt that the Siu family was a good match. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Aren't you talking about your Huntington group, which is hiding overseas? Chen Fan directly exposed Old Master Siu's trump card. At first, when Old Master Siu mentioned having some trump card, Chen Fan thought it was something important, but it turned out to be just this. Upon hearing Chen Fan mention the Huntington group, Old Master Siu's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know about the Huntington group? Old Master Siu asked in a trembling voice, utterly shocked. The Huntington Group was a company he secretly established overseas to prevent accidents like today from happening, so that the Siu family could save their lives. To maintain the secrecy of the Huntington Group, Old Master Siu didn't even tell his children how Chen Fan knew about it. Old Master Siu has gone mad. How did I know? Chen Fan slowly turned his gaze to Siu Junliang in the Siu family group. Of course, it was your precious son, Siu Junliang, who told me. Chen Fan spoke the truth. What? In an instant, everyone in the Siu family, including Old Master Siu, focused their attention on Siu Junliang. Old Master Siu, in particular, stared wide-eyed. Siu Junliang had already defected to me more than half a month ago. Siu Junliang has reported all the recent news about your Siu family, including the Siu family's secret overseas business, Huntington Group, to me. Chen Fan made the announcement directly. Chen Fan had no liking for guys who would betray their own people for personal gain. Moreover, Siu Junliang is no longer of any use. As the saying goes, once the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Now, we can use the Siu family's help to get rid of Siu Junliang, this troublesome person. Is he telling the truth? Siu Junliang, you betrayed my family? The Siu family members angrily surrounded Siu Junliang. Father, please listen to me. I was forced into this by Chen Fan. It wasn't my own choice to betray the family's interests. Siu Junliang defended himself. This was, in effect, an indirect admission that he had betrayed the Siu family. Damn it. It's all because of you, you bastard. If you hadn't betrayed the family, our Siu family might still be doing just fine. The entire Siu family swarmed forward and beat Siu Junliang mercilessly. In no time, Siu Junliang was bruised and swollen, and even had one leg broken. Siu Junliang lay on the ground, begging for mercy. The Siu family members still showed no mercy, beating Siu Junliang half to death until he finally lost consciousness before they stopped. So what if you know about the Siu family's overseas businesses? Grandpa Siu glanced at Chen Fan indifferently. My Huntington Group overseas is even more powerful than the major companies owned by the Siu family. Old Master Siu threatened Chen Fan. If you and the Siu family make peace, this matter will be over. If you insist on pushing the Siu family to the brink of ruin, then don't blame me for dying together with you. I'll give up the Huntington Group and let them go crazy and take over your businesses. I won't say much, but it's possible that you could lose more than 100 billion. A loss of 100 billion would be catastrophic for any family or wealthy individual. If it were anyone else, and they had pushed the Siu family to this point, facing potential losses of hundreds of billions, they probably would have let it go. But Chen Fan is different. You Siu family dare to claim a loss of over 100 billion. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance. I have some bad news for you. Just a few minutes ago, your Huntington Group also went bankrupt. Chen Fan revealed a bombshell. Chen Fan had already arranged for people to deal with the Siu family's Huntington Group overseas, completely cutting off the Siu family's escape route. Just before Chen Fan entered the Siu family compound, he received the final reply. The Huntington Group was also finished. You're saying my Huntington Group is finished? How could that be? Grandpa Siu looked incredulous. Old Master Siu didn't believe that Chen Fan, who was so powerful domestically, also had such great influence internationally. Moreover, after so many years of development, his Huntington Group is quite powerful and cannot simply go bankrupt. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You think you can fool me? My Huntington Group is as stable as a rock, and there's absolutely no way it could have any problems. Old Master Siu said with absolute certainty. However, before Old Master Siu could finish speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Filled with deep doubt, Grandpa Siu picked up his phone. He looked down and saw that the person on the phone was the head of the Huntington Group, whom he had arranged to work for overseas. Old Master Siu's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up inside him. No, I must have guessed wrong. Grandpa Siu quickly reassured himself and, thinking it over, answered the phone. Dear boss, I'm truly sorry. The Huntington Group has gone bankrupt and just went out of business. The moment the call connected, the person in charge sounded incredibly apologetic on the other end. Glug. Upon hearing this, Old Master Siu's vision went black, and he fainted. Chapter 446, Siu Junliang's whereabouts, the terrifying century-old family. Father, grandfather, the Siu family members rushed forward and helped the unconscious Old Master Siu to his feet, then helped him sit down. After a while, Old Master Siu finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Old Master Siu's face was ashen, and his heart was completely dead. Huntington Group is finished. His last trump card is completely useless. The Siu family is truly bankrupt. No, not only bankrupt, but also in debt, with all kinds of debts totaling at least 20 billion. Your Siu family owes me over 20 billion yuan. From now on, this Siu family mansion has nothing to do with you. Chen Fan spoke coldly. Do it. Suddenly, Chen Fan gave an order. Rumble. As soon as Chen Fan gave the order, Countless booming sounds came from outside. Outside the Siu family compound, hundreds of excavators arranged by Chen Fan worked together and quickly demolished the compound's walls. Today, I will raze the Siu family compound to the ground, making the Siu family a thing of the past. Chen Fan spoke domineeringly. Seeing the courtyard that once symbolized the Siu family's status and position now being leveled by countless excavators, the hearts of the Siu family members, especially old Master Siu, were bleeding. The Siu family is finished. At this moment, everyone in the Siu family regretted their actions. If they had known this would happen, they should never have provoked Chen Fan and made him their enemy. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. Mr. Chen, you've treated the Siu family like dirt. We were wrong. Mr. Chen, our Siu family deserves to die, but we're already bankrupt. Please spare us. The Siu family members knelt at Chen Fan's feet, pleading and slapping each other, hoping that Chen Fan would show mercy and forgive their debts. Mr. Chen, you win. Old Master Siu sighed deeply, completely admitting defeat. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. As Old Master Siu, the head of the Siu family, conceded defeat, the system's voice rang out. Fight! The long-term challenge of destroying the Siu family and wiping them out of history has been completed. Congratulations on acquiring 100% ownership of the billion-dollar Shanghai Lingxiao Capital Group. Chen Fan received the system's first long-term mission to bring down the Siu family and officially completed it. In an instant, Chen Fan acquired another billion-dollar conglomerate, increasing his net worth by a full billion. Currently, Chen Fan's net worth has exceeded 500 billion, and he is very, very close to exceeding 600 billion. Looking at the once high and mighty Siu family members, now kneeling before Chen Fan in even greater humility than they had ever been, was a stark reminder of their power. Not far away, the direct descendants of the Chen family, who were being stopped by bodyguards from Chen Fan's Leihua private security group, were filled with emotion. Who would have thought that Chen Fan, whom they once looked down upon and considered utterly ordinary, would become an unapproachable superstar in just about 3 months? Just then, Siu Junliang, the eldest son of the Siu family and Siu Junliang's father, rushed in from outside. After the Siu family's Tianxin group went bankrupt, Old Master Siu ordered Siu Junliang to go to the Tianxin group headquarters to see what was going on. Siu Junliang only just returned from outside. When he saw everyone kneeling in front of Chen Fan begging for mercy, Siu Junliang was stunned. What happened? Siu Junliang stepped forward and asked what had happened. When Siu Junliang learned everything, he was stunned and couldn't calm down for a long time. Everyone, stand up. Don't surrender to Chen Fan. We haven't lost yet. We might still have a sliver of a chance to win. Siu Junliang shouted loudly. We still have Juanyao's baby. Now that things had come to this, Siu Junliang no longer wanted to hide it. Oh, the baby in Juanyao's belly? What do you mean? Isn't the child in Juanyao's belly an illegitimate child? The Siu family was stunned, and even Old Master Siu was extremely puzzled. Even Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. In fact, when Chen Fan arrived, he noticed that Siu Junliang, the most despicable person, was not among the Siu family members. All the Siu family knew was that Siu Junliang had an affair with a man in the capital, the male god Junliang referred to, and that she was pregnant. After becoming pregnant, the man did not want to marry Siu Junliang and abandoned her. Therefore, Old Master Siu wanted to find a savior for Siu Junliang in order to protect the reputation of the Siu family. That's how the whole series of events happened. Now, what does the boss mean? At first, I also thought that Junliang had been deceived by a scumbag who didn't want to get married. But half a month ago, I found out that the scumbag was a direct descendant of the younger generation of the Qin family, a century-old family in the capital. Siu Junliang dropped a bombshell. A century-old family is a terrifying existence that surpasses even the most powerful families. Many of these families have existed for over 200 years. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are only a handful of aristocratic families that have lasted for centuries, and the Qin family in the capital is one of them. Because these century-old families have existed for so long, each of them possesses a deeply entrenched network of relationships and various assets. The strength of these century-old families is comparable to that of some international conglomerates or tycoons, with total assets calculated in trillions. What? Is the man having an affair with Junyao a direct descendant of the Qin family, a century-old prestigious family in the capital? Does this mean the Qin family is willing to accept Junyao? The Siu family members were immediately invigorated. Accepting Junyao is impossible. This young master of the Qin family already has a fiancée, who is also from a century-old family. Siu Junliang smiled helplessly and then explained to the Siu family. In fact, from the very beginning, this young master of the Qin family abandoned Siu Junliang, and after Siu Junliang became pregnant, he rarely saw her. But somehow, the news reached the ears of the matriarch of the Qin family. So, half a month ago, old Madame Qin sent someone to bring Siu Junliang to the capital. When Siu Junliang first met Chen Fan, she was already 5 months pregnant. Now, 3 months have passed, and in another month or two, Siu Junliang will give birth. This is why Siu Junliang did not appear at the Siu family. Before leaving, old Madame Qin sent someone to tell Siu Junliang that if Siu Junliang gave birth to a boy, he would be the first male heir of the 4th generation of the Qin family. At that time, Siu Junliang could gain status through her son and secretly enter the Qin family as a concubine, thus becoming a member of the Qin family. If Siu Junliang gives birth to a daughter, the Qin family will send Siu Junliang and her daughter back, and they will have no further connection with the Qin family. Whether Siu Junliang gave birth to a boy or a girl was entirely a matter of luck and fate, and it was hard to say. That's why Siu Junliang didn't tell anyone in the Siu family about it. Some time ago, Siu Junliang didn't even tell his son where his sister, Siu Junliang, had gone. But since things had come to this point, Siu Junliang had no choice but to reveal this secret. In an instant, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 447, Becoming an Existence Surpassing Centuries-Old Families, a $1 trillion reward. How can you guarantee whether it will be a boy or a girl? The uncertainty is too great. It seems that the Siu family is beyond saving now. The Siu family members had complicated expressions. No matter what, there is still a glimmer of hope for our Siu family. Siu Junliang spoke, hoping to inspire people. The Siu family members calmed down a little, but they were still dejected. Seeing this, Siu Junliang could only grit his teeth and make a video call to his daughter, Siu Junliang. A few seconds later, Siu Junliang, who was recuperating in a large courtyard house in Beijing, answered the phone. "Father, what's wrong?" Seeing Siu Junliang's anxious look, Siu Junliang asked him in confusion. "It's all because of that Chen Fan." Siu Junliang explained that he had told his daughter everything that had just happened. He originally didn't want to tell his daughter about Chen Fan, fearing it would affect her pregnancy, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to tell her. What? Upon hearing this, Siu Junliang's eyes widened in shock. Before she came to the capital, she only knew that Chen Fan had developed and was quite powerful, but she never expected that in just 3 months, Chen Fan would bring down the Siu family. Damn Chen Fan. Siu Junliang started cursing. "Everyone's here, why don't you comfort them?" Siu Junliang spoke. Then, Siu Junliang pointed his phone at the Siu family members. Grandpa, Aunt. Looking at her family members, who were once high and mighty and full of vigor, now appearing as if they had lost their parents and with pale faces, Siu Junliang felt extremely heartbroken. However, Siu Junliang, who is always self-centered and extremely selfish, did not think it was her fault. Instead, she pushed all the responsibility onto Chen Fan and resented him even more. Grandpa, Aunt, don't worry. Even if the family goes bankrupt now, it doesn't matter. As long as my womb is fertile and gives birth to the first male member of the 4th generation of the Qin family, our Siu family will rise to prominence. Siu Junliang comforted her family. We've been living in Nanjing all this time, which has limited our horizons. We don't know how vast the world outside is. A century-old family is truly terrifying. To put it simply, the Qin family alone has several incredibly large courtyard houses in the capital. The largest one was once a prince's mansion, and it is only a few kilometers away from the Forbidden City in a straight line. The Qin family's wealth is in the trillions, and they have huge businesses both domestically and internationally. Any one pillar industry that the Qin family could easily surpass the Siu family's. Siu Junliang described the terrifying aspects of the Qin family. Hearing this, the Siu family members perked up. As Siu Junliang rallied the Siu family, Chen Shanhai looked at Chen Fan with a strange glint in his eyes. It's truly fate. Who would have thought that Chen Fan would ultimately run into the Qin family, his mortal enemy? He didn't know whether he should tell Chen Fan that secret, that shocking secret about the true origins of Chen Fan and his son, in order to gain Chen Fan's forgiveness. Chen Shanhai wanted to speak, but he was afraid that if he did, Chen Fan would resent him even more. Moreover, he had sworn a solemn oath that he would never reveal this secret for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would immediately die in the street without a burial place. This secret is too big, too wide-ranging, and even involves several centuries-old families, one of which is the Qin family. Chen Fan and his son have no real blood relation to the Qin family. If we consider the true identities of Chen Fan and his son, they have an irreconcilable feud with the Qin family. If it weren't for the Qin family back then, Chen Fan might still be standing at the pinnacle of the entire Great Xia dynasty, arguably the #1 young master of Great Xia. He once thought that Chen Fan would live an ordinary life and would never reach the heights of the Qin family, a century-old clan. Indeed, fate is a truly wondrous thing. Two irreconcilable enemies are about to clash. Old Master Chen was considering whether to talk to Chen Fan about the secrets of the past in order to gain Chen Fan's forgiveness. Not far away, Siu Junliang asked her father to turn his phone around so she could say a few words to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I underestimated you. You do have some skills, Siu Junliang said through gritted teeth. But that's all. You know, in front of true powerful families, you're just an ant. As long as I give birth to a boy, I will become a concubine in the Chen family, Siu Junliang said excitedly. This was something she had never expected, all thanks to the matriarch of the Chen family. In this day and age, to be someone's concubine and still act proud of it, how laughable. Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. What did you say? Siu Junliang was furious when her sore spot was exposed. The word concubine is the last thing Siu Junliang wants to hear right now. There was nothing she could do. Her idol Chen Xiaoan's fiancé was also a direct descendant of a century-old family, and she simply couldn't compete with her. Even if she were lucky enough to give birth to a boy for the Chen family, she wouldn't be qualified to become Chen Xiaoan's legal wife. She could only be a concubine, and even then, it would be a secret, clandestine affair. Chen Fan, you're just jealous. Having the opportunity to enter a century-old family is an opportunity you couldn't even dream of in 3 lifetimes. Siu Junliang spoke with immense pride. It's also thanks to the fact that you didn't marry me back then that I had the opportunity to enter the Chen family and become a member of a century-old family. It's about becoming a dog that will last for centuries. Chen Fan retorted without holding back. Being a concubine in a century-old family might mean a status lower than some of the servants in the Chen family. Chen Fan, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Siu Junliang's chest heaved violently from anger at Chen Fan, almost causing her to miscarry. Chen Fan, you can only be envious. You're not even worthy to carry shoes for a century-old family in this life. Just pray that you'll be reborn into a better family in your next life and become a servant there. Siu Junliang cursed Chen Fan. Before Siu Junliang could finish speaking, the system's voice suddenly came through. Bite. Long-term mission announced. Become an existence that surpasses centuries-old families. Task deadline, within 90 days. Mission reward, 50% ownership of LVMH, the world's #1 luxury goods group, with a market value of 2.5 trillion. Upon seeing this system task, Chen Fan was filled with shock. A 50% stake in the Louis Vuitton group is worth a staggering 1.25 trillion. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. This reward is absolutely outrageous and incredibly generous. Currently, Chen Fan's net worth is already 5 or 600 billion. Even assuming the worst-case scenario, if his net worth increases by 10 billion every day for 3 months, his net worth will be around 1.5 trillion after 3 months. If Chen Fan could acquire 50% of the Louis Vuitton group, his personal net worth would reach a terrifying 2.7 trillion. Moreover, this is the worst-case scenario. After all, the system is only at level 3 right now. Currently, Chen Fan is not far from reaching level 4. It will take him at most 10 days, or even less, to level up. Once the system upgrades to level 4, Chen Fan's daily net worth will increase rapidly. If he can upgrade to level 5 within 3 months, his daily net worth increase will reach a terrifying number. In those 3 months, not counting this reward, Chen Fan could potentially reach a net worth of 3 trillion, or even 5 trillion. And the possibility is very high. If Chen Fan alone possessed such wealth, he could easily trample the Chen family and any other century-old family underfoot. At that time, he alone was a terrifying existence that surpassed even centuries-old families. Thinking about this, Chen Fan was immediately eager to try. What's wrong, Chen Fan? Are you scared off by the Chen family, a family with a history of over 100 years? On the other end of the phone, seeing that Chen Fan hadn't spoken for a long time, Siu Junliang thought that Chen Fan was afraid and apprehensive. Fear. The Chen family is not enough to make me afraid. Give me 3 months, and I will become someone who surpasses the Chen family, surpasses all other centuries-old aristocratic families. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance, brimming with confidence. Chapter 448. The system is about to upgrade to level 4, and the male god Siu Junliang has appeared. To become an existence that surpasses even centuries-old families. Hearing Chen Fan's arrogant and ignorant words, Siu Junliang was amused. Chen Fan, it's been a while since I last saw you, and you've become more and more arrogant and conceited. Siu Junliang sneered. Just as Siu Junliang was speaking, she heard footsteps coming from her direction. A rebellious young man walked in. Young master has arrived. When the nanny arranged for Siu Junliang by the Chen family saw this arrogant young man, she immediately greeted him respectfully. This arrogant young man was none other than the male god Siu Junliang spoke of, the biological father of her child, and the third-generation direct descendant of the century-old Chen family, Chen Xiaoan. My idol, what brings you here? Upon seeing Chen Xiaoan, Siu Junliang immediately greeted him obsequiously. This was the first time her crush had come to see her since she arrived in the capital. The fawning attitude of Siu Junliang at this moment was in stark contrast to her arrogant and haughty demeanor just now. What are you doing? Chen Fan spoke. In truth, Chen Fan was extremely unwilling to come. He was already somewhat tired of Siu Junliang, and now all his attention was on his beautiful fiancée, hoping to win her favor. But the matriarch of his family forced him to come, and Chen Fan had no choice. I'm having a video call with my family. Siu Junliang spoke. Who is this guy? Chen Fan came closer and noticed Chen Fan. This is the Chen Fan I told you about 3 months ago. Siu Junliang answered. Siu Junliang had told Chen Fan about that matter back then. Oh. Chen Fan nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Chen Fan in the video. Kid, you'd better be sensible and marry Junliang. Everything will be much easier then. I might even give you a hand in the future. Chen Fan looked at Chen Fan with disdain. I'll give you one last chance. Marry Junliang and be my sucker, and I'll let you off this time, okay? Chen Fan really wanted to get rid of Siu Junliang, this hot potato, so he threatened Chen Fan again. I'll give you a chance to. Kneel down and apologize to me. Maybe when I trample on the Chen family in the future, I can show you mercy and spare you this time. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance. All right, you just wait. Chen Fan was furious with Chen Fan. He pointed at Chen Fan and said in a cold voice, Chen Fan is the first person to dare make him kneel down. Because he had other family matters to attend to, Chen Fan only glanced at Siu Junliang briefly before leaving. Chen Fan, we'll see. Unable to argue with Chen Fan, Siu Junliang had no choice but to hang up the phone. When are you going to pay back the more than 20 billion yuan that your Siu family owes me? Chen Fan asked coldly. As soon as possible. We will definitely do it as soon as possible. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will return it to you as soon as possible. The Siu family members spoke ingratiatingly. After all, it's still uncertain whether Junliang's child is a boy or a girl, and they already owe Chen Fan money, so naturally they wouldn't dare to be rude to Chen Fan. We'll discuss everything after Junliang's child is born. Since that's the case, why don't you get out of my way and stop getting in my way? Chen Fan spoke coldly. Today, he is going to level the entire Siu family compound. Seeing the hard work of generations of their family, their Siu family compound, being demolished by Chen Fan's hundreds of excavators, the Siu family members left in great pain. The Siu family compound finally quieted down, and Chen Fan immediately opened the system. System level 3, 10749/12,000. Huh, only 1251 more experience points to level up? Chen Fan was overjoyed. He estimated that he could collect more than 1,000 experience points in just 3 or 4 missions. He had previously thought it might take about 10 days to gather enough experience points to upgrade his system to level 4, but now it seems that it will only take a few days for his system to reach level 4. At that point, his net worth will increase even faster. A faint smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Travel to Shanghai within 24 hours. Mission reward. 13% stake in Thunderfire Private Security Group. Task reward. 385 experience points. Chen Fan had just finished reading when the system gave him a new task. Once Chen Fan completes the new task, he'll only need a few hundred more points to level up to level 4. Moreover, the Siu family is completely finished, and Chen Fan is also planning to go to Shanghai. He still has a lot of things to do in Shanghai. His business empire is about to truly emerge. Not to mention anything far away. Just this morning, Chen Fan unexpectedly received a call from the former owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center. The former boss contacted Chen Fan to sign a contract. He asked Chen Fan whether he should come to Nanjing or Chen Fan should go to Shanghai. Chen Fan and the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center agreed to sign the agreement and hold a handover ceremony at the Shanghai World Financial Center tomorrow morning. Chen Fan arranged for people to keep an eye on the demolition of the Siu family compound, while he himself left to make some arrangements before heading to Shanghai. Soon, news of the once powerful Siu family going bankrupt and Chen Fan leveling the Siu family compound shocked Nanjing. Countless important figures in Jinling were deeply shocked. Some of them who knew Chen Fan even took the initiative to contact him, trying to curry favor and making various invitations. Chen Fan ignored them and politely declined. He planned to fly to Shanghai early the next morning, so he didn't have time now. Chen Fan first went to Ronca Group and had Zhu Pingnan's team pack up, and they would gradually head to Shanghai over the next few days. Then, Chen Fan made arrangements and took care of some of his businesses in Jinling. After finishing everything, it was already late at night, and Chen Fan went to rest. Time flies, and the next morning, Chen Fan boarded a plane to Shanghai with his simple luggage. Meanwhile, in the Xia family of Shanghai, Xia Rushui also took action. Chapter 449 Chen Fan's true identity is revealed, a direct descendant of the number 1 family in Great Xia. In Jinling, Chen Fan had just boarded his private jet, and before the cabin door could even be closed, Chen Shanhai suddenly rushed over. Chen Fan, I have something important to discuss with you. Chen Shanhai spoke seriously. Chen Fan didn't want to pay him any attention, thinking he was there to plead for him or to let him return to the Chen family. Chen Fan, I have to tell you a shocking secret about you and your father. Chen Shanhai suddenly made a startling statement. You and your son have no blood relation to me whatsoever. Upon hearing Chen Shanhai's words, Chen Fan's eyes widened instantly. Previously at that old professor's house, Chen Fan had suspected that the father and son might not be related to the Chen family by blood, but it was only a slight suspicion. Now, based on Chen Shanhai's words, Chen Fan is completely certain. No wonder my father and I had a low status in the Chen family. It turns out they weren't related to the Chen family of Jiangzhou by blood. Let him in. Chen Fan spoke. Upon hearing Chen Fan's order, the flight attendant who had been blocking Chen Shanhai at the cabin door finally made way for him. Chen Shanhai tidied himself up, boarded the private jet, and sat opposite Chen Fan. I once swore a solemn oath that if I revealed this great secret, I would die in the street. Chen Shanhai spoke. Now, I'm willing to take this risk and tell you the secret. I don't ask that you forgive the Chen family. I only hope that you will stop hating us and become strangers from now on, letting the Chen family fend for itself. Chen Shanhai didn't sleep a wink last night. He was thinking about this all night. This morning, he finally made the decision to tell Chen Fan. He no longer dared to hope that Chen Fan would return to their Chen family. He only hoped that Chen Fan would not target their Chen family in the future, and that they would just live on their own and survive. Otherwise, the Chen family would truly be helpless against a behemoth like Chen Fan, who could easily bring down the Siu family. If Chen Fan doesn't agree, he will take this secret to his grave. Sure, as long as you tell me the truth, I will have no more grudges with the Chen family from now on, and we will be strangers if we meet again. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan no longer cares about the Chen family. He has no connection with them whatsoever. What he was most curious about was the true background of the father and son. If you dare to lie to me, you will face the consequences. Chen Fan added a sentence. Don't worry, I won't lie to you, and I wouldn't dare to lie to you now. Chen Shanhai sighed deeply. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to deceive Chen Fan, who had grown up. Chen Shanhai glanced at the flight attendants and others on the plane, his meaning clear. This secret was too big to be known by others. You guys get off the plane first. I'll call you up if anything happens. Chen Fan gave the order. Even if Chen Shanhai had other ideas, Chen Fan, with his powerful skills, wouldn't be afraid of an old man like Chen Shanhai. Yes, boss. All the plane's crew members disembarked. At this moment, only Chen Fan and Chen Shanhai remained on the entire plane. You and your father Chen Antai, me, and our Chen family have no blood relation whatsoever. You and your father are direct descendants of the once prominent Chen family of the capital, which has been a family for centuries. It's a pity that the Chen family of the capital has been destroyed. Otherwise, you might already be the #1 young master of Great Xia, a leading figure among the younger generation. Your father was the posthumous son of the Chen family in the capital. Chen Shanhai's words astonished everyone present. The head of a century-old family? The direct descendants of the Chen family of Beijing? Chen Fan was extremely surprised. This was something he had never expected. You now know about the existence of these centuries-old families. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are currently only 8 such families, known as the 8 Great Families of Great Xia. Chen Shanhai began to speak slowly. If a powerful family grows up and wants to become a new century-old family, the only way is to replace one of the 8 Great Families of Great Xia. About several decades ago, your Chen family of the capital was the head of the 8 Great Families of the Great Xia dynasty, the strongest and oldest among them. The head of the 8 Great Families of the Great Xia dynasty? Chen Fan sighed. A century-old family is already quite powerful, but the Chen family of the capital, as the head of the 8 Great Families, must be extremely terrifying. However, although your Chen family in the capital is very powerful, ranking first among the 8 Great Families, it has a huge drawback, which is that it has few members. By your grandfather's generation, there were only 5 direct descendants of the younger generation in the entire Chen family. Moreover, strange things happened one after another. Of the 5 people, 4 of them either disappeared or died mysteriously, leaving only your grandfather. I met your grandfather by chance, and we became friends. Chen Shanhai continued to tell Chen Fan about what happened back then. About 40 years ago, the Chen family of Beijing, which was the head of the 8 Great Families, lost dozens of members overnight, regardless of age, leaving no one behind, and the family went bankrupt. What? Overnight, dozens of members of the Chen family died and went bankrupt. Chen Fan frowned. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? There must be something seriously wrong here. What exactly happened? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. I don't know about that. It involves too much, and I'm in a small place like Jiangzhou, so naturally I don't know. Chen Shanhai shook his head. After that, I made some inquiries and found out that after the Chen family was destroyed, one of the 8 great families became vacant. The Qin family of the capital took that position and quickly rose to prominence, becoming a new century-old family. The position of the head of the 8 great families was replaced by the Chao family of the capital. Your Chen family's assets have also been divided up by the Chao family, the Qin family, and other families. I suspect that the downfall of your Chen family in the capital may have been orchestrated by the Chao and Qin families. Chen Shanhai analyzed. Moreover, it's highly likely that other families among the other 6 major clans were also involved. After all, given the power of the Chen family in the capital at that time, even if the Chao and Qin families joined forces, they couldn't compare to you. Of the other 6 major families, I estimate that 1 or 2 have also made a move. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Of course, this is just my guess. You'll have to investigate for yourself to find out the specifics. Your father's disappearance is most likely related to this matter. He probably used his disappearance as a pretext to secretly investigate the truth of what happened back then. Chen Shanhai continued to add. About 10 days after your Chen family was destroyed, on a stormy night, a mysterious person suddenly came to my house and handed me a child who was only 2 or 3 months old, who was your father. And I swore a solemn oath that I would never reveal this secret in my lifetime. At the same time, he also left behind the aristocratic jade pendant that symbolizes the status of your Chen family in the capital. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately asked a very crucial question. Where is the aristocratic jade pendant? Chapter 450. The treasure left behind by the Chen family of the capital, Chen Fan's potential century-old ally. I gave that jade pendant to your father after he came of age. Chen Shanhai spoke the truth. That family jade pendant was a hot potato for Chen Shanhai. Rather than keeping it, he decided to hand it over to Chen Fan's father. Although Chen Shanhai did not tell Chen Fan's father this secret, Chen Fan's father had roughly guessed some of it because of the jade pendant. If you want it, you can ask your father. Moreover, according to rumors, the aristocratic jade pendant seems to hide some secret. And back then, your Chen family in the capital was so powerful, the Qin family and the Chao family may not have really removed all of your Chen family's influence. Chen Shanhai spoke. If your Chen family in the capital still has some hidden businesses, this family jade pendant might be the key. Of course, this is just my guess, and it may or may not be true. Chen Fan nodded. He was deeply disturbed, realizing that the truth was so profound. If Chen Shanhai wasn't lying, the fact that dozens of members of his Chen family died mysteriously overnight and the family went bankrupt must have a reason. Chen Fan absolutely must investigate this thoroughly. If the dozens of members of the Chen family were indeed killed because of the Qin or Chao families, then Chen Fan will fight them to the death. Previously, both the Chen and Siu families had only managed to bankrupt each other by taking assets. If it really involves human lives, Chen Fan will make the Chao family and the Qin family pay for their crimes and blood. At that point, it won't just be a matter of bankruptcy. It will be a complete disappearance from the world. Chen Fan is not a soft-hearted person. If the investigation reveals which family or families were responsible for exterminating the Siu family, Chen Fan will also act ruthlessly and wipe them out. A life for a life, a debt for a debt, that's only right and proper. Suddenly, Chen Fan remembered the system's task. He finally understood the system's deeper meaning. Why is this mission not about bankrupting a family, but about making Chen Fan a figure who surpasses centuries-old families? It turns out the system has a deeper meaning. Only when Chen Fan reaches that level, becoming an existence surpassing all the centuries-old families, possessing that terrifying strength, can he truly take revenge. This system's long-term mission isn't to target the Qin family. It's to uncover the truth of what happened back then and to take revenge. The Qin family, the Chao family. Chen Fan muttered something coldly. I have told you everything I know. Chen Shanhai spoke. Are you sure that's all? Chen Fan asked cautiously. It should only be like this. Chen Shanhai thought for a moment and nodded. After all, it happened more than 40 years ago, and I'm old now. My memory isn't that good anymore. I'll think about it carefully when I get back, and if I miss any details, I'll tell you right away. Chen Shanhai guarantees this. By the way, if you have the chance, you can try to contact the Yang family in the capital. Of course, it's best to wait until later, when your strength is enough to contend with the Qin family and the Chao family. Otherwise, once your true identity is exposed, these centuries-old families might resort to desperate measures. At that point, you won't just be facing bankruptcy, but your life will be in danger. Before leaving, Chen Shanhai suddenly thought of something. Contact the Yang family in the capital. What? Chen Fan was somewhat puzzled. The Yang family of the capital and your Chen family have an extremely close relationship. They were even allied through marriage. In the early years, the Yang family followed your Chen family and was ranked among the top of the 8 great families. But with the destruction of your Chen family, the Yang family has also become a target of the Qin and Chao families. In recent years, the Yang family has suffered greatly, being targeted in various ways, and has become the bottom of the 8 great families, even on the verge of falling out of the ranks of the 8 great families. I think the Yang family also hates the Qin and Chao families to the bone, and they may become your allies in the future. Chen Shanhai spoke from the bottom of his heart. I've made a note of the Yang family of the capital. Chen Fan nodded. This news is also very important. However, Chen Shanhai was right about one thing. Chen Fan hadn't developed his career yet, so it was best not to contact the Yang family or reveal his true identity too early. Once exposed, it's not just about going bankrupt and ending up on the streets. It's a life-or-death crisis. This needs to be handled with caution. As a century-old family, their strength should not be underestimated. Once Chen Fan's system breaks through to level 4, and his net worth increases to over 1 trillion, he'll be ready to investigate. Chen Fan's net worth is already close to 600 billion, and it is estimated that it will increase to more than 1 trillion in just a few days. After all, with a level 3 system, Chen Fan's net worth can increase by about 10 billion every day on average. He'll be upgraded to level 4 soon. At the very least, his net worth will increase by over 20 billion, or even close to 30 billion, in a single day. If Chen Fan levels up quickly enough during this period and upgrades the system to level 5, then surpassing the Qin family and the Chao family, to become an existence above century-old families will be a piece of cake. Finally, Chen Shanhai left. On the plane, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Chen Fan believed most of what Chen Shanhai said, since he had already guessed some of it, and it just so happened to match what Chen Shanhai said. We still need to find our parents as soon as possible. Chen Fan's plan. Only by finding the parents, having a proper talk, and seeing the family's jade pendant in person can this secret be confirmed. After pondering for a long time, Chen Fan finally called the crew onto the plane. Finally, the plane took off, heading straight for Shanghai. In the Xiao family home in Shanghai, Xiao Ruoshui chatted with Chen Fan last night, and already knew that Chen Fan was coming today, so she specially drove to pick him up. Before Xiao Ruoshui could even leave the house, her best friend, Meng Inca, suddenly came to find her. When Meng Inca heard that Xiao Ruoshui was going to pick up her boyfriend at the airport, she immediately became interested. She was incredibly curious about Ruoshui's boyfriend. What was it about Chen Fan that made him so charming as to win over Ruoshui, the most beautiful girl in the city? Ruoshui, I happen to be free. How about we go to Shanghai airport together? I want to meet your boyfriend. Meng Inca tugged at Xiao Ruoshui and begged to see Chen Fan. She wanted to see if Chen Fan was a good match for Ruoshui. How about we find another opportunity next time? Today is his first day in Shanghai. Xiao Ruoshui shook her head. Why wait until next time? This is perfect. You've been away for so many years and haven't been back for a while, so you're probably not very familiar with Shanghai now. I am, on the other hand. I can introduce you to some fun places and good spots for dates. Finally, unable to resist Meng Inca's pleas, Xiao Ruoshui had no choice but to agree. A few minutes later, Xiao Ruoshui and her best friend drove straight to Shanghai airport. Chapter 451. One of Shanghai's top 10 young entrepreneurs. Half of Gubei number 1 belongs to Chen Fan. 2 hours later, Chen Fan disembarked from his private plane and officially stepped onto the soil of Shanghai. Xiao Ruoshui and her best friend Meng Inca were waiting at the airport exit. Ruoshui, how long have you been with Chen Fan? Meng Inca asked curiously. 2 months. Xiao Ruoshui glanced at her phone and replied. Previously, she had promised Chen Fan to help him find news of his parents in Shanghai. She used her own connections, and even a lot of the Xiao family's connections, but unfortunately, she got nothing. This made Xiao Ruoshui feel a little guilty, as if she had let Chen Fan down. So she is now sending people again to intensify the search. Only 2 months. Meng Inca pursed her lips. So your relationship isn't that deep, Ruoshui. Actually, I think you and young Master Gao are more suitable for each other. Meng Inca muttered to herself. The young Master Gao that Meng Inca mentioned is named Gao Yuhao. He is a well-known young talent in Shanghai and one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Shanghai last year. He is very outstanding. At the same time, he is also Xiao Ruoshui's suitor. Although Gao Yuhao's family's Gao group is not as powerful as the Xiao family, it is still a very powerful large enterprise in Shanghai. In Meng Inca's eyes, Xiao Ruoshui and Gao Yuhao were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Ruoshui, Gao Xiao is so outstanding and handsome. Why don't you like him? He's completely devoted to you. Meng Inca couldn't help but ask questions. Inca, I already have a boyfriend, so please don't say things like that again. Xiao Ruoshui seriously corrected her best friend. All right. Meng Inca stuck out her tongue. Although she agreed verbally, she still thought the same thing in her heart. Chen Fan is coming soon, and she wants to see what makes him so special that he can surpass Gao Yuhao and win Ruoshui's heart. A few minutes later, Chen Fan slowly walked out of the airport. I'm here. Upon seeing Chen Fan emerge, Xiao Ruoshui, whose face had been as cold as ice, immediately broke into a smile and waved to him, her expression as radiant as a melting glacier. Meng Inca followed Xiao Ruoshui's gaze and raised an eyebrow. Looking at it this way, I don't see anything special about Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan is somewhat handsome, he is not strikingly handsome. How did he win Ruoshui's heart? Meng Inca couldn't quite understand it. Wait, is this guy a scumbag? Did he use sweet talk to fool Ruoshui? Suddenly, Meng Inca had a bold guess in her mind. Ruoshui had no experience in dating, and being with Chen Fan was her first relationship. If this guy is a scumbag who's good at sweet-talking and charming women, he might just fool Ruoshui. Chen Fan might not be interested in Ruoshui herself, but rather in the Xia family of Shanghai behind her, and he might want to live off her. Just as Meng Inca was lost in thought, Chen Fan walked over. Xiao Ruoshui jogged over to Chen Fan, who opened his arms, and the two hugged each other affectionately. Seeing this, many people in the airport turned their heads, especially some young men who stared wide-eyed, itching with envy. That guy's amazing. He has such a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. Not to mention the young men. Even some women were extremely jealous of Chen Fan. All right, you two lovebirds, stop showing off your affection here. Beside her, Meng Inca couldn't help but complain. So many people are watching. Hearing her best friend's words, Xiao Ruoshui felt embarrassed and let go of Chen Fan. Then, Xiao Ruoshui introduced the two parties. Meng Inca was wary of Chen Fan, feeling that he was not good enough for Ruoshui. Where are we going now? Xiao Ruoshui asked. Let's go to our accommodation first and put our luggage down. Chen Fan answered. Which hotel are you staying at? Meng Inca tentatively asked where someone lives, saying that, to some extent, it can reflect their capabilities. Let's not go to a hotel, let's go to the house I bought in Shanghai. Chen Fan spoke. Which neighborhood is it? I know most of the neighborhoods in Shanghai very well. Meng Inca guessed that Chen Fan probably only bought a house in a mid-range neighborhood, since he had just arrived. Gubei number 1. Chen Fan answered casually. What? Gubei number 1. Meng Inca was stunned. That was the most prestigious residential area in Shanghai. This guy had just arrived in Shanghai and had actually bought a house in Gubei number 1. He must be something. Walk. Afterwards, Xiao Ruoshui personally drove Chen Fan straight to Gubei number 1. 40 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Which building are we going to? Just before entering Gubei number 1, Xiao Ruoshui asked. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Do you really live in Gubei number 1? How come you can't even tell me which building you live in? Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak, Meng Inca pouted. She thought that Chen Fan was just trying to save face by bragging that he had bought a house in Gubei number 1, but in fact he didn't. Otherwise, how could he not even remember the building number? Gubei number 1 only has 8 buildings, and they are not hard to remember. I own quite a few properties here, and I'm currently considering which one to choose. Chen Fan answered. A bit too much? Meng Inca scoffed at Chen Fan's words, thinking that Chen Fan was still bragging. There are only a few hundred houses in Gubei number 1. You have a lot. How many houses do you have? 3, 5, or 10? Meng Inca said in a sarcastic tone. I don't remember exactly how many sets there were, but half of Gubei number 1 is mine. Chen Fan spoke calmly. Chen Fan's words truly frightened Meng Inca. Half of Gubei number 1 belongs to Chen Fan? What a joke. This is one of the most prestigious and upscale residential communities in Shanghai. The residents here are all incredibly wealthy and powerful. Each apartment here is worth at least tens of millions of yuan, and some are even worth hundreds of millions. Now, Chen Fan tells her that half of the Gubei number 1 residential complex belongs to him alone. Meng Inca couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Meng Inca wanted to retort, but she couldn't be sarcastic because Xiao Ruoshui was sitting there. So she could only sneer and wait to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself. Ruoshui, let's go to building 2. After observing the surroundings, Chen Fan concluded that building number 2 was in a better location. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded and led Chen Fan into the Gubei number 1 residential complex. As soon as she entered the residential area, Meng Inca witnessed a scene that she could hardly believe. Chapter 452. They rented a place in the Shanghai Global Financial Center. No, they bought the whole thing. Inside the Gubei number 1 residential community, a grand welcoming ceremony was already prepared. A group of people who looked like leaders were waiting there respectfully, and behind them was a banner. The banner read, Welcome Mr. Chen. This, Mr. Chen. Could this, General Manager Chen, be Chen Fan? Meng Inca wondered what was going on in her mind. Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. These guys. Since he was coming to Shanghai, Chen Fan needed to prepare a place to stay. So last night, He informed the people at Gubei number 1 that he was coming and asked them to keep a low profile. As a result, they created this scene. Ruoshui, let's pull over. Chen Fan spoke. Good. Xiao Ruoshui found a spot and parked her car. The moment Chen Fan got out of the car, those leaders immediately swarmed over him, showering him with concern and trying to curry favor. Upon learning that Chen Fan would be living in Building 2, someone immediately recommended the penthouse unit in Building 2, a 600 square meter penthouse. The apartment boasts a 270 degrees panoramic view, offering excellent visibility, and is fully furnished with all necessary appliances, allowing Chen Fan to move in immediately. Let's go take a look at that penthouse you mentioned. Chen Fan nodded. Then, led by the staff, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui headed towards building number 2. Meng Yinka stood there, stunned and bewildered. At this moment, she finally believed that what Chen Fan said was true. He really did own half of Gubei number 1. Ruoshui said that this wasn't Chen Fan's first time in Shanghai, was it? How come you bought half of Gubei number 1 on your first visit? What an amazing feat. Meng Yinka was deeply shocked. After standing there stunned for a long time, Meng Yinka finally followed. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and his group arrived at the 600 square meter penthouse. Chen Fan glanced at it and was quite satisfied. Too lazy to choose, he decided to go with this set. Please rest for a while, boss. We'll arrange for someone to replace all the toiletries, sheets, and blankets in the room with new ones right away. The staff member spoke. Good. Chen Fan nodded. Since no one had lived there for a long time, it was indeed necessary to move it. Just then, the system's voice came through. Byte. Travel to Shanghai within 24 hours to complete the mission. Congratulations on acquiring a 13% stake in Thunderfire Private Security Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your study. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 385 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan easily acquired 13% of the shares of Lei Hua Private Security Group, as well as 385 experience points. For Chen Fan now, both the shares in Lei Hua Private Security Group and the 385 experience points are valuable assets. Because of the secrets of this century-old family, future conflicts may escalate to the point of life and death. The sooner Chen Fan takes over Lei Hua Private Security Group, the greater his advantage will be. The current shares of Lei Hua Private Security Group are particularly important to Chen Fan. In addition to that, there are experience points. He is about to break through to the 4th level of the system and wants to accumulate experience points as quickly as possible. Thinking about it, Chen Fan opened the system. System level 3, 11134/12,000. Chen Fan is now only 866 experience points away from leveling up. Chen Fan asked the staff to tidy up first, as he happened to have other things to take care of. Meng Yinka followed along, and was also slightly shocked by the level of luxury inside. Half of Gubei number 1 is probably only worth a little over 10 billion yuan. Suddenly, Meng Yinka had an idea. It's only a little over 10 billion, which is far less than what Gao Yuhao, the young master, has. Meng Yinka was still unconvinced by Chen Fan, and still thought Gao Yuhao was more impressive. You should know that Gao Xiao's new company occupies a whole building in a central location in Shanghai. What can Chen Fan compare to? Should we find a restaurant and grab a bite to eat? Xiao Ruoshui suggested. Ruoshui, I need to sign a contract. Let's go to the restaurant after we've signed it. Chen Fan spoke. The time he had agreed upon with the former owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center was drawing near. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. Where are we going? Xiao Ruoshui prepared the navigation. Shanghai World Financial Center. Chen Fan said casually. The Shanghai World Financial Center. Upon hearing this word, Xiao Ruoshui and Meng Yinka were both taken aback. This is one of the 3 pieces of Shanghai, a landmark building of Shanghai. Did you rent a place in the Shanghai Global Financial Center? Meng Yinka asked tentatively. No, I bought the entire Shanghai World Financial Center. Chen Fan corrected. Chen Fan's words exploded in Meng Yinka's ears like a thunderclap from the heavens. Buy it, by the Shanghai World Financial Center. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. This is a landmark building in Shanghai, worth tens of billions. Chen Fan bought it on his very first day here. Meng Yinka was extremely shocked. If this is true, Chen Fan is incredibly awesome. Even Gao Xiao can't compare. The Shanghai World Financial Center isn't far from here, and there are quite a few famous restaurants there. After you sign the contract, we can have a meal nearby. Although Xiao Ruoshui was also shocked, she had complete faith in Chen Fan. The group went downstairs. Meng Yinka still has some doubts. But after what happened with Chen Fan buying half of Gubei number 1, Meng Yinka didn't dare to speak. Whether this is true or false, let reality tell. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the Shanghai World Financial Center and met with Mr. Kong, the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center. Boss Kong has already prepared for the handover ceremony. With Chen Fan's arrival, the handover ceremony officially began. Below the stage, Manga was dumbfounded as she watched Chen Fan handing over the reins. At that moment, it felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through her mind. She was completely bewildered. In just a short while, he bought half of Gubei No. 1 and the entire Shanghai World Financial Center in one go. Chen Fan's wealth is terrifying. Gao Yuhao is simply incomparable. Now Manga can understand a little better why Chen Fan was able to win Ruoshui's heart. A few minutes later, the handover ceremony was completed. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. From now on, the entire Shanghai World Financial Center belongs to you alone. Boss Kong and Chen Fan shook hands. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Boss Kong left with his men. Chen Fan then got to know the leadership team currently in charge of managing the Shanghai World Financial Center. Just as Chen Fan was about to say a few words, the mechanical voice rang in his ears again. The system reward arrived today, and today's rewards are clearly different from the previous ones. Chapter 453 Day 87 of Severing Ties. Reward. True or false discrimination card. Byte. 87th day of Severing Ties. Reward. 1 true or false discrimination card. Looking at the system's rewards for today, Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. This special card has never appeared in the system before. What is its purpose? Is it perhaps to distinguish between real and fake things? Filled with curiosity, Chen Fan clicked on the detailed introduction at the end. Once the truth detection card is activated, it is valid for 30 minutes. Within those 30 minutes, the system can help the host detect whether others are lying and whether their words are true or false. Upon seeing the system's explanation, Chen Fan's eyes widened immediately. This is absolutely amazing stuff. The true or false distinguishing card that the system rewarded me with today is most likely a special reward from the system for the matter of the 8 great families that Chen Shanhai mentioned to me this morning. Chen Fan wasn't sure if everything Chen Shanhai said was true, but now with this true/false discrimination card, Chen Fan could easily check. Moreover, in certain situations, this genuine/fake distinguishing card can play a terrifying, even decisive role. If Chen Fan wanted, he could even activate the true or false discrimination card right now and call Chen Shanhai to verify the truthfulness of what Chen Shanhai said this morning. Chen Fan fell into thought. Ultimately, Chen Fan rejected the idea. What Chen Shanhai said this morning has an 80 to 90% chance of being true. At most, there might be some details involving him, and he might be hiding something. Chen Shanhai would never dare to conceal or lie about those important matters. Although Chen Fan is not yet able to crush the century-old families, controlling the Chen family would be as easy as crushing an ant. Chen Shanhai is a bad person, but he's not stupid. Moreover, in his heart, the Chen family is more important than anything else. He would never risk the utter destruction of the Chen family by deceiving himself. As for Chen Shanhai seeking refuge with the Qin or Chao families, that's impossible. Although Chen Shanhai has been targeting his father in various ways, he did raise his father from childhood. Now that decades have passed, if he wanted to seek refuge with his father, he would have done so long ago. Moreover, even if Chen Shanhai were to seek refuge with the Qin family now, the Qin family would never tolerate him. Chen Fan just studied it and found that once this genuine/fake discrimination card is used, it cannot be taken back. Chen Fan planned to use it at a more crucial moment, and at worst, he would leave a few minutes to call Chen Shanhai to verify it. Okay, that's it. Chen Fan decided to leave this invaluable authenticity discrimination card in the system's inventory for the time being. Are there any vacant floors in the Shanghai World Financial Center right now? Chen Fan inquired. There are no owners for the time being. They've all been rented out. A senior executive at the Shanghai World Financial Center shook his head. These landmark buildings are highly sought after by major companies, so naturally they are never left empty. However, after a while, about 20 days later, a company's lease expired. It had 3 floors. Then, this senior executive told Chen Fan a rather important piece of information. Oh, a 3-story building? That's great. Chen Fan nodded. He plans to establish a capital management company, but it will take some time to prepare. Furthermore, recruiting capable employees and so on takes time. It expires in 20 days, which is just right. As for Chen Fan's research on artificial intelligence driving, Chen Fan plans to move to another location. This kind of research requires various experiments, which is obviously not suitable for the Shanghai World Financial Center. Chen Fan plans to purchase a separate office building for his AI driving research, preferably in a slightly out-of-the-way location with enough space for experiments. Chen Fan briefly arranged the work, and then left with Xiao Ruoshui. Well, Ruoshui, why don't you and Chen Fan enjoy some alone time? I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Bye-bye. Manga couldn't face Chen Fan, so she quickly said goodbye to Xiao Ruoshui and left. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui went to a high-end restaurant near the Shanghai World Financial Center for a meal. During the meal, Chen Fan specifically asked, "I heard from Mingming the other day that Auntie might not be feeling well. Should I go and visit her?" Ruoshui's mother had been very good to him, and now that she was sick, Chen Fan, as a junior, naturally had to go and visit her. Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. "Bite. Temporary mission issued. Go to Xiao Ruoshui's house and visit Xiao's mother. Task time, 100 minutes. Reward for the mission, 100% ownership of Frederica International Private Hospital, a top-tier global private hospital, ranked third among the world's top 10 private hospitals. Task reward, 439 experience points." The system suddenly sent out a task. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised by the system's reward. This time, the system rewarded me with a world-class private hospital, and I was given 100% ownership of it. This is fantastic. Frederica International Private Hospital is ranked third among the top 10 private hospitals in the world. Private hospitals of this caliber have absolutely top-notch medical equipment and doctors. With it, you'll have a great deal of protection in case of any unexpected situations or illnesses in the future. This reward from the system is really great. In addition, the system rewarded this mission with a total of 439 experience points, more than ever before. Chen Fan is only 866 experience points away from leveling up to level 4 in the system. If he can get these 439 points, then Chen Fan will only need 427 more experience points, which will most likely be just a matter of completing a task. Chen Fan will be upgraded to level 4 within a day or two. Marvelous. This is an old problem of my mother's, Xiao Ruoshui said with some regret. Previously, my father took my mother to see many hospitals in China and abroad, but unfortunately, they only treated the symptoms and not the root cause, and the condition was never completely cured. As she spoke, Xiao Ruoshui's expression darkened. "How about this, Ruoshui? After we finish eating, I'll buy some supplements, and we'll go check on Annie together. Maybe I can help." Chen Fan spoke. He is about to be admitted to the world's third-ranked top private hospital, which may have the best medical treatment methods or the best doctors to treat his aunt. Good. Xiao Ruoshui nodded. A dozen minutes later, the two left the restaurant. Chen Fan bought a lot of nourishing products and supplements, and Xiao Ruoshui drove them straight to Xiao Ruoshui's villa. Xiao Ruoshui's father is away on a business trip abroad. Currently, only Xiao Ruoshui's mother and Xiao Mingming are at home. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui arrived at their destination. At this moment, a special luxury car was parked in front of Xiao Ruoshui's villa. Chapter 454, Acquiring the World's Third-Ranked Private Hospital and Showing Off His Acquaintance to Chen Fan. This is a Pagani Huayra worth 30 to 40 million yuan. This luxury car is nothing special, but its owner is rather unusual. The owner of this car is none other than Gao Yuhao, one of Shanghai's top 10 young entrepreneurs last year, whom Ming Inca had mentioned as a good match for Xiao Ruoshui. Why did this guy suddenly show up? A hint of frost appeared on Xiao Ruoshui's pretty face. Xiao Ruoshui guessed that this guy might be deliberately trying to please her mother. Knowing that pursuing her was useless, he started with her parents. Chen Fan took out the various supplements he had bought from the car, and Xiao Ruoshui took his arm affectionately as they walked into the villa. As soon as they entered, the two saw a handsome young man in a sharp suit asking Xiao Ruoshui's mother about her well-being. This person was Gao Yuhao. He had only been inside for a short time. Beside her, Xiao Mingming looked on with disdain. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're here." Upon noticing Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui, Xiao Mingming quickly greeted them. In an instant, Xiao Ruoshui's mother and Gao Yuhao all looked at Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui. "Hello, Auntie." Chen Fan greeted him politely. "Xiao Fan is here. Welcome, welcome." Xiao Ruoshui's mother was very happy to see Chen Fan. As for Gao Yuhao standing next to him, his eyes were bloodshot with rage. He noticed a detail. Xiao Ruoshui was holding Chen Fan's arm intimately. Gao Yuhao's eyes were practically spitting fire. Their goddess, the most beautiful girl in Shanghai, was won over by this guy. How hateful, how hateful. "Annie, I heard you weren't feeling well, so here are some supplements I bought." Chen Fan spoke. "Xiao Fan, you're too kind. What did you bring?" Xiao Ruoshui's mother went over and chatted with Chen Fan. Xiao Mingming, on the other hand, was very perceptive and helped Chen Fan carry his things. Looking at the happy family, Gao Yuhao felt even more envious and jealous, as if he were an outsider. No, he wasn't just an apparent. He truly was an outsider. "Auntie, I heard you're not in good health, so I specially asked someone to go to great lengths to get you a 70-year-old wild ginseng." Gao Yuhao said this loudly on purpose. This level of ginseng is extremely rare nowadays, as it is so scarce. Gao Yuhao spent a lot of effort and millions of yuan to buy this wild ginseng. As for the even more potent ginseng, he can't get his hands on it for the time being. A 70-year-old wild ginseng. Even Xiao Ruoshui's mother was extremely surprised, as she had a general understanding of how rare this level of ginseng was. This gift is too valuable. Xiao Gao, you should take it back. Xiao Ruoshui's mother politely declined, since they weren't very familiar with each other. Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation as a junior. Please accept it. Gao Yuhao spoke up, saying that Xiao Ruoshui's mother knew how precious her ginseng was. Didn't Chen Fan bring some tonics? How come they can compare to my 70-year-old wild ginseng? Thinking this, Gao Yuhao arrogantly raised his head, feeling that he had successfully outshone Chen Fan. Huh? Brother-in-law, is there ginseng among the tonics you brought? Xiao Mingming suddenly noticed this while putting things away. Chen Fan nodded. As she spoke, Xiao Mingming took out the transparent box containing the ginseng. The 70-year-old wild ginseng that Gao Yuhao had just been showing off paled in comparison to Chen Fan's. Gao Yuhao's ginseng was ruthlessly outshone. Brother-in-law, your ginseng is more than half the size of Gao Yuhao's. How old is this ginseng? Xiao Mingming asked. It hasn't been that long. Only a little over 130 years. Chen Fan answered calmly. More than 130 years? Is this what you call not too long? This is a genuine, century-old ginseng. The time it has taken is almost twice that of Gao Yuhao's ginseng. As for its value, even 10 of Gao Yuhao's wild old ginsengs wouldn't be as good as Chen Fan's. A ginseng that's over 130 years old. That's amazing. Upon seeing Chen Fan's ginseng, Gao Yuhao's smug smile froze completely. 130-odd years. Chen Fan's ginseng completely overwhelmed the old wild ginseng that I had finally obtained. By the way, brother-in-law, what are these other things? Afterwards, Xiao Mingming asked about the other gifts Chen Fan had brought. Those are some top-quality cordyceps and saffron. Chen Fan gave a brief introduction. When Gao Yuhao finished listening to Chen Fan, his face turned even more ashen. Even the worst of the things Chen Fan brought were no less valuable than his 70-year-old wild ginseng. Xiao Fan, what you brought is too precious. Xiao Ruoshui's mother spoke up, but she didn't mean to refuse. She completely treated Chen Fan as family. Xiao Ruoshui's mother's attitude towards Chen Fan was in stark contrast to her attitude towards Gao Yuhao. Bite. Go to Xiao Ruoshui's house and visit Xiao's mother. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring 100% ownership of Frederica International Private Hospital, ranked third among the world's top 10 private hospitals. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your mansion. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 439 experience points. A mechanical voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan successfully acquired 100% ownership of Frederica International Private Hospital, along with 439 experience points. Now, Chen Fan is truly only half a step away from upgrading to the 4th level system. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Auntie, actually, I think that nourishing the body and such is something that comes later. You must find a way to cure this old ailment completely. Gao Yuhao suddenly changed the subject, intending to launch a fierce counterattack against Chen Fan from another angle. When I was studying abroad, I met a friend by chance. He was the son of the vice president of Bennett Private Hospital, which is ranked 17th in the world. If you agree, I can contact that friend right away and ask him to help you make an appointment at Bennett Private Hospital so you can go there for your checkup. As the 17th ranked private hospital in the world, Bennett Private Hospital has a very high level of medical care, and I don't think it will disappoint you. When Gao Yuhao recommended the hospital to Xiao Ruoshui's mother, he deliberately glanced at Chen Fan with great smugness, as if showing off and saying, "See, kid, that's how powerful my connections are. I even know the son of the vice president of an internationally renowned private hospital. Can you do it?" Chapter 455. Chen Fan's identity as the owner of the world's third largest private hospital is revealed, and Xiao Ruoshui apologizes. A private hospital ranked 17th is probably not very useful. My father has taken my mother to the world's 9th ranked private hospital for a checkup. He even used his connections to have a senior executive from the hospital accompany her. She has been receiving treatment for a period of time, but the results have been mediocre. As soon as Gao Yuhao finished speaking, Xiao Mingming spoke up. Even going to the world's 9th ranked private hospital didn't help? Gao Yuhao was immediately speechless. The difference between 9th and 17th place is too great. This is awkward. Just when Xiao Ruoshui and her 2 daughters were at a loss, Chen Fan spoke up. Auntie, I can make arrangements to visit our Frederica International Private Hospital in a few days. Frederica International Private Hospital. In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to Chen Fan. Frederica International Private Hospital. That name sounds familiar. Xiao Ruoshui frowned slightly, feeling as if she had seen this name somewhere before. I remembered my sister. Last year, didn't father want to take mother to Frederica International Private Hospital to see a doctor, but he couldn't get an appointment at all? Xiao Mingming was the first to remember. As the world's third-ranked top private hospital, Frederica International Private Hospital is the preferred hospital for the world's wealthiest individuals, top dignitaries, and even royalty. These top-tier private hospitals are specifically designed to serve the wealthy, powerful, and elite. Moreover, Frederica International Private Hospital only receives a limited number of patients each day, just a dozen or so. Ordinary wealthy people, no matter how rich they are, cannot go without the relevant connections, no matter how much money they offer. Xiao Ruoshui's father tried several times, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the relevant connections and had to give up in the end, which made Xiao Ruoshui's father feel very guilty and helpless. Brother-in-law, are you telling the truth? Xiao Mingming stared at Chen Fan with wide, expectant eyes. If mom can really go to this private hospital ranked third in the world, she might be able to get this old ailment completely cured. Really? How could it be true? Before Chen Fan could speak, Gao Yuhao answered first. While Xiao Ruoshui and her sister were talking, Gao Yuhao had already used his phone to look up information about Frederica International Private Hospital online. He was quite surprised when he learned that Frederica International Private Hospital was ranked third in the world. He just said he knew the son of the vice president of the world's 17th ranked private hospital and that they were friends, but that was just to brag to Xiao Ruoshui and her mother. In reality, he only vaguely knew the son of a minor leader at that hospital, and they weren't even particularly close. If he really wanted to see a doctor at that hospital, he would need to spend a lot of money. Before he could even gloat for a few seconds, Chen Fan turned around and said he could help Xiao Ruoshui's mother get into the world's third-ranked private hospital. The 17th and the 3rd are separated by a vast distance. He was not only outdone by Chen Fan, but was even trampled and rubbed into the ground by Chen Fan. Gao Yuhao really didn't believe it. How could Chen Fan, a kid even younger than him, do this? Who does he think he is, to just take people to Frederica International Private Hospital for treatment? I just checked. Ordinary people, even the super rich, need to make an appointment more than 6 months in advance to see a doctor if they don't have connections. He'll be back in a few days. How long is a few days? It won't be a year and a half, or even 3 to 5 years, will it? Gao Yuhao asked Chen Fan a question in return. A few days is a long time. Any time is fine. Even tomorrow can be arranged immediately. Chen Fan answered calmly. Any time, huh? Gao Yuhao burst into laughter. I estimate that even the vice president of Frederica International Private Hospital might not be able to arrange for me to see a doctor anytime, unless it's the owner of Frederica International Private Hospital who has that authority. Who do you think you are? Are you the owner of Frederica International Private Hospital? Gao Yuhao said sarcastically with an arrogant air. However, Chen Fan's next answer completely stunned Gao Yuhao. You're right, I am the owner of Frederica International Private Hospital, and the only owner. Chen Fan nodded. What? Gao Yuhao screamed, his mouth wide open in disbelief. You are the owner of Frederica International Private Hospital. Gao Yuhao muttered to himself, completely stunned. That's one of the top 3 private hospitals in the world. The man in front of me, Chen Fan, looks to be in his early 20s at most, yet he is already the owner of Frederica International Private Hospital, the 3rd largest in the world. How is that possible? Brother-in-law, you're the owner of Frederica International Private Hospital. That's amazing. Xiao Mingming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It's a pity that I only recently acquired Frederica International Private Hospital. Otherwise I could have taken Annie to see a doctor sooner. Chen Fan said with a regretful expression. Auntie, when do you have time? I'll make the arrangements. If it is inconvenient for Annie to travel abroad, I can also order top doctors from Frederica International Private Hospital to come to Shanghai with all kinds of medical equipment to help Annie with her medical examination. Chen Fan came up with another idea. Transporting top-of-the-line medical equipment is incredibly troublesome and expensive, ranging from 7 to 8 figures. For ordinary people, that's an astronomical figure, but for Chen Fan, it's not even a drop in the ocean, not even a fraction of a drop. After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Xiao Ruoshui and her 2 daughters were overjoyed. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Ruoshui has excellent taste. Xiao Ruoshui's mother spoke, expressing considerable satisfaction with Chen Fan, her future son-in-law. Xiao Ruoshui smiled happily after being praised by her mother. Gao Yuhao stood there awkwardly to the side. Auntie, Goddess Xiao, I have to go now, it seems my house is on fire. Even the thick-skinned Gao Yuhao couldn't stand it any longer and had to make up a lame excuse to leave quickly. After Gao Yuhao, an outsider, left, the atmosphere at home became even warmer. Honey, there's something I want to tell you. Xiao Ruoshui found a time when the 2 of them were alone and suddenly said something. Chapter 456 The 88th Day of Severing Ties, Chen Fan's Father's Secret. What's wrong, Ruoshui? Noticing Xiao Ruoshui's guilty expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. I'm sorry, I couldn't find your whereabouts. Xiao Ruoshui spoke apologetically. Oh, it's all right. Chen Fan spoke. Even though he arranged for people from the elite bodyguards of the Zhouxiao security group to search, it took a long time to find a clue. Ruoshui has only been helping to search for a few days, so it's normal that there's no news yet. Moreover, after learning about the situation of the 8 great families from Chen Shanhai, Chen Fan understood why his father wanted to hide his whereabouts. If, as Chen Shanhai suspected, this matter involves several centuries-old families, and even the Chao family, currently the head of the 8 great families, then the matter is quite serious. Moreover, last night, Chen Fan suddenly remembered something his father had mentioned casually when he was a child. My father served in the army when he was young, and it seems that he even joined one of the top special forces units in the country, but I don't know why he was discharged later. In Chen Fan's memory, his father only mentioned this once when he was a child. After that, for some reason, no matter how he asked, his father always deliberately avoided talking about this period of his life. Looking back now, I suspect there was some secret behind my father's experience. Moreover, as a former member of a top special forces unit, Chen Fan's father possessed strong counter-surveillance capabilities, making him extremely difficult to find if he wanted to deliberately conceal his whereabouts. It's normal that Ruoshui can't be found. But don't worry, I will definitely send more people to search. Xiao Ruoshui spoke. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly remembered someone. That's his ally Bai Luotian. Bai Luotian has been in Shanghai for a while now and has probably already established herself. Once Bai Luotian has conquered a territory of her own in Shanghai, with numerous underlings and spies, Chen Fan's investigation will be much easier. Xiao Fan, let's play a game of chess. Xiao Ruoshui's mother came over and extended a warm invitation. Xiao Ruoshui's mother was extremely passionate about Go. Back in Jiangzhou, Xiao Ruoshui's mother enjoyed playing chess with Chen Fan. Now that Chen Fan has come to visit, she naturally wants to play a few games as well. Time flies. After having dinner at Xiao Ruoshui's house that evening, Chen Fan left and returned to his mansion in Gubei No. 1. The next morning, Chen Fan planned to visit the large plot of land in Shanghai that he had previously purchased, in preparation for starting construction on the Shanghai Tiffany Intercontinental Hotel. Since he had just arrived in Shanghai, Chen Fan didn't have a car. Last night, when he left Xiao Ruoshui's house, he casually drove an ordinary Porsche from her huge garage. It was probably worth around 1 million yuan, and he used it as a means of transportation. Driving his Porsche, Chen Fan headed straight for the plot of land. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. To be honest, this piece of land was really big. Not to mention building a hotel, even 2 hotels could be built, albeit in a slightly compact manner. When the time comes, this Tiffany Intercontinental Hotel will be competing with the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai, so we definitely need to get the Intercontinental Hotels Group to design it properly. In addition, a local real estate company needs to be found to carry out the construction. Although Chen Fan owns a real estate company, it is a small company located in Jiangzhou, which is inconvenient, and he does not have the capacity to take on such a large project. Chen Fan plans to find a reliable real estate company in Shanghai. Last night, Chen Fan had already inquired about the real estate industry in Shanghai from Xiao Ruoshui. Chen Fan's immediate target is a company called Hongxing Real Estate Group. Hongxing Real Estate Group ranks among the top in Shanghai's real estate industry, with a total market value of around 200 billion yuan, demonstrating its strong financial strength. Chen Fan plans to cooperate with Hongxing Real Estate Group. After surveying his land and getting a general idea of the area, Chen Fan drove to Hongxing Real Estate Group. Today is Monday, and Hongxing Real Estate Group has an unusually large number of guests. Various luxury cars are parked in front of their company. Chen Fan's Porsche, which he drove from Xiao Ruoshui's garage, is quite inconspicuous here. Chen Fan walked into the company and briefly explained his purpose to the receptionist. Upon hearing that he was a major client, the front desk staff immediately and respectfully invited Chen Fan to the second floor to meet with Manager Duan, who was in charge of clients. Unfortunately, Supervisor Duan wasn't there. The staff asked Chen Fan to sit down and rest for a while they went to find him. 3 minutes later, another customer arrived and sat down to wait. A dozen minutes later, the manager in charge of business arrived. She was a middle-aged woman adorned with jewels. Manager Duan, this Mr. Chen has a big project he wants to collaborate on with our company. The receptionist who had invited Chen Fan was immediately introduced to Supervisor Duan. But before the staff member could finish speaking, Manager Duan interrupted. What big projects could someone who drives a Porsche possibly have? Why would we, the prestigious Hongxing Real Estate Group, possibly cooperate with such a small client? I can't believe it, said Manager Duan with disdain. Just now, when Chen Fan parked his car, Supervisor Duan also parked his car next to him and happened to notice that Chen Fan was driving a Porsche worth only a little over 1 million. It's worth noting that Hongxing Real Estate Group has never undertaken a project worth less than 2 billion yuan. In Manager Duan's subconscious mind, a boss who owns a project worth 2 billion yuan, if not driving a Rolls-Royce, would at least drive a Bentley worth a few million or a Maybach. This guy drives a beat-up Porsche. What kind of projects could he possibly have? At most, a few hundred million. Hongxing Real Estate Group wouldn't even bother with such small projects. Let the second guest come. Manager Duan ignored Chen Fan and went to call the second customer. The staff member told Chen Fan, rather embarrassed, about Supervisor Duan's reply. Chen Fan's expression turned slightly cold. He had made him wait for more than 10 minutes, and before he could even speak, this guy already knew that his project was worth less than 2 billion. Just as Chen Fan was about to say something, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Byte. 88 days after severing ties, awarded 10% of Hongxing Real Estate Group shares, becoming the first vice president of Hongxing Real Estate Group. Chapter 457 Rebellion against the Heavenly Gang, forcing the company's major shareholder to leave. Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the system's rewards. This reward is timely. Now, the problem of building the Intercontinental Shanghai Tiffany Hotel is solved. Just as Chen Fan was studying the system, Supervisor Duan came out with a second guest, seemingly about to leave. When she saw Chen Fan was still there, her face immediately showed disgust. Are you trying to cling to our Hongxing Real Estate Group? Supervisor Duan said disdainfully. Why aren't you leaving yet? Walk. I think the one who should leave is you. Faced with the extremely arrogant Supervisor Duan, Chen Fan directly confronted him. Are you crazy, kid? Let me leave. Manager Duan pointed at himself, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Who is she? She is a mid to senior level executive at Hongxing Real Estate Group, a leader. In their Hongxing Real Estate Group, a mere client actually made her leave. What a rebellious act. Sir, please don't be angry. The staff member next to him comforted Chen Fan, thinking that Chen Fan was angry because he was ignored by Supervisor Duan and was just saying things in anger. Kid, don't even think about causing trouble in our company. Manager Duan looked at Chen Fan arrogantly. Our Hongxing Real Estate Group is not to be trifled with. If you dare to mess around, believe me, I'll call security right away. Who do you think you are, daring to tell me to leave? Manager Duan sneered. I am the first vice president and the fifth shareholder of Hongxing Real Estate Group. Who do you think I am? Chen Fan countered with a question. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a deathly silence. The group stared at Chen Fan in astonishment, especially Manager Duan, who seemed to have been struck by lightning and stood frozen in place. You are the company's first vice president and the fifth largest shareholder. How is this possible? Stop bragging. After a moment of stunned silence, Supervisor Duan shook his head repeatedly, not believing what Chen Fan had said. She has been with the company for over 10 years and knows most of the company's leaders and major shareholders, or at least what they look like. She was certain that this guy was not among them, and there was no shareholder that young. What? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can call your CEO to verify it. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. The arrival of the president of Hongxing Real Estate Group is exactly what Chen Fan needs, since dismissing a mid to senior level executive requires the president's approval. You, go and invite the president here right now. Supervisor Duan gave the order to that staff member. Yes. The staff member was a little confused and hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. The staff then quickly left. 3 minutes later, Yuan Zhijin, the president of Hongxing Real Estate Group, arrived with great curiosity. Yuan Zhijin is not a major shareholder of Hongxing Real Estate Group and does not hold many shares. He was elected as the president of Hongxing Real Estate Group only because of his strong abilities. The position of first vice president of Hongxing Real Estate Group didn't hold much significance for her. However, the fifth largest shareholder of Hongxing Real Estate Group is a different story. On her way here, she sent a message to verify, and sure enough, she learned that a mysterious tycoon named Chen Fan had just acquired 10% of their group shares, becoming the group's fifth largest shareholder. President, this guy actually dared to impersonate our company's shareholder. It's outrageous. When Manager Duan saw the president arrive, he immediately came over and complained to Chen Fan. This guy's here to cause trouble at our company. Should we call the police? Shut up. Before Supervisor Duan could finish speaking, Yuan Zhijin immediately reprimanded her. Supervisor Duan was stunned. She usually has a very good relationship with the president, and is even considered to be one of his close associates or confidants. This was the first time she had been reprimanded by the CEO. Supervisor Duan was dumbfounded. Are you referring to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen? Led by the staff, Yuan Zhijin approached Chen Fan and respectfully asked, I am Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. Welcome, Mr. Chen. I am Yuan Zhijin, president of Hongxing Real Estate Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuan Zhijin took the initiative to extend her hand, with a hint of ingratiation, and shook hands with Chen Fan to get acquainted. Seeing this, Supervisor Duan looked extremely disgusted, as if he had swallowed a dead rat. Although the president did not speak, his actions, expressions, and words spoke volumes. This guy really is the fifth largest shareholder of their group. How so? Since he's a shareholder of the company, if there's anything he needs to do, why doesn't he just go directly to the president? What do you want from me? No. This guy didn't come on a surrounding visit to inspect work. He just happened to run into me. Thinking about this, Manager Duan was filled with deep regret. If she had known this would happen, she would have treated this Mr. Chen like a living Buddha from the very beginning. After realizing what was happening, Supervisor Duan forced a smile and looked at Chen Fan with an extremely ingratiating expression. Mr. Chen, I was blind and offended you just now. Manager Duan wanted to curry favor with Chen Fan. Who told me to leave just now? Chen Fan countered with a question. Supervisor Duan wanted to defend himself, but didn't know what reason to use. What just happened? Yuan Jijin inquired. President, just now Supervisor Duan spoke first. You, talk to President Yuan. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Fan directly gave an order to the staff member. The staff didn't dare to delay and immediately told Yuan Jijin everything that had just happened. After hearing this, Yuan Jijin's face turned extremely ugly. Then, she turned her head and looked at Manager Duan with immense anger. Chapter 458. If the owners of Tiffany's and the Intercontinental Hotels are considered to have positions, then this can be considered. Putting aside Mr. Chen's status, even if it were an ordinary customer, who told you not to serve them and just chase them away? Yuan Jijin angrily questioned Supervisor Duan. It's worth noting that she had a good relationship with this Manager Duan in private. He was even considered one of her confidants. She trusted Supervisor Duan completely. And this guy actually did something like that? Even if Mr. Chen is not the fifth largest shareholder of their company, but just an ordinary guest visiting Hongxing Real Estate Group, according to the company's regulations, he must be treated with courtesy and respect, and no guest should be looked down upon or disrespected. As a result, this supervisor refused to even meet with General Manager Chen and turned him away. This guy surnamed Duan betrayed her trust. Now, with President Chen's identity added to the mix, things are even more complicated. Mr. Chen is right. The one who should leave is you. Yuan Jijin gave the order. Pack your things now and go to HR to resign. You're fired. What? President, please give me another chance. I know I was wrong. Supervisor Duan begged for mercy repeatedly. Yuan Jijin did not answer. Seeing this, Supervisor Duan turned to Chen Fan and apologized. Mr. Chen, it was my fault just now. Please don't hold it against me and forgive me. Chen Fan ignored her completely. Take her away. Seeing that Supervisor Duan looked like he was about to throw a tantrum, Manager Duan immediately gave orders. Soon, several security guards came up and forcibly dragged Supervisor Duan to the Human Resources Department to process his resignation. Mr. Chen, please come with me. Let's go to the office to discuss this in detail. Yuan Jijin made a gesture of invitation. Subsequently, led by Yuan Jijin, the two arrived at the president's office of Hongxing Real Estate Group. I wonder what kind of projects Mr. Chen needs. Yuan Jijin inquired. I want to build a hotel, a large one, and I want to start construction as soon as possible. Chen Fan answered. Start construction as soon as possible? Yuan Jijin's expression changed slightly. Their Hongxing Real Estate Group has a very full schedule of various projects recently. If it's a small project for President Chen, then it's simple. She'll find a way to solve it. But Mr. Chen said that such a large project would cause some trouble. How about this, Mr. Chen? I'll call a few senior executives over and ask them to see if we can suspend or postpone some of the company's projects and focus on building your hotel first. Is that all right? Yuan Jijin inquired. Can. Chen Fan nodded. Yuan Jijin took out her phone and made a few calls. Not long after, 3 or 4 senior executives of the company gathered in Yuan Jijin's office. After listening to Yuan Jijin's explanation, they all shook their heads, indicating that their work was very important and could not be paused. The work they were doing was inextricably linked to their own interests, so naturally they were unwilling to give up their own interests to help Chen Fan build a hotel. Doing projects for your own people is often thankless and unprofitable. How about this? Vice President Han, you postpone your project for a while. Seeing that everyone else declined, Yuan Jijin took the initiative to call out names. Upon being singled out, Vice President Han's face turned ashen. President, I really want to help President Chen, but my project has been inquired about by Director Zhou, so I can't stop. Vice President Han brought out Director Zhou, the company's second largest shareholder, to back him up. He was Director Zhou's confidant. Vice President Han, of all the projects in the company, yours is the most ordinary and not that important. Yuan Jijin spoke. How can my project not be important? Vice President Han immediately retorted. My project isn't important, but Mr. Chen's project is? Because he had the backing of the company's second-largest shareholder, Vice President Han was not afraid of Chen Fan, the fifth-largest shareholder. It's just building a hotel, what's the big deal? Vice President Han spoke in a sarcastic tone. Mr. Chen, could you tell me about the construction requirements for your hotel? My hotel is about 40,000 square meters and is planned to be over 80 stories high. However, the specifics will be determined after the Intercontinental Hotels Group finishes designing it for me. Chen Fan spoke calmly. Intercontinental Hotels Group. Upon noticing this name, both Vice President Han and the other senior executives of Hongxing Real Estate Group present widened their eyes and looked at Chen Fan in unison. For them, Intercontinental Hotels Group was a behemoth, something they could only look up to. Mr. Chen, what did you just say? Does this matter have anything to do with the Intercontinental Hotels Group? I asked nervously. Vice President Han asked. Of course it's related. My hotel is called the Intercontinental Shanghai Tiffany Hotel. Isn't it the Intercontinental Hotel? Why is there another Tiffany here? Although Tiffany's market value is not high, it is a world-class luxury brand with a huge influence and brand recognition. Vice President Han was dumbfounded once again. The Intercontinental Shanghai Tiffany Hotel. Is this comparable to the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai? Several people at the scene whispered among themselves. You're wrong. This hotel isn't just comparable to the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai. It surpasses it. Chen Fan slowly corrected him. The Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai covers an area of approximately 20,000 square meters and is over 40 stories high. Chen Fan's planned Tiffany Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai will surpass it in every aspect, which is why it is intended to cover an area of 40,000 square meters and be over 80 stories high, surpassing the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai. Vice President Han was somewhat shocked. Wait a minute, Mr. Chen, now it's Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group? These two large companies are looking for a real estate company to cooperate with. Shouldn't it be their representatives who are here? Why are you here? Yuan Jijin couldn't help but ask. You're right, I am the representative of both companies. Chen Fan nodded. Mr. Chen is actually a representative of the Tiffany Group and the Intercontinental Hotels Group. That's impressive. The people present were somewhat shocked. Mr. Chen, do you hold positions at Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group? That's impressive. Yuan Jijin praised. If we consider the owners of Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels as holding positions, then we can think of it that way. Chen Fan shrugged. When Yuan Jijin, Vice President Han, and the others heard Chen Fan's words, they gasped in shock, completely stunned. There must be something wrong with their ears. What did President Chen just say? He's the owner of Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. That's incredibly awesome. The owners of these two companies, either one, are more powerful than their company's so-called fifth-largest shareholder. Chapter 459 The Skillful Art of Managing People, the appearance of a direct descendant of the powerful Ming family in Shanghai. Mr. Chen is now the owner of two top internationally renowned companies. What does it mean to be young and accomplished? Mr. Chen is the answer. The phrase, young and promising, is practically tailor-made for Chen Zong. Mr. Chen is amazing. How about this? I'll pause my current projects and help you build this Tiffany Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai. How can you do it? Everyone knows your capabilities. Let me do it. I'll just postpone the project I'm currently working on. Just the two of you? Get out of here. If we're talking about strength, my people are definitely stronger. Upon learning that Chen Fan was actually the co-owner of the prestigious Tiffany Group and Intercontinental Hotels Group, the executives of Hongxing Real Estate Group, who had previously been making various excuses, all changed their tune and eagerly wanted to take over the project. These people, who are only the company's fifth-largest shareholders, are still reluctant to give up their own interests and are making all sorts of excuses. But now, the owners of Tiffany Company and Intercontinental Hotels Group are either worth currying favor with, let alone the owners of both companies. If they can build this Tiffany Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai perfectly, they will definitely gain Mr. Chen's favor. Then, with just a little help, they will take off. Didn't you all hear what General Manager Yuan just said? He's going to hand this project over to me. At this moment, even Vice President Han started vying for Chen Fan's projects, completely changing his previous attitude. Seeing this, Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Human nature, huh? Vice President Han, you clearly refused just now. In that case, don't compete with others now. Yuan Jijin directly excluded Vice President Han, which immediately aroused Vice President Han's dissatisfaction. He wanted to refute, but considering his attitude just now, he had no choice but to give up and sit there obediently. Ultimately, Yuan Jijin selected two relatively reliable senior executives from the remaining group, whose subordinates were quite capable, and entrusted the project to them. The two men repeatedly assured Chen Fan that there would be no problem. Chen Fan exchanged contact information with them and told them to be ready, as they could take action once the design drawings for his Intercontinental Hotels Group were finalized. After leaving Hongxing Real Estate Group, Chen Fan contacted people at Intercontinental Hotels Group and asked them to quickly resolve the issue of the blueprints. Please rest assured, boss, we will try our best to get the design drawings ready within a week. After receiving Chen Fan's orders, the Intercontinental Hotels Group personnel repeatedly assured him, "You should know that building a hotel of this caliber usually takes several months of design work. Now, the boss has personally ordered and supervised the project, saying that a week is the absolute limit and it's impossible to go any faster. Okay, once it's all done, everyone involved in the design will have their salaries doubled." Chen Fan spoke. With such hard-working employees, Chen Fan naturally wanted to encourage them. As a boss, he couldn't be stingy. When this matter gets out, Chen Fan's influence and appeal within the Intercontinental Hotels Group will increase day by day. What? Double my salary. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. The Intercontinental Hotels Group employees across the street were thrilled. Their level of service already offered very high compensation, and doubling their salaries would be a huge temptation for them. After hanging up the phone, the Intercontinental Hotels Group employee went to work. He was going to work overtime all night. This is the art of managing people. After taking care of everything, Chen Fan drove his incredibly understated Porsche towards a high-end restaurant near the Shanghai World Financial Center. Yesterday, he made an appointment with the Xiao Ruoshui sisters to have dinner together. At noon, Xiao Ruoshui and Xiao Mengmeng arrived. Just as the three were eating, a thin man and his friend happened to pass by. Huh, isn't this goddess Xiao? Suddenly, the thin man noticed Xiao Ruoshui sitting there, and his eyes lit up immediately, his face filled with excitement and joy. When are you going back to Shanghai? The thin man asked excitedly. The thin man's name is Meng Yongdong. He is a direct descendant of the Meng family, another wealthy family in Shanghai, and also the owner of Meng's investment company, a newly emerging company in Shanghai. About 10 days or so, Xiao Ruoshui recognized the person as an acquaintance and, out of respect for the Meng family of Shanghai, gave a cold reply. It's only been a little over 10 days. No wonder I haven't seen goddess Xia. I went abroad on business a month ago and only returned to China yesterday. Meng Yongdong took the initiative to introduce himself. If I had known earlier that goddess Xia was returning to Shanghai, I would have visited you yesterday. How is goddess Xia doing lately? Meng Yongdong was still pestering Xiao Ruoshui. Brother, we're still eating, don't disturb us here. Chen Fan spoke, effectively dismissing them. When Chen Fan spoke, Meng Yongdong finally noticed him. He had been focused on Xiao Ruoshui and ignored everyone else around him. Meng Yongdong frowned. Who is this kid? How could he be having dinner with goddess Xia? Are you also a member of the Xiao family? Meng Yongdong thought Chen Fan was some kind of collateral relative of the Xiao family, since he had met most of the direct descendants of the Xiao family. Of course he's from the Xiao family. This is my brother-in-law. Before Chen Fan could speak, Xiao Mengmeng had already answered. Brother-in-law? Upon hearing this word, Meng Yongdong seemed to have been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is he Xiao Ruoshui's boyfriend? No, absolutely not. How could goddess Xia possibly have a boyfriend? Oh, buddy, which of your Xia family's beauties is this guy's boyfriend? Meng Yongdong asked cautiously. This is my boyfriend. Before Meng Yongdong could finish speaking, Xiao Ruoshui took the initiative to speak. At this moment, not only Meng Yongdong, but even his friends who didn't know Xiao Ruoshui were dumbfounded. Although they didn't know Xiao Ruoshui personally, they had heard of her reputation as the most beautiful girl in Shanghai, and they also knew that their brother Dong was very fond of this goddess Xia. But now we're telling them that this dignified city beauty of Shanghai actually has a boyfriend? Wow. As for Meng Yongdong, he stood frozen in place, his lips twitching slightly. He stared at Chen Fan with a blazing fire in his eyes, wishing he could devour Chen Fan alive. Goddess Xia has a boyfriend, and it's this guy in front of us. Meng Yongdong gritted his teeth and took a long time to calm down before he began to look Chen Fan up and down. Chapter 460. What? Do you still think you can successfully renew your contract? I wonder what you do for a living, brother. Are you in politics, business, or something else? Meng Yongdong inquired. Just running a small business. Chen Fan answered casually. Oh, this brother is also in business? What a coincidence. I'm in business too. I am not very talented, but I currently run an investment company, and the company is located in the Shanghai World Financial Center, which is a 3-story building. Brother, you could also tell me what industry your company is in and what its name is. Maybe I can invest in you in the future. Meng Yongdong introduced Chen Fan in a condescending manner, his words revealing an undisguised sense of superiority. Your company is located in the Shanghai World Financial Center, renting 3 floors. Is it an investment company? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. This situation is exactly the same as what the person in charge of the Shanghai World Financial Center told me about that guy whose contract was about to expire. Could this be the company whose contract is expiring and which I'm about to kick out of the Shanghai World Financial Center? Is your company located on the 55th/56th/57th floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center? Chen Fan asked the question. Exactly. Meng Yongdong was somewhat surprised and immediately asked, "What? Brother, have you heard of my company?" Chen Fan said meaningfully, "I've heard of it, I suppose." "You've heard of it? That's even better. My company is currently one of the top new companies in Shanghai, and it's still growing rapidly. I plan to rent 10 floors in the Shanghai World Financial Center in the future to expand the company 3 or 4 times, and eventually become the #1 company in Shanghai." Meng Yongdong started bragging to Chen Fan. "Rent 10 floors. Your current 3 floors are about to expire, and you can't renew them. How are you going to rent 10 floors? When Meng Yongdong was halfway through his boasting, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask a question. "Oh, how did you know our company's lease was about to expire? But even if it expires, it doesn't matter. I can't just not renew it, can I?" Meng Yongdong looked very confident. "Just because others can't rent it doesn't mean I can't. I'm brothers with the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center." Meng Yongdong continued to show off in front of Chen Fan. "Don't even mention me renewing my contract. Even if I wanted to rent 10 floors, it would be a matter of just a word." "Yeah, I don't think so." Chen Fan shrugged, indicating his disbelief. "I didn't even know this guy before. How could he be his brother?" After being questioned by Chen Fan, Meng Yongdong's face fell. "Kid, how dare you question Brother Dong?" "Exactly. Renewing a contract is a piece of cake for our Brother Dong, isn't it?" "You underestimate me, Brother Dong. Make the call now." Meng Yongdong's underlings were the first to object, and they all spoke up to retaliate against Chen Fan. "What? You don't believe me? Fine. I'll call the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center right now, my brother, my good brother." In front of Xiao Ruoshui and so many of his underlings, Meng Yongdong naturally didn't want to admit defeat, so he took out his phone and found a brand new number. Finally, Meng Yongdong gritted his teeth and made the call. Actually, what he said earlier was partly true and partly false. He is indeed good friends with the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center, but that owner was the former owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center. As soon as he returned to Shanghai yesterday, someone informed him that his lease was about to expire, so he immediately contacted the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center to try to renew the lease directly. As it turned out, his brother told Meng Yongdong that he had already sold the Shanghai World Financial Center. If Meng Yongdong wanted to renew the contract, he could give Meng Yongdong the phone number of the current owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center and help him put in a good word with him. It would probably not be a problem. That's how Meng Yongdong got the contact information of the current owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center. Now, forced into this situation by Xiao Ruoshui's boyfriend, she has no choice but to make the call to save face. Moreover, Meng Yongdong felt that his brother, the former owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center, had already spoken to him, and given his status as a direct descendant of the Meng family in Shanghai, the current owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center would surely give him face. It was just a matter of renewing the contract, and he wouldn't reduce the rent for him. Meng Yongdong still had that much confidence. So the moment he made the call, he looked at Chen Fan smugly, ready to show off. However, before Meng Yongdong could even gloat for a second, Chen Fan's phone suddenly rang. Meng Yongdong was taken aback, somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it, guessing that Chen Fan might have also sent a message. But as time passed, he couldn't get through on the phone, while Chen Fan's phone kept ringing, which made Meng Yongdong realize that something was wrong. Could it be that the boyfriend of this goddess Xia in front of us is the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center? That can't be right. Even now, Meng Yongdong still hasn't given up, so Chen Fan has no choice but to answer the phone. "What? Do you still think you can successfully renew your contract?" Chen Fan asked indifferently. Chen Fan's voice came from Meng Yongdong's phone. Clang. Meng Yongdong's phone slipped from his hand and crashed heavily to the ground. Meng Yongdong stared at Chen Fan, his jaw dropping in astonishment. You're the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center? That's impressive. Wow, no wonder he was able to win over Goddess Xia. He's got the ability. He's amazing. Meng Yongdong's underlings immediately changed their attitude towards Chen Fan completely and began to praise Chen Fan in every way. As for Meng Yongdong, he was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. You, how could you possibly be the owner of the Shanghai World Financial Center? That shouldn't be possible. Meng Yongdong now speaks with a slight stutter. Why can't I be one? Chen Fan countered with a question. Why are you able to afford a house in the Shanghai World Financial Center? Meng Yongdong was still somewhat skeptical. Faced with Meng Yongdong's question, Chen Fan's subsequent answer shocked everyone present. Chapter 461 Reward. The #1 ranked restaurant in Shanghai. System about to break through to level 4. It only cost a little over 30 billion, not much. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Meng Yongdong and the others were stunned into silence. More than 30 billion. This is what you call not much. My God, if 30 billion isn't considered a lot, then what is? This kid in front of me spent a whopping 30 billion yuan to buy the entire Shanghai World Financial Center. What an incredible feat. 300 billion in working capital is not the same as 300 billion in assets. There is a big difference between the two. To come up with so much money all at once is something that even a company with a market value of 300 billion yuan would probably not be able to do, let alone a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. Awesome. Chen Fan is awesome. At this moment, even as a love rival, Meng Yongdong felt inferior to him. Meng Yongdong's mind raced as he considered countermeasures. I was wrong before. I will no longer pursue Goddess Xia. My contract renewal with my company. Meng Yongdong looked at Chen Fan with a meaningful gaze. Between pursuing Xiao Ruoshui and renewing his contract at the Shanghai World Financial Center, he chose the latter. His pursuit of Goddess Xia will most likely end in vain. After all these years, even if Goddess Xia had only a tiny bit of affection for him, things wouldn't be like this now. Even if I continue to be shameless and pursue Goddess Xiao relentlessly, it probably won't lead to anything. In that case, it would be more advantageous for me to continue leasing the 3 floors of the Shanghai World Financial Center. It's important to understand that if he moves out of the Shanghai World Financial Center, his business will be significantly affected, and he will suffer heavy losses. There's nothing to discuss. Chen Fan refused decisively. Chen Fan was about to set up his own management company, and since the other leases hadn't expired, he couldn't possibly kick them out. Besides, if he did, he would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. The 3-story building owned by Meng Yongdong in front of us is the only one whose lease has expired in the past 6 months. Moreover, Meng Yongdong actually wanted to pursue Ruoshui, so how could Chen Fan let him go? Okay. Meng Yongdong said, okay, 3 times in a row, then turned and left with his men, not knowing what they were going to do. After lunch, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui parted ways. Just as Chen Fan was about to ask Zhu Pingnan if he had brought anyone to Shanghai, the system's voice suddenly came. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Contact by Luotian, visit her, and inquire about her current situation. Mission time. Within 100 minutes. Task reward. 100% ownership of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, Shanghai's most prestigious and #1 restaurant. Task reward. 428 experience points. Huh. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the system's task. The system has sent me to find Bai Luotian this time, so there's probably something wrong with her. However, to be fair, Chen Fan did intend to look for Bai Luotian within the next day or two. If Bai Luotian could carve out her own territory in Shanghai, and if she could become the #1 underground boss in Shanghai, it would be of great help to Chen Fan in finding out the whereabouts of his parents. Moreover, the rewards for this system task are quite good. First, it's 100% ownership of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, one of Shanghai's top restaurants. That's a real gem. Chen Fan had heard of this restaurant before. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate is a well-known French restaurant in Shanghai. It is famous for its incredibly luxurious and romantic dining environment and avant-garde molecular gastronomy. It has been a Michelin 3-star restaurant for many years. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant only accommodates 10 guests per day, and reservations must be made 3 months in advance. Last night, Chen Fan had been thinking about inviting Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng to the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant today to see what the food was like. Chen Fan tried contacting the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant to make a reservation for noon today. However, a junior manager at Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate explicitly refused, saying that if I wanted to make a reservation, I would have to wait a few months. That's great. As long as I complete the task, I can get 100% ownership of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, and I won't need to make an appointment months in advance anymore. In addition, the system awarded a total of 428 experience points this time. Chen Fan was just 427 experience points short, and the system could immediately upgrade him from level 3 to level 4. As luck would have it, the system rewarded me with 428 experience points. In the past, the system had always rewarded me with just over 300 experience points. It seems to know that I'm eager to level up, so recently I've been getting over 400 points in one go. The system is so user-friendly. After reviewing the mission, Chen Fan immediately contacted Bai Luotian. Oh, Mr. Chen is in Shanghai too? Welcome to my place. I just acquired a private club in Shanghai. As she spoke, Bai Luotian sent Chen Fan her location. After obtaining the specific address, Chen Fan drove straight to Bai Luotian's location. On the other side, upon learning that Chen Fan was coming, Bai Luotian immediately arranged for people to prepare to receive him. A dozen minutes later, the servant strode in. Boss, a guest has come to visit you. The servant spoke. Mr. Chen arrived so quickly? Bai Luotian was somewhat surprised. Before the servant could finish speaking, she immediately called for the servant to let the other person in. 2 minutes later, the visiting guest entered. However, to Bai Luotian's surprise, the people who appeared were not Chen Fan, but 3 unfamiliar men. Of the 3 men, 1 middle-aged man stood in front and 2 stood behind, clearly indicating that the middle-aged man in front was the leader of the 3. Zhao Wukai. Of the 3 men, Bai Luotian only recognized one of the 2 men standing at the back. Zhao Wukai, one of the underground bosses in Shanghai, is also Bai Luotian's mortal enemy during this period, and the 2 sides have reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Zhao Wukai, are you admitting defeat on your own initiative? Bai Luotian questioned. The current situation is quite unfavorable for Zhao Wukai. It is estimated that in less than 10 days to half a month, Zhao Wukai's territory will be completely devoured by Bai Luotian, and Zhao Wukai will have no choice but to leave Shanghai in disgrace. You little wench, don't be so arrogant, don't think I'm afraid of you. Enraged by Bai Luotian's words, Zhao Wukai rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Zhao Wukai is only 38 or 39 years old this year, in the prime of his life, and has a fiery temper, so naturally he doesn't want to see his enemies showing off in front of him. Cough cough. Zhao Wukai had just taken a few steps forward when a coughing sound came from behind him. Return. The middle-aged man at the head of the group simply uttered 2 words. The hot-tempered Zhao Wukai immediately stopped, then obediently returned and stood behind the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Bai Luotian frowned slightly. The reason she provoked Zhao Wukai earlier was to make him take the initiative to make the first move. Now that they were on her turf, she could take this opportunity to have her subordinates attack together and take down Zhao Wukai. Just now, when Zhao was about to make his move, Bai Luotian thought her plan was about to succeed. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man standing at the front coughed once, and Zhao Wukai was so frightened that he shrank back, and Bai Luotian's plan failed. Instantly, Bai Luotian became very curious about this middle-aged man. Who exactly is he to be able to make the hot-tempered underworld boss, Zhao Wukai, so obedient? Chapter 462. The identity of the mysterious middle-aged man. Chen Fan intervenes in a critical moment. This must be Bai Luotian, Miss Bai, right? The middle-aged man asked very politely. Who are you? Bai Luotian was very cautious. You little vixen, you don't even know our CEO Fan, yet you dare to hang around in Shanghai? You'd better get out of here. Zhao Wukai dared not make a move, so he could only be stubborn and mock Bai Luotian. Xiao Zhao, shut up. The mysterious middle-aged man gave a reprimand. In an instant, Zhao Wu, the powerful underworld boss of Shanghai, chickened out and humbly apologized to the middle-aged man. I'm sorry, Mr. Fan, I was rash. After saying that, Zhao Wu shut his mouth, becoming extremely obedient. Let me introduce you. This is our boss, a direct descendant of the powerful Fan family of Shanghai. At this moment, a third man stepped forward and introduced himself with great honor. To become a powerful figure in the underground world of Shanghai and establish a firm foothold, these so-called underground bosses all have powerful connections. In an instant, Bai Luotian understood that behind Zhao Wukai was Fan Fengyi, the powerful Fan family from Shanghai. Hello, Miss Bai. Fan Fengyi greeted Bai Luotian politely. Hello, Mr. Fan. Bai Luotian couldn't figure out what Fan Fengyi was up to. Logically speaking, as Zhao Wukai's mysterious backer, now that Zhao Wukai is on the verge of collapse, he should definitely step forward to deal with him. Why is he being so polite to me now? That's unreasonable. Moreover, as members of a prestigious and powerful family, they would certainly not be afraid of their own strength. Bai Luotian invited Fan Fengyi to sit down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fan Fengyi got straight to the point. Miss Bai, as you know, Shanghai is a place full of hidden talents and deep waters. Without a powerful backer, it's impossible to gain a foothold in Shanghai. If Miss Bai continues to fight alone, she will definitely not be able to gain a foothold in Shanghai. Fan Fengyi analyzed for Bai Luotian. If Miss Bai wants to have her own territory in Shanghai, she needs a backer and an ally. At this point, Bai Luo suddenly realized what was going on. She understood. No wonder Fan Fengyi was so polite to me. He was trying to recruit me. If Miss Bai is willing to become my ally, then the territory that Miss Bai previously occupied under Xiao Zhao will forever belong to you. Fan Fengyi took it upon himself to give the territories that Zhao Wukai had lost to Bai Luotian. Mr. Fan, Zhao Wukai was naturally not going to agree to that. He invited President Fan to help him take back the territory. Just as Zhao Wukai was about to say something, Fan Fengyi gave him a look that made him swallow his words back. I'm sorry, but I'm adamant. Bai Luotian shook her head without hesitation. Seeing that Bai Luotian refused, Fan Fengyi did not give up, but instead increased his stakes. If Miss Bai feels this gift is not enough, I can even give you all of Zhao Wukai's remaining territory, so that you can completely replace Zhao Wukai. Fan Fengyi was very dissatisfied with his subordinate Zhao Wukai. In such a short time, he's lost more than half of his territory. How can he have such incompetent subordinates? In comparison, Fan Fengyi felt that Bai Luotian had greater potential, so he wanted to take Bai Luotian away and replace Zhao Wukai as his subordinate. Upon hearing that President Fan was actually going to give the rest of his territory to Bai Luotian, Zhao Wukai's heart jumped into his throat, and his heartbeat seemed to stop. Zhao Wukai naturally dared not object to President Fan's decision. He could only wait and see. We absolutely must not agree to Bai Luotian's request. We absolutely must not agree. President Fan, I already have powerful backers and allies, so I cannot agree to your request. Bai Luotian refused again. Her ally, her backer, is Boss Chen. Boss Chen has helped her so many times, no one else can poach her. After being rejected twice by Bai Luotian, Fan Fengyi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He condescended to come in person and was so polite, yet this Bai Luotian was so ungrateful. Where did he put his face? In that case, forget it. Fan Fengyi spoke. Bai Luotian gave up a chance to rise to the top in one step. Don't regret it. I have another suggestion. I wonder if Miss Bai would be willing to listen? Fan Fengyi launched a second plan. You and Xiao Zhao are fighting over territory, and it looks like you'll be fighting for a while longer. It's too troublesome. How about this? To keep things simple, each of you find someone to fight one-on-one. If you win, I'll have Zhao Wu give you the remaining territory. If you lose, you'll have to hand over the territory you've swallowed. This way, everyone will have an easier time, and we can save a lot of money and energy. What do you think? Fan Fengyi looked at Bai Luotian. Can. Bai Luotian thought for a moment and nodded. She also wanted to resolve the matter as soon as possible. That's great. Fan Fengyi gave Zhao Wu a look. I'll handle the fighting later. Zhao Wu stepped forward. Who's going to go from your side? I. Bai Luotian stepped forward herself. Currently, she is the most skilled among them. You? Zhao Wukai was quite disdainful. If I beat you and you end up in the hospital, don't come crying for your mom. Zhao Wukai didn't take Bai Luotian seriously at all. The group came out and arrived at the open space outside. Zhao Wu took the lead in making a move. Bai Luotian calmly accepted the challenge, but after probing a few moves, she inwardly realized the situation was dire. She underestimated Zhao Wukai. Zhao Wukai was an absolute martial arts expert, and his strength was extremely high. After exchanging dozens of blows, Bai Luotian was increasingly at a disadvantage. Let's end this. Finally, Zhao Wukai aimed a powerful punch at Bai Luotian's chest. Faced with a devastating blow, Bai Luotian could not withstand it. She's going to lose. Just as the fist was about to strike, and Bai Luotian was in despair, a large hand suddenly appeared and easily blocked Zhao Wukai's terrifying punch. Chapter 463 Chen Fan sweeps the entire field. Perhaps he was already the number one in the Great Xia dynasty when he was born. Chen Fan appeared amidst the astonished gazes of Bai Luotian, Zhao Wukai, Fan Fengyi, and others. The moment Chen Fan entered the room, he saw Zhao Wukai's fist about to hit Bai Luotian. If someone tries to attack his friend, Chen Fan certainly won't stand idly by. So he quickly took action. Because Chen Fan's speed was amplified by the system, he easily blocked the attack before Zhao Wukai's fist hit Bai Luotian. Trying to stop me? Who do you think you are? Blocked by Chen Fan, Zhao Wu sneered, not taking Chen Fan, this weakling, seriously at all. Zhao Kaiwu is a full 1.92 meters tall and weighs over 200 kilograms. His muscles are exceptionally well developed, so the contrast between him and Chen Fan is obvious. As he spoke, Zhao Wu suddenly exerted force, trying to finish off Chen Fan. However, the moment he made his move, Zhao Wukai's expression froze. Why can't he move his fist? He lost to this kid in a contest of strength? What a joke. This kid in front of me probably weighs only a little over 100 pounds. Even if my weight isn't twice his, it's probably not much different. Moreover, he wasn't some muscle-bound guy. He earned his territory through sheer strength and power, and later, he got close to Fan Fengyi, becoming a powerful figure in Shanghai's underground scene. How come he can't beat this kid in terms of strength now? Zhao Wukai had a wealth of practical experience. After realizing that he was no match for Chen Fan in strength, he suddenly kicked out and aimed a kick at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, be careful. This guy is very skilled. Bai Luotian loudly reminded him. Bai Luotian was already considered very skilled, but she couldn't even last 30 moves against Zhao Wukai before she was unable to withstand his attacks. Zhao Wukai's skills are clearly remarkable. Mr. Chen. Noticing Bai Luotian's way of addressing Chen Fan, Fan Fengyi raised an eyebrow. So this newcomer was the person behind Bai Luotian. When Bai Luotian first told him, he thought the person behind Bai Luotian was about the same age as him, or even older. When Fan Fengyi saw Chen Fan, he was a little confused. This guy was even younger than his son. How could such a young man be Bai Luotian's backer, the person behind Bai Luotian? Fan Fengyi frowned and gave Zhao Wu a look, signaling him not to hold back and to go all out to carefully consider Chen Fan's strength. Zhao Wu's kick was as if it carried the force of 10,000 pounds, and it was unstoppable. Zhao Wukai had practiced leg techniques for 10 years. If an ordinary person were kicked like that by Zhao Wukai, a broken bone would be the least of their worries, and everyone would definitely dodge away immediately. Chen Fan not only did not dodge, but stood still in place. 80 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters. When Zhao Wukai's foot was less than 10 centimeters away from Chen Fan shifted his body slightly, and then stomped down hard with his right foot. Click. All that could be heard was a crisp sound. Zhao Wu's right calf was broken by Chen Fan's foot. Ah! Zhao Wukai's shrill screams rang out. Zhao Wukai fell to the ground and rolled around incessantly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Fan kicked Zhao Wukai, sending him flying far away. Zhao Wu was defeated. Asterisk smack. 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 Asterisk. In the distance, Fan Fengyi not only wasn't angry, but instead took the initiative to applaud. I never expected Mr. Chen, the person behind the scenes, to be so skilled. Fan Fengyi spoke with a profound meaning in his voice. To be fair, putting aside the issues of stance and interests, he genuinely admired Chen Fan's skills. He could defeat Zhao Wukai with a single kick, and this mysterious boss Chen was probably among the top experts in the country. And he's so young, he has a bright future ahead of him. It's a pity, Miss Bai. It took 2 people from your side to defeat Zhao Wukai. The bet we made earlier is null and void. Fan Fengyi spoke. I wonder if Mr. Chen would be interested in joining my camp. Fan Fengyi spoke. It turns out that the reason he wasn't angry was because he had his eye on Chen Fan. He felt that if he could bring Chen Fan under his command, his side's fighting strength would increase significantly. At that time, their territory will also be expanded, and he may even have a chance to challenge for the throne of the #1 boss in Shanghai. Who is he? Chen Fan looked at Bai Luotian. Mr. Chen, he's from the Fan family of Shanghai. Bai Luotian quietly introduced him to Chen Fan. Oh, Chen Fan nodded. Mr. Chen knows who I am. There's one more thing Miss Bai didn't mention. I have a very high probability of becoming the future head of the Fan family in Shanghai. As long as Mr. Chen is willing to bring Miss Bai to join my camp, I will definitely not treat you unfairly when I become the head of the Fan family. Fan Fengyi added that he really wanted to recruit Chen Fan. The one I can rely on in this world has not yet been born. Chen Fan spoke domineeringly. How could he possibly become someone else's lackey? Mr. Chen, what you're saying is a bit of an exaggeration. Fan Fengyi felt that Chen Fan was young and arrogant, and had not been taught by reality, which was why he was so reckless. As the saying goes, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Unless you, Boss Chen, are the best in the Great Xia, you don't have that qualification. Fan Fengyi sneered. #1 in Great Xia? Upon hearing this word, Chen Fan was somewhat dazed. If the Chen family hadn't met with an accident decades ago, he might have been the #1 in the Great Xia dynasty at birth. After all, the Chen family at that time was the head of the 8 great families of the Great Xia dynasty. However, there's no need to be discouraged. Although he wasn't the #1 in the Great Xia dynasty when he was born, with the system's assistance, it won't be long before the #1 position in the Great Xia dynasty is his again. Chen Fan was confident in this. President Fan, avenge me. Zhao Wukai lay on the ground screaming in agony, hoping that Fan Fengyi would avenge him. Pooh! You piece of trash, you have the nerve to ask me to take revenge? Why don't you just die? Fan Fengyi immediately launched into a tirade of insults at Zhao Wu. Upon hearing Fan Fengyi's words, Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. A person who is ruthless and heartless towards his subordinates is destined not to last long. Whoever follows him will be truly unlucky. How about I change my terms? After thinking for a moment, Fan Fengyi announced a bombshell condition. Chapter 464. The system breaks through to level 4, and the future head of a wealthy family in Shanghai is stunned. If you agree to join my camp, I can support you to become the second-ranked underground boss in Shanghai. Fan Fengyi spoke. His goal was naturally to be #1 in Shanghai. However, Fan Fengyi wanted his trusted confidants to absolutely obey his orders and not have any disloyalty in taking the top spot in Shanghai. Therefore, he could only give Chen Fan the second place. I can take the top spot in Shanghai on my own. Why would I need to rely on you and be #2? Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. Fan Fengyi was being a bit blindly confident. Mr. Chen, you're being too arrogant. Fan Fengyi's patience ran out. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's continue with our bet. Each side will send one person, and the winner will get the other's territory. Fan Fengyi began. This time, neither side can break the rules. Whoever does will be considered to have lost. Mr. Chen, do you dare to accept this? Only Fan Fengyi himself remained, along with the unremarkable-looking, thin man behind him. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be that ordinary-looking, thin man who makes the move. Chen Fan spoke. Very good. Fan Fengyi revealed a sly smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Xiao Wei, just make sure you don't kill anyone when you make your move. Go all out. Fan Fengyi glanced at the unremarkable, thin man behind him. Yes, Mr. Fan. The unremarkable man nodded. This thin man was none other than Fan Fengyi's top bodyguard, whom he had hired at great expense. He was also a renowned martial arts master and the 23rd generation successor of Bejiquan. The skinny man started practicing boxing with his family when he was 3 years old and has been practicing for more than 30 years. Now he is a martial arts master who has fought all over the world. Dealing with a minor tycoon is a piece of cake. As the thin man walked out, Bai Luotian noticed that his hands were covered in calluses, clearly indicating that he was a trained fighter. Boss, be very careful. Fan Fengyi still dares to be so confident. This guy is probably much more capable than Zhao Wukai. Bai Luotian whispered a reminder to Chen Fan. It doesn't matter. Chen Fan answered casually. Chen Fan and the thin man took a few steps forward and arrived at an open space not far away. You should make the first move, so that word gets out that I'm bullying a junior. The thin man stood there, exuding the air of a senior expert, and spoke with great confidence. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. At most, I'll break your bones. Seeing this, Chen Fan sneered. I'll give you a handicap with one hand. As he spoke, Chen Fan put his left hand behind his back, leaving only his right hand behind. As expected, they are not just arrogant. The thin man's lips curled up in a smile. Since that's the case, he won't hold back. The skinny man suddenly made a move and threw a punch at Chen Fan. This time, the skinny man used Bejiquan, which he had practiced for over 30 years. His attacks were ruthless and terrifying. Let alone outsiders, even many skilled martial artists would be spitting blood if they took a punch from him. In response to the attack from the skinny man, Chen Fan threw a punch with his right hand as well. Thump! Their fists collided. Chen Fan remained unaffected, while the thin man kept retreating, taking more than 10 steps before finally stopping. Seeing this, Fan Fengyi, who was not far away, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Xiao Wei was at an absolute disadvantage from the very first move, completely overwhelmed by Chen Fan. Was he dreaming? Moreover, Chen Fan only used one hand. Xiao Wei is a trained martial artist, a 23rd generation successor of Bejiquan. On the other side, the skinny man was also stunned. Before he could react, Chen Fan had already rushed over and attacked with only his right hand. The thin man tried to defend himself, but no matter what he did, he was always suppressed by Chen Fan and had no way to fight back. Just 2 minutes later, the thin man collapsed to the ground, completely powerless to fight back. Chen Fan won easily. Not far away, Fan Fengyi stood frozen in shock. He still couldn't accept what he had seen. The Bejiquan master he painstakingly invited was so ridiculously defeated by Chen Fan, who only used one hand. How could this be? What President Fan just said is right. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Chen Fan glanced meaningfully at Fan Fengyi. Upon hearing this, Fan Fengyi felt as if Chen Fan had trampled on his dignity, realizing that he was the one who had been so narrow-minded. Mr. Fan, is this the territory Zhao Wu opened? Bai Luotian immediately inquired as well. Would a big shot like President Fan go back on his word? If word gets out, it might have some impact on President Fan's chances of becoming the future head of the Fan family. Bai Luotian was afraid that Fan Fengyi would renege on his debt, so she deliberately gave him a subtle reminder. Good. The remaining territory that Zhao Wukai owns is yours. Fan Fengyi's lips twitched, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, I'll have Zhao Wu's men leave those territories right now, and you can take over. As he spoke, Fan Fengyi took out his phone and made a few calls. Finally, Fan Fengyi left through gritted teeth. Zhao Wukai and the thin man were also taken away by Fan Fengyi's driver. Finally, only Chen Fan and Bai Luotian remained in the same spot. Just then, a mechanical voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Bite. Contact Bai Luotian to inquire about her current situation. Quest complete. Congratulations on acquiring 100% ownership of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, Shanghai's most prestigious and #1 restaurant. The acquisition agreement has been placed in your Gubei #1 luxury residence. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 428 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan successfully obtained the #1 ranked restaurant in Shanghai, Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, and 428 experience points. Bite. The system meets the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now? Yes. No. The system prompted again. Chen Fan has finally met the requirements to upgrade to level 4. Chen Fan chose yes, without hesitation. Bite. Congratulations on your system upgrade to level 4. System upgrade successful. A faint smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. It's finally been upgraded. Now, my net worth will increase very quickly. A net worth exceeding 1 trillion is an easy thing to achieve. Thinking about it, Chen Fan opened the system details. System level, level 4, 1/50,000. Upgrading the system to level 5 requires 50,000 experience points. Chen Fan thought to himself. Sure enough, the higher the system upgrade, the greater the difficulty. At this moment, Chen Fan was even more curious about how much the daily rewards, task rewards, experience points, etc. would be after the system upgrade. It must be a terrifying number. Just as Chen Fan was making his guesses, the system's voice rang out again. Chapter 465: The Terrifying Rewards After the System Upgrade. Within a week, his net worth exceeded 1 trillion. Byte. Temporary task issued. Promise Xia Ruoshui that you will have dinner at the Xia family compound tonight, and win over Old Master Xia. Task time, within 8 hours. Task reward, 12% stake in the Chanel Group, becoming the second largest shareholder of the Chanel Group. Task reward, 938 experience points. The system released its first task after upgrading to level 4. Just now, when Chen Fan arrived at Bai Luoshan's private club, he received a message from Xia Ruoshui. The Xia family patriarch, who is Ruoshui's grandfather, knew that Chen Fan had come to Shanghai and specially invited him to dinner at their Xia family compound that evening, so that they could get to know each other. Because of the fight inside the private club, Chen Fan hadn't had time to reply to the message when the system sent him this mission. Moreover, even without this task, Chen Fan would most likely have agreed, since it was Ruoshui's grandpa Qin, and the old man had treated him quite well. After reading the mission details, Chen Fan looked at the reward again. When he saw what the reward was, his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Can I believe my eyes? This time, the system directly rewarded me with 12% of the shares of the Chanel Group. Keep in mind that the Chanel Group has a market capitalization of over 400 billion, so even a 12% stake would still be worth around 50 billion. In a level 3 system, the daily rewards and the rewards for each task will most likely be around 10 billion, or a little more. Chen Fan had previously envisioned that once the system was upgraded to level 4, the daily rewards would be around 30 billion. But now, the reward for a single system task has reached a terrifying 50 billion. That's way too much. Keep in mind, this is just a mission. If he's lucky, with the daily rewards plus the reward from one mission, his net worth could skyrocket to hundreds of billions in a single day. One day was almost equivalent to more than 10 days before. Roughly calculated, even if Chen Fan's net worth is currently 0, it would only take him 20 days to acquire $1 trillion net worth. This is a very conservative estimate. If there are more tasks, it might only take him 10 days or so. Chen Fan's net worth is already in the hundreds of billions. With the daily reward of around 50 billion, it won't be long before his net worth exceeds 1 trillion. A conservative estimate would be around a week. The level 4 system is awesome. If the level 4 system is already like this, what will the level 5 system be like? If the system is upgraded to level 5, the daily reward should be at least 100 billion. This is simply unimaginable. At this rate of increase in his net worth, it won't be long before Chen Fan surpasses the 8 great families and stands at the pinnacle of the Great Xia dynasty. If we can upgrade to a level 5 system, becoming a being above the 8 great families would probably be even easier and take even less time. Cool. Instantly, Chen Fan was full of energy. The experience points rewarded for each mission are also about 3 times that of before. Then, Chen Fan looked at the second reward of the mission, 938 experience points. Although upgrading to the level 5 system requires a full 50,000 experience points, the reward for each mission is already over 900 points. Chen Fan's system only needs a few dozen missions to upgrade to level 5. This speed might even be faster than upgrading the system from level 3 to level 4. This is great news. Chen Fan could barely hide the smile on his face. What are the 8 great families, or the number 1 family in the capital? They mean nothing in front of the system. Chen Fan replied to Xia Ruoshui's message and arranged to meet with Old Master Xia at the Xia family compound around 6 p.m. tonight. Just now, Bai Luoshan went to arrange for her subordinates to take over the remaining territory from Zhao Wukai. When Bai Luoshan returned, she found Chen Fan smiling happily and asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, just thought of something good." Chen Fan gave a perfunctory reply. Chen Fan and Bai Luoshan discussed future developments. Chen Fan naturally supported Bai Luoshan in continuing to expand her territory and becoming the number 1 underground boss in Shanghai in the future. That way, it will be easier for Chen Fan to find his parents. Last night, Chen Fan contacted the bodyguards he had sent to Shanghai who were skilled in tracking to see if they had any news. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything either. After all, they were new to Shanghai and unfamiliar with the city, so it wasn't easy for them to investigate. If Bai Luoshan becomes the number 1 underground boss in Shanghai, then everything she does will be much easier. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely do my best. Bai Luotian spoke. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan left Bai Luotian's place. Chen Fan had important things to do. That means he's going to visit Grandpa Xia that evening, and he definitely can't go empty-handed. Moreover, the system's mission also includes winning Grandpa Xia's favor, so Chen Fan needs to bring some gifts. As for what gift to give, there's no need to elaborate. He remembered that Grandpa Xia was fond of antiques and collectibles. Chen Fan estimated that for a top-tier wealthy family like the Xia family, Old Master Xia certainly wouldn't lack ordinary antiques and playthings. To truly impress Old Master Xia, one would probably need a masterpiece. That level of weaponry could cost hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. For ordinary people, or even the wealthy, this is a considerable sum, but for Chen Fan, whose casual missions now offer rewards of up to 50 billion, it's just a drop in the ocean. The problem is, sometimes, even if you have money, you can't necessarily buy such important equipment. After all, someone who possesses such a powerful weapon must have an extraordinary status. He had just arrived in Shanghai and didn't have many connections. Just as Chen Fan was having some trouble figuring out where to buy such a powerful tool, his phone suddenly rang. This is an unknown number call. The number displayed is from Shanghai. Chen Fan answered the phone out of curiosity, and a slightly familiar voice came from the other end. Is this Brother Fan? Hello, Brother Fan. I'm Yu Guangrui from Luo Mao Group. Do you remember me? Oh, it's you. Chen Fan nodded. He remembered him. Previously in Jinling, Chen Fan had a conflict with Yu Guangrui, but after learning his identity, Yu Guangrui's attitude towards him changed completely. He started to frantically try to get Chen Fan to take him in as a follower, but Chen Fan refused. What do you need me for? Chen Fan asked casually. I heard that you've come to Shanghai, Brother Fan. Tonight, I've prepared a welcome dinner and lots of exciting entertainment for you. Yu Guangrui extended an incredibly warm invitation. Yu Guangrui was too eager to advance and too eager to become Chen Fan's subordinate. He felt this was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize it. I have something to do tonight. I don't have time. Chen Fan gave a perfunctory reply. Oh, that's a pity. Maybe next time. By the way, Brother Fan, you've just arrived in Shanghai. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Although our Luo Mao Group isn't top tier in Shanghai, we still have some influence, and I know quite a few powerful young men in the city. Yu Guangrui volunteered again. Huh. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I do have something to ask you. I need to buy some high-quality antiques. Do you have any connections? Chen Fan inquired. A heavyweight antique. Yu Guangrui fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Yu Guangrui realized a crucial situation. Chapter 466 The National Treasure that is forbidden from leaving the country. All adults want it. I just remembered Brother Fan. He's an uncle of mine, a great collector with countless treasures. If you're interested in buying antiques, I can introduce you to some people. Yu Guangrui spoke up eagerly. He was eager to improve himself, and this was a good opportunity to curry favor with Brother Fan. Oh, that's fine. Chen Fan nodded. Brother Fan, please wait a moment. I'll go contact that uncle and make the arrangements for you. Yu Guangrui acted as if he would take care of everything. After hanging up the phone, Yu Guangrui immediately took action. He then pretended to be his father and contacted the uncle he didn't know very well. Out of consideration for Yu Guangrui's father, the chairman of Luo Mao Group, the great collector agreed. Soon, Yu Guangrui sent Chen Fan a message with his location, arranging to meet in front of the great collector's manor. More than 40 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. At this moment, Yu Guangrui had been waiting for a long time. Upon noticing Chen Fan approaching, Yu Guangrui immediately and obsequiously opened the car door for Chen Fan, his flattery reaching its peak. Brother Fan, my father's friend, is named Tang Zhouyao. He's a renowned collector in Shanghai, with countless antiques, including many important pieces. However, buying antiques from him is quite difficult. Yu Guangrui introduced it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. That made sense. He already had a plan in mind. After the introductions, Chen Fan and Yu Guangrui arrived at the manor. Yu Guangrui revealed his identity, and the two entered Tang Zhouyao's villa. A few minutes later, the two met Tang Zhouyao, who was dressed in a retro Tang suit and wearing silver-rimmed glasses. Uncle Tang, I brought a friend to see your collection. Yu Guangrui didn't immediately bring up the matter of buying antiques when he spoke. Good. Tang Zhouyao spoke. Tang Zhouyao is quite welcoming to visitors. He enjoys being able to showcase his collection and receive compliments from his guests. Please. Tang Zhouyao led the way. This is a work by the late Mr. Qi Baishe. The first thing Tang Zhouyao showed the two of them was a painting by Qi Baishe. It must be said that Mr. Qi Baishe's shrimp paintings are indeed lifelike and vivid. This was created by the venerable Qi Baishe in his youth. His brushwork is exquisite, and the artistic conception leaps vividly from the paper. Tang Zhouyao began to boast about his painting. How about it? After boasting, Tang Zhouyao looked at Chen Fan with a smug expression. It's a pity that this painting wasn't created during Qi Baishi's peak period. The quality is even slightly lower than during his peak. If it were sold elsewhere, it would probably only fetch a few million to 10 million yuan. It's just SOSO. Chen Fan spoke calmly. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Tang Zhouyao immediately became unconvinced. Then look at this one, a Tang Dynasty gold-engraved peony scroll dragon head handle cup. It was made during the peak period of Tang Dynasty gold and silverware. The shape is beautiful, the workmanship is exquisite, and it exudes elegance and nobility. Tang Zhouyao then introduced an even more precious piece of his collection. How about this one? After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Fan again. It's pretty ordinary. If you put it outside, it would probably be worth around 20 or 30 million. Chen Fan shook his head again. Mr. Tang's collection of antiques and curios must not all be ordinary items like this, right? Chen Fan used reverse psychology. Truly top-tier treasures are generally not displayed publicly. Good, Tang Zhouyao said through gritted teeth. He had received quite a few guests, and every single one of them had praised his collection. This young man was the first to think that his collection was just average. Since that was the case, he had to bring out some truly impressive pieces to impress the young man. You wait. After saying that, Tang Zhouyao quickly left. A few minutes later, Tang Zhouyao emerged from another room with two servants. At this moment, the two servants behind Tang Zhouyao each held a heavy antique in their hands. Antiques of this caliber would be considered treasures even in medium to large museums. After the servant brought the heavy object, he carefully placed it on the table. These two precious artifacts are Tang Zhouyao's most prized possessions and the two finest pieces in his decades-long collection. Let me introduce this piece. This is a Ming Dynasty Yongle blue and white porcelain plum vase with ruby-shaped shoulders and floral sprays. Tang Zhouyao began by introducing the first important artifact. This is a masterpiece of ancient porcelain, and porcelain antiques are currently one of the most popular categories in the antique market. This porcelain piece was valued at 170 million at an auction more than a decade ago, and now it's conservatively estimated to be around 300 million. This is indeed a remarkable artifact. And this one is the most important of all, a representative artifact of the Liangzhu culture from the Neolithic age 5,000 years ago, also known as the King of Ancient Jade, the Liangzhu Jade Song King. Tang Zhouyao gave a serious introduction. This precious item was purchased by Tang Zhouyao at an auction more than a decade ago for a staggering price of over 100 million yuan. Moreover, this Liangzhu Jade Song King is the same model as the national treasure of the Zhejiang Provincial Museum, which is currently a national treasure-level cultural relic that is prohibited from leaving the country. This top-tier artifact is almost beyond measure in terms of value. Looking at these two important artifacts, Chen Fan became more and more satisfied. Either of these two items would be enough to astound old Master Xia, and winning his favor would be even easier. But which one should I buy? Children make choices, adults want it all. To complete the mission, Chen Fan wanted both of these important treasures. Chen Fan got straight to the point. Mr. Tang, your two artifacts are indeed quite impressive. I wonder what it would take for you to make a purchase. Chapter 467. Two national treasures were given to Chen Fan for free, and he arrived at the Xia family. What? Make a move. A Ming Dynasty Yongle blue and white ruby-shaped plum vase with drooping shoulders and floral branches is fine, but that Liangzhu Jade Song King, I absolutely will not sell it. Tang Zhouyao said with absolute certainty. 10 billion to buy two important pieces of equipment. Chen Fan asked tentatively. No. If you only spend 1 billion to buy that Ming Yongle blue and white ruby-shaped plum vase with folded branches and flowers, we can discuss it, but buying both of them together is absolutely impossible. Tang Zhouyao shook his head. The current market value of that Ming Dynasty Yongle blue and white porcelain ruby-shaped plum vase, with drooping shoulders and floral branches, should be between 300 million and 500 million yuan. If it exceeds 500 million yuan, it is not worth it. It's worth noting that the antique market isn't doing well this year, and Chen Fan, as the owner of an auction house, had already done some research on it beforehand. If that Ming Dynasty Yongle blue and white ruby-shaped plum vase with folded branches and flowers were to actually go up for auction, it would probably fetch more than 400 million yuan, let alone 1 billion yuan. Although Chen Fan was not short of money, he was unwilling to be taken advantage of and ripped off. 1.5 billion. Chen Fan made one last attempt, and this price was about the limit. There's no room for negotiation. Unless you come up with 10 billion, I will absolutely not sell these two important artifacts. Tang Zhouyao made an outrageous demand. 10 billion. Chen Fan almost laughed at Tang Zhouyao. These two powerful artifacts were worth at most 1.5 billion, and this guy wanted 10 billion. That's absolutely outrageous. Uncle Tang, Although Yu Guangrui didn't understand antiques, he knew that two items costing over 10 billion was outrageous, so he wanted to use his father's status to mediate between them. Without 10 billion, there's no room for negotiation on these two items, no matter who comes. Tang Zhuoyao spoke again with unwavering conviction. However, before Tang Zhuoyao could finish speaking, a man who looked like a butler rushed in. Boss. The old lady's condition worsened, and the attending physicians at the hospital were at a loss. The butler spoke helplessly as soon as he entered. What? Upon hearing this news, Tang Zhuoyao suddenly stood up, becoming extremely nervous. What did those attending physicians say? Tang Zhuoyao grabbed the butler's arm and asked carefully. Boss, the doctor said that the old lady's condition is too serious. Many attending physicians in their hospital have discussed the matter many times, but they have no solution. The head of the household sighed and gave a helpless reply. What? How so? Tang Zhuoyao was somewhat desperate. Is there no hope for his mother? However, the doctors also said that the only possibility now is to find a way to get the old lady into one of the world's top hospitals, which might offer a glimmer of hope. The housekeeper added, if we stay at their hospital, we're afraid we'll have to prepare for the worst. Hearing this, Tang Zhuoyao felt utterly powerless. He had already tried. If he could have taken his mother to one of the world's top hospitals, he would have done so long ago. Would he still have sent her to the hospital she is in now? Doesn't he lack the connections? Go and use your connections right now to see if anyone can help. I'm willing to give him my entire fortune if he can save my mother. Tang Zhuoyao said urgently to the butler. Just when Tang Zhuoyao was feeling utterly hopeless, a faint voice came from behind him. Pack your things and get the old man on the plane. I'll take care of the hospital arrangements. Chen Fan slowly stepped forward. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Fan, especially Tang Zhuoyao, whose eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this? Tang Zhuoyao still didn't understand. What's the meaning? You're sending your mother to Frederica International Private Hospital, which is ranked 3rd in the world. What do you mean by that? Chen Fan shrugged. Oh, does Mr. Chen have connections at Frederica International Private Hospital? Tang Zhuoyao excitedly grabbed Chen Fan's arm, as if he had found a lifeline. At this moment, Chen Fan was like a ray of sunshine in the darkness in Tang Zhuoyao's eyes. Frederica International Private Hospital is my business, so I naturally have connections. Chen Fan responded calmly. The world's 3rd-ranked top private hospital is actually owned by this Mr. Chen. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. That's awesome. Tang Zhuoyao was deeply shocked. Did you hear me? Go now. Tang Zhuoyao gave orders to the steward. Yes, boss. The butler immediately jogged away to get to work. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. I really don't know what I would have done without you. Tang Zhuoyao bowed sincerely to Chen Fan. He was truly at a loss. Sometimes, connections are even more important than money. By the way, Mr. Chen, didn't you want to buy my 2 important pieces, the Mingyongla blue and white ruby-shaped plum vase with drooping shoulders and flowering branches, and the Liangzhu jade Songqing? Mr. Chen helped me, and I am extremely grateful. Here's what I'll do. I'll give those 2 important items to Mr. Chen, and I won't accept a single penny. Tang Zhuoyao gritted his teeth and gave the 2 important artifacts to Chen Fan. As long as my mother can be cured, all my treasured possessions will belong to Mr. Chen. Tang Zhuoyao added this specifically. That won't be necessary. Chen Fan waved his hand. Mr. Chen, please don't refuse. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Tang Zhuoyao spoke again. After some discussion, Chen Fan finally bought the 2 important artifacts at a cost price of 500 million. Things given away for free are definitely not as reassuring as things you buy. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word with the people at Frederica International Private Hospital and make sure they take good care of Mr. Tang's mother. Chen Fan added. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. Thank you so much. Tang Zhuoyao thanked Chen Fan again. With the matter settled, Chen Fan left Tang Zhuoyao's manor with the 2 important artifacts in his possession. Brother Fan is really awesome. After that, Yu Guangrui admired and respected Chen Fan even more. Thank you for your hard work this time. Chen Fan spoke. Brother Fan, you're too kind. It's my honor to be able to help you. Yu Guangrui looked eager to improve. When Brother Fan has time later, I'll host a welcome party for him. I hope Brother Fan can come and join me. Yu Guangrui extended another invitation. Since the other party had helped him, Chen Fan couldn't refuse, so he agreed. As it was getting late, Chen Fan parted ways with Yu Guangrui. He took the 2 heavy weapons with him and headed towards the Xia family compound in Shanghai. With these 2 top-notch tools, completing the mission and winning over Grandpa Xia will be a piece of cake. An hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the Xia family compound. Chapter 468 The 2 Little Things. Chen Fan gave him terrified old Master Xia. Xia Ruoshui walked quickly out of the Xia family compound. Just before she arrived, Chen Fan had sent her a message. My cousin Xiao Maoyuan is here. After arriving, Xiao Ruoshui whispered a reminder to Chen Fan. Xiao Maoyuan. Chen Fan thought for a moment and remembered. Xiao Maoyuan is Xiao Ruoshui's cousin and a strong rival for Xiao Ruoshui's position as the third-generation heir of the Xiao family. Previously in Jinling, the Xiao family had an old debt that had not been collected. In order to train and test the younger generation, the old master Xiao sent the younger generation of the Xiao family to collect the debt. When Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui arrived, Xiao Maoyuan had already arrived. In the end, Xiao Maoyuan lost to Chen Fan Xiao Ruoshui and returned to Shanghai in disgrace. However, Xiao Maoyuan was very shrewd. After returning, he didn't stay idle. He immediately spread the word in Shanghai that Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui were together, which made many of Xiao Ruoshui's suitors jealous of Chen Fan. I understand, Ruoshui. Chen Fan nodded. Xiao Maoyuan is considered one of the best among the younger generation of the Xiao family, but sorry, Chen Fan really doesn't take this defeated opponent seriously. Afterwards, Chen Fan took the prepared gifts and walked into the Xiao family compound with Xiao Ruoshui. Not long after, Chen Fan met the current head of the Xiao family, the Xiao family patriarch, in the Xiao family's main hall. Old Master Xiao was around 80 years old, with a full head of white hair. He was in good spirits and had a faint smile on his face, looking like a kind old man. He didn't have the arrogant demeanor of Chen Shanhai or Old Master Su, who were like family heads before. Grandpa, this is Chen Fan. Xiao Ruoshui introduced him to Grandpa Xia. Hello, Grandpa Xia. Chen Fan greeted him politely. Oh, Xiao Fan is here. Welcome, welcome. Grandpa Xia smiled and agreed. Brother Chen Fan, it's been a long time. Beside him, Xiao Maoyuan also spoke with a smile, but the smile seemed particularly fake. Chen Fan gave a perfunctory reply. I know Grandpa Xia likes antiques and collectibles, so I brought you two little things. I hope Grandpa Xia will like them. Chen Fan spoke modestly. Upon hearing the words, antiques and collectibles, Grandpa Xiao's eyes lit up, showing that he had an extraordinary fondness for antiques. Oh dear, Brother Chen Fan, it's a bit too unfortunate that you're giving Grandpa antiques now. Beside him, Xiao Maoyuan said in a sarcastic tone. I just gave my grandfather a painting called Layered Peaks and Misty Rivers by Zhang Daqian. As Xiao Maoyuan spoke, he pointed with great pride to a magnificent ink painting hanging next to him. This painting was purchased by Xiao Maoyuan at an auction house for a high price of 20 to 30 million yuan, specifically to please his grandfather. He came to deliver the painting just now and was praised by Grandpa for a long time. Grandpa Xiao really liked this painting, saying it had a great artistic conception. With the masterpiece of Zhang Daqian's Misty River and Layered Peaks presented by Xiao Maoyuan as a precedent, other antiques and collectibles seemed somewhat lackluster. That's why Xiao Maoyuan just said it was too unfortunate. Now, Chen Fan has to play second fiddle to him. It's alright. It's the first gift Xiao Fan gave me. Whatever it is, I'm very happy. Grandpa Xia took the initiative to speak. In his subconscious, he also regarded the gift Chen Fan gave him as an ordinary antique. After all, Chen Fan had just said that it was a small item. Moreover, there are very few works that can rival the masterpiece Layered Peaks and Misty Rivers by Zhang Daqian, which was gifted to Maoyuan, in terms of both collection value and historical value. Chen Fan didn't explain much. He just smiled slightly and slowly opened the first brocade box. In an instant, that important piece, a blue and white porcelain vase with ruy-shaped shoulders and folded branches of flowers from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, appeared before their eyes. Others, who didn't know much about antiques, simply thought the porcelain piece Chen Fan displayed was exquisite. Mr. Xiao, a collector, was stunned when he saw the porcelain piece clearly, especially its signature. Is this a blue and white ruy-shaped plum vase from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty? Grandpa Xia answered in a trembling voice. Although he couldn't recall the full name of the porcelain piece, he knew its general characteristics. Yes, Grandpa Xia, you have excellent taste. Chen Fan spoke politely. Gurgle, gurgle. Grandpa Xia swallowed hard. Even though Xiao Maoyuan knew nothing about antiques, seeing how excited Grandpa Xia was, he realized the value of Chen Fan's blue and white porcelain. Xiao Maoyuan was getting restless. Grandpa's attitude now is more than 10 times more excited than when he saw his own Zhang Daqian landscape painting. The value of Chen Fan's porcelain piece is probably in the hundreds of millions. Where did Chen Fan find such a powerful weapon? Xiao Maoyuan was dumbfounded. Just when Xiao Maoyuan thought that Chen Fan's first gift was already the best, Chen Fan slowly opened the second brocade box. The Liangzhu Jade Song King came into view. Upon seeing the Queen of Liangzhu Jade Song clearly, Grandpa Xia couldn't help but exclaim. I never imagined I'd see such a powerful weapon in my lifetime. What an incredible stroke of luck. At that moment, Grandpa Xia almost jumped up in excitement. He truly never expected that he would be able to see such a national treasure in private today, and he was overjoyed. Xiao Maoyuan was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen his grandfather so happy before. Just how valuable are these two antiques that Chen Fan gave us? Grandpa Xiao, I hope you like these two little things. Chen Fan spoke modestly. Two little things? Hearing Chen Fan say this, even Grandpa Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Fan, these two items are no small matters. They are national treasures, truly national treasures. Really? As long as Grandpa Xiao is happy, that's fine. Chen Fan said slowly. Instantly, Chen Fan's status in Old Master Xiao's heart rose sharply, and Old Master Xiao's goodwill towards Chen Fan soared to a new level. Just then, a mechanical voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Mission accomplished. Chapter 469. What defines a top-tier wealthy family? The undercurrents within the Xiao family. Bite. Promise Ruoshui to go to the Xiao family compound for dinner tonight to improve Old Master Xiao's favor. Mission complete. Congratulations on acquiring 12% of the shares in the Chanel Group, becoming its second largest shareholder. The share acquisition agreement has been placed in your Gubei No. 1 luxury residence. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 938 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan acquired a 12% stake in the Chanel Group, valued at 50 billion, instantly becoming the second most important figure in the Chanel Group. In addition, there are a total of 938 experience points. After the system is upgraded to level 4, the experience points reward is really high. Beside him, seeing how much Grandpa Xia cherished these two important artifacts, Xiao Maoyuan's fake smile vanished, and his face darkened. Xiao Fan, I'll accept that blue and white ruby plum vase from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, but this Liangzhu jade stone is priceless. You should take it back and keep it safe. After thinking for a while, Grandpa Xia spoke sincerely. That blue and white ruby plum vase from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty is also a significant piece, but it's only worth a few hundred million, a small amount. He really liked the gift and accepted it without any psychological pressure. But the Liangzhu jade Song King is different. It is a national treasure with a history of 5,000 years. It is too precious. If Xiao Fan and Ruoshui were already married and he were officially the son-in-law of the Xiao family, he might consider whether or not to accept him. But right now, Xiao Fan and Ruoshui are just a couple. They haven't even gotten engaged, let alone married. So it's not easy for Grandpa Xia to accept them. Grandpa Xia, please accept it. Chen Fan politely declined. No, absolutely not. Grandpa Xia refused again. Xiao Fan, I like both of the important artifacts you gave me, but this Liangzhu jade Song King is too precious. It is a priceless national treasure. You should take it back and keep it safe. Grandpa Xia specifically instructed Chen Fan not to damage it and to treasure it carefully, as it was a priceless gem. Ultimately, at Old Master Xiao's insistence, Chen Fan had no choice but to take the Liangzhu jade Song King back and put it back in the car. By the way, Grandpa, why hasn't Annie arrived yet? Is something wrong? Xiao Maoyuan changed the subject. Tonight, besides them, I heard from Grandpa Xia that his youngest daughter, Xiao Lanxiu, is also coming over. Xiao Lanxiu had a very good relationship with Xiao Maoyuan's father and was a staunch supporter of Xiao Maoyuan becoming the third-generation heir of the Xiao family. She had given Xiao Maoyuan advice on many occasions. Xiao Maoyuan felt that he could no longer deal with Chen Fan on his own, so he hoped that his aunt Xiao Lanxiu would come soon so that he would have more help. When he and his aunt join forces, he's sure they can outmaneuver Chen Fan. Sorry, father, there was some traffic on the way. No sooner had Xiao Maoyuan finished asking than a cheerful voice rang out. A very capable-looking woman with short hair walked in quickly. This woman was Xiao Lanxiu, the aunt Xiao Maoyuan had mentioned, and the youngest daughter of Old Master Xia. Huh, why is there another unfamiliar young man here? As Xiao Lanxiu was about to speak after entering, she suddenly noticed a completely unfamiliar young man in her house and became very curious. Hello, auntie, this is my boyfriend, Chen Fan. Xiao Ruoshui stood up and introduced Chen Fan to Xiao Lanxiu. Oh, so he's Ruoshui's boyfriend. He's indeed handsome and a perfect match for Ruoshui. Xiao Lanxiu looked at Chen Fan carefully and then spoke. Hello, Annie. Chen Fan also gave a polite greeting. Xiao Chen, you're welcome. We're all family. Xiao Lanxiu opened her mouth. Sir, the dinner is ready. Shall we begin our meal? A servant from the Xiao family came over and asked respectfully. Everyone's here, let's begin. After looking around and finding that everyone had arrived, Old Master Xia led a few people and walked for several minutes before finally arriving at the Xia family's main dining room. To be honest, the Xia family compound is ridiculously large. It should be the largest private residence Chen Fan has ever seen, without exception. The Xia family truly deserves to be called a top-tier wealthy family in Shanghai. The only families that can surpass the Xia family are probably the 8 great families. Xiao Fan, I don't know what kind of cuisine you like, so I just had someone prepare some local Shanghai dishes and Huayan dishes. There aren't many, just about 30 dishes. Which of the 8 major cuisines do you prefer? I'll have the chef in charge of that cuisine write it down, so it'll be convenient next time. Old Master Xia spoke. The Xia family specially hired top chefs who specialize in state banquets, and each of the 8 major cuisines has 3 top chefs who work in shifts 24 hours a day. The Xia family alone has more than 50 people, including the chefs and assistants in the kitchen. If other servants are included, the total number of servants in the Xia family is estimated to exceed 300. So many people, all serving just one family. Grandpa Xia, you're too kind. Chen Fan spoke. At this moment, Chen Fan felt a little emotional. If even the Xia family was like this, how luxurious must the 8 great families at the top be? Once upon a time, the Chen family was the head of the 8 great families. Wouldn't they be like the imperial court? At the dining table, the group ate and chatted. By the way, Xiaochen, what are you doing now? Are you still in school? Xiao Lanxiu asked casually. No, I'm currently running a small business. Chen Fan gave a modest reply. Are you running your own business? Isn't that the same as Mao Yuan? I estimate that Mao Yuan will be selected as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Shanghai this year, or at the latest next year, and will be ranked among the top 2. While speaking, Xiao Lanxiu did not forget to speak well of Xiao Mao Yuan to old Master Xia. Xiao Fan, from now on, you shouldn't run your own business. Just join our Xia family's business. You can be with Ruo Shui there too. Xiao Lanxiu offered a kind suggestion. Anyway, you're just dabbling in small things, it's not very interesting. After Ruo Shui's father becomes the head of the Xia family in the future, he can help you, his son-in-law. Mao Yuan is a good person. When Ruo Shui's father retires and Mao Yuan takes over as the head of the family, he will definitely take care of you. Although Xiao Lanxiu spoke warmly, her words actually had a hidden meaning. Chapter 470 Chen Fan's identity as a shareholder of the Chanel Group is recognized, shocking the Xiao family. Xiao Lanxiu and Xiao Ruo Shui's father had a very bad relationship and even had conflicts. Although she smiled at Xiao Ruo Shui on the surface, she didn't really like her. It's now a foregone conclusion that Xiao Ruo Shui's father will become the new head of the Xiao family, and Xiao Lanxiu can't stop it. She planned that after Xiao Ruo Shui's father became the head of the Xiao family, she would find a reason to step down and bide her time. After all, she was still young, and she would return to the fold when Xiao Mao Yuan became the new head of the Xiao family. If Xiao Ruo Shui were to become the 3rd-generation heir of the Xiao family, wouldn't Xiao Lanxiu go crazy? Therefore, whenever Xiao Lanxiu came to the Xiao family, she would openly or secretly praise Xiao Mao Yuan and hint at it to the old man. After Xiao Lanxiu finished speaking, the others present couldn't help but look at old Master Xiao's reaction. At this moment, Grandpa Xia remained calm and composed, neither agreeing nor refusing, and casually ate his food. Aunt Xia, you're wrong about that. After Uncle Xia retires, I will help Ruo Shui so that she can better manage the Xia family. Chen Fan's reply was equally meaningful. He had a bet with Ruo Shui's father to help Ruo Shui become the 3rd-generation heir of the Xia family. Upon hearing Chen Fan's meaningful words, the expressions of the people present changed slightly. Grandpa Xia paused noticeably as he picked up food with his chopsticks. He glanced at Chen Fan and Xiao Ruo Shui with surprise, and although he didn't say anything, his expression was slightly serious. Xiao Lanxiu and Xiao Mao Yuan were pleasantly surprised to see this. It seems that the old man is not very optimistic about Xiao Ruo Shui, or perhaps he is unwilling to let Xiao Ruo Shui become the 3rd-generation heir of the Xiao family. That's great. This way, they'll have one less strong competitor. To be honest, old Master Xia never intended for Xiao Ruo Shui to become the 3rd-generation heir of the Xia family. This applies not only to Xiao Ruo Shui, but also to other women in the Xia family. Although he doesn't discriminate against girls, looking around, over the years, in Shanghai and the surrounding area, which powerful and wealthy family has a female heir? Only small families could possibly appear. The Xia family would never make such a special exception. That would be disrespectful. Because Grandpa Xia had never thought about this aspect, he did not interfere with Xiao Ruo Shui's love life at all. He felt that as long as his granddaughter was happy, that was enough, and as long as her future husband was of good character, that was fine. He would never sacrifice his granddaughter for a marriage alliance. But if Xiao Mao Yuan and his friends find girlfriends, that would be a different story. After all, the 3rd-generation heir of the Xia family will most likely be chosen from among them, and their future wives will be the matriarchs of the Xia family, so they must consider this carefully. Although Grandpa Xia did not make a decision, his heart was still tipped in favor of Xiao Mao Yuan and the others. Understanding her grandfather's meaning, Xiao Ruo Shui's expression dimmed slightly. Indeed, it was as difficult as climbing to heaven. Xiao Chun, what you just said was wrong. You only run a small business yourself. How can you help Ruo Shui manage the Xia family? Xiao Lanxiu continued to compete with Chen Fan. In the future, you and Ruo Shui can help Mao Yuan together. Aunt Xiao, although I only run small businesses, the quality is still acceptable, and I can help Ruo Shui in the future. Chen Fan gave a straightforward answer. He had already heard from Ruoshui's father about the difficulty of this matter. As long as the third-generation heir of the Xiao family was not finally determined, there was still a chance. Before, I hadn't been to Shanghai, but now that I'm here, things will soon be different. Today, Chen Fan was just testing old Master Xiao's attitude. Since Grandpa Xia didn't explicitly refuse, it means there's still a considerable chance. Your business is of decent quality. What exactly is it? What's its market value or total assets? It can't be less than 100 billion, can it? Xiao Lanxiu asked. Before Xiao Lanxiu could finish speaking, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Grandpa, here are some local specialties I bought from out of town. A tall, beautiful woman walked in. The visitor was also a direct descendant of the Xiao family, Xiao Ruoshui's cousin, Xia Chuqing. The weather has cleared up. Upon seeing Xia Chuqing, Grandpa Xia greeted her happily. Aunt. After greeting Grandpa Xia, Xia Chuqing turned around and greeted the other people present. However, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly noticed Chen Fan sitting there, and Xia Chuqing's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Isn't this Mr. Chen? What are you doing here? Xia Chuqing exclaimed in surprise. Did Chuqing meet Chen Fan? The people at the scene were very curious. Chuqing, do you know Xiao Chen? Xiao Lanxiu inquired. I don't think so. It's just that I know President Chen, but President Chen doesn't know me. Xia Chuqing responded. President Chen? Why does Chuqing call Xiao Chen President Chen? Xiao Lanxiu was even more puzzled. At home, why would someone address a relative of the same generation as General Manager or General Manager? Mr. Chen is a shareholder of our Chanel Group, so naturally Xia Chuqing began to explain. It turns out that Xia Chuqing currently works at the Chanel Group's Asia-Pacific headquarters, where she is considered a mid to high-level manager. Moreover, she is best friends with Emily, the current president of Chanel's Asia-Pacific region, and had seen Chen Fan's photo before, which is why she recognized him. After hearing what Xia Chuqing said, everyone present was stunned. What? Chen Fan is actually a shareholder of the prestigious Chanel Group? Wow, that's amazing. Xiao Lanxiu's smile froze, and Xiao Maoyuan was even more shocked. Not to mention them, even Grandpa Xia didn't give them a second glance. Xiao Chen is a shareholder of the Chanel Group. What is her largest shareholder position? Xiao Lanxiu asked even more nervously. If Chen Fan were just a minor shareholder in the Chanel Group, it wouldn't matter. But if Chen Fan were among the top 5, or even the top 3 shareholders in the Chanel Group, that would be quite impressive. What number was it again? Xia Chuqing couldn't remember for a moment. Unable to remember, Xia Chuqing turned to Chen Fan for help. As the second largest shareholder, I have just acquired another 12% stake in the Chanel Group. Chen Fan spoke calmly. These words shocked the entire audience once again. The second largest shareholder of the Chanel Group? That's impressive. The Chanel Group is internationally renowned, with a market value of over 400 billion. Moreover, Chen Fan had just acquired 12% of the shares of the Chanel Group, which would have cost around 50 billion. Chen Fan can easily come up with 50 billion in liquid funds, which is even more terrifying. Xiao Maoyuan and Xiao Lanxiu were stunned, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. Xiao Fan is truly a promising young man. At this moment, even Grandpa Xia couldn't help but speak up. This was something even he hadn't expected. In old Master Xiao's subconscious, Chen Fan probably just did some small business and had a little money, maybe a few billion or tens of billions. But now, things are different. As they spoke, Chen Fan standing in old Master Xiao's eyes rose even higher. Chapter 471 Reward, a limited edition top-tier supercar from around the world by the eldest grandson of the Du family in Shanghai. Being the second largest shareholder of the Chanel Group is already a significant position. Looking at Chen Fan, Grandpa Xia was filled with emotion, never expecting Ruoshui to have such good taste. Since Chen Fan is so powerful, if Ruoshui becomes the third-generation heir of the Xia family in the future, Chen Fan will most likely help Ruoshui, which would be a powerful alliance. Grandpa Xiao's resolve wavered slightly. Xiao Maoyuan and Xiao Lanxiu exchanged a glance and looked at each other blankly. This is bad. They originally thought Chen Fan was just a small-time tycoon, but reality turned out to be the opposite of what they expected. They now had another formidable competitor. Things got complicated from there. Mr. Chen, you've become the group's second-largest shareholder. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xia Chuqing quickly greeted him. After all, Chen Fan was her boss's boss's boss, her boss. Facing such a powerful figure, even if she were just a junior executive in a branch office, she would still have to treat him with utmost respect, let alone the president of their headquarters. Hello. Chen Fan nodded. He had a pretty good impression of Xia Chuqing. By the way, Mr. Chen, how did you get to my house? Xia Chuqing asked curiously. Sister Chuqing, Chen Fan is my boyfriend, and he'll be your brother-in-law from now on. Xia Ruoshui answered with a smile. Oh, Mr. Chen, are you Ruoshui's boyfriend? Xia Chuqing's eyes widened like saucers, utterly shocked. Yes, I should call you Sister Chuqing. Chen Fan spoke. That's wonderful. Mr. Chen, you and Ruoshui are a perfect match. You are the second largest shareholder of the Chanel Group, and Ruoshui is the city flower of our Shanghai. It's just perfect. Xia Chuqing said from the bottom of her heart. Xia Chuqing and Xia Ruoshui already had a good relationship, and now that Chen Fan was involved, Xia Chuqing stood on Xia Ruoshui's side without hesitation. Xiao Maoyuan and his companion could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, feeling unwilling but also powerless to do anything about it. After spending a few hours at the Xia family home, Chen Fan prepared to leave in the evening. Old Master Xia specifically instructed him that if Chen Fan had time, he was welcome to visit the Xia family home more often. If Chen Fan encounters any problems in Shanghai, he can also ask him for help. Time passed slowly, and the next morning, Yu Guangrui suddenly invited Chen Fan to a party. The system's voice came as soon as I saw Yu Guangrui's message. Byte. Temporary task issued. Agree to attend the gathering with Yu Guangrui. Mission time. Within 300 minutes. Mission reward. 1 Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Limited to 1 unit worldwide. Task reward. 947 experience points. A new task has been assigned to the system. A supercar with only 1 unit produced worldwide. Is that impressive? Chen Fan's eyes lit up immediately. He had just arrived in Shanghai and was currently lacking a car. This Bugatti La Voiture Noire, a one-of-a-kind model, was just the right choice. On the contrary, since he had already agreed to Yu Guangrui's request yesterday, and now that this task had come up again, Chen Fan had even less reason to refuse and immediately agreed. Yu Guangrui sent Chen Fan the address of the private club where the gathering was taking place. More than half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at his destination. Brother Fan. Upon seeing Chen Fan's car from afar, Yu Guangrui, who was already waiting outside with several of his men, immediately greeted him warmly. Chen Fan got off the bus. Brother Fan, for someone of your status to drive a mere $1 million Porsche is really beneath you. Yu Guangrui began. Even if Brother Fan prefers to keep a low profile and doesn't want to drive a supercar worth tens of millions, he should at least drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom or a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, right? I have a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in my garage. Should I bring it to Brother Fan? Yu Guangrui offered his suggestion. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. I never expected that our dignified young master you would fall to such a state that he has to fawn over a guy who drives a beat-up Porsche. Then, a young man with a frivolous expression walked over. Zhang Zijia, a frivolous man, also comes from a family that is in business. Zhang Zijia's father's company and Yu Guangrui's father's company are rival companies, so Zhang Zijia often clashed with Yu Guangrui. Now that he had a chance to mock Yu Guangrui, Zhang Zijia naturally wouldn't let it pass. After arriving, Yu Guangrui carefully scanned Chen Fan, and after confirming that he did not recognize Chen Fan, and that Chen Fan was not a member of a wealthy or powerful family in Shanghai, he became even more unscrupulous. Hey Zhang, what do you mean? How dare you talk about Brother Fan like that? Yu Guangrui countered with a question. What can't you say about someone who drives a beat-up Porsche? Zhang Zijia curled his lip and answered with utter disdain. Yu Guangrui immediately objected and wanted to retaliate against Zhang Zijia. The result did not mean that Guangrui would speak. Zhang Zijia strode into the club first, infuriating Yu Guangrui. Brother Fan, don't pay any attention to that crazy guy. Yu Guangrui spoke. He'll get what's coming to him soon enough. Yu Guangrui already had a plan in mind. By the way, Brother Fan, the person who organized the gathering at noon today wasn't me, but one of Shanghai's top playboys, Du Yaoi. Yu Guangrui introduced it to Chen Fan. Is that so? Chen Fan spoke indifferently. Anyway, his main goal this noon was to complete his mission and obtain that one-of-a-kind Bugatti La Voiture Noire. It didn't matter who organized it. Brother Fan, Du Yaoi is a direct descendant of the powerful Du family in Shanghai, and he is also the eldest grandson of the third generation of the Du family. He may become the third generation head of the Du family in the future, and he has a very high status in Shanghai. I saw that Brother Fan had just arrived in Shanghai, and since there was this gathering, I invited Brother Fan to come and expand his network. Yu Guangrui spoke up, but he meant well. Why aren't you paying your respects to Brother Fan yet? Then, Yu Guangrui looked at his underlings. Hello, Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. Although these underlings didn't know what Chen Fan did, they still bowed to him and greeted him when their boss spoke. Brother Fan, please. Yu Guangrui made a gesture of invitation. Subsequently, led by Yu Guangrui, Chen Fan entered this private club that was not open to the public. As soon as they entered, Chen Fan and Yu Guangrui saw that Zhang Zijia, who had been arrogant and domineering before, was chatting with a tall young man. Zhang Zijia, who had just been extremely arrogant and seemed to have no regard for anyone, was now as docile as a cat when facing this tall young man, being exceptionally honest and polite. The tall young man was none other than Du Yaohui, the eldest grandson of the Du family in Shanghai, whom Yu Guangrui had mentioned as the organizer of this gathering. The conversation between Du Yaohui and Zhang Zijie caught Chen Fan's attention. Chapter 472 Chen Fan's accidentally revealed wristwatch shocked the entire audience, exposing the identity of the Rolls-Royce president. Wow, Zijie, you actually bought an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 15554 BC to EE. Du Yaohui looked at the wristwatch on Zhang Zijie's wrist and couldn't help but sigh. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 15554 BC to EE in Zhang Zijie's hands is the most expensive Audemars Piguet Royal Oak ever made, bar none, with a price tag of over 25 million yuan, and it is very difficult to find on the market. Zhang Zijie usually wouldn't wear this watch, but he dared to wear it only on such an important occasion to make a good impression. After all, Du Xiao is known for his love of watches, so he catered to his tastes by pretending to be a watch enthusiast as well. Young Master Du has excellent taste. You recognize my watch at first glance. I truly admire young Master Du so much. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Zijie fawned over Du Yaohui. Old Zhang is amazing. He actually bought a watch worth over 20 million. That's awesome. Our young Master Zhang is no ordinary person. After Du Yaohui told them what kind of watch Zhang Zijie was wearing, many people immediately gathered around, drooling with envy as they looked at Zhang Zijie's Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 15554 BCE. Enjoying the praise from everyone, Zhang Zijie became somewhat conceited. Just then, Yu Guangrui walked over with Chen Fan. Hello, Mr. Du, this is my elder brother, Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, he just arrived in Shanghai. Brother Fan, this is young Master Du. Yu Guangrui came over and offered to introduce the two. Hello, Mr. Chen. Du Yaohui was a nice person. He took the initiative to extend his hand, wanting to shake hands with Chen Fan. Big brother, huh? Who does he think he is? Beside him, Zhang Zijie whispered a sarcastic remark. Hello, Mr. Du. Since the other party was so polite and courteous, Chen Fan responded in kind. As he spoke, Chen Fan also reached out and shook hands with Du Zijie. The Patek Philippe watch on Chen Fan's wrist was accidentally revealed the moment he reached out. Huh? Even with just that brief glimpse, Du Yaohui, a watch enthusiast, immediately sensed something was amiss. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Du Yaohui couldn't help but scream. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Du Yaohui. Du Yaohui rubbed his eyes, leaned down slightly, and looked down at the Patek Philippe in Chen Fan's hand with meticulous attention. After standing there stunned for several dozen seconds, Du Yaohui finally gasped in shock. Young Master Chen, is your Patek Philippe watch perhaps the Patek Philippe 6300A010 from the Grand Complications series? Fearing he might have misread it, Du Yaohui recited the full name of the watch Chen Fan was wearing, without omitting a single number. Exactly. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Du Yaohui swallowed hard, utterly shocked. Young Master Du, what's wrong with this Patek Philippe? Nearby, someone who didn't know much about watches asked a question out of curiosity. What's wrong? Do you know what this watch of yours represents? It's a symbol of the times. Just making one watch takes up to 100,000 hours. There are only a few in the world. 5 years ago, a watch of the same model as Chun Xiao's was auctioned internationally. The auction price was over 200 million, which set a record for the highest price in the history of watch auctions. Du Yaohui's reply was filled with deep emotion. The crowd didn't quite understand what Du Yaohui had said earlier, but when they heard the astronomical price of over 200 million, they were all stunned. More than 200 million? This is like wearing an entire building on your wrist, and it's a high-end residential area in the heart of Shanghai. Awesome. Awesome. People swarmed around Chen Fan, greeting him and trying to curry favor with him. Beside him, Zhang Zijie, who had just finished mocking Chen Fan, was dumbfounded. What did Du Xiao just say? Is this kid wearing a watch worth over 200 million? Oh my god. Young Master Du, it's still hard to say whether his watch is real or fake. Suddenly, Zhang Zijie thought of something and immediately stood up to refute it. This kid only drives a Porsche worth a mere million or so. How could he possibly afford a watch worth over 200 million? I suspect he's wearing a fake watch. Zhang Zijie spoke. After hearing what Zhang Zijie said, everyone fell into deep thought. Indeed, would someone who can afford a top-of-the-line watch worth 200 million drive a beat-up Porsche worth only a million? Let alone those super-rich people. Even they wouldn't look down on Porsche. For a time, some people were persuaded by Zhang Zijie. You surnamed Zhang. You really are a bastard who looks down on people. Yu Guangrui couldn't help but curse. Whatever car Brother Fan wants to drive, isn't it just a matter of a word? Our Brother Fan is the president of Rolls-Royce Group and Koenigsegg. Yu Guangrui made a startling remark. He had seen Chen Fan's business card. Fan Gu is just being low-key. That's why he drives a Porsche. What? What did you say? Is this young Master Chen the owner of both Rolls-Royce and Koenigsegg? My God, am I hallucinating? Everyone was terrified. Leaving Koenigsegg aside, given its relatively low market capitalization, Rolls-Royce is a different story. It's a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. The person in front of them, who was about the same age as them, was already the president of a multinational company with a market value of hundreds of billions while they were still in school or having fun. What is a gap? This is what a gap looks like. Not to mention these people. Even Du Yaohui couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chen Fan, feeling deeply shocked. As for Zhang Zijie, he stood frozen in place, as if he were a stone statue. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. I promised you Guangrui I would attend the gathering. Mission complete. Congratulations on receiving one Bugatti La Voiture Noire, a limited edition unit worldwide. The car will be delivered to Shanghai within 48 hours. Please check your mail. Congratulations on receiving 947 experience points. Chen Fan successfully gained 947 experience points and a Bugatti La Voiture Noire supercar, one of only one in the world. Just as Chen Fan was feeling sentimental and in a good mood, the system's voice sounded again, announcing the second surprise. Chapter 473: The 89 Days of Severing Ties. A reward to a top global private banking group. Bite. On the 89th day of severing ties, he was awarded a 10% stake in Santander International Bank Group, a top global private bank, making him the fourth largest shareholder of Santander International Bank Group. The system's voice reached Chen Fan's ears. Santander International Banking Group, one of the world's leading private banks, has a market capitalization of over 500 billion. Santander International Bank was previously ranked 67th in Interbrand's list of the world's top 100 brands. It ranks 49th on the Forbes Global 2000 list. As for the ranking of the world's top 500 bank brands, Santander Bank ranks 12th, which is quite high. This is Chen Fan's first daily reward after upgrading his system to level 4. Sure. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected that the system would give him a private banking group right away. Moreover, Santander International Banking Group ranks 12th among private banks globally, which is incredibly impressive. The 10% stake in Santander International Banking Group awarded by the system is worth over 50 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's net worth easily increased by more than 50 billion. Chen Fan is one step closer to a net worth of 1 trillion. Young Master Chen is actually the owner of both Rolls-Royce and Koenigsegg. I'm impressed. Du Yaohui came over and said with emotion. Just now, Du Yaohui treated Chen Fan as someone of similar status, but now there's a hint of flattery in his words. Young Master Du, you're too kind. Chen Fan spoke. Hey, Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Don't call me that anymore. How about this? I'll call you Brother Fan, and you can just call me Old Du. Du Yaohui thought for a moment and wanted to improve their relationship. After all, who wouldn't want to get to know the president of the prestigious Rolls-Royce Group? All right. Chen Fan nodded. It didn't matter. What's wrong, Mr. Zhang? Why aren't you saying anything? Yu Guangrui looked at Zhang Zijie and said sarcastically. Zhang Zijie stood there, his face ashen. He still hadn't accepted the fact that Chen Fan was the owner of Rolls-Royce Group and Koenigsegg. You're something else, you surnamed you. Zhang Zijie glared angrily at Yu Guangrui, then turned and left. He simply couldn't stand it any longer. The identity of the president of the Rolls-Royce Group was easy to investigate. It couldn't be faked. Having just offended such a person, Zhang Zijie dared not stay in front of Chen Fan any longer and had no choice but to slink away. Please, Brother Fan. Du Yaohui made a gesture of invitation. Later at his party, Du Yaohui took the initiative to sit with Chen Fan, and their relationship improved slightly. After the meal, Chen Fan left with Du Yaohui's respectful farewell. Last night, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui made an appointment. This afternoon, Xiao Ruoshui would take Chen Fan to visit one of the Xiao family's businesses, Xiao's Financial Group. With total assets of 2 to 300 billion yuan, Xiao's Financial Group is one of the Xiao family's more important industries. Some time ago, Xiao Ruoshui, with Chen Fan's help, managed to get back the debt that had been owed for several years from Junliang. Grandpa Xiao promised that whoever in the Xiao family recovered the debt would receive an increase in value. After Xiao Ruoshui returned, Grandpa Xiao arranged for her to become the vice president of Xiao's Financial Group. Although nominally the vice president, Xiao Ruoshui's father is the president of Xiao's Financial Group, and since Xiao Ruoshui's father is not in the country, Xiao Ruoshui is the actual controller of Xiao's Financial Group. This position already represents a very high status within the Xiao family. This is why many people in the Xiao family, including Xiao Maoyuan, have been targeting Xiao Ruoshui lately. Around 2 p.m., Chen Fan arrived at Xiao's Financial Group. Xiao Ruoshui personally led Chen Fan on a tour of the company. introducing him to the various businesses of Xiao's financial group. These are all confidential information outside, but Xiao Ruoshui did not hide anything from Chen Fan. Just as the two were halfway through their tour, a senior executive from the Xiao's financial group came over and reported to Xiao Ruoshui. Boss, people from Manga Group have suddenly arrived. What do you think? The higher-ups' intentions were clear. They wanted Xiao Ruoshui to personally negotiate with the people from Manga Group, since Xiao Ruoshui was the real decision-maker and his words wouldn't make much difference. All right. Xiao Ruoshui nodded helplessly. After briefly explaining the situation to Chen Fan, Xiao Ruoshui quickly went to handle the matter, while Chen Fan went to the nearby rest area to relax. A dozen minutes later, a puzzled voice suddenly came. Huh, is that Brother Fan? Chen Fan, who was playing on his phone, turned his head in surprise and saw Du Yaohui, whom he had just parted ways with at noon, standing in front of him with a look of astonishment on his face. Huh. Chen Fan was also somewhat surprised. Brother Fan, what are you doing here? Is this also about business, Mr. Xiao? Du Yaohui asked curiously. No, Ruoshui is my girlfriend. I came to see her. Chen Fan answered casually. Chen Fan's words struck Du Yaohui like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Du Yaohui trembled all over, completely terrified. Brother Fan, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again? Du Yaohui opened his mouth, unable to believe what he was hearing. I told her Ruoshui is my girlfriend, and I'm here to see her. Is there a problem? Chen Fan gave a puzzled reply. Gurgle, gurgle. Du Yaohui swallowed hard a few times, his whole body stiffening. Fan Gu is actually Xia Goddess's boyfriend. That's awesome, so incredibly awesome. Du Yaohui looked at Chen Fan with utter shock and admiration. At this moment, Du Yaohui was far more shocked than when he learned that Chen Fan was the president of the Rolls-Royce Group. As he spoke, Du Yaohui couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up. Brother Fan, you're truly a role model for us all. You even managed to win over Goddess Xia. That's amazing. Du Yaohui sighed deeply. Xia, the goddess, is the undisputed beauty of Shanghai, the kind of goddess who can only be admired from afar and not touched. Over the years, Xiao Ruoshui has had dozens, if not 100, of boys pursuing her. Moreover, these people who dare to pursue Goddess Xia must have impressive backgrounds and strengths. Any one of them could be considered a top-tier individual. The result was that despite having so many outstanding guys, Goddess Xia didn't fancy a single one. Previously, some people in their circle had secretly speculated that Goddess Xia might not like boys but preferred girls, which was why she hadn't accepted any of her suitors. But now it seems they were wrong. Goddess Xia is perfectly normal. It's just that ordinary boys don't catch her eye at all. Fan Gu actually managed to win over Goddess Xia. That's amazing. As he spoke, Du Yaohui couldn't help but lean closer to Chen Fan and said to him mysteriously, Brother Fan, I have an important question, but I don't know if it's convenient for you to answer it. What important question is it? Tell me. Chen Fan spoke. Then, Du Yaohui asked a question that left Chen Fan both amused and exasperated. Chapter 474 The top young master of Shanghai begs to be Chen Fan's underling, preparing for his new company. Brother Fan, how did you manage to win over Goddess Xia? Any secrets? Teach your brothers sometime. I'm still single. Du Yaohui asked in a serious tone. At this moment, Du Yaohui idolized Chen Fan to the extreme. Even if he were told that Chen Fan was the richest man in the world, it wouldn't be as shocking as Chen Fan winning over Goddess Xia. After all, the world's richest man is too far away, while Goddess Xia is from Shanghai and they are relatively familiar with her. No secrets or anything like that. Chen Fan shook his head. Brother Fan, are you still hiding your true abilities? Du Yaohui didn't believe it at all, but he could understand. After all, he and Fan Gu had only known each other for less than 3 hours. If he really had any secrets, he certainly wouldn't tell them. If he were in Fan Ji's shoes, he would have done the same. Don't worry, Brother Fan. From now on, I, Du Yaohui, will be your little brother. If you need anything in Shanghai, just give me the order. I still have some influence in Shanghai. Du Yaohui patted his chest and said, But Brother Fan, there's something you need to be careful about. Goddess Xia has too many suitors. Now that you're in Shanghai, you'll probably attract a lot of trouble. Some of them probably won't take your status as president of the Rolls-Royce Group seriously, Brother Fan. The top wealthy families in Shanghai, whose assets are worth trillions, also have suitors of Goddess Xia. It's alright. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Chen Fan spoke. His net worth is about to break 1 trillion. So why would he care about those second-generation rich kids who only know how to bully others and rely solely on their families? In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Mr. Xia, we're sorry, we'll be leaving now. Just as Chen Fan was about to ask Du Yaohui what he was doing at Xiao's financial group, an unpleasant voice suddenly came from inside. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged woman and several employees walked out arrogantly. Wait a moment. Xiao Ruoshui immediately chased after him, seemingly trying to persuade him to stay. There's nothing more to discuss. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and quickly walked out. What's wrong? Seeing this, before Chen Fan could speak, Du Yaohui stepped forward first. Huh? Young Master Du, what brings you here? Upon seeing Du Yaohui, the arrogant middle-aged woman immediately greeted him respectfully. Manga Group is one of the businesses of the Du family in Shanghai. The middle-aged woman is a senior executive of Manga Group, and Du Yaohui is here on behalf of Manga Group. Currently, Du Yaohui is the deputy general manager of Manga Group. What happened? Du Yaohui asked. Young Master Du, there's nothing to discuss. Our terms are regarding Xiao Ruoshui. The middle-aged woman immediately filed a complaint. Shut up. Who gave you the right to speak to my sister-in-law so rudely? How dare you call my sister-in-law by her name? Before the middle-aged woman could finish speaking, Du Yaohui angrily rebuked her. In an instant, not only the middle-aged woman, but also Xiao Ruoshui and Chen Fan were dumbfounded. Young Master Du, the middle-aged woman was bewildered. What sister-in-law? Goddess Xia is my older brother's girlfriend, so her word is my word. Therefore, we will sign the contract according to my sister-in-law's terms. Du Yaohui waved his hand, finalizing the matter. Since Du Xiao had said so, the middle-aged woman, who was an employee, naturally dared not have any complaints and could only nod in agreement. Hello, sister-in-law. Afterwards, Du Yaohui greeted Xiao Ruoshui in an extremely ingratiating manner. Sister-in-law and brother Fan are such a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Du Yaohui rattled off all the idioms he could think of that were suitable for couples. At first, Xiao Ruoshui wondered what was wrong, but after hearing the words, brother Fan, she understood. Old Du, do you think Manga Group will agree to what you're doing? Chen Fan came over to inquire. It's all right, it's nothing. Du Yaohui waved his hand. In Du Yaohui's mind, nothing is more important than pleasing Chen Fan right now. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't know what to say. Afterwards, the middle-aged woman and Xiao Ruoshui went to sign the contract. Chen Fan was chatting with Du Yaohui. Brother Fan, do you have time in a few days? Du Yaohui suddenly asked mysteriously. It's really hard to say in a few days. Chen Fan shook his head. How many days exactly? Brother Fan, I can't explain it either. I have a fun place here. I'll contact you in advance. Du Yaohui didn't give specifics, wanting to maintain a sense of mystery. A dozen minutes later, everything was settled, and the middle-aged woman came out. Du Yaohui left with the people from Manga Group, while Xiao Ruoshui continued to stroll around Xiao's financial group with Chen Fan. During this time, Xiao Ruoshui also inquired about Chen Fan's parents. As the future daughter-in-law, Xiao Ruoshui naturally cared. Chen Fan shook his head. There was no news about his parents yet. Moreover, it involves far too many issues. After spending an hour at Xiao Ruoshui's company, Chen Fan left because Xiao Ruoshui still had work to do. Afterwards, Chen Fan went to a residential building in Shanghai. This morning, Zhu Pingnan, who is in charge of AI-powered driving, and his team arrived in Shanghai. Chen Fan arranged for people from the Shanghai World Financial Center to pick them up from the airport and brought them here. Chen Fan came over to check if there had been any new progress during this time, and he also planned to talk to Zhu Pingnan about preparing for the intelligent driving company. Previously, Chen Fan had planned to find a spacious place in a slightly remote area of Shanghai where they could conduct experiments. Chen Fan still needs to have a good talk with Zhu Pingnan, a professional, about what kind of venue is needed. As soon as Chen Fan arrived, Zhu Pingnan suddenly told him an important piece of information. Chapter 475 Create a $1 trillion conglomerate. Choose any place in the entire Shanghai. Mr. Chen, we've made a major breakthrough in our recent research, but we're currently lacking a suitable experimental site. Following that, Zhu Pingnan gave Chen Fan a detailed account of his major breakthrough. With this major breakthrough, the time it will take Chen Fan to truly develop AI-powered driving technology will be reduced by half, or even more. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This is great news. If everything goes smoothly, once my own intelligent driving car company is established, at the very least it will be a large company with a market value of several hundred billion, and at most, it could be a multi-trillion-dollar international conglomerate. Come on, I'll take you to find a place. The entire city of Shanghai, any place you like. Chen Fan spoke with an air of dominance. There's a shortage of venues right now, and he happens to have time, so let's choose that one. Chen Fan is planning to use his financial power. Okay, boss. Then Zhu Pingnan, along with an important member of their team as their driver, and the three of them headed towards an area further out of Shanghai to choose an address. Although Zhu Pingnan believed that President Chen had the ability to easily find a suitable place in the city, but it's inconvenient. It's better to conduct experiments from outside areas, since their experiments also have a certain degree of risk. The three of them searched for a suitable location outside Shanghai, and finally found one. However, There seems to be a large factory nearby. Zhu Pingnan curiously checked the map, and his expression changed slightly when he saw what the factory next to him was. This is such a coincidence. The factory next door is a factory of Volkswagen, one of the world's top 3 automakers. Volkswagen, one of the world's top automakers, has a market value of around 700 billion, making it an absolute powerhouse. It was only after Tesla's strong rise that Volkswagen, with a market value of over 7 trillion, completely overwhelmed Volkswagen. Otherwise, Volkswagen would be the world's #1 automaker. Zhu Pingnan told Chen Fan the news. Is there a Volkswagen factory next door? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Boss, how about we go somewhere else? Zhu Pingnan made the suggestion. Although their future goal is to catch up with or even surpass Tesla, at present, let alone Tesla or the Volkswagen Group, they can't even compare to the weakest ordinary car company, who told them to still be in the research stage. While still in the research and testing phase, they're setting up their own studio right next to Volkswagen Group's factory. Isn't that a bit too much of a rivalry? It's fine, this is the place. Chen Fan waved his hand. They had been searching for over an hour and finally found a place that was suitable in every way. Changing places now would be too troublesome and a waste of time. Besides, so what if there's a Volkswagen Group factory next door? They'll be competitors and mortal enemies in the future anyway. Moreover, they want to compete with Tesla in the future, so why would they want to avoid Volkswagen Group, whose market value is only 1/10 of Tesla's? Chen Fan made a decision. Seeing that their boss had spoken, Zhu Pingnan and his companion naturally dared not refuse. As he spoke, Chen Fan sent a WeChat message, using his connections to begin searching for the owners of the building and the land. 40 minutes later, a bald man drove up in a Rolls-Royce Ghost. He was the owner of the place. After getting off the bus, the bald man briefly introduced himself. Hello, this is our boss, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen wants to rent this area from you. I wonder if you... Zhu Pingnan stepped forward, and the very polite bald man explained. But before Zhu Pingnan could finish speaking, the bald man interrupted him. Wait a moment, another friend is arriving. We'll talk together once they get here. The bald man gave a mysterious smile. A dozen minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie emerged from the nearby factory in a black Maybach and eventually pulled up next to the bald man's Rolls-Royce Ghost. The man in the suit and tie was none other than the general manager of the Volkswagen factory next door. It turns out that the Volkswagen factory next door wanted to expand its scale and had its eye on this location, since the two are very close and convenient. The factory's general manager had a brief chat with the bald man, but no specific negotiations took place. When the bald man heard that Chen Fan had also taken a liking to his land, he specially called out the general manager of the factory next door. The bald man's meaning was clear. He wanted Chen Fan and the bald man to bid for the land, and whoever offered the higher price would get the lease. Chen Fan profited from the competition between himself and the general manager of the factory next door. Hello, Manager Lee. The situation is like this. The bald man took the initiative to explain the situation. Afterwards, he chatted with Chen Fan for a while. Upon learning that Chen Fan was his competitor, Manager Lee frowned. He really didn't expect that, apart from their factory, who would want such a remote place. Young man, our factory is right next door, and the noise from there is quite a bit every day. What are you going to do with this place? Manager Lee looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. It's nothing, just an experiment, testing a new car. Chen Fan spoke calmly. You guys are also from the automotive industry? Manager Lee immediately became alert. The sudden appearance of a competitor setting up camp near him made Manager Lee feel a deep sense of crisis. He suspected that Chen Fan might have been sent by another major automaker to cause trouble. Which car company do you work for? Stop pretending. Manager Lee got straight to the point. What car company? We haven't even established a car company yet. Chen Fan spoke. Reminded by this guy, Chen Fan also realized that he should indeed give his AI driving company a name. What? The car company hasn't been established yet. Chen Fan's words made Manager Lee laugh. These days, it's true that anyone, anywhere can build a car, whether they're a human or a ghost. Manager Lee mocked him, and although he said it to satirize Chen Fan, it came from the bottom of his heart. I wonder how many other manufacturers are developing cars now. Is the automotive industry really that easy to do? I don't want to waste words. Let me tell you, the factory next to me belongs to the Volkswagen Group, and the order for us to expand the factory was issued from above. If you dare to compete with me for space, don't blame the Volkswagen Group behind me for being impolite. Manager Lee threatened Chen Fan with his backer, Volkswagen Group, one of the world's 3 largest automakers, hoping that Chen Fan would back down. Chapter 476. Wanting to compete with Chen Fan in wealth? Chen Fan easily manipulates the landowner. How? Is the Volkswagen Group very powerful? Chen Fan shrugged calmly, appearing completely unconcerned. Chen Fan's current net worth is almost equivalent to the entire Volkswagen Group. What a joke it would be if he were afraid of offending the Volkswagen Group. You. Manager Li, who was standing next to Chen Fan, was so angry that he laughed. There are all sorts of people in the world. Although Volkswagen Group may not be considered the leader in the automotive industry now, its market value is far behind Tesla's. But still, even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still among the top 3 in the world. When did we become the ones being looked down upon by a small company that hasn't even been established yet? Old Wang, what was the price we were talking about again? It seems the annual rent is 80 million, so I'll offer 100 million. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Chen Fan, Manager Li turned to the bald man, intending to settle the matter with money. He refused to believe that even if this kid next to him was lawless and didn't take them seriously, he could still compete with them in terms of funds. They're backed by the prestigious Volkswagen Group. 100 million? Upon hearing what Manager Li said, the bald man's eyes lit up. 101 million. Before the bald man could speak, Chen Fan spoke. I don't know who's gone mad to dare compare their wealth with mine. 110 million. Manager Li looked at Chen Fan provocatively, as if to say, go ahead and add more money if you dare. Who's afraid of who? Whoever admits defeat isn't a man. 110 million and 1,000. Chen Fan answered with a smile, relaxed and at ease. 120 million. 120 million and 1,000. 130 million. 130 million and 1,000. No matter what Manager Li offers, Chen Fan will only offer 10,000 yuan more than him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan had already bid up the price to 170.01 million. Manager Li's face turned ashen. This price was already his limit, and he really couldn't ask for 180 million. Looking at Chen Fan, Manager Li was filled with shock. What does this kid do? How can he be so wealthy? Manager Li racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. The bald man was extremely excited. He was even somewhat impressed with himself. See, by bringing these two competitors together, his rent easily increased from 80 million to 170.01 million, more than doubling. That was awesome. Manager Li was unwilling to give up so easily. Suddenly, a good idea popped into his head. Mr. Wang, come here, I need to talk to you about something. Manager Li beckoned to the bald man and called him aside, speaking in a low voice. Boss, is this guy trying to cause trouble and affect us? Zhu Pingnan guessed that Manager Li definitely had ulterior motives. Ding dong. Just as Chen Fan was about to take a look, his phone suddenly rang. A message had come in. Chen Fan looked down, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. All right, this area in front of him is 100% his, and he doesn't need to pay 170 million anymore. That 100 million can be wiped out. Not far away, Manager Li and the bald man chatted more and more amicably, and even smiled at each other in unison. In the end, the bald man made up his mind to rent the area to Manager Li. The additional conditions that Manager Li just mentioned were too tempting. He couldn't resist them. After they finished talking, the bald man and Manager Li walked over together. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I've already made up my mind. As soon as he arrived, the bald man apologized to Chen Fan. Beside him, Manager Li stood with his arms crossed, looking extremely smug, as if he had already won. Don't rush to speak. I just heard some news. Chen Fan spoke calmly. What news? The bald man's curiosity was piqued. I heard that someone owes Hongxing Real Estate Group several hundred million yuan in construction fees, and has been dragging it out for a year or two now. If that person doesn't hurry up and spend the money, our Hongxing Real Estate Group will have to sue him and send him to jail for questioning. It'll probably take a long time. Chen Fan said meaningfully. At first, the bald man didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all, but when he heard the words Hongxing Real Estate Group, construction payment, arrears, and even lawsuit, the bald man's heart was in his throat. That guy who owes Hongxing Real Estate Group for construction fees, that's him. Wait, how did you find out about this? The bald man couldn't help but speak up. What do you think? Chen Fan countered with a question. The bald man fell into thought. This news was known only to him and some senior executives of Hongxing Real Estate Group. No, what did Chen Fan just say? It was our Hongxing Real Estate Group. It's us. Is Mr. Chen also a senior executive at Hongxing Real Estate Group? The bald man was very cautious. Yes, but it's not an important position. He's just the first vice president of Hongxing Real Estate Group. Chen Fan gave a modest reply. What? The first vice president of Hongxing Real Estate Group? Upon learning Chen Fan's identity, the bald man was stunned and deeply shocked. That's wonderful, Mr. Chen. I beg you, please give me some more time. I promise I will make up for the outstanding payment. I promise, you believe me. The bald man immediately backed down and apologized to Chen Fan repeatedly. Isn't giving us a little more leniency a bit too long? And isn't this excuse you, Boss Wang, using a bit too often? Chen Fan spoke. This. Chen Fan's words made the bald man even more nervous. Oh no, what's going on? What are we going to do now? The bald man was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in circles. Suddenly, noticing Manager Li, the bald man realized what was going on. I've made up my mind. I will rent this place to Mr. Chen, and the annual rent will not be more than 170 million yuan. Mr. Chen will only need to pay 50 million yuan. The bald man even reduced Chen Fan's rent to 50 million, which was 20 million less than Chen Fan had expected. Mr. Chen, please, could you please be lenient and give me some more time? The bald man asked tentatively. Seeing that Chen Fan still hadn't spoken, the bald man gritted his teeth and added a heavyweight condition. Chapter 477. A bolt from the blue. The bizarre headquarters of a billion-dollar company. Here's what we'll do, Mr. Chen. I'm willing to rent it to you for 10 years at a price of 30 million per year, and the rent will never be increased during those 10 years. The bald man spoke. In general, office buildings tend to increase rents by 5% to 10% every 1 or 2 years. Don't underestimate these percentages. They add up to a significant amount over time. Now the bald man can rent it for 10 years at the same price, with no price increase for 10 years, which will save Chen Fan a lot of money. Moreover, the bald man reduced the annual rent by 20 million, which was indeed a huge loss. I don't want to rent anymore, I want to buy it. Chen Fan spoke. Renting is too much trouble, it's easier to just buy it. I can offer 1 billion to buy this land. Of course, if you're willing to repay the debt immediately after receiving the money, that's fine. If you want to wait a while, I can understand. Chen Fan looked at the bald man with a meaningful gaze. 1 billion. The bald man looked aggrieved. The value of a place is roughly equivalent to 20 to 30 years worth of rent. Let's take the middle value of 25 years. The normal rent for this area should be around 60 to 70 million. Even at the lowest price of 60 million, the value of this land is as high as 1.5 billion. And that's the minimum. If we take the annual rent of 70 million, then it would be 1.75 billion. Now Chen Fan is only offering 1 billion. If it were when he was at the height of his fame, he wouldn't even consider it, but now, the bald man was conflicted. According to Mr. Chen, as long as he is willing to sell the land, he will not have to rush to repay the debt to Hongxing Real Estate Group. Moreover, they can also get 1 billion yuan in cash. What he needs most right now is cash. Okay, I agree. Finally, the bald man gritted his teeth and agreed to Chen Fan's request. Standing nearby, Manager Li from the Volkswagen Group factory was dumbfounded. 1 billion yuan. That's not a small amount of money like 10,000 yuan. Under Manager Li's shocked gaze, Chen Fan, along with the bald man and Zhu Pingnan, left to work on the contract. More than an hour later, everything was settled. Chen Fan spent 1 billion yuan to easily take over that area. Later, I will find a renovation company to renovate the whole place. People from Hongxing Real Estate Group must know this impressive renovation company. As soon as Chen Fan sent the message, people from Hongxing Real Estate Group immediately helped him make contact and got it done quickly. Chen Fan handed over the subsequent matters to Zhu Pingnan, as he had other things to do. Time passed slowly, and the next morning, Chen Fan drove to Lingxiao Capital Group. This was the reward Chen Fan received for completing a long-term mission and bringing down the Siu family. The headquarters of Lingxiao Capital Group is located in Shanghai. These past few days, Chen Fan has been busy with other things and hasn't had a chance to visit Lingxiao Capital Group. Regardless, it is a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. Now that he has time, as the sole shareholder of Lingxiao Capital Group with 100% ownership, Chen Fan naturally wants to inspect the company's situation and make some arrangements. Around 10 a.m., Chen Fan arrived at the headquarters of Lingxiao Capital Group. As soon as he entered, Chen Fan sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. Chen Fan has visited at least several dozen companies, if not 100. Most of these companies, even those with a market value of only tens of billions, or even billions, have employees who are extremely busy and working enthusiastically. But now, inside Lingxiao Capital Group, there is a deathly atmosphere, and the employees are all dejected and absent-minded. Chen Fan was unsure what was going on, so he went to the front desk and chatted with the staff for a few minutes. Soon, Chen Fan unexpectedly learned an important piece of news. Lingxiao Capital Group had been delaying the payment of last month's salary, which should have been made half a month ago. If wages are delayed, that's not good news. The entire Lingxiao Capital Group is in turmoil, and all sorts of rumors are circulating. I really don't know what these high-ranking officials are good for. Exactly. How did the company become like this after getting a new boss? What a pity. Several beautiful receptionists couldn't help but complain that their Lingxiao Capital Group used to be incredibly glorious. By the way, young man, what brings you here? Suddenly, the beautiful receptionist who had just answered Chen Fan's question asked a curious question. I think this is the first time I've met you. Lead me to the chairman's office. Chen Fan spoke up, deciding to investigate what had happened. To the chairman's office? Young man, going to the chairman's office won't help. Our new boss has never been here before. The chairman's office is empty and no one is here. If you want to talk about something, you can go to Vice President Bai's office. Vice President Bai is currently the company's manager. The beautiful receptionist answered. Just take me to the chairman's office. Chen Fan persisted. All right. The beautiful receptionist had no choice but to get up. There's no one in the chairman's office, so there's no point in you going there. The beautiful receptionist didn't understand Chen Fan's intentions. The chairman's office was empty before, but when I went there, someone was there, wasn't there? Chen Fan shrugged. Also, go and call the head of the Human Resources Department to the chairman's office. Then, Chen Fan looked at another beautiful receptionist and gave her an order. Why did I? The second female receptionist was about to ask why they should listen to Chen Fan, since the head of their HR department had a very bad temper. But then she suddenly remembered Chen Fan's previous sentence, and the beautiful receptionist was so shocked that she turned pale. You wouldn't happen to be President Chen, would you? The beautiful receptionist, who had stood up, asked in a trembling voice. Yes. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Yes. This young man is actually the new boss of their Lingxiao Capital Group. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Several beautiful receptionists immediately stood up and greeted Chen Fan respectfully. Also, go and call Vice President Bai, who is in charge, to my office. Chen Fan looked at the third beautiful receptionist. A few minutes later, led by the first beautiful receptionist, Chen Fan arrived at the chairman's office, which had not been opened for a long time. Chen Fan had just sat down when a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, who looked quite refined, walked in. He is currently the second most important figure in Lingxiao Capital Group after Chen Fan, and the vice president, Bai Xinya. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is our first meeting. I was surprised to see you so young. I'm truly impressed. Bai Xinya immediately showered Chen Fan with compliments and praise. Just as Chen Fan was about to tell him to stop talking, Bai Xinya suddenly changed the subject and told Chen Fan some devastating news. Chapter 478, is Chen Fan's company going bankrupt? His appointed trustee. Boss, the company is about to go bankrupt. Bai Xinya made a startling statement. Instantly, Chen Fan's eyes widened, clearly stunned. What a joke. This was his first time at Lingxiao Capital Group, and he hadn't even been there for half an hour when this so-called vice president told him that Lingxiao Capital Group was about to go bankrupt. My assets worth hundreds of billions are about to go down the drain. What's going on? Boss, please listen to me. This is what happened. Bai Xinya began to complain to Chen Fan about the various problems in the company. As she spoke, Bai Xinya placed various documents she had brought in front of Chen Fan to prove that what she said was true. Beside him, the beautiful receptionist who was making tea for Chen Fan, listening to Bai Xinya's words, underwent a subtle change in expression. Knock, knock, knock. Before Bai Xinya could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Chen Fan spoke. The HR director of Lingxiao Capital Group walked over. Not long after he came in, the HR director also began to complain to Chen Fan. He said that the company would go bankrupt completely in a few days, just like Bai Xinya had said. After hearing the two men's report, Chen Fan's expression turned serious. This is a very serious problem. You all go back first. Let me think about it carefully. Chen Fan needed to study these documents carefully. Yes, boss. Bai Xinya and the HR director left one after the other. After the beautiful receptionist made tea for Chen Fan, she also wanted to leave. But as soon as she reached the office door, she suddenly stopped. Her expression was extremely complicated, and she seemed to be struggling intensely inside, extremely conflicted. After thinking for a moment, the beautiful receptionist went out, and, finding that Bai Xinya and the HR director had already left, immediately returned to Chen Fan's office and carefully closed the office door. Boss, I have something important to report to you. The beautiful receptionist said with utmost seriousness. Oh, what's wrong? Chen Fan asked and answered questions out of curiosity. Boss, the news that Vice President Bai and Director Han just mentioned that the company is going bankrupt is most likely a lie they told you. The beautiful receptionist also made some surprising remarks. This left Chen Fan even more confused. What are all these things? I don't understand. Could you explain it in more detail? Chen Fan inquired. Boss, as you know, I'm the company's receptionist. I'm the first person to see everyone coming in and out of the company, and I see them all the most. Last month, the company was doing just fine, but now it's suddenly going bankrupt. How is that possible? It's too sudden. Has the company offended any powerful enemies? I overheard Vice President Bai and Director Han discussing how they would divide the money after the company went bankrupt, and that it would be as much as several billion. By the way, Director Han is Vice President Bai's most trusted confidant. The beautiful receptionist answered. She took a huge risk by doing this. When she first heard Vice President Bai say that the company was going to go bankrupt, she began to struggle with whether or not to tell President Chen the secret she knew. If she doesn't tell Mr. Chen, she might soon lose her job and gain nothing. But if I tell President Chen, things will be different. You see, President Chen has just joined the company and doesn't have any trusted confidants yet. If I tell President Chen this important matter, he certainly won't treat me unfairly. This may be her only chance to change her life. In the end, the beautiful receptionist risked offending by Xinya and told Chen Fan the secret she had overheard. Is that so? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. This makes things complicated. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Bite. Temporary task issued. Conduct a thorough investigation to see if the company is truly bankrupt, as by Xinya claims. Task duration, within 48 hours. Mission reward, 13% stake in the Chanel Group. Task reward, 951 experience points. A 13% stake in the Chanel Group is worth over 50 billion. Now, my net worth is going to skyrocket again. May I have your name? Chen Fan inquired. Boss, my name is Zhang Haoyue. The beautiful receptionist answered. Zhang Haoyue, very good. From now on, you will be the deputy manager of the company's human resources department. Chen Fan promoted the beautiful receptionist directly, raising her several levels as a form of praise and encouragement. Suddenly, Zhang Haoyue went from being a receptionist at the lowest level of the company to the deputy manager of the human resources department, becoming a middle-level leader in the company. She covered her mouth, extremely excited. Becoming a middle-level manager in a company worth hundreds of billions is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. The deputy manager's annual salary can be as high as several hundred thousand. Because of a single sentence from President Chen, Zhang Haoyue's life underwent a major change. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. In an instant, Zhang Haoyue was extremely grateful to Chen Fan, and her loyalty to him increased rapidly. At this moment, Zhang Haoyue felt incredibly fortunate that she had made the right choice. Tell me everything you know about Bai Xinya and that HR director. Chen Fan gave the order. It's General Manager Chen. Zhang Haoyue has completely become Chen Fan's confidant. To be fair, Chen Fan trusted Zhang Haoyue a little more. After all, he had only taken over Lingxiao Capital Group not long ago, and Lingxiao Capital Group's market value was as high as hundreds of billions. How could it go bankrupt so easily? The system would never reward itself with a company that's on the verge of bankruptcy. There's probably something fishy going on. Zhang Haoyue told Chen Fan everything she knew about Bai Xinya and Director Han. After listening, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. This Bai Xinya sounded like a ruthless person who only cared about profit. It seemed that he could give up everything for profit. It's definitely necessary to verify the truth of such a person's words. You don't have any work during this period. Your job is to help me find out information from within the company, especially about Bai Xinya. Chen Fan's order effectively placed a spy within the Lingxiao Capital Group. Zhang Haoyue has been with the company for quite some time, and her position is very low, so no one would suspect her or pay special attention to her. Having received Chen Fan's order, Zhang Haoyue was just about to take action when Chen Fan suddenly stopped her again and added an important point. Chapter 479. The 9th day after severing ties, the second-ranked private detective agency in the country. Remember, don't expose this. Don't let Bai Xinya and the others know. Chen Fan gave specific instructions. Zhang Haoyue was taken aback, but immediately understood Chen Fan's meaning and answered seriously. I understand, boss. Afterwards, Zhang Haoyue left to gather more information. In his office, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. This is a rather thorny issue concerning the life and death of the company and involving their company's second most important person. If what Zhang Haoyue said is true, Chen Fan will definitely take it seriously. He will not let anyone who tries to harm him get away with it. Thinking it over, Chen Fan looked down at the documents and began to study them carefully. Chen Fan spent over 30 minutes looking at the documents, but couldn't find a single problem. The documents were exactly the same as what Bai Xinya and the HR director had said, without any discrepancies. Such accuracy, however, aroused Chen Fan's suspicion. However, Chen Fan is new to Shanghai and doesn't have any powerful connections, so it will probably take him some time to investigate them. It's a pity that the private investigator I previously contacted was based in Zhonghai province and was relatively small, so he could only investigate matters within the Zhonghai province area. Once you leave Zhonghai province, there's nothing you can do. Just as Chen Fan was feeling regretful, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Bite. On the 90th day of severing ties, the reward is 50% ownership of Shadow Private Detective Agency, ranked first in Shanghai and second nationwide, and becoming the head of Shadow Private Detective Agency in southern China. The ownership acquisition contract has been placed in your Gubei No. 1 study room. Please check it. Huh. Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he saw today's reward. Today's reward came at just the right time. Chen Fan couldn't wait to open the notes at the end and learn more about the Shadow Private Detective Agency. After reading it, Chen Fan was deeply moved. As expected of the second-ranked private detective agency in the country and the top private detective agency in Shanghai, they are truly impressive. The Shadow Private Detective Agency's investigation scope can extend to all parts of the country. As a gray industry that walks between the legal and illegal worlds, the Shadow Private Detective Agency has branches in almost every slightly larger city in the country, even in third and fourth-tier cities. The Shadow Private Detective Agency has hundreds of branches and countless informants and members, making it quite formidable. Now, the system has awarded half of this incredibly powerful private detective agency to Chen Fan. The Shadow Private Detective Agency is divided into two major regions, the South and the North. From now on, the entire southern region of the Shadow Private Detective Agency will be under Chen Fan's management. Once Chen Fan acquires the remaining 50% ownership, his network of informants and spies will be spread throughout the country, making any investigation he desires extremely easy. At that time, he could even use the Shadow Private Detective Agency to investigate what happened back then, as well as the situation of the Chow family, Qin family, and the other 8 great families. At the same time as the system reward appeared, Chen Fan's phone also displayed the contact information of all the managers and key members of the Shadow Private Detective Agency in the southern region. The head of the Shadow Private Detective Agency in Shanghai, codenamed Old Cat, has his contact information listed at the top. This is a good opportunity to verify just how capable the Shadow Private Detective Agency really is. Thinking it over, Chen Fan dialed the secret number of the person in charge in Shanghai, codenamed Old Cat. When the call connected, Chen Fan briefly introduced himself. After Lao Mao verified his identity with his superiors and confirmed that there were no problems, he immediately pledged his loyalty to Chen Fan. All right, go and investigate the recent situation of Bai Xinya, the vice president of Lingxiao Capital Group, and who he has been in contact with recently. Make sure it's detailed. Chen Fan gave the order. Bai Xinya, vice president of Lingxiao Capital Group. I've got your attention, boss. Please wait a moment. The person in charge in Shanghai muttered something to himself and immediately took action. Just when Chen Fan thought he might have to wait half a day or several hours, only a few minutes later, he received a call from Lao Mao. Boss, I've obtained the information and sent it to your email. The person in charge in Shanghai reported to Chen Fan. Got it. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This speed was incredible. Is the information accurate and detailed? Filled with doubt, Chen Fan opened his email and found the file the other party had sent him. When Chen Fan saw the dense information and various photos of Bai Xinya, he was quite shocked. Is this the efficiency and capability of Shadow Private Detective Agency? That's too strong. No wonder it ranks second in the country and first in Shanghai. A smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Fan's face. Having such a top-notch private detective agency would be of great help to his future career and other developments. The system's reward today was incredibly useful. At this moment, Chen Fan was already looking forward to completely taking over the Shadow Private Detective Agency. Chen Fan opened Bai Xinya's profile and glanced at the background information to get a general idea of what kind of person Bai Xinya was. According to this document, Bai Xinya is indeed a guy who would give up everything for profit and is only interested in gain. This is exactly what Jiang Haoyue said. Chen Fan's research focused on what happened next, specifically Bai Xinya's situation over the past month, or rather, the past 2 weeks. Soon, Chen Fan noticed something. During this period, Bai Xinya frequently met secretly with Chu Guangtai, the boss of Shanghai Guangtai Capital Group. According to the information provided, Bai Xinya appears to have reached a secret deal with Chu Guangtai, and it involves Lingxiao Capital Group. As for what this secret deal is, only Bai Xinya and Chu Guangtai know, and the Shadow Private Detective Agency has not yet found out. In addition, Bai Xinya colluded with his confidants to deliberately withhold salaries and even sent his cronies within the company to spread rumors that the company was about to collapse and go bankrupt. At this moment, Chen Fan completely believed Jiang Haoyue's words and was certain that Bai Xinya was lying to him. However, Chen Fan still needed to probe his specific purpose. After lunch, Chen Fan was planning to continue sending the Shadow Private Detective Agency to investigate the Lingxiao Capital Group. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. Come in. Chen Fan spoke. Immediately afterwards, the office door opened, and Bai Xinya walked in with a smile. Boss, I have some great news to tell you. Chapter 480 Bai Xinya's conspiracy comes to light. Chen Fan's idea of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Boss, the company is not far from bankruptcy. If we keep trying to hold on, we'll probably be finished in a few days, and you'll be in debt. Bai Xinya explained to Chen Fan. Now, Mr. Chu, the chairman of Shanghai Guangtai Capital Group, has suddenly contacted the company and said that he has an idea to acquire our company. I think that instead of stubbornly holding on, we should sell the company. Boss, you can still get some money, right? Bai Xinya acted as if she was doing it for Chen Fan's own good. Acquire our company. Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Now he roughly understood Bai Xinya's meaning. Do you know that boss Chu? Is he reliable? Chen Fan asked tentatively. I don't know that boss Chu. I only found out about him because he sent someone to the company. As for whether others are reliable or not, I don't think there's a problem. In Shanghai, boss Chu's influence is quite strong. Bai Xinya gave a very clever answer. Is that so? Chen Fan sneered inwardly. They were all old foxes, still putting on an act in front of him. So how much is this boss Chu willing to pay? Chen Fan continued to ask. From what I heard from boss Chu, he can probably offer around 30 billion, but we need to discuss the specifics further. Bai Xinya answered. 300 billion? Our company is worth hundreds of billions, and he only offered 300 billion. Chen Fan countered with a question. That's a difference of a full 70 billion. Chen Fan had a general idea of the details of the transaction between Bai Xinya and the chairman of Guangtai Capital Group. That is, Bai Xinya was causing trouble within Lingxiao Capital Group. Taking advantage of Chen Fan's unfamiliarity with Lingxiao Capital Group, he fabricated a story that Lingxiao Capital Group was about to collapse and go bankrupt, causing Chen Fan to lose his composure. At that time, Chu Guangtai, the chairman of Guangtai Capital Group, would step in again and buy their company at an extremely low price. Bai Xinya would receive billions of yuan in remuneration from Chu Guangtai, and the two of them would make a fortune, while Chen Fan would lose tens of billions of yuan. Bai Xinya and Chu Guangtai's plan is really shrewd. At that moment, a system voice came through. Bite. Conduct a thorough investigation to see if the company is truly bankrupt, as Bai Xinya claims. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on acquiring 13% of the shares in the Chanel Group. The share purchase agreement has been placed in your Gubei No. 1 luxury residence. Please check it. Congratulations on receiving 951 experience points. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan easily acquired 13% of Chanel Group's shares, worth over 50 billion, and 951 experience points. Chen Fan was very satisfied. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan had an idea. Wasn't Chu Guangtai eyeing their Lingxiao Capital Group? So he turned the tables and tricked Chu Guangtai out of his 30 billion yuan. During this period, he secretly transferred the important assets of Lingxiao Capital Group, leaving Chu Guangtai with only an empty shell and a name. He got 30 billion yuan for free. How awesome is that? In the future, I can create my own management company, which will allow me to achieve two goals at once, based on the transfer from Lingxiao Capital Group. As Chen Fan hesitated, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Bite. Temporary task issued. Use a clever strategy to sell the bankrupt shell company Lingxiao Capital Group to Guangtai Capital Group. Task time frame. Within 5 days. Task reward. 200 amplification points. Task reward. 921 experience points. The system has sent a new task, and it seems that the system also thinks Chen Fan's idea is feasible. Now, Chen Fan had made up his mind. Although our company is about to go bankrupt, the other party is only offering 30 billion, which is far too little. Chen Fan looked hesitant. Boss, Chairman Chu didn't say he would definitely offer 30 billion or more. You can invite him to come and discuss it in detail. I'm familiar with this area, and I'll help you raise the price. Bai Xinya volunteered to Chen Fan. All right. Chen Fan finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Go and contact Chairman Chu now, so we can come to the company and have a talk. Chen Fan gave the order. Yes, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Bai Xinya turned around and started to act. Watching Bai Xinya's busy figure, a strange smile flashed across Chen Fan's face. After Bai Xinya left, Chen Fan also sent out several messages and began making arrangements. Upon arriving at her office, Bai Xinya immediately contacted Chu Guangtai with great excitement. Boss Chu, Chen Fan has agreed to meet with you to discuss the acquisition. Our plan is about to succeed. Bai Xinya immediately reported the good news to Boss Chu. Really? Chu Guangtai was equally excited. Of course, Mr. Chu, why would I lie to you? Bai Xinya nodded. Boss Chu, our collaboration is a powerful alliance. How could Chen Fan, that greenhorn who hasn't even grown up yet, possibly be a match for us? In the end, weren't they still easily manipulated by us? Bai Xinya said smugly. Very good, very good. Chu Guangtai continued. As long as I successfully acquire Lingxiao Capital Group at a low price, the 2.5 billion I promised you will be credited to your account immediately. Chu Guangtai guarantees this. An hour later, a portly, well-off middle-aged man arrived at Lingxiao Capital Group with several trusted confidants. Bai Xinya pretended not to know them and led people from Lingxiao Capital Group to welcome them outside. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group arrived at the conference room. A few minutes later, Chen Fan walked in. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. This is our boss, General Manager Chen Fan. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, Bai Xinya immediately stood up and gave him a formal introduction. President Chen, this is Chairman Chu of Guangtai Capital Group, our lifeline for Lingxiao Capital Group. Similarly, he introduced Chu Guangtai to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen is so accomplished at such a young age. I admire him greatly for managing such a large company. Xu Guangtai pretended to be a helpful person and took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Fan to get closer to him. Chairman Xu, hello. Chen Fan also started acting. Since he wanted to get Xu Guangtai hooked, Chen Fan naturally had to act convincingly. Mr. Chen, please accept my condolences. That's how business is, with its ups and downs. I've been bankrupt before. I believe in you, Mr. Chen. Even if Lingxiao Capital Group goes bankrupt, it won't be long before you make a comeback. Xu Guangtai was still trying to fool Chen Fan by saying that his company was going bankrupt. Thank you for your kind words, Chairman Xu. Chen Fan spoke. The two sides sat down and began to discuss the acquisition in detail. Mr. Chen, I really want to help you out. 300 billion is quite a sum. Xu Guangtai continued to pretend to be a kind-hearted person, speaking with utmost sincerity. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Bai Xinya, who was standing next to him, suddenly said something surprising. Chapter 481 Xia Ruoshui, a virtuous wife, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's tacit cooperation. Chairman Xu, if that's what you're saying, then there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Bai Xinya spoke. Bai Xinya's words surprised both Chen Fan and Xu Guangtai. What was going on? Why would Bai Xinya say that? Although our Lingxiao Capital Group is on the verge of collapse, it is still a large company with assets in the hundreds of billions and some foundation. You should at least add a little bit, right? According to our CEO Chen, it should be at least 35 billion. Bai Xinya spoke. In fact, Bai Xinya and Xu Guangtai discussed it, and Xu Guangtai's mental budget was around 35 billion. It could be a little higher, but it absolutely could not exceed 40 billion. Based on Bai Xinya's previous conversation with Chen Fan, Bai Xinya guessed that Chen Fan definitely wouldn't sell for 30 billion, so Bai Xinya said that in order to show off, add another 5 billion. Xu Guangtai pretended to be extremely reluctant, but in reality he was very willing, but he absolutely could not show it. Even 30 billion won't do. Before Xu Guangtai could finish his act, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. It will cost at least 40 billion to 5 billion. Chen Fan wanted to test Xu Guangtai's bottom line, so he could rip him off badly. What? 400 billion? 50 billion? This is absolutely not negotiable. Upon hearing the number Chen Fan mentioned, Xu Guangtai refused without hesitation, his decision utterly decisive. Ahem. Chairman Xu, Lingxiao Capital Group is the brainchild of our CEO Chen. How about adding a little more? Bai Xinya acted as a peacemaker. How about this? Chairman Xu, 43 billion. Bai Xinya thought for a moment, and then said a number. No. Xu Guangtai shook his head. 400 billion, that's my lowest price. Chen Fan spoke, having already figured out Xu Guangtai's psychological price. Bai Xinya secretly gave Xu Guangtai a look, thinking that it was enough to settle for what he had. If they insisted on arguing over a mere few billion, things could easily go wrong. All right, I'll agree for Mr. Chen's sake. Xu Guangtai agreed. Make a deal. Chen Fan nodded. It was good that the guy had taken the bait. I need to make some preparations. How about we sign the contract tomorrow morning? Chen Fan spoke. If the contract is signed now, he won't be able to make arrangements to empty Lingxiao Capital Group. Chen Fan needs some time. No problem. Xu Guangtai smiled and agreed. At this moment, Xu Guangtai was overjoyed. He had acquired Lingxiao Capital Group, which was worth hundreds of billions, for a mere 40 billion. Excluding the costs of bribing Bai Xinya and other miscellaneous expenses, he netted at least 50 billion. Getting 50 billion so easily, that feeling is incredibly satisfying. In that case, I won't bother Mr. Chen any longer. Xu Guangtai stood up, almost unable to control himself, and burst into wild laughter. Vice President Bai, could you please see Chairman Xu off for me? Chen Fan spoke up, giving the two of them a chance to celebrate. Bai Xinya was quite willing and immediately got up, leading Xu Guangtai and the others outside. Arriving at the Lingxiao Capital Group building, Xu Guangtai and Bai Xinya finally burst into laughter, looking arrogantly as if their wicked scheme had succeeded. Chen Fan is probably still happy right now, thinking he's made an extra 10 billion. Bai Xinya said with a sneer, showing his utter contempt for Chen Fan. A mere kid like him wants to be his boss. Chen Fan doesn't even deserve it. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly, all thanks to Vice President Bai. Xu Guangtai patted Bai Xinya on the shoulder with immense gratitude. Don't worry, as soon as the contract is signed tomorrow, I will give you your 2.5 billion reward on the spot. Xu Guangtai assured Bai Xinya. Let Chen Fan gloat for a while. Tomorrow will be our time to be happy. Xu Guangtai's smile became even more unrestrained. Who does that guy surnamed Chen think he is, daring to outsmart Chairman Xu? Bai Xinya and Xu Guangtai were mocking Chen Fan downstairs. On the 17th floor of the Lingxiao Capital Group building, Chen Fan coldly looked down at Bai Xinya and Xu Guangtai, who were celebrating with their arms around each other. Sorry, but he's the real shrew. Subsequently, Chen Fan sent a message to the people at the Shadow Private Detective Agency he had just acquired, instructing them to immediately send people to keep a 24-hour watch on by Xinya and Chu Guangtai. Yes, boss. The answer came from the Shanghai branch of Shadow Private Detective Agency. At the same time, Chen Fan received a list. This list contains all of Bai Xinya's confidants and mid to high-level executives who have a good relationship with him within Lingxiao Capital Group. Chen Fan wanted to secretly empty the Lingxiao Capital Group, so naturally, he couldn't let these people know. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan came up with a plan that could perfectly restrain these people. That is, under the guise of the company's acquisition, he gathered all these people, as well as the senior executives of Lingxiao Capital Group, together for a farewell dinner. This reason is valid and normal. Once they have Bai Xinya and the others under control, Chen Fan's men can operate within Lingxiao Capital Group and empty the company. Let's get right to it. Chen Fan first found some capable people from his other businesses and had them ready at any time. Unfortunately, there aren't enough people. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan called Xiao Ruoshui and had a brief chat. How outrageous. They actually want to buy a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate for only 30 or 40 billion. Upon learning of this, Xiao Ruoshui was also furious. One person definitely can't handle this. I'll stop what I'm doing and take my trusted confidants to operate within the Lingxiao Capital Group. Xiao Ruoshui said considerately. Xiao Ruoshui's idea was that Chen Fan would stall Bai Xinya and the others that night, while Xiao Ruoshui would come to Lingxiao Capital Group to take charge of things like moving things. With the two sides working together tacitly, they would give Chu Guangtai an empty shell company the next day. At this moment, Xiao Ruoshui's virtues as a virtuous wife truly became apparent. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui discussed it, and then began to take action. Chapter 482: Emptying Lingxiao Capital Group. The collapse of Shanghai's top tycoons. Everything went smoothly for Chen Fan that evening. Bai Xinya even poured him a drink. This time, Bai Xinya was truly sincere. After all, if Chen Fan hadn't been so stupid, he wouldn't have been able to earn over 2 billion so easily. Xiao Ruoshui encountered a problem, but with the help of her ally Jiang Haoyue, she quickly resolved it. That night, Chen Fan got Bai Xinya and his entourage completely drunk, and they won't be waking up tonight. Chen Fan coldly glanced at the people slumped over the table, then turned and left with a flourish. Once outside, Chen Fan called Xiao Ruoshui to ask how things were going and whether he should go over to help. It'll be done in no time. Xiao Ruoshui answered. While the two were chatting, Xiao Ruoshui had also finished her business. On the surface, Lingxiao Capital Group was no different from before, but Xiao Ruoshui took away all the important things, documents and materials. The next morning, Chu Guangtai, accompanied by more than a dozen of his company's senior executives and confidants, arrived at Chen Fan's company building in a grand procession. As arranged by Chen Fan, Bai Xinya was already waiting outside. Has anything unexpected or happened? Chu Guangtai, fearing something might go wrong, specifically asked. As expected, Chairman Chu, please rest assured that Chen Fan has not found anything suspicious. He was even having a pleasant drink with us last night. There aren't many people in the world as stupid as him. Bai Xinya gave Chu Guangtai a reassuring look. That's good, that's good. Chu Guangtai breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging whispers, Bai Xinya spoke up loudly. Chairman Chu, please. Our general manager, Chen, has been waiting for you for quite some time. Bai Xinya gestured for him to make a move. Okay, let's go together, Vice President Bai. Chu Guangtai pulled Bai Xinya along and swaggered into Lingxiao Capital Group. Chu Guangtai's confidants, on the other hand, walked in with an air of superiority, like victors. A few minutes later, Chu Guangtai and his team arrived at the conference room. Chairman Chu is here. Welcome. Chen Fan was naturally very welcoming to this benefactor who was giving him money. Hello, Mr. Chen. Chu Guangtai sat down. After a brief chat, the two parties began to check the details of the contract. Once everything was in order, they signed it. Chu Guangtai's 40 billion yuan in funds also arrived smoothly. Congratulations, Chairman Chu. From this moment on, everything in Lingxiao Capital Group belongs to Chairman Chu. Chen Fan congratulated the other party. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Bite. By turning the tables, they sold the bankrupt shell of Lingxiao Capital Group to Guangtai Capital Group. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on receiving 200 amplification points. Congratulations on receiving 921 experience points. The mission is complete. Chen Fan has earned 200 boost points and 921 experience points. This time, there are a full 200 boost points. Chen Fan needs to carefully consider how to use them, as so many boost points are crucial. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Chu Guangtai was in a great mood. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After taking the contract, Chen Fan turned and left without lingering for a moment. That idiot Chen Fan just left like that. How ridiculous. Chairman Chu, from now on, Bai, will be following you. As Chen Fan left, Bai Xinya took out the champagne she had prepared and poured a glass for Chu Guangtai. With the change of ownership of Lingxiao Capital Group, the employees and senior executives of Lingxiao Capital Group naturally followed Chu Guangtai. Sure. From now on, you'll be working with me. Working with a fool like Chen Fan won't give you any good prospects. Chu Guangtai smiled and accepted the wine glass. Chairman Chu, let's celebrate, Bai Xinya suggested. One of Bai Xinya's trusted confidants stepped forward and poured a glass of champagne for Chu Guangtai and the dozen or so senior executives of Guangtai Capital Group. Congratulations to Chairman Chu on easily acquiring Lingxiao Capital Group. Bai Xinya led the way in raising his glass. Congratulations to Chairman Chu on easily acquiring Lingxiao Capital Group. Congratulations to Chairman Chu on easily acquiring Lingxiao Capital Group. The senior executives of Guangtai Capital Group also held their own events. Thank you, everyone. Chu Guangtai smiled exceptionally brightly. He slowly took a sip of champagne, but before he could even swallow it, the HR director, Bai Xinya's confidant, suddenly rushed in. It's bad, Vice President Bai. More than half of the company's employees just submitted their resignation letters and are preparing to leave. Moreover, these people are the company's elite and core talents. The HR director shouted in a panic. Puff. Upon hearing this news, Chu Guangtai immediately spat out the wine he hadn't yet drunk. Bai Xinya happened to be standing in front of Chu Guangtai when Chu Guangtai sprayed her face with the venom, which was extremely disgusting. What did you say? Chu Guangtai stepped forward, grabbed the HR director by the collar, and questioned him loudly. Half of the employees resigned, and these were the company's elite and core staff. This is a huge problem. These people are the company's treasures. Their sudden resignation would cause immeasurable and terrible losses to the company. Chairman Chu, I just heard the news too. All the company's core employees and elites resigned at the same time. The HR director reluctantly repeated the statement. What exactly happened? Bai Xinya asked. I really don't know, Vice President Bai. The HR director shook his head. Instantly, both Chu Guangtai and Bai Xinya felt a bad premonition. So they immediately ordered their trusted confidants to begin an investigation. Soon, Bai Xinya's side discovered a situation. Besides Bai Xinya's confidants and cronies, the remaining people in their company were just some ordinary employees who were usually dispensable, as well as people with connections, etc. Having these people or not makes little difference. These people have left, and they can easily hire new employees. But if those are the company's technical and core personnel who have resigned and are gone, then there will be a big problem. At the same time, Chu Guangtai's people also discovered that Lingxiao Capital Group was now just an empty shell. This empty shell, along with the various computers and equipment inside the company, is worth at most a few billion. No! Chu Guangtai roared ferociously, completely breaking down. The current frenzied Chu Guangtai stands in stark contrast to the smug Chu Guangtai of just moments ago. Just as Chu Guangtai was burning with anger, Chen Fan suddenly sent a message. After reading Chen Fan's message, Chu Guangtai was so angry he almost vomited blood. Chapter 483 Chen Fan's friendly reminder. A text message leads to Bai Xinya's downfall. Thank you very much, Chairman Chu, for the incredibly generous gift of 40 billion. By the way, I know that Chairman Chu will definitely move the entire Lingxiao Capital Group to his own company. So in order to save Chairman Chu trouble, I have refunded the rent for the remaining few years of this building. As for this month's rent, I will trouble Chairman Chu to pay it, smile. Chen Fan offered a friendly reminder. At the end of Chen Fan's message, he deliberately added a smiling emoji. This building was previously rented by Lingxiao Capital Group for a full 10 years. Only 4 or 5 years have passed since then, leaving 5 or 6 years of rent remaining. This is a huge sum of money, worth hundreds of millions, so Chen Fan naturally wouldn't let Chu Guangtai have it for free. Chu Guangtai stared wide-eyed at Chen Fan's message, reading it word by word. Especially when he saw Chen Fan's last smile, Chu Guangtai's lips began to twitch. In Chu Guangtai's eyes, that smile was an insult, a mockery. The more Chu Guangtai looked, the angrier he became. Puff! Chu Guangtai was so enraged by Chen Fan that he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Chairman Chu, Boss, President Chu, Bai Xinya and many senior executives of Guangtai Capital Group quickly helped Chu Guangtai sit down. Chu Guangtai sat on the table, completely lost, as if he had lost his soul. What's wrong? What happened, Chairman Chu? Bai Xinya and the others couldn't help but ask. No matter who asked, Chu Guangtai just sat there silently, staring blankly ahead. Finally, unable to resist their curiosity, Bai Xinya and the others picked up Chu Guangtai's phone and looked at it. After reading the text message Chen Fan sent, these people were furious. Now they all understood that they, who thought themselves clever, had been tricked by Chen Fan. The real mastermind behind it all, the real winner, is Chen Fan. They were just drinking champagne, celebrating, and mocking Chen Fan for being so stupid and foolish. Looking back now, it's such a huge irony, so shameful. For a moment, many of the senior executives of Guangtai Capital Group who had mocked Chen Fan turned red in the face, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. As for Bai Xinya, he was so angry that his face turned pale. He thought he had Chen Fan in his grasp, but he never expected that Chen Fan would make a fool of him. Chen Fan knew everything from the beginning. When I performed in front of Chen Fan was probably laughing inside. Bai Xinya wanted to slap himself. Bai Xinya, what promise did you make to me? After a while, Chu Guangtai recovered slightly, then glared fiercely at Bai Xinya. He was initially very cautious, asking Bai Xinya several times about their plan and whether Chen Fan had noticed anything. But every time he asked, Bai Xinya would confidently assure him that Chen Fan was incredibly stupid and hadn't noticed anything. And the result? That, Chairman Chu, Terrified by Chu Guangtai's gaze, Bai Xinya trembled and could barely speak. I really didn't know Chen Fan had discovered all of this. If I had known it was a trap, I would have told you beforehand. Bai Xinya spoke. Really? Chu Guangtai countered with a question. He began to wonder which side Bai Xinya was on. It's true, of course it's true. Chairman Chu, think about it. If I weren't on your side, I wouldn't be staying here now. I would have left with Chen Fan long ago. Bai Xinya nodded affirmatively. Ding dong. Just as Bai Xinya finished speaking, his phone beeped with a message. Bai Xinya clicked on the message in surprise and saw that it was sent by Chen Fan. Vice President Bai, our plan was a great success. We successfully swindled 40 billion from Chu Guangtai. Vice President Bai, you should find the right opportunity to slip away. It's too dangerous to stay close to Chu Guangtai. Contact me after you get out, and we'll split the money. When Bai Xinya saw the message clearly, she was scared half to death. In an instant, he realized that Chen Fan was framing him. Bai Xinya immediately wanted to delete the message. What are you up to? As soon as Bai Xinya made her move, one of Chu Guangtai's henchmen, quick as a flash, snatched Bai Xinya's phone away. He had just noticed that Bai Xinya's expression was off. Give me back my phone. Give me back my phone. Bai Xinya hurriedly tried to snatch it. However, they were stopped by several senior executives of Guangtai Capital Group. The person who snatched Bai Xinya's phone looked down at the contents of the screen and was filled with rage. Boss, you're right. This guy really is a spy within a spy, planted on our side by Chen Fan. As he spoke, he handed his phone to Chu Guangtai. Chu Guangtai suddenly grabbed the phone and examined it closely. After reading it, Chu Guangtai's face was contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury, and he wished he could tear Bai Xinya to pieces. In particular, Chu Guangtai saw Bai Xinya's act of snatching the phone as a sign of a guilty conscience. Damn it! Chu Guangtai cursed loudly. Chairman Chu, let me explain. No, I want to explain. Explain. This text message was a setup by Chen Fan. I really am Chairman Chu's person. Bai Xinya defended himself loudly. Go to hell, he's still one of my people. Chu Guangtai spat. It was my people who made me lose 40 billion. Beat them to death. Chu Guangtai took the lead and began to attack Bai Xinya, venting his anger. Now Chu Guangtai doesn't want to know if it's true or false. He just wants to hit people and vent his anger. Wrong. How could you hit someone? Hearing the commotion, Bai Xinya's confidants rushed in as well. Seeing their leader being beaten, Bai Xinya's confidants also joined the melee. In an instant, Chu Guangtai and Bai Xinya's men were locked in a fierce battle. On the other side, Chen Fan saw Chu Guangtai and Bai Xinya fighting like dogs through the remote surveillance video of Lingxiao Capital Group, and couldn't help but laugh, quite happy. Interesting, very interesting. After watching for a while, Chen Fan put his phone away with satisfaction. Although his Lingxiao Capital Group is gone, all those talents have been poached by his shadow private detective agency, and the foundation of Lingxiao Capital Group remains. At the same time, Chen Fan also received a total of 40 billion yuan, a huge gain. Later, the management company that Chen Fan established could be built entirely on the foundation of Lingxiao Capital Group, which saved Chen Fan a lot of trouble. Just as Chen Fan was making his plans, a mechanical voice came from behind him. The system reward for today has arrived. Chapter 484 Severing Ties, Day 91. Net worth about to break 1 trillion. Byte. On the 91st day of Severing Ties, as a reward, Santander International Bank Group, a world-class private bank, will acquire a 10% stake, making it the third largest shareholder of Santander International Bank Group. The system's voice came through. This time, the system reward is also a 10% stake in Santander International Bank Group. With this addition, Chen Fan's stake in Santander International Bank Group reached exactly 20%, making him the third largest shareholder of Santander International Bank Group. Chen Fan's net worth easily increased by more than 50 billion. At this rate, my net worth will exceed 1 trillion before even the 100th day of Severing Ties. Chen Fan muttered to himself, in a very good mood. A net worth of trillions. That's a significant milestone. Chen Fan had been busy all morning and hadn't eaten yet. So Chen Fan immediately invited Xiao Ruoshui to dinner. This time, Ruoshui helped Chen Fan a lot. As for where they went, it was naturally the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant, which was ranked number 1 in Shanghai and had just been obtained from the system. The Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant is decorated in a very romantic style. When Chen Fan first arrived in Shanghai, he wanted to take Ruoshui to the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. However, he found out that the restaurant required reservations and that it was impossible to enter without one, even if Chen Fan offered to pay more. The restaurant refused him outright. This time, Chen Fan acquired 100% ownership of the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant, so he won't have to queue anymore when he goes to eat there. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui met in front of the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. After Chen Fan revealed his identity, the previously arrogant staff immediately became extremely respectful. Oh. Xiao Ruoshui was also surprised to learn that Chen Fan was actually the owner of the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. When did this happen? Chen Fan inquired. Didn't I say last time that I wanted to have a date with you at Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate and needed to make a reservation, but I was told that I had to book months in advance? Chen Fan gave a brief answer. Since I couldn't book a table, I just bought it. Chen Fan answered calmly. Xiao Ruoshui was taken aback, wondering if Chen Fan had specifically acquired the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant just for her. Xiao Ruoshui couldn't help but imagine it in her mind. Having a boyfriend like Chen Fan is wonderful. Xiao Ruoshui was deeply moved. Hello, boss. The staff greeted Chen Fan. Take us to the best seats in the restaurant. Chen Fan gave the order. Yes, boss. Boss, please, boss's wife. The staff member bowed and gestured for them to proceed. The proprietress? This was the first time Xiao Ruoshui had heard this title. Although she was a little unaccustomed to it, she was still very happy. The two entered the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant and found the best spot. At the table next to Chen Fan and his friends, a young couple was already waiting. The young couple wore expensive custom-made clothing and Richard Mille accessories worth millions. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui sat down. This is the menu. The staff member respectfully handed the menu to Chen Fan. 1 confit truffle lamb chop and 1 order of sea salt chilled oysters, please. Chen Fan looked at the menu and started ordering. Nearby, a young couple waiting for their food overheard Chen Fan's words and immediately became restless. Come here. The taller man and the young couple immediately called over a waiter. Your restaurant is something else, treating people differently. Believe it or not, I'll have an online influencer post about how you're being treated differently on Douyin, TikTok. My dad owns a well-known talent agency on TikTok. If I wanted to take you down, it would only take a single word from him, and your Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant would become a pariah. The tall boy made a threat. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by differential treatment? The staff member asked in surprise. Not understand? The tall boy calmed down. Why are we only allowed to eat the set meal and not order other dishes? And what gives that guy the right to order food? The tall man pointed at Chen Fan and loudly questioned the staff. Following the direction the staff pointed, the staff suddenly realized. You're right, that gentleman does have special privileges. He can order whatever he wants without having to follow the restaurant's menu or rules. The staff member nodded, readily admitting it. That's really true. Who does he think he is? What gives him the right to do this? The taller guy couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't it enough that that gentleman is the owner of our Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant? The staff member smiled and asked in return. Just because he's your no? What did you say? That guy's the owner of your Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. The staff member's words startled the tall man and his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, during their meal, they encountered the owner of the mysterious Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate is the #1 Michelin 3-star restaurant in Shanghai. It's really amazing. Rumor has it that the owner behind Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant is a mysterious tycoon. I never expected it to be this young man in front of me. Suddenly, the tall man remembered something important, so he stood up and walked quickly toward Chen Fan. Chapter 485. The young master, enraged, demanded a high commission for helping Chen Fan with his operations. The tall man walked up to Chen Fan in a few steps. So this gentleman is the owner of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. It's an honor to meet you. The tall man greeted him politely. Who are you? Chen Fan countered with a question. My name is Chen Hanqi. My father is the chairman of Juning Media Company, a well-known talent agency in China. The tall man answered. Juning Media Company? Chen Fan muttered to himself, having no recollection of this company. Mr. Chen, is there anything I can help you with? Chen Fan countered with a question. Chen Fan had finally found time to go on a date with Ruoshui, and he didn't want to be disturbed. What is your name? Chen Hanqi asked. Chen Fan. That's right, Mr. Chen. Our father's agency has many big internet celebrities, including many with tens of millions of followers. Among them are also restaurant bloggers. I think if Mr. Chen is willing, I can make Mr. Chen's Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant even more popular, or even make it the #1 in the country. Chen Hongqi explained his purpose. Is that so? Chen Fan became slightly interested. If Mr. Chen is willing, we can have a good talk. Our Jiuning media company is very powerful. Chen Hongqi guarantees this. I don't need any endorsement fees for these internet celebrities. All I need is for Mr. Chen to sign a contract with me, and I'll get 1/3 of the profits from the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. Chen Hongqi stated his conditions. He was constantly scolded by his father, who said he was a good-for-nothing who did nothing all day. So Chen Hongqi wanted to show his abilities and let his father see if he was really a good-for-nothing. 1/3. Chen Fan was amused by Chen Hongqi's words. If it's about endorsement fees or how much money you need to pay to hire internet celebrities, that's easy to say. This guy then turned around and demanded 1/3 of the profits from the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. He's dreaming. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate is already the #1 restaurant in Shanghai. Chen Fan just finds it too much trouble. If he really wanted to run it, he could find a few big stars from his entertainment company to endorse it, and with a series of promotions, it wouldn't be difficult to make it the most famous restaurant in the country. Moreover, these are all Chen Fan's own businesses, so he can endorse them at will without spending a single penny. But with Chen Hongqi, not only would he have to spend money, but he would also have to sacrifice 1/3 of the profits from the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. Chen Fan must be crazy to cooperate with him. Mr. Chen, you can leave now. I have no intention of cooperating. Chen Fan waved his hand. Mr. Chen, are you doubting the capabilities of our Jiuning media company? Look, this restaurant review blogger is from our company, and this one too. As he spoke, Chen Hongqi found several top influencers on Douyin, TikTok, with over 10 million followers to showcase their company's strength. Chen Fan waved his hand, showing no interest. As for the operating price, that's negotiable. At worst, I'll take 1/4, not 1/3. Seeing that Chen Fan still refused, Chen Hongqi lowered his demands a little. Chen Fan waved his hand again, but Chen Hongqi clung to Chen Fan like a leech. I'll say it one last time. I have no intention of cooperating with your Jiuning media company. Please don't disturb my girlfriend and me while we're having a meal here. If you keep pestering me, I'm going to call security. Chen Fan issued an ultimatum, but Chen Hongqi seemed deaf and stayed there, still wanting to negotiate with Chen Fan. Then I'll take 1/5 of the total revenue. That's not a high percentage. Chen Fan gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it, so Chen Fan immediately called security over. 2 minutes later, to the astonishment of the other guests, Chen Hongqi was thrown out of the restaurant, looking extremely disheveled. Seeing her boyfriend make such a fool of himself, Chen Hongqi's girlfriend blushed and couldn't stand it any longer, so she quickly walked out. Pa! Damn Chen Fan! Standing in front of the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant, Chen Hongqi was furious and embarrassed. You actually threw me out here. I'll make you regret this. Chen Hongqi hated Chen Fan to the core. I'll make you regret it so much you'll turn your inside out, and I'll ruin the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. After saying that, Chen Hongqi took his girlfriend and headed straight to another top restaurant in Shanghai, Kurogi Kuroge, a kaiseki restaurant. Kurogi Kuroge is a high-end restaurant in Shanghai, second only to Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. It specializes in Japanese cuisine and is expensive. However, Kurogi Kuroge is a relatively new restaurant that has only emerged in recent years. It lacks the historical depth of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, so it has always been overshadowed by Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, and can only rank second in Shanghai. The #1 restaurant, Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, rejected him, and the owner of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate even threw him out. Chen Hongqi naturally didn't want to tolerate it, and wanted to take revenge on Chen Fan. This restaurant, Kurogi Kuroge, became Chen Hongqi's first choice. He wants to help Kurogi Kuroge become the #1 restaurant in Shanghai, crushing Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, and making the owner of Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate regret it. More than half an hour later, Chen Hongqi arrived at Kurogi Kuroge and revealed his identity. Not long after, the owner of Kurogi Kuroge, a kaiseki restaurant, came out to welcome them in person. Chapter 486, becoming the sole owner of Shadow Private Detective Agency, vying for the top spot in Shanghai. Welcome, even if you have little money. Kurogi Kuroge is a kaiseki restaurant owned by Tamu Kitano, a local who lives a comfortable life. He spoke Daxiao language fluently, which showed that he had been living in Daxiao for many years. Half of the shares in this Kurogi Kuroge kaiseki restaurant belonged to Tamu Kitano, while the other half belonged to a local Shanghai tycoon. Seeing how polite the owner of Kurogi Kuroge kaiseki restaurant was, Chen Hongqi immediately smiled with satisfaction. The contrast is stark. Look how much respect the owner of Kurogi Kuroge Kaiseki restaurant gives him. Who does that Chen Fan think he is? Huh. He just owns a pretty good restaurant, so what? See how you help Kurogi Kuroge, a Kaiseki restaurant, surpass Chen Fan's Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. Soon, Qian Hongqi was invited in by Kitano Tamu. The two found a private room and talked in detail. When Qian Hongqi told Kitano Tamu that he wanted to help him surpass Chen Fan's Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant, Kitano Tamu's eyes lit up. As arch-rivals, Tamu Kitano has been dreaming of surpassing Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant for the past year or two. To this end, he tried many methods and even spent tens of millions of yuan, but all of them were in vain, and he did not succeed at all. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant still holds the upper hand. Qian Hongqi's words struck a chord with him. What can I do if I don't have enough money? Tamu Kitano asked cautiously. Upon seeing this, Qian Hongqi relayed the same explanation he had given to Chen Fan to Kitano Tamu. Of course, this also includes the condition of all 1/3 of the income. After listening, Tamu Kitano fell into deep thought. 1/3 of the income was indeed very high. But if they can surpass Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, then their restaurant will be the best in Shanghai. They can raise their prices slightly without a problem. The people who come to their restaurant are after the reputation and the high-end atmosphere. They don't care about spending a little more or less money. Going from second to first place would significantly increase their restaurant's revenue. Even if they gave Qian Hongqi 1/3 of that, they would still earn more than before. Please wait a moment. Qian is small. I'll go and discuss it with my partner. After saying that, Tamu Kitano left and contacted his partner, another owner of the restaurant. After listening, the other party agreed, as long as they could get their restaurant to second place and become number 1. A few minutes later, Tamu Kitano returned and began a detailed conversation with Qian Hongqi. An hour later, Qian Hongqi told his father about his plan. Knowing that his son was going to make a name for himself, Qian Hongqi's father was quite excited. But when he heard that they were going to open Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, which is currently ranked number 1 in Shanghai, Qian Hongqi's father fell into deep thought. This carries some risk. Father, please believe me. I've discussed it with Tamu Kitano, and everything is fine. Moreover, this restaurant is backed by a wealthy tycoon from Shanghai, so it's absolutely safe. In order to gain his father's approval, Qian Hongqi began to offer various explanations. In the end, to motivate his son, Qian Hongqi's father agreed. Soon, under the arrangement of Qian Hongqi's father, Juning Media Company began to take action. On the other side, Chen Fan had just dropped Xia Ruoshui off at her company when the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Bite. Temporary mission issued. Counter the alliance between Qian Hongqi and Kurogi Kuroge Kaiseki restaurant and retain the title of Shanghai's number 1 restaurant. Task duration, within 48 hours. Mission reward, 50% ownership of Shadow Private Detective Agency, becoming the sole owner of the agency. Task reward, 918 experience points. A new task has been assigned to the system. However, this time was different from the past. Chen Fan was more concerned about the system task itself than the rewards. A collaboration between Qian Hongqi and Kurogi Kaiseki Cuisine. Chen Fan gleaned important information from the system task's message. Chen Fan had naturally heard of Kurogi Kuroge, a Kaiseki restaurant. It was their restaurant's old rival, but Kurogi was only of average skill and was always overshadowed by their restaurant. In an instant, Chen Fan understood. It's highly likely that Qian Hongqi, after failing to cooperate with him, turned around and cooperated with his enemy. So, Chen Fan should thank him? If Qian Hongqi hadn't gone to cooperate with his enemy, the system wouldn't have triggered this new mission. It's unclear how long Chen Fan will have to wait to completely take over the Shadow Private Detective Agency. Now, once the mission is completed, Shadow Private Detective Agency, the second-ranked gray market organization in the country, will be 100% Chen Fan's. However, Chen Fan still needs to investigate what the other party actually wants. Chen Fan first contacted the people at his Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant and asked them to be careful. Subsequently, Chen Fan contacted the Shadow Private Detective Agency and, in his capacity as the agency's southern chief, ordered them to cease their current work and begin investigating as soon as possible what agreement Qian Hongqi and Kurogi Kaiseki Cuisine had reached and what their plans were. A few minutes later, Chen Fan received a reply. The Shadow Private Detective Agency had uncovered some clues at Qian Hongqi's father's company. Currently, Juning Media Company has dispatched one of their top internet celebrities with millions of followers to disguise himself and hide a pinhole camera in his clothes to enter the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant as a customer and secretly film people. They even specifically hired people to cause trouble inside the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant, hoping to create a conflict. They planned to film a long video and then have professional staff take it out of context. Extract all the negative comments about Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant and turn them into a weapon to bring down the restaurant. What a brilliant plan. Chen Fan sneered. Juning Media Company is indeed very professional. If anyone else had encountered them, they would probably have been doomed. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Chen Fan. Thinking it over, Chen Fan immediately set up a counterattack. Chapter 487's requirement isn't high. Just take down all of Juning Media Company's websites with tens of millions of users. The internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers who was arranged by Juning Media Company to explore Chen Fan's Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant is named Chenfeng Tandian, and he has recently become very popular. Chen Fan immediately ordered the Shadow Private Detective Agency to investigate this Chenfeng shop visit and send over the guy's dirt within half an hour. After giving the order, Chen Fan sent a message to the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. A dozen minutes later, Chen Feng, disguised and wearing sunglasses, arrived at Chen Fan's Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant with two friends, actually an assistant and a photographer. Don't worry, Mr. Qian, I've arrived safely at the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate restaurant. After getting off the bus, Zhou Chenfeng, the blogger who was exploring the store, immediately contacted Qian Hongqi, who was secretly controlling everything. To train his son, Qian Hongqi's father handed over command of the operation to him. Everything should proceed according to plan. We must make sure they get to talk as much as possible. Qian Hongqi gave instructions. Only when the staff at Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate talk a lot will they have enough material to quote out of context later. Don't worry about Qian Xiao. They own a restaurant. If I have any questions, they will definitely tell me, and they might even say a lot. Zhou Chenfeng patted his chest and assured Qian Hongqi. Upon seeing the guests arrive, the waiters warmly greeted them. Please. The waiter ushered Zhou Chenfeng and his two companions into the restaurant. As soon as they entered, Zhou Chenfeng was somewhat surprised. Why was there no one else in the restaurant besides them?